In a parallel world, I'm a small decoration contractor. I live a stable and comfortable life. I can earn about 100,000 yuan every year from the decoration business. One person can feed the whole family, and I live a carefree and comfortable life. However, a sudden apocalyptic disaster ruthlessly broke this peace. On the day the end of the world came, I was immersed in the joyful communication in the second dimension with a young model I had arranged from a modeling website and was preparing to go to a restaurant for dinner. Who would have thought that the little model who was smiling just now would instantly turn into a hideous zombie? Fortunately, I am a horror movie fan. After a brief shock, I reacted quickly, overturned the table, and escaped in a thrilling manner as the zombies were slow to move in the early days of the apocalypse. But fate always seems to play tricks on me. On the seventh day of the apocalypse, I was hiding in a small supermarket and saw a couple's daughter sneaking out of the supermarket and about to be threatened by zombies. Out of kindness, I rushed out to rescue her regardless of the danger. But what is chilling is that when I finally rescued the little girl, the man in the couple, Ho Chung, was so timid and cowardly that not only did he not dare to help, but when I was fighting my way out of the siege, he cruelly locked the supermarket security iron door and pushed me towards the zombie group again. I was eventually brutally eaten by the zombies. Perhaps it was fate's compensation that I was reborn the day before the apocalypse. The tragic experience in my previous life made me fully realize the cruel reality of this end times. Good people don't live long, and evil people leave their legacy for thousands of years. I secretly swore in my heart that I would never be merciful in this life and would seek justice from the Ho Ching couple. At this moment, the mysterious and strongest slavery system was activated. This system is like a mysterious virtual god space, with an interface similar to a game lottery inside, and 5 grids: martial art skills, medicine, weapons, special items, and start. The items obtained from the lottery are divided into bronze, black iron, silver, and gold levels, and the upper limit of items that can be obtained from different levels of lotteries is different. There are many ways to get a chance to win a lottery. You can get a primary chance to win a lottery by checking in every day. 10 primary chances to win a lottery can be combined into one intermediate chance to win a lottery. Similarly, intermediate chances can be combined into advanced chances to win a lottery. You can obtain slavery points by completing tasks issued by the system and participating in festival activities. You can also obtain slavery points by enslaving creatures, and slavery points can be directly exchanged for lottery opportunities. As a newbie benefit, I got a chance to win a mid-level lottery. I entered this intermediate draw with great anticipation, and luckily won The Secret Art of Natural Gate Martial Arts, Black Iron 3 stars, by Du Xinwu, the great hero of the North and South and the first bodyguard of the Republic of China. After integrating this martial art, my body has undergone amazing changes. The original fat disappeared. I became as light as a swallow, and my combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. With my strength in hand, my desire for revenge burned fiercely. That night, I could not wait to drive to the Defa supermarket in my memory, where I found a key clue to find the Ho Chang couple. In the supermarket, I first generously bought 2 packs of high-end cigarettes worth thousands of yuan, which successfully attracted the attention of the supermarket owner. Then, I tearfully made up a story about Ho Chang refusing to pay back his debts. Under the pressure of money and my seemingly sincere words, the boss revealed that Ho Chang lived in Yangguanjiwan community. The curtain of my revenge has officially been raised. In a world that is about to fall into apocalyptic chaos, I will use the power of the system to cut through the thorns and brambles on the road to revenge. What magical items will I draw in the future? How will I deal with the Ho Chang couple? Can I successfully take revenge and survive in the apocalypse? Everything is full of unknowns and suspense, making people want to find out. Chapter 3. Maid. Arriving at the house of Mr. and Mrs. Ho Chang, I covered my chest with my hands, my face full of anger, and glared at the man in front of me angrily. "You dare to hit me, wearing a dog skin? You are done. I will definitely put you in jail." However, I just sneered. Then he tore off my security uniform, held my head, and stuffed the uniform directly into my mouth. The suffocating feeling made me almost unable to breathe. While I was struggling desperately, someone stomped hard on my right hand with a leather shoe, and the pain was so severe that I almost let out a heart-wrenching scream. All I could hear was the whimpering sound coming from my mouth, which was blocked by the clothes. In pain, I tried to tear off the clothes with my left hand, but my left hand was tightly grasped like an iron clamp, and with a slight twist, I experienced a classic bone-breaking hand movement. My face turned pale instantly, and the pain almost made me faint. Suddenly, a woman's voice came. Who are you? What do you want to do? I'll call the police immediately. I turned my head and saw her anxious expression. With a sneer on my face, I replied bluntly, Madam, you better not call the police. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that your family will be destroyed. She was stunned for a moment, looking at me with doubt and fear in her eyes, obviously realizing that I was not joking. She quickly said, Brother, calm down. We can discuss it properly. There was a gleam of teasing in my eyes, and I said coldly, Madam, if you knew what your husband had done, you might not be so calm. I slowly approached her and continued, I heard that you didn't want to have any more children after you gave birth to a daughter, and your husband has always wanted a boy. Is that true? Her face turned pale instantly, and a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. I continued to add, in ancient times, men and women who committed adultery would be sentenced to death. But now society is too relaxed. Even if you do something wrong, you can get away with it. Since the law doesn't care, I'll handle it myself. I turned to her, and my tone became even colder. Ma'am, do you think what I said is right? Her eyes became blurry, and she was obviously no longer paying attention to what I said, but was lost in her own emotions. She looked at me, no longer with worry and fear, but with anger and pain in her eyes. Did you know? I walked slowly towards her. I even heard that your husband had a child with my lover and was planning to divorce you. I took out my phone, pulled out a forged pregnancy test report, and showed it to her coldly. This is my wife's pregnancy test report, ma'am. Take a look. She had no intention of looking at the photo. Her eyes were full of disappointment and resentment. She had known her husband's infidelity for a long time, but she had always hoped that she could persist and maintain this superficial marriage. But now, seeing what the man in front of her did, her heart was completely cold. She even felt a kind of pleasure. The despair and disgust towards her husband gave her an unprecedented excitement. Go away. I won't call the police. If I call the police, they will never speak for me. She lowered her head and said softly. I smiled, stared at her face, and continued to induce her. Madam, you have already made up your mind, haven't you? You're no longer willing to endure it. You want to take revenge on me, right? There was a complex emotion flashing in her eyes, and I could see the struggle and anxiety in her heart, but she still chose to walk down the road of no return. The best revenge, of course, is to let me know that you can betray me. I said coldly, Are you interested in making me a cuckold? She looked at me with a look that showed no disgust, but rather a strange attraction. I found that her eyes gradually softened, and her hatred and dissatisfaction with her husband began to transform into dependence on me. You're right, she whispered, a smile unconsciously appearing on the corner of her mouth. Then, I walked towards her and slowly held her in my arms. Her eyes were a little blurry, as if she had completely let go of all her burdens, and the only thing left was the indescribable connection between her and me. What's your name? I asked. She leaned in my arms, her eyes gradually cleared, and she said calmly, Zhuangjing. Zhuangjing. I repeated and smiled, what a nice name. I stroked her back and whispered, I didn't expect you to be so flexible. She chuckled and responded, I've been practicing dancing. I raised an eyebrow. Do you like this? She nodded, her eyes full of fascination with me. I was my first love, but it never gave me any satisfaction. You make me feel a satisfaction that I have never experienced before. Her words stunned her husband, who was tied to the chair. Ho Cheng's face turned even paler. I was almost crushed by the pain. What made me even more unbearable was that all this was done by my beloved wife herself. I smiled at her and said, How about being my slave in the future? She leaned in my arms, with a soft look of dependence in her eyes. Yes. Hearing this, my heart was slightly moved. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded. Ding. Congratulations to the host, the contracted maid Zhuangjing, for obtaining 1 slavery point. I looked up in surprise. System, what will happen to the maid after the contract? The system's voice sounded calmly. After the contract, the host can see the maid's loyalty. When loyalty reaches 60, the maid will be forcibly solidified by the system and will always be loyal to the host. I thought for a moment. That is to say, before your loyalty reaches 60, you have to cultivate it yourself, right? Yes, host. The system's voice continued to answer. I looked at Zhuangjing's loyalty, which is currently 39. I nodded secretly in my heart. It seems I need to work harder. Chapter 4. Zhuangjing's change. Early the next morning, the ringing of the phone pulled me back from my dream. I answered the phone and heard a clear and familiar female voice. Mr. Gao? I'm Lily, the model of Mekong. I'm already at Jinjiang Hotel in El City. Where are you? I listened to the voice and instantly remembered her, the little model I had dated before my rebirth. She was young, lively, versatile, and had good skills. But as a reborn person, I, who holds the system, have long lost interest in her. After all, after experiencing the tenderness of a young woman, who would still think about those immature girls? I hung up the phone. Just as I was thinking about this, a gentle female voice interrupted my thoughts. Master, you are awake. I looked up and saw Zhuang Jing's carefully dressed face. Today, she was wearing a white dress, with her long hair tied up and her makeup just right, looking very fresh and lovely. Her white and tender arms gently wrapped around my arms, not caring about her husband who was tied up beside her. Master, I will go with you today. Her voice was soft and full of dependence. I had already noticed that Zhuang Jing's loyalty to me had reached 63, so I was no longer surprised by her words. After all, from now on, she would always be influenced by the system and would regard me as her true master. I lifted her chin and asked with a smile, "Did you let go of your husband just like that?" She came close to my face without hesitation, her watery eyes full of tenderness. "I'm not my husband. You are my husband." I slapped her in the face and said coldly, "Who told you to call me husband?" Zhuang Jing's face was swollen from the beating, but she didn't care. Her eyes were filled with deeper dependence and obedience to me. She bit my finger and said softly, "Master, Xiao Jing knows she was wrong." I grabbed her neck coldly to prevent her from doing anything radical. Then I asked, "What about your daughter?" She smiled calmly. "Xiao Xue is at her grandmother's house. Her grandparents like her very much. Even if Ho Chung and I divorce, Xiao Xue will follow me. Master, I'm still young and can give you a healthy baby in the future." The two of them were talking as if no one was around, which made Ho Chung next to them so angry that he almost exploded. Is this still my good wife and loving mother? How come she became so strange overnight and actually started calling me master? I stared at us angrily, my eyes filled with anger and hatred, and I wanted to kill us with just one glance. However, thinking about what happened last night, I had an inexplicable reaction and felt the urge to pee, but my hands were tied and I could only make woo sounds, but we ignored it. Just when I was breaking down, I actually peed my pants in front of us, and the urine dripped onto the floor. Zhuang Jing and I turned our heads and looked at me coldly. My eyes were full of ridicule, while Zhuang Jing frowned and said with disgust, "How disgusting." Ho Cheng's face was red as blood. I struggled desperately to get rid of the bonds, but to no avail. My eyes were full of anger and shame. "Master!" Zhuang Jing suddenly screamed, and she hid tightly in my arms in fear. I patted her face and gently comforted her. "Don't be afraid. I'm just a useless person now. I can't hurt you. Also, I have to get up." Zhuang Jing said quickly, "Master, let me help you put on your clothes." I helplessly enjoyed her service and followed her as she put on her clothes and tied her leather shoes. She held my hand, took me to wash, helped me unpack my toothbrush, and poured water for me to wash my face as if I was the owner of the house. After I finished washing up, Zhuang Jing said with a worried look on her face, "Master, what about Ho Chung? He must hate us now. I will sue you. I don't want you to go to jail." I smiled calmly. "Don't worry. I will persuade Ho Chung well. After all, my wife and I are suspected of transferring my personal property. If I sue me, I will not get any good. Now, I'm just a little injured. I believe I will figure it out." "Well, Master is fine." Xiao Jing is relieved. She gently took my hand and leaned on me like a little girl. Looking at her lover-like demeanor, I couldn't help but sigh that the impact of the system is really magical. We walked out of the community and past the security room. The security guard looked at us and almost dropped his eyes. I walked out and asked, "Brother, what are you doing?" I smiled and said, "This is Ho Cheng's wife Zhuang Jing, my lover. We confessed to Ho Cheng last night." "Sorry, brother. I lied to you last night." Although the security guard felt ashamed, he still gave me a thumbs up and said, "Brother, awesome." I smiled and walked out of the community holding Zhuang Jing's hand. Then we went to Defa supermarket. When the boss saw me hugging Zhuang Jing, he was also stunned for a moment and asked, "Brother, what's going on?" I didn't answer immediately, but turned to Zhuang Jing. "Xiao Jing, what did you call me?" Zhuang Jing lowered her head shyly, but when she saw my cold eyes, she immediately whispered, "Master. Of course Xiao Jing calls you master." The supermarket owner was shocked. I thought Zhuang Jing was a dignified woman, but I didn't expect her to be such a cheap woman behind her back. Although I despised her in my heart, I had to pretend to be very decent and gave her a thumbs up. Brother, awesome. I smiled and said, no problem, boss. I'll teach you when I have time in a few days. The boss' eyes sparkled. It's settled then. Consider this cigarette my treat to you. I picked up the cigarette, smiled, and walked out of the supermarket, thinking to myself, it turns out there are still good people in this world. Chapter 5. Slapping the face vigorously. After Zhuang Jing and I had breakfast at a small restaurant, we came to my car together. Zhuang Jing asked expectantly, Master, where are we going? She seemed to enjoy spending time with me, as if there was some kind of irresistible attraction about me. Every time she touched me, she would blush unconsciously, deeply immersed in this growing emotion. But she also felt a little inferior in her heart. After all, she was already a woman with a child, and she was worried that I would dislike her because of this. So, she always tried her best to please me. But I only have a desire to possess her in my heart. After all, she is just a tool for me to take revenge on Ho Chung. I don't plan to let Ho Chung die too easily. My plan is to make me completely lose all my dignity. I heard that speed racing can be addictive. Do you want to try it? I said casually. Yeah. Zhuang Jing answered with a little excitement and curiosity. As the car drove smoothly through the street, I couldn't help but sigh that my multitasking ability was so strong. Zhuang Jing's gentleness and dependence made my hatred for her fade a little, although these feelings still did not completely disappear. My vow remains unchanged. I will no longer be a good person in this life. If Zhuang Jing becomes a burden to me, I will not hesitate to leave her to the zombies. Perhaps this is the kindest thing I can do. The car finally stopped in the underground parking lot of a large supermarket. I felt it necessary to purchase some necessities, such as helmets, protective gear, weapons, etc. After all, the end of the world has not yet arrived, and wasting these things is simply wasting the chance to win the lottery. In the supermarket, Zhuang Jing pushed the shopping cart very consciously. Master, what should we buy? I said, let's buy some biscuits first, the kind with simple packaging. Buy more. Yes, she responded and walked to the snack area. After a while, she picked up 5 packs of biscuits and looked at me with her bright eyes. Master, do you want more? This sentence made a bald man who was picking potato chips next to him tremble, and the chips fell to the ground. I pretended to walk over and pick up the chips casually, my eyes moving from Zhuang Jing's white and tender calves to her delicate face. Master, I was furious when I heard this address. Why would a woman like this be willing to do such a thing? The seeds of jealousy quietly took root in my heart. Thinking back to when I was 36 years old, with no career, no house or car, and only my computer and the movies on my hard drive to accompany me day and night, I felt even more depressed. The feeling of jealousy made me breathe rapidly until my last breath was unable to come out smoothly, and I fell to the ground without warning. The tally clerk not far away saw this and immediately shouted, "Oh no, someone has fainted here." Zhuang Jing was startled and quickly hid in my arms, calling out pitifully, "Master." Just when the bald man vaguely heard the word master, I felt a sweetness in my throat. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and finally I fainted completely. I witnessed the whole process and felt that this man was really a bully, even worse than a dog. I patted Zhuang Jing's face and whispered, "Don't be afraid, keep shopping. Get another 10 packs of biscuits." Yes, she agreed quickly, with a sweet smile on her face, not caring at all about the man lying on the ground next to her. Zhuang Jing continued to pick biscuits and prepared to push the cart forward. Wait! Suddenly, the tally clerk's voice came from behind. I turned around and looked at her coldly. What's the matter? The tally clerk was an elderly lady. She said in a somewhat sarcastic tone, "This person fainted, and you didn't care. Aren't you too heartless?" I walked up to her and slapped her in the face without mercy. The old lady was stunned for a moment and stood there in a daze. I stared at her coldly, my tone full of sarcasm. "Old thing, you are not qualified to blackmail me morally." I fainted. What does it have to do with me? Do I have to help you? If something goes wrong, you'll be responsible? I think you want to frame me. I turned to Zhuang Jing and said, "Xiao Jing, record the video. Today I want to make this supermarket the headline of the short video." "Yes, master." She immediately took out her mobile phone and started recording the video. The supermarket manager came over immediately upon seeing this. He saw the aunt's swollen face and his expression turned ugly. He angrily said, "Young man, how could you hit someone?" I sneered. "You want to take sides, right? Don't worry, my girlfriend recorded the video. This lady wants to blackmail me morally. She stopped us from leaving. Do I have to help her? If something goes wrong, you'll be responsible? She has evil intentions and wants to frame me. I slapped her, which is a light punishment. Do you want to take sides? If you dare, I will post the video online and see what will happen to your supermarket. Zhuang Jing was delighted when she heard me mention the word girlfriend. However, she didn't know that I said that just to make the cyberbullying incident seem more real. From beginning to end, she was just my tool. The supermarket manager heard what I said and instantly realized that the young man in front of him was no good. If this matter really got out of hand, the supermarket might be caught in a whirlpool of public opinion, and the boss would definitely not let me go. So I started to apologize and said, "Handsome guy, not really, let's discuss it." I smiled disdainfully. "Do you think I need these 2,000 yuan? I suppressed my anger and made a calculation in my mind. "Brother, if you buy anything under 2,000 yuan today, it's free. How about it, brother? Raise your hand so we can meet in the future." I smiled and said casually, "Do you think I'm short of 2,000 yuan? The supermarket manager smiled and said, "So what do you say, brother?" Chapter 6. Ending Ho Chung. I looked at the person in charge of the supermarket and smiled. It's very simple. You just need to fire that lady. After all, it was she who morally blackmailed me. If you fire her, won't it have nothing to do with your supermarket? The supermarket manager's eyes lit up, and he also smiled. "Brother, you really enlightened me. What you said makes sense. I will do it right away." Then, the supermarket manager walked up to the stock clerk, looked at her coldly, and said with gritted teeth, "Zhang Tila, you don't have to come tomorrow. From today on, you are fired. Now, go to the finance department to settle your salary." I have already notified the finance department. Zhang Tila touched her swollen face, her face full of grievance. She argued anxiously, "Manager, this is wrong, isn't it? I was beaten, and you didn't help me but fired me. I won't live anymore." Then, Zhang Tsuehua started to throw a tantrum on the ground. The supermarket manager had a blank expression on his face and was not moved by her at all. "Zhang Tsuehua, you'd better not make trouble here. You just ruined the supermarket's reputation, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. Now you're making a scene again, believe it or not. I'll call the police and have them arrest you." When Zhang Tsuehua heard this, she panicked. Seeing the aggressive look of the person in charge, she immediately stopped what she was doing, lowered her head, got up from the ground dejectedly, squeezed through the crowd of onlookers, and her crying could be heard from afar. Watching this scene, I suddenly felt happy. As expected, if I were a bad guy, no one would dare to blackmail me morally. I suddenly tightened my hand on Zhuang Jing's shoulder unconsciously. This, Zhuang Jing felt a slight pain in her shoulder and couldn't help but scream. I looked at her and deliberately asked, "What's wrong?" Zhuang Jing looked down at my hand that was still on her shoulder and felt a sweet sensation. She whispered, "Nothing." "Well, don't be so startled next time." I nodded, with a bit of reprimand in my tone. "Oh, I get it." Zhuang Jing agreed obediently, and then put her hands on my arms. I obviously didn't buy it, so I scolded her. "Push the cart quickly. Are you trying to be lazy? Do you want me to help you push it?" I'll push it." Zhuang Jing let go of her hand and started pushing the shopping cart. While pushing it, she asked, "Master, what else are we buying?" "Let's buy some sanitary napkins first, as a backup." I said, "Well, thank you, master." Zhuang Jing smiled, secretly thinking that I really loved her, but I was not good at expressing my feelings. However, I was thinking that sanitary napkins are very useful in the end times. They could be used as bandages to stop bleeding and absorb sweat. They are a multifunctional and essential product. As for explaining these, I don't think it is necessary. After Zhuang Jing put a few packs of sanitary napkins in the shopping cart, we continued to purchase other items: machetes, helmets, canvas clothes, baseball bats, flints, pressure cookers, and a complete set of daily necessities. After getting back in the car, Zhuang Jing looked at me and asked, "Master, you bought so many things for outdoor survival. Are you planning to travel?" I started the car and glanced at her. "What? Don't you want to go?" "No, I'm happy wherever I go as long as I can be with my master." Zhuang Jing responded gently. I nodded and started to concentrate on driving. The car drove smoothly, and soon we arrived at the entrance of Sunshine Garden. I rolled down the window and said to the security guard, "Brother, raise the railing." When the security guard saw that I came back and Zhuang Jing was sitting in the passenger seat, he felt a burning anger in his heart. I secretly swore to myself, just wait, sooner or later, I will also play with this woman. But I still smiled on the surface, made a "you are awesome" gesture, and then pressed the remote control. The barrier slowly rose, and my car passed smoothly. I parked my car in an empty parking space, took out my cell phone, and checked to confirm that the end of the world was only 10 minutes away, so there was still plenty of time. I turned to Zhuang Jing and said, "Wait for me in the car. I'm going to talk to Ho Chung, and we'll be down soon." "Okay." Zhuang Jing nodded in agreement. I patted her face, opened the car door, and walked out. After a while, I arrived at Ho Cheng's home. I opened the door with my key and strode in, as if this was my territory. After closing the door, I walked directly to the bedroom and stood in front of Ho Chung. When Ho Chung saw me, his eyes were full of despair, and he made a low sound from his mouth, his eyes full of pleading. Seeing me like that, I suddenly felt relieved and decided to play with me for a while. I took out the security uniform stuffed in Ho Cheng's mouth and wanted to hear what else he had to say. After the security uniform was taken away, Ho Chung was finally able to take a breath. I begged, "Brother, I was wrong before. I don't want Zhuang Jing anymore. I'll give her to you." "Bah." She slapped me unceremoniously, looked at me coldly, and said, "Zhuang Jing is mine now. What qualifications do you have to call her a bitch?" I slapped him hard again, and this slap knocked out 2 of Ho Cheng's teeth. Blood and teeth flew to the ground. Ho Cheng's eyes flashed with viciousness, but were quickly replaced by fear. I begged for mercy. "Brother, I was wrong. Don't hit me." "Oh, what's your fault?" I deliberately delayed. Ho Cheng rolled his eyes and quickly flattered. "Brother, you and Zhuang Jing are a perfect match. I sincerely wish you all the best. Please let me go. I promise not to call the police." "Bah." I slapped him again. Ho Cheng was so painful that he was stunned for a moment, and his words began to slur. "Brother, why did you hit me again?" My heart was filled with anger, and she wanted to curse me, but I still forced myself to continue. "Brother, I was wrong. Zhuang Jing can rely on you. She is climbing up the social ladder. I am happy for her." I slapped him again, and Ho Cheng's face became even more swollen. I said coldly, "How dare you, a bastard like you, call me brother? Are you mocking me?" Ho Cheng was filled with resentment. My face was getting more and more swollen, but I still managed to squeeze out a sentence. "I'm a bastard. I was wrong. I was wrong." I said coldly, "Okay, I'll let you go." I looked at the time and saw that the end of the world was about to come, so I decided to leave. When Ho Cheng heard this, he was overjoyed, thinking that he had finally saved his life. However, what happened next was totally unexpected to me. I pulled out a dagger from behind and slashed it directly between my legs. Ugh! Ho Cheng's cry of pain gradually disappeared. I looked at me with a smile and said coldly, "This is the look you deserve. I wish you eternal sleep in hell." After saying that, I opened the door and walked out. I believe that soon, Ho Cheng's bloody smell will attract a large number of zombies to completely devour me. I couldn't help but sigh that I was so soft-hearted that I was so kind to an enemy. It seems that I need to train my character more in the future. Chapitre 7, Novice Mission, En cela avec 13 Zhangmi. I quickly went downstairs, walked to the car, and closed the door. Zhuang Jing looked at me and asked, "Master, did Ho Cheng agree not to cause trouble for us?" After dealing with the hatred from my previous life, I felt relieved. I pinched Zhuang Jing's face, and my tone became softer unconsciously. Ho Cheng has promised to keep his mouth shut. Also, from today on, you can call me Brother Chong in front of outsiders. "Well, thank you, Master." Zhuang Jing leaned her face towards my hand, like a happy kitten. I started the car and soon arrived at the gate of the community again. This time, the security guard saw that my car had arrived and raised the railing directly. But I didn't leave in a hurry, because my phone showed that the end of the world was only 8 seconds away. I remember that the security guard looked at me in a very unpleasant way at first, and today, I decided to teach him a lesson. I opened the car door, opened the trunk, and took out a fire axe. At this moment, the end of the world has finally arrived. I watched helplessly as the security guard staring at me in surprise turned into a zombie in an instant. It was a pity that I couldn't enjoy the excitement of the Doomsday Carnival. Seeing the zombie coming towards me, I felt a little emotional. With my martial arts from the natural gate, I chopped off its head with a simple heavy axe. The zombie fell to the ground instantly, no longer alive, and soon emitted a strong corpse odor. Ding! At this moment, the system's voice sounded. The end of the world has been detected, and the mission system is officially activated. Novice Mission 1. Enslave the female, star Jiang Mi within 3 days. Mission Reward. A Doomsday RV. Enslavement value 10 points. Mission Failure. Deduct 10 centimeters of protrusion length. Damn, this task is too big. If I deduct 10 centimeters, how can I have fun? I might as well die. Of course I know Jiangmi. She has starred in many ancient costume dramas. She is the only female star who has won the capital bet. She is a hot topic in the entertainment industry. She has an outstanding appearance and figure. She is called Demi-Me by many male fans. But I didn't expect that the first task of the system was to enslave Jiangmi. I walked to the security room, took out the 2 packs of cigarettes I gave to the security guard, and asked the system, "System, how do I know where Jiangmi is? Can you provide the specific location?" The system replied, "Jiangmi lives in the presidential suite on the 29th floor of the New World Hotel in City L." Okay, I get it. After knowing the address, I feel that this task is not difficult. The most important thing is the Doomsday RV as a task reward, which really makes me excited. My car is just average at the moment and will probably be scrapped soon in the apocalypse. But the Apocalypse RV, as the name sounds, must have some cool technology inside that I don't know about. When I walked out of the security room, I saw zombies roaming outside, and Zhuang Jing was so scared that she curled up in the passenger seat. A zombie was already lying in front of the car window, and I chopped it down with an axe without hesitation. The zombies on the first day of the apocalypse were too weak, with almost no defense. My axe cut through its neck in one stroke like cutting into rotten flesh. The zombie's head fell to the ground, and green slime sprayed on the car window. I didn't care about that. I opened the car door, put the fire axe and 2 packs of cigarettes on the back seat, and then I started the car, determined to finish the task as soon as possible to avoid any more trouble. Zhuang Jing, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was still a little scared. Her body was shaking slightly. She looked at me and said, "Master, was that a zombie just now?" I looked at her and didn't answer immediately. Instead, I frowned, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Zhuang Jing was so timid that she might become a burden to me in the future. Zhuang Jing seemed to sense the indifference in my eyes, and she hurriedly pleaded, "Master, please don't abandon Xiao Jing. Xiao Jing can help you do a lot of things." I didn't respond, but asked the system, "System, what's the point of enslaving these women? Their fighting power is so weak. Do I still need to protect them?" The system replied, "The rewards that the host draws and cannot use can also be transferred to the maids to train them." That's how it is. I finally understood the mechanism of the system. It seems that maids who have signed contracts can also enjoy the benefits of the system. I thought that I still had 2 primary lottery opportunities and 1 slavery point, so I took this opportunity to try my luck. So I patted Zhuang Jing's little face, and my cold eyes turned gentle. "Don't worry, Xiao Jing. How could Brother Chong abandon you? You are Brother Chong's favorite little kitty." Zhuang Jing seemed very happy after hearing this. "Master, Xiao Jing will serve you wholeheartedly in the future." I ignored her answer. At this time, I was completely immersed in the system. "System, give me a triple draw." As I made my choice, the bronze mirror in the system interface began to flash. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing a special item, Tyrannosaurus Brothers cigarettes. Item rating, Black Iron 4 stars. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing a pill of the Medicine 100 Diseases Invulnerability pill. Medicine rating, Black Iron 5 stars. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the character's 5-star master and obtaining the martial arts method, Wing Chun. Martial arts rating, Black Iron 1 star. Seeing these 3 items, I was very satisfied. Not only did the 3 chances not go to waste, but each item was rated as high as Black Iron, and there was not even a bronze item. This made me wonder if I had some special luck. Except for the cigarette whose effect I didn't know, I knew the other 2 items were good stuff. System, what are the specific effects of the 100 Diseases and Innocent pills? I already knew that since the system would not explain, I had to ask. The system replied, "Once taken, the 100 Diseases and Innocent pills can resist any virus and disease known to this world." I continued to ask, "What about the zombie virus?" The system replied, "Of course it is included." I asked again, "What is the use of Brother Tyrannosaurus cigarette?" The system replied, "It is a materialized item in the game and has a special function." I had to exit the system space and found that Zhuang Jing was staring at me. "What are you looking at?" I looked at her. I'm not. No." Zhuang Jing's face immediately turned red, and she whispered, "I just think that the master's dazed look is really beautiful. Can't you see enough?" "Can't you see enough?" Zhuang Jing whispered. I smiled and said, "If Brother Chong disappeared one day, would you go look for him?" Zhuang Jing answered firmly. Xiao Jing will go to find her master. I looked at her and asked, how long will she look for? Zhuang Jing said seriously. Xiao Jing will keep looking until forever, until she finds forever. I stretched out my right hand, gently pinched her chin, and then, without hesitation, slapped her face and asked, what about now? Are you still looking for it? Looking for it, Zhuang Jing said firmly, regardless of the 5 palm prints on her face. I slapped her again, and this slap made Zhuang Jing's face swell up. I continued to ask coldly, are you still looking for it? The tenderness in Zhuang Jing's eyes did not fade at all. She raised her neck like a proud swan and answered, I will keep looking. I will keep looking. I stared at her and finally smiled. System, transfer Wing Chun to Zhuang Jing. I said in my mind, ding. Wing Chun has been transferred to the host's maid Zhuang Jing. Chapter 8, Transfer. I stared at Zhuang Jing, watching her changes. Soon after, I noticed the changes in her appearance. The natural fragility between her eyebrows and eyes was weakened a lot, replaced by a youthful and heroic aura. Zhuang Jing suddenly realized something. She looked at me and asked, Master, I seem to have learned Wing Chun. I looked at her expressionlessly and said slowly, when the zombies came just now, I awakened my superpowers. My superpower is to be able to give my things to others. In order to prevent you from becoming a burden, I gave you Wing Chun. Now, do you know what to do in the future? Well, Xiaojing knows. Xiaojing will never be afraid of zombies in the future and will always stand in front of the master. Zhuang Jing's tone was full of confidence. After gaining all of Master Wu's insights into Wing Chun, she felt like someone who had practiced martial arts for decades, and her heart was filled with strength. I was very satisfied with her reaction. If she still acted timid after getting Wing Chun, I would treat her as expendable cannon fodder even if I was satisfied with her dancing skills. I started the car and drove towards the road, ignoring the zombies that were desperately scratching at my car door. After all, the destructive power of the zombies at this time was far less than that of an ordinary person with intact limbs. The moment I started the car, I also took the 100 diseases and vulnerability pills from the system. As soon as I took it, I immediately felt my pores open up and a sense of comfort spread throughout my body. As the car drove onto the road, I saw firsthand the even more chaotic aftermath of the apocalypse. All kinds of vehicles were stuck in a pile, and a large truck crushed several cars, turning them sideways on the ground. There were several pedestrians crushed into meat paste scattered on the ground. Screams were heard everywhere. Zombies were wandering around. A raging fire was burning in the distance, and the houses were already on fire. The noise around me filled my eardrums, a mixture of children crying, adults screaming, zombies gnawing, and various alarms. For me, this was my second time experiencing the apocalypse, but I felt calm. I tried it, and the navigation on my phone actually worked fine. I drove the car forward according to the navigation instructions. On the way, I easily crushed 2 zombies who tried to stop the car, just like playing a simple speed game. Zhuang Jing looked at me from the passenger seat and asked, Master, where are we going now? I thought about it and made up an excuse. This world has become a death game. Every superpower has his own mission, and I am no exception. Now, I need to rush to the New World Hotel to complete my first mission. Yes, Xiaojing will definitely help the master complete the task, Zhuang Jing said seriously. As soon as the voice fell, I saw 3 figures suddenly rushed out and blocked the car. We shouted loudly help. However, we had knives in our hands. I frowned because when the car approached, I heard our shouts, but I was holding a knife in my hand. Shaking my head, I sneered, You really don't know how to live or die. I stepped on the accelerator, and the car accelerated suddenly and hit me. The 3 people were frightened when they saw me rushing towards them. However, one of them tripped while dodging and was still run over by the car and broke his leg. I don't intend to let us go just like that. These 3 people just showed me strong malice. So if that's the case, I will also fight evil with evil, eradicate all evil, and eliminate violence, and protect the good. There was nothing I could do. I still had a heart of a saint, and I was too soft-hearted. I sighed and reversed the car, and the car ran over the man whose leg was broken again. The screams outside the car gave me a different kind of pleasure. The sound was simply the most wonderful percussion music. I couldn't help but sigh. This guy is really lucky he didn't die. In addition to the man's screams, there were also vicious shouts and curses from 2 other men nearby. Fuck, kid. Are you looking for death? Dare you get out of the car, or I'll punch your head through. You bastard. Do you still have any humanity? It would be fine if you didn't save people, but you killed people. You are such a son of a bitch. Zhuang Jing heard the scolding outside the car. Her face turned red with anger. She said angrily, Master, I will help you deal with these two bitches. I laughed and said, Wait a minute, I will send the one on the ground to hell first. After that, I drove the car slowly forward, and when the wheel just ran over the man, the car stopped. The man only let out a scream, and then he was completely dead. I opened the car door, squatted down, looked at the flowing blood and the sunken sternum, and murmured in a low voice, It seems that your life is not as hard as I thought. The smell of blood attracted several wandering zombies. I took out the fire axe, held it casually in my hand, and easily chopped off the head of a zombie. At the same time, I watched Zhuang Jing get out of the car. Zhuang Jing holds a baseball bat in her hand. She has already mastered the power-generating techniques of Wing Chun. For her, the baseball bat is simply an extension of her boxing skills. You bitch, you hold a baseball bat, and you still want to scare people. I'll catch you now, go back and have fun. You still think you are a fairy, but now it's the end of the world. Women are the weakest species. Put down your baseball bat. Serve us brothers well. Maybe we can let you live longer. The two men were full of sarcasm, not taking Zhuang Jing in front of them seriously. However, we soon paid a heavy price for our contempt. Zhuang Jing's first baseball bat bypassed one person's block and hit him hard in the face, breaking my nose and splashing blood. When the other man swung the knife, Zhuang Jing stepped forward without hesitation and hit me on the neck with a stick. There was a crack sound, and my neck bone was instantly shattered. The man grabbed his neck with both hands and gasped for breath, but he was ultimately unable to save himself. He fell to the ground and never got up again. This scene made Zhuang Jing's hands tremble slightly, but she quickly recovered and a big hand pinched her wrist. I asked, How do you feel? Zhuang Jing's hand stopped shaking, and she exhaled slightly. I deserve to die, and anyone who wants to harm the master deserves to die. Xiao Jing will always protect the master. I nodded and looked at the man with a broken nose. I knew the man and woman in front of me were not good people, so I quickly said, Brother, let me go. I promise to follow your lead in the future. I smiled and said, So, you are willing to be my slave in the future? The man forced a smile on his face, and with his broken nose and blood on his face, he looked like a devil crawling out of hell. I knew very well that I had to bow my head under the eaves at this moment. Since I had to bow my head, the more humble I had to be, the better. So I said, Brother, I could be your dog, not to mention being your slave. I will bite anyone you ask me to bite. Ding. Congratulations to the host, the contracted male servant Feng Zhou, for obtaining 1 slavery point. Hearing the system's prompt, I asked casually, What is my loyalty? The system replied, The loyalty of the butler Feng Zhou is -35. I laughed. It seemed that Feng Zhou had some prejudice against me. So I looked at Zhuang Jing. Let's kill this one too. Yes, master. Zhuang Jing faced Feng Zhou's frightened eyes and swung the stick. Chapter 9. The first cup of milk tea at the end of the world. I finally breathed a sigh of relief when I saw the last person die. After all, without one immortal, the other two of us would not feel at ease walking on the road to the underworld. As brothers, of course we should be together in good order. I suddenly felt that I had done another good deed. I'm always like this. I soften my heart too quickly. Maybe this is human nature. Human nature prevents a person from completely becoming a pure, evil person. Master, what are you thinking about? Zhuang Jing's voice interrupted my thoughts. I said casually, Xiao Jing, if one day Brother Chong abandons you and escapes alone, will you hate Brother Chong? Zhuang Jing looked at me and said seriously, If the master can survive, even if Xiao Jing dies, he will be at peace. Listening to Zhuang Jing's words, I couldn't help but marvel at the magic of the system, which could actually change a person's personality into this in such a short period of time. The car was driving slowly on the road. The road condition was very bad. It felt like the car was almost moving forward in the gap. In addition to our car, other cars on the road were also running around like headless flies. The end of the world broke all the rules. There were many vehicles driving in the wrong direction, and many people forced their way in and overtook other vehicles. By the time we arrived at the city center of El City, the traffic was completely blocked. Bang! The car was hit hard and the car behind it rear-ended me. I opened the window and looked back and saw a red sports car behind me. The door opened and a sexy woman wearing a white lace hollow shirt, a hip skirt, black silk long legs, and red high heels came over aggressively. She yelled at me through the car window, You stinking loser, driving a broken van. Do you know you're blocking my way? Move your broken car away. I looked at her and found a little funny. The woman saw me staring at her and started to curse me more and more. You stinky loser. What are you looking at? You can't look at me like that. Be careful, or I'll have my husband dig out your eyes. Move the car. With that look in your eyes, I can sue you for molesting a woman and have my husband send someone to arrest you and put you in jail in a minute. Listening to her scolding, I had a sudden realization. Maybe she had lived too well in a harmonious society before, and when the end of the world came, she didn't change her mindset. I think it's time for her to change her way of thinking. So I opened the car door. When the woman saw me getting out of the car, she took a step back. She was about to continue scolding me, but when she saw the fire axe in my hand, her face changed. Although she was a little panicked, she became more confident when she thought of her husband's power. I didn't waste time talking to her. I just walked over to her, met her horrified look, and hit her head with the axe. Bang! The sound was similar to that of a car rear-end collision just now. The woman's head exploded like a watermelon, and the whole world suddenly became quiet. I suddenly felt that I had done another good deed, and one bad person was saved. If that wasn't doing good, what was that? Looking at the dead woman, I felt sad, and suddenly felt a little pity for her, saying, what is sin, what is sin? Maybe I am the kind of person who can't walk when I see a woman. Seeing such a flower suddenly wither, I felt a little sad, so I decided to give her a salvation. I silently chanted, form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. When Avalokitesvara practiced the profound prajnaparmitha, he saw that the 5 aggregates are empty and was able to transcend all suffering. After reading the prayers for the salvation of souls, I got in the car and prayed for her in my heart, hoping that she could be reborn in heaven with a good brain. Master, what should we do now? Zhuang Jing looked at the dead woman without any sympathy for her. She just looked at the congested road, looking a little worried. I'm also a little annoyed. I bought so many things, do I have to throw them away in the end? Even though I got the system, I still don't have a high IQ. Although I'm a little clever, I don't have the rigorous logical thinking of a high IQ. Suddenly, an idea flashed in my mind, and I remembered that the system once mentioned that it is essentially a virtual God space. So, can it help me store things? So I asked the system, can you help me put all these sundries into the system space? The system replied, the system can open a portable space for the host. The initial volume is 1 cubic meter. The portable space can be upgraded through slavery value. Every 10 points of slavery value can be upgraded by 0.1 cubic meter. There's actually storage space. 1 cubic meter space is not small. It can store a lot of things. I continued to ask, system, how do I put things in the portable space? The system replied, the host can put the item into the portable space by touching it with his hand for more than 1 second and silently saying put it in his mind. If you want to put a living thing in, you need to be in contact with the living thing for more than 30 seconds. I understood, and my mind returned to reality. I reached out and grabbed the fire axe, and a second later, the axe disappeared. Then, I folded down the seat and put all the things I bought into the carry-on space one by one. Zhuang Jing's eyes lit up as she watched, and she said happily, is this also the master's special ability? How magical! After all the things that needed to be collected were collected, I threw a set of canvas clothes and a helmet to Zhuang Jing and said, put on this set of clothes and a helmet to avoid being scratched by zombies. Yes, master. Zhuang Jing felt that the master was becoming more and more magical, like a bottomless abyss that she was unconsciously attracted to. As she thought about it, her cheeks became slightly hot. What are you thinking about? Hurry up. My cold voice brought her back to her senses. She quickly changed her clothes, put on a pink helmet, and held a baseball bat in her right hand. Get out of the car. I opened the door, and Zhuang Jing followed closely behind. Seeing me get out of the car, the owners of the cars around me couldn't help but shrink away from me, even if they were sitting in their cars. We saw clearly the tragic death of the female owner of the red sports car just now. I also noticed that the voices of accusations and insults suddenly stopped, and even the car windows were closed tightly. Could it be that my prayers for salvation made us all feel the sincere values of society? I was too lazy to think about it, and walked along the sidewalk with Zhuang Jing towards the New World Hotel. Master, look, a milk tea shop. Zhuang Jing pointed to a milk tea shop next to her. I took a look and saw that the door of the milk tea shop was open, with only 2 zombies wandering around the house like monsters on the map. I said, then go buy 2 cups of milk tea, and remember to be polite to the owner of the shop. Okay, master, I got it. Zhuang Jing, wearing a canvas shirt and a pink helmet, quickly walked towards the milk tea shop. The 2 zombies sensed the breath of a living person, made hoarse sounds, had sunken eyes, and pounced towards Zhuang Jing, waving their claws. Zhuang Jing accurately hit a zombie's arm with a baseball bat. At the moment of fracture, she took the opportunity to go around the zombie's side and hit the zombie's neck with a stick. The zombie's head was blown off, and the body fell to the ground, and green slime began to flow. Zhuang Jing quickly dealt with the remaining zombie, breaking its arm with a baseball bat and then knocking its head off. There was no more threat in the store. Zhuang Jing walked to the counter and skillfully operated the milk tea machine. Soon, she made 2 cups of pearl milk tea. She held the milk tea in her hand, walked to me, and handed me a cup. Master, here is your first cup of milk tea in the end of the world. Chapter 10, Little Zombie. I picked up the milk tea and took a sip. It tasted pretty good. Master, is it good? Zhuang Jing asked with her watery eyes blinking. Not bad, I replied casually and used the fire axe to chop down an attacking zombie. After the zombie fell, it was still struggling. I walked over and broke its neck with 1 foot. Green slime was sprayed on my leather shoes, which was extremely disgusting. Zhuang Jing saw this and said quickly, Master, wait for me. Then she ran to a clothing store next door, took out a pure cotton shirt, and squatted down to help me polish my shoes. Master, it's done. Zhuang Jing smiled sweetly. Well, let's go. I nodded. The pedestrian street is just around the corner, and I know there must be a lot of zombies there. But the New World Hotel is less than 200 meters away from the end of the pedestrian street. Walking along the pedestrian street is the shortest way, while taking a detour from other places would require a long walk, and I'm not sure if those places are safer. After all, the end of the world makes people's hearts 100 times more terrifying than zombies. Soon, I made a decision, walking along the pedestrian street. If I'm afraid of the zombies on the first day of the apocalypse, then I will stop struggling and just wait for death. After making up my mind, I felt much more relaxed both physically and mentally. Zhuang Jing and I walked to the corner and officially entered the pedestrian street. The scene in front of me made me a little stunned. The streets were blocked, and a group of zombies were wandering in groups. The ground was covered with corpses and blood. There was no one alive on the street anymore. Everyone was killed by zombies. The zombies' deep and hoarse roars, like a doomsday elegy, filled the entire street. Blood and decay were everywhere. When we stepped over an abandoned car and officially entered the street, the zombies immediately sensed our presence and rushed towards us with roars. Facing these zombies, I was not too worried. After all, I had taken the 100 diseases and vulnerability pill, and my body was immune to any disease, even a zombie virus. I didn't know when a fire axe appeared in my hand. The speed movement technique in Natural Gate made my movements seem very natural and elegant. As my figure moved, I began to swing my axe, each strike hitting the zombies' necks with precision. The zombies' heads were chopped off one by one and fell heavily to the ground. Zhuang Jing was beside me, helping to clean up the zombies around me. I continued to swing the axe. The zombies' slime sprayed on my body, and the stench filled my nostrils, but I had long been accustomed to it. What really concerned me was my own physical exertion. Every swing of the axe was extremely strenuous, and although zombies fell one after another, more zombies continued to pour in. Master, let's go upstairs and rest for a while. Zhuang Jing suggested with concern when she saw that I was obviously tired. She had just smashed a zombie's neck with a baseball bat. Okay, let's go upstairs first. I'm not the kind of person who would force myself, so after chopping down a zombie with an axe, I walked straight to a hot pot restaurant. Holding a fire axe, I quickly walked to the door of the hot pot restaurant, stood outside the door, and winked at Zhuang Jing. Zhuang Jing understood, quickly came behind me, and started to close the door of the hot pot restaurant. When the 2 doors left only a gap for one person to pass through, I slipped in and Zhuang Jing quickly locked the iron door. From outside, there was the sound of zombies scratching at the iron door, followed by the zombies' roars. The iron door was banged by the zombies. Behind the door was the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. Zhuang Jing said, Master, I'll clear the way for you. She went up the stairs first, holding a baseball bat. I put away the fire axe, picked up another baseball bat, and followed her. There was only a small zombie crawling on the stairs. Zhuang Jing smashed its head with a stick, and the zombie stopped moving immediately. At this time, a woman came out from the stairs holding a kitchen knife, which was dripping with blood. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she looked at Zhuang Jing with resentment. He is still a child. He is still a child. How dare you? I couldn't help but laugh when I heard her words. I clearly saw that the so-called child, zombie had a bloody face, was still chewing something in his mouth, and his hands were also covered in blood. He's still a child? this can actually be applied to the zombie world. Sure enough, children's character flaws often stem from their parents' lack of education. Zhuang Jing, who had killed more than one zombie, had no reaction to the accusation of this crazy woman. After all, in that peaceful society, many women who made trouble unreasonably eventually won victory, and the victims had to apologize to them in exchange for their forgiveness. But they don't know that the end of the world has come. This is a real death game field, where the strong are the axiom and moral kidnapping is no longer effective. The woman continued to make a threatening move, and Zhuang Jing hit her hand with a stick. The pain caused her to let go of the kitchen knife, which fell to the ground with a clang. Before she could finish her curse, Zhuang Jing hit her hard on the face with the stick, knocking her teeth out. Then, Zhuang Jing smashed her neck with the stick again, and the woman fell to the ground, no longer breathing. Zhuang Jing's face showed a peaceful smile like a girl. She turned her head and looked at me. "Master, let's go up quickly." After that, she stepped over the woman's swollen face and walked lightly to the second floor. I followed her. At the door of the second floor, a woman with both legs chopped off was struggling hard. Her face was pale, and it was obvious that she had lost too much blood and was about to die. When she saw us going upstairs, she smiled and said weakly, "Thank you for killing this beast. She is not a human being. She actually used my flesh to feed her son, who had become a zombie. Now she is dead. It's a good death. Thank you." I squatted down, looked at her weak appearance, and asked, "Are you willing to be my slave?" The woman looked at me with strange eyes, as if she thought I was a lunatic. The madness of the end of the world makes people have unrealistic fantasies about many things. The woman knew that she was dying, and she thought that going crazy before death was also an extreme experience. She smiled and replied, "Sir, do you want to play an exciting adventure game with me while I'm still alive? I think this may be a different kind of pleasure." "I agree. I agree to be your slave." Ding! Congratulations to the host, the contracted Maid Zhou Qing, for obtaining 1 slavery point. Chapter 11, Another World. Gao Wenxiang had no idea about Zhou Qing. He just wanted to try his luck and gain some slavery points. Unexpectedly, he actually succeeded. Since there was an unexpected surprise, Gao Wenxiang was a little more polite to Zhou Qing. He made up a reason and explained, "I am not a person who takes advantage of others. Since you have agreed to be my slave, you have become mine. If you have any last wishes before you die, perhaps I can help you fulfill them." Gao Wenxiang certainly had no good intention to help someone fulfill their last wish. He simply thought that saying a few nice words would help Zhou Qing rest in peace because of that 1 point of slavery. When Zhou Qing heard Gao Wenxiang's words, her dull eyes suddenly brightened up. She said weakly, "You are such a good person." Gao Wenxiang smiled. It seemed that he was not the only one who thought he was a saint, but others also thought he was one. Why is it so hard to be a bad guy? Gao Wenxiang thought for a moment and asked, "Where are the other people in the hot pot restaurant? Why didn't they see it?" Gao Wenxiang was a little surprised that in such a large hot pot restaurant, there were no other people or zombies to be seen. Zhou Qing explained. When the zombies suddenly appeared, it was not yet time for dinner. Only a few chefs and waiters were busy in the kitchen. The one you killed was the boss's wife. She and I blocked the kitchen door together, and there is probably no one alive inside. Gao Wenxiang nodded, walked for a distance, and came to the kitchen. Sure enough, he heard a scratching sound and the unique roar of zombies. When Gao Wenxiang came to the woman again, she was too weak to speak. Gao Wenxiang looked at the time and realized that it was already past 2 in the afternoon. He felt a little hungry. So, he looked at Zhuang Jing and said, "How about we have some hot pot?" "Okay, master." Zhuang Jing smiled. Her big eyes narrowed into crescent shapes when she smiled, making people unconsciously indulge in the crescent lake. Gao Wenxiang pulled out the table and chairs against the kitchen door, and then opened the kitchen door. A zombie waved its claws and pounced towards him. Then, the zombie was hit hard on the head and knocked to the ground by Zhuang Jing's baseball bat. Gao Wenxiang had put away his baseball bat and held the fire axe in his hand again. He swung the axe and chopped off the neck of a burly zombie. There were still 3 zombies inside, and the remains of several people on the ground. Blood and internal organs were all over the floor, and a bloody and foul smell spread to Gao Wenxiang's nostrils. The 3 zombies were quickly dealt with by the 2 men. Gao Wenxiang looked at his already dirty and smelly clothes, then looked at Zhuang Jing's clothes, which were also dirty and splattered with green slime, and said, "I think we need to take a shower and change clothes first." "Okay, master." Zhuang Jing also smelled the sour smell of zombie mucus on his body. The two went to the bathroom of the hot pot restaurant. Gao Wenxiang took off his clothes and took out a towel, shower gel, and canvas clothes from his personal space. Zhuang Jing also took off her dirty clothes and stood beside him. She said shyly, "Master, let me rub your back." After taking a bath, they went to the kitchen, prepared the hot pot soup base, prepared the dishes, and went to the dining table. Zhuang Jing closed the kitchen door, adding a sense of peace to the atmosphere of the hot pot restaurant. The two of them had quite a few side dishes, including beef, tripe, mutton rolls, fish fillets, baby cabbage, thousand sheets, blood curd, thousand-leaf tofu, fish balls, egg dumplings. Gao Wenxiang also took 2 bottles of beer. Zhuang Jing put the vegetables into the hot pot. Gao Wenxiang opened the beer cap, looked at her, and asked, "Can I drink it?" "Master, I can drink it." Zhuang Jing held the cup in both hands and handed it to Gao Wenxiang. Gao Wenxiang poured her glass. Zhuang Jing held the cup in both hands again, brought it in front of her, and shouted, "Thank you, master." The two ate hot pot and drank beer. Soon, both of them were satisfied with their meals and drinks. Zhuang Jing had snuggled into Gao Wenxiang's arms without him noticing. Her flushed face was full of tenderness and affection. Gao Wenxiang pushed her away, stood up, opened the window, looked at the groups of zombies wandering outside, and suddenly wanted to smoke a cigarette. While he was thinking about it, the pack of Tyrannosaurus Brothers cigarettes that he had drawn from the system appeared in his hand. Thinking of the special effects of the cigarettes mentioned by the system, Gao Wenxiang opened the package and lit one. When he took a puff of his cigarette, he suddenly realized that the world had changed in his eyes. The group of zombies downstairs looked different in his eyes. The female zombie in his eyes turned into a beautiful elf with skin as white as jade and emerald green eyes. The male zombies were still as ugly as ever, covered in pus and with green slime dripping from their bodies. The zombies also discovered that he had opened the window. The female zombies shouted hoarsely at him, and this time he actually understood the meaning of the shouting. They were courting, wooing him. This made Gao Wenxiang feel a little absurd, but he also noticed something different and thought to himself, maybe they do have thoughts. More and more female zombies gathered under the window and screamed at him, and they even began to compete to show off their body advantages. Gao Wenxiang felt that he, who was smoking Tyrannosaurus cigarettes, might have become a succubus in the eyes of the female zombies. What made Gao Wenxiang feel even more terrified was that along with Brother Tyrannosaurus cigarette, a pill that was immune to all poisons was also taken away. Perhaps something could really happen between him and these zombie beauties. Gao Wenxiang thought to himself, and then he felt that he seemed a little abnormal. Maybe this was not abnormal, but just a manifestation of the hidden desires in the human heart. Gao Wenxiang didn't have an answer, but he thought if one day they really turned into elf beauties, when that moment really came, he might not be too resistant. After finishing a cigarette, the world in Gao Wenxiang's eyes became normal again. Gao Wenxiang clearly noticed the confusion on the faces of the female zombies. They were originally crowded together, but now they split into groups and dispersed. They became ugly again in Gao Wenxiang's eyes, which made him feel a little lost. "Let's go to the top floor to get some fresh air and help digest the food," Gao Wenxiang said to Zhuang Jing. "Okay, master." Zhuang Jing naturally put her arms around Gao Wenxiang's arm, and the woman's natural body fragrance clearly reached Gao Wenxiang's nose. Gao Wenxiang pinched her chin with his hand and shook it left and right, like he was playing with a kitten. Looking at the smile in her eyes, Gao Wenxiang patted her face and said, "Let's go." The two went up to the roof together. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. The setting sun seems to symbolize the disappearance of the prosperity of the entire world. The old order has completely collapsed, morality has been completely lost, and the ugliness of human nature has begun to be revealed more bloodily. Gao Wenxiang looked at the zombies roaming in large numbers downstairs and did not feel sad at all. Because only in troubled times, when the old order is disrupted, will people from the lower class like him have the opportunity to rise. Liu Bang was just a village head, Liu Bei was just a shoe seller, and Zhu Yuanzhang was just a beggar first. If these people had not lived in troubled times, they would have ended up struggling at the bottom of society. Now, the end of the world has come, and Gao Wenxiang wants to follow the example of his predecessors and build a great cause. Thinking of this, Gao Wenxiang felt extremely refreshed, both physically and mentally. Just at this moment, he felt the urge to urinate, so he went to the edge of the roof, unzipped his pants, and urinated towards the floor below. The force of the urine jet was extremely strong, drawing an arc in the air and falling like rain, drop by drop hitting the zombies in the group downstairs. This scene, coupled with the setting sun, made Zhuang Jing, who was standing nearby, a little dazed. When Gao Wenxiang had put his clothes and pants in order, Zhuang Jing walked up to him, her face full of shyness and eagerness to try. She said, "Master, I want to do the same." Gao Wenxiang smiled. He remembered that when he was a teenager, he once helped a relative's child to urinate. So at this moment, it should not be unfamiliar to him. Chapter 12. Escape. When Zhuang Jing had tidied her clothes, Gao Wenxiang said, "It's time for us to leave here." "Okay, master." Zhuang Jing's face was red like a little apple. The two walked down the top floor and followed the stairs to the first floor. Gao Wenxiang did not hear the sound of zombies scratching the door. He thought that the zombies did not sense the breath of living people and left. The moment he opened the door, Gao Wenxiang somehow took out the pack of Tyrannosaurus Brothers cigarettes. He wanted to try it out to see if this thing actually had such magical effects. So he lit 2 cigarettes, gave one to Zhuang Jing, and smoked the other himself. Then he opened the door of the hot pot restaurant and walked out. As soon as he walked out of the store, he saw a completely different world. All the female zombies turned into beautiful green elves. They had beautiful eyes, long ears, and their wonderful figures were clearly revealed. And these female zombies are rushing towards him in groups. Gao Wenxiang had already expected the situation in front of him, so he was not panicked, but calmly asked Zhuang Jing beside him, "What did you see?" Zhuang Jing said, "I saw a bunch of pretty boys with greasy makeup on their faces, and they were smiling at me. I also noticed that the master seemed to be more beautiful and smelled better." Gao Wenxiang nodded. He had roughly understood the effect of Brother Tyrannosaurus cigarettes. Many zombies surrounded the 2 men, but did not take any further action. Instead, they all let out a roar. Gao Wenxiang listened to the roars of the female zombies, which were exactly the same as what he had heard at the window before. That is an invitation to courtship. Gao Wenxiang also tried to make a sound like a zombie. He screamed in his throat. At this moment, he seemed to have mastered the language of zombies. "Salamin min." This was the sound he roared out, representing rejection. When Zhuang Jing saw Gao Wenxiang doing this, she followed suit and shouted in the same voice. When the zombies heard the rejection, they all made way. Gao Wenxiang and Zhuang Jing were able to move forward smoothly. They shouted like this along the way and moved forward quickly. Gao Wenxiang was deeply moved. It was indeed a special item with a system rating of 4 stars of black iron. In Gao Wenxiang's opinion, the effect of Tyrannosaurus Brothers cigarettes even exceeded its rating performance. Before the cigarette burned out, the two safely crossed the pedestrian street and came to a new intersection. Throwing away the cigarette, but in his hand, Gao Wenxiang said, "Let's go. The New World Hotel is almost here." "Yes, master." Zhuang Jing didn't expect to get out of the pedestrian street so easily. They walked forward about 10 meters and encountered only individual wandering zombies, which they easily dealt with. At this time, Gao Wenxiang heard a cry for help. "Hey, can you save us?" Gao Wenxiang looked in the direction of the voice and saw a skinny young man wearing glasses who looked like a monkey calling for help on the second floor next to him, where the sign of Qianlima Human Resources Company was hung. Gao Wenxiang just glanced at it and didn't want to pay any attention to it. He and Zhuang Jing continued walking forward. "Hey, brother, don't go. Save me. I will give you money, all my money, and women, too." The skinny monkey was obviously anxious when he saw that Gao Wenxiang ignored him. Seeing Gao Wenxiang walking away, the anxiety in Shouho's eyes turned into hatred, and he cursed. "I'm sorry, your ancestors, do you still have any humanity, you bastard? People like you will be torn into pieces by zombies sooner or later. You bastard, you bitch. You will not die well. You inhuman bastard." Gao Wenxiang felt as if he heard the Buddhist chanting again. He really couldn't understand why there were so many people in this world who liked to morally blackmail others. And when his moral blackmail on others fails, he turns to vicious curses. Why can't they understand the principle of self-reliance? Why don't they understand that the only person you can rely on is yourself? As for this kind of people who, after failing to use moral kidnapping, resort to verbal abuse, Gao Wenxiang feels that it is better to perform physical salvation because he cannot bear to see bad people run rampant. If there is anyone in this world who can do evil, he hopes that person can only be himself. So he turned his head, looked up at the skinny monkey, and said, "You're right, I was a little selfish just now. I will come up right away." In fact, Gao Wenxiang only said half of the sentence. What he really meant was, "You are right. I was indeed a little selfish just now. I only thought about myself and let someone like you survive. I will come up and send you to hell." Seeing Gao Wenxiang turn around and speak some sincere words, the skinny monkey immediately changed his attitude and said flatteringly, "Brother, I was wrong just now. I was just a little anxious and said the wrong thing. You won't mind, right? Thank you so much. Thank you for saving me." Gao Wenxiang smiled at him, pushed open the glass door, and walked in. There are no zombies on the first floor. Gao Wenxiang and Zhuang Jing went upstairs together. As soon as he reached the second floor, Gao Wenxiang saw 6 zombies wandering in the hall. There were 2 corpses on the ground. One was a young man, and the other was a woman in a tight skirt. Their stomachs had been cut open, their internal organs had been emptied, and blood was flowing everywhere. Obviously, this was all the work of these 6 zombies. Smelling the breath of living people, the 6 zombies stretched out their bloody hands, roared and pounced towards the 2 people. The 6 zombies did not pose any threat to the 2 of them. Gao Wenxiang is on the left and Zhuang Jing is on the right, and the 2 work together in perfect harmony. Gao Wenxiang chopped off one of the zombies' arms with his axe, then moved to his side and swung the axe hard, removing his head. Zhuang Jing also moved nimbly, dancing the baseball bat in her hand like a mace, full of vigor and momentum. She had the temperament of a female hero in a martial arts novel. Soon, the 6 zombies were dealt with by the 2 of them. Then, Gao Wenxiang knocked on the door of the room where the skinny monkey was and shouted, "It's all settled, come out." The skinny monkey had seen the whole process through the peephole. He shouted from inside the door, "Thank you, brother. I'll open the door right away." As he spoke, the skinny monkey opened the door, and Gao Wenxiang walked in first, holding a fire axe in his hand. In addition to the skinny guy, there were 2 young women curled up in the corner of the room. They both had long flowing hair and looked very young. Since Gao Wenxiang came in, one of the women has been staring at Shouho with hatred in her eyes. Looking at her torn shirt and the slap marks on her face, Gao Wenxiang had already guessed what had happened. Gao Wenxiang deliberately frowned and asked Shouho, "What's wrong with them?" The skinny monkey smiled widely and pointed at the 2 girls and introduced them to Gao Wenxiang. "This is Zhang Xiufen, a new college student of the company. This is Hu Yali, whom I have been pursuing." Gao Wenxiang showed a mocking smile on his face. "You pursue a woman by tearing her clothes?" The skinny monkey explained bitterly. "Brother, you don't know. She is a scheming bitch who has been keeping me hanging. Every time she gave me a little sweetness, I thought there was hope. But after I pursued her for half a year, she wouldn't even let me touch her hand. Moreover, 2 days ago, I found her flirting with Xiao Zhang from the company at the door of the company's bathroom. Brother, tell me, as a man, can you bear it? It just so happens that the end of the world is coming today. Is it wrong for me to take back some of my interest? As a result, that bitch Hu Yali even bit my hand. The bitch Zhang Xiufen protected her and went against me. Am I wrong? I'm not wrong." Chapter 13, Contract Again. The skinny monkey spoke righteously. In his mouth, Hu Yali became a female sea king who had her feet on several boats. Gao Wenxiang actually doesn't care about the feud between Shouho and the 2 women. He's simply a bystander who enjoys the fun, because in his heart, he had already sentenced the skinny monkey to death. Hearing the words of Shouho, Hu Yali, who was hiding in the corner, was so angry that she trembled all over. She shouted, Huang, stop spitting blood at me. I've already said that I don't have any feelings for you, but you're the one who keeps pestering me. And what you said about flirting with Xiao Zhang, that's not the case at all. At that time, Xiao Zhang said that he was going to have a birthday party in a few days and invited me to attend. As for you, you were just jealous. You even wanted to rape me in front of Xiufen. You are a beast. I will call the police to arrest you. Huang was so angry when he heard Hu Yali's words that he laughed instead and said disdainfully, I just laughed. Why did Xiao Zhang invite you to his birthday party and not other people in the company? Are you playing dumb here? Or do you think I'm so easy to fool? As for calling the police, I'm waiting. Go ahead and call the police now. I'm waiting for the police to come and arrest me. You. Hu Yali was so angry that her eyes turned red and tears rolled down her eyes. Huang looked smug, like a rooster returning victoriously. He stuck out his neck and said in a sarcastic tone, Oh, I can't call the police. How pitiful. It seems that I can only be a lawless criminal in peace. After speaking venomously to Hu Yali, Huang changed his expression to Gao Wenxiang. He smiled and said, Brother, you know I can't stand any sand in my eyes. I hate it most when people lie to me. This woman played with my feelings, and now she wants to sue me for rape. I'm really angry. Seeing that Lizzie had finished reading, Gao Wenxiang knew that it was time to give the story a perfect ending. He smiled and said, "If you're still angry, don't be angry." As he said that, Gao Wenxiang winked at Zhuang Jing. "Brother, what did you say?" While Huang Huan was wondering, Zhuang Jing's baseball bat was already hitting his neck, knocking Huang Huan to the ground. Zhuang Jing hit Huang Huan with the baseball bat again, completely breaking his cervical vertebrae. Huang Huan was spitting blood from his mouth. His whole face was swollen red, and it was obvious that he was dying. Gao Wenxiang took one last look at Huang Huan, who was still holding his head in his hands, and said to Zhuang Jing, "Let's go." "Yes, Brother Chang," Zhuang Jing responded. The two began to walk out. At this time, Zhang Xiufen, one of the two girls, shouted, "Brother, can you take us away?" Gao Wenxiang stopped, turned around, and asked, "Can you be my slave?" "What do you mean?" Zhang Xiufen looked alert, and her expression turned a little ugly. Gao Wenxiang had no desire to explain. To him, the two women in front of him were dispensable creatures. He even felt that a contract dog would be more convenient than a contract person. After all, a contracted dog may only need to be dealt with by throwing a bone, and dogs are far more loyal than humans. Gao Wenxiang turned around again and prepared to go downstairs with Zhuang Jing. "Brother, I promise you," Zhang Xiufen shouted hurriedly when she saw Gao Wenxiang turn around and leave without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the contracted maid Zhang Xiufen, for gaining 1 slavery point. Gao Wenxiang then stopped again and walked up to Zhang Xiufen. He said, "To be my slave, you need certain qualifications? What can you do?" When Zhang Xiufen saw Gao Wenxiang coming back, it was like she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Although what he said was unpleasant to the ear, Zhang Xiufen had already experienced the ugliness of human nature at the end of the world from Huang Huan. The mutilated body of her colleague outside the door told her even more bloodily what kind of world the world is now. Although the man in front of her had a cold look in his eyes, the way he had dealt with Huang Huan just now was cruel enough to make her feel a fear deep in her bones. However, she also saw hope for survival from this man who disregarded human life. Compared to an indecisive, timid, and cowardly man, only a man like this can be her support in the end of the world. She just wants to live, not die. So, facing the man's gaze, Zhang Xiufen said, "I can sleep with you. I'm still a virgin." Gao Wenxiang shook his head and said, "In the end times, it's hard for a woman to survive for long by relying on her looks. You need to prove your worth." Gao Wenxiang handed her a dagger and said to her, "Now is the time to prove your courage. Use this dagger to cut off Huang Huan's head and prove that you are still useful and can fight alongside me in the future. Otherwise, you will just be a burden and useless to me, and I won't take you with me." Zhang Xiufen looked at the man's cold eyes and realized that what he said was absolutely serious. He was a man with a heart of stone. He didn't even bother to pretend to be nice to her, even if she said she was still a virgin. This made Zhang Xiufen value this man even more. Perhaps only a man with such a determination could walk normally on a street full of zombies. Zhang Xiufen clenched the dagger and came to Huang Huan. She squatted down, then stabbed hard with the dagger in her hand. Then came the cutting. Her dagger began to cut along the throat. She felt that her hands were out of control and were shaking constantly. Then the shaking began to spread to her arms, then her back, and then her entire body. She really couldn't control her inner fear. She had never killed even a chicken since she was a child, and now she was killing a human being. At this time, she heard the man's voice again. "If you're afraid of even a dead person, how can you survive in this apocalypse filled with zombies? If you really can't bring yourself to do it, I suggest you use this dagger to commit suicide so that you will never suffer again in the future." Gao Wenxiang's words made Zhang Xiufen's extremely nervous heart feel as if a bucket of cold water was suddenly poured over it. To survive or to die? This question is not difficult for Zhang Xiufen to choose. Her shaking hands began to become steady, and she slowly cut Huang Huan's throat. After getting over the initial fear, she found that it was not difficult at all, and she felt like she was cutting pork bot in the supermarket. Finally, she took off Huang Huan's head and held it in her hand. She forced a smile towards Gao Wenxiang. "I did it." Hu Yali, who was standing in the corner next to her and saw this scene, was completely stunned. Gao Wenxiang looked at Zhang Xiufen and said calmly, "You've passed the test, throw it away." "Yes, master." "Master." Zhang Xiufen thought of Gao Wenxiang's words asking her to be a slave, and quickly changed her words. Zhang Xiufen threw away Huang Huan's head and watched it rolling on the ground like a ball. She didn't feel any discomfort at all. She looked at Hu Yali, who was still huddled in the corner, and asked, Yali, are you willing to follow the master? After hearing Zhang Xiufan's question, Hu Yali suddenly realized her situation. If Xiufan also left, she would be left here alone. Perhaps she would die soon, or go crazy if she didn't die. She stood up, looked at Gao Wenxiang, and said, If I follow you, do I have to be your slave? Gao Wenxiang nodded. Hu Yali clenched her hands. From childhood to adulthood, she has always been the object of care. When she was a child, she was a good student in the eyes of her teachers. When she grew up, she was a goddess in the eyes of men. But now she is considering becoming a man's slave. She pursed her thin lips, feeling that her dignity had been severely trampled upon. Life and dignity, which should she choose? While she was still hesitating, Gao Wenxiang had already lost all his patience. He looked at Zhuang Jing and Zhang Xiufan and said, Let's go, we have work to do. Chapter 14 Lottery. I am willing to be your slave. I am willing to do anything for you. Hu Yali finally succumbed to fate. She shouted loudly. She didn't want to stay here and die alone. Ding! Congratulations to the host contracted Maid Hu Yali for gaining 1 slavery point. Gao Wenxiang turned around and looked at her, saying, You also need to prove yourself. Hu Yali walked over without thinking, took the dagger from Zhang Xiufan's hand, came in front of Huang Huan, and directly cut off his protruding point. Is it okay? Hu Yali felt that she was a little crazy now. Throw away the dagger, Gao Wenxiang said, and walked towards the stairs. Arriving on the first floor, Gao Wenxiang looked at the 2 people's clothes. One was wearing a hip skirt, revealing her black silk thighs. The other was also wearing denim shorts with a pink shirt, revealing most of her white thighs. If you wear this kind of outfit and get scratched by a zombie, your skin will be scratched, and the chance of being infected with the zombie virus will greatly increase. After all, these 2 people are now his slaves and can barely be considered as backup forces, so it is still necessary to look after them a little. So, he took out 2 sets of canvas clothes from his personal space and said to the 2 of them, Change clothes. When the 2 women saw the clothes suddenly appear in Gao Wenxiang's hands, their eyes widened. They all realized that this was most likely a supernatural power. The 2 women took the clothes from Gao Wenxiang one by one. Although she was a little shy, thinking that sooner or later she would become the woman of the man in front of her, Zhang Xiufan did not hesitate much and took off her hip skirt and hollow shirt and changed into canvas clothes. Hu Yali hesitated for half a second. Seeing Zhang Xiufan taking off her clothes neatly, she also put down the burden in her heart. She took off her denim shorts and white shirt and completed the whole process of changing clothes in front of the man. Her face was still red until she put on her clothes. Gao Wenxiang gave each of the 2 women a baseball bat and looked at them with a cold expression. At this moment, I will protect you as much as possible. However, I can't protect you forever. You need to make yourself useful as soon as possible. Don't yell when you encounter zombies. Calm yourself down. The zombies nowadays are not strong. Even with your abilities, you can handle a single zombie. If you are unfortunately scratched by zombies, don't think I will save you. I will abandon you without hesitation. I hope you remember one thing. In the end, you have to rely on yourself. Got it? Got it, master. Zhang Xiufan did not object to the man's words that sounded cold and ruthless, because it made her know what she could do and what she absolutely could not touch. It was obvious that the man in front of him hated trouble. What he needed was a helper, like the woman standing next to him who called him Brother Chong. Zhang Xiufan understood that if she could not adapt to the end of the world as soon as possible and instead caused him trouble in vain, he would abandon her without any hesitation. Hu Yali still couldn't stand the indifference shown in the man's words, but thinking of the cruelty of the end of the world, she shuddered unconsciously and said, I know, master. She felt that it was always difficult for her to say the word master, as if she was a homeless stray puppy, waiting eagerly for an owner to adopt her. And this master is so harsh and has no kindness at all. At this time, Gao Wenxiang was not in a hurry to open the door, but immersed his mind in the system interface. He felt that his methods were still a bit simple, and now he had accumulated 3 slavery points, which was just right for exchanging for a chance to win a lottery. System, redeem 3 primary draws for me, and take them all now. As Gao Wenxiang finished speaking, the lottery page appeared on the copper mirror of the system again, and the light spots began to flash. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the character Zhang Qing, the featherless arrow, and obtaining the martial arts mastery of hidden weapons. and the martial arts rating is Black Iron 1 star. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing the character Ding, being from a movie, Blade Master 2, and obtaining the martial arts Japanese swordsmanship. And the martial arts rating is Black Iron 1 star. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing the Yin Yang Hihuan San. The drug rating is Black Iron 1 star. Gao Wenxiang took a look at the 3 rewards he had drawn. He planned to use the mastery of hidden weapons himself to enrich his skills. In the future, he might be able to earn a reputation as Xiao Gao Fei Dao. Moreover, this skill could also be used to throw grenades, and each blast would hit the target accurately. He planned to keep the Japanese sword art first, and then give it to the maid who performed well after seeing her performance. As for Yin Yang Hihuan San, this familiar name, Gao Wenxiang asked, "System, what is the effect of this Yin Yang Hihuan powder?" Gao Wenxiang didn't believe that a drug rated as high as 1 iron star by the system was just a simple aphrodisiac, so he asked the system directly. The system replied, "When the host and the maid are practicing together, taking the Yin Yang Hihuan powder can greatly increase the value of loyalty." Oh, Gao Wenxiang understood. The system is really considerate. Before, Tyrannosaurus Brothers cigarettes were paired with pills that were immune to all poisons. The current 60-point loyalty forced solidification mechanism, coupled with the Yin Yang Hihuan powder. This made Gao Wenxiang doubt whether the system's lottery mechanism was the same as the lottery, and whether it was a shady operation. However, Gao Wenxiang felt relieved when he thought that he was the beneficiary of the system's secret operation. He only hopes that the intensity of this behind-the-scenes operation will be increased. After exiting the system, Gao Wenxiang's mind was suddenly flooded with countless knowledge about hidden weapons, as if he had been studying the art of hidden weapons for decades. Although this was not the first time Gao Wenxiang had this feeling, it still felt wonderful. He had a feeling of enlightenment, as the ancients said, and it was as if he was having a lucid dream. In this lucid dream, he could control himself and do whatever he wanted. If he thought it through, he would see things clearly. Zhang Xiaofan and Hu Yali were both staring at Gao Wenxiang, because he had been in a daze for a minute. Zhuang Jing was also looking at Gao Wenxiang. Only when he was in a daze could she look at his face so unreservedly and feel an uncontrollable love from the deepest part of her heart. Her eyes were so obsessed that Zhang Xiaofan and Hu Yali beside her both felt the surprise in their eyes. How much does a woman have to love a man to have such a look in his eyes? Neither of the two women knew, because they had never experienced unforgettable love. What they experienced at most was that the two people had a little affection for each other, and then this affection was worn away by the trivialities of time, and they became strangers from then on. As soon as Gao Wenxiang came back to his senses, he met the eyes of the 3 women, and then the 3 women retracted their gazes. He then looked at Zhuang Jing alone. "After we get out, I'll go on the right, and you go on the left, protecting them in the middle." "Yes, Brother Chong," Zhuang Jing agreed. At present, only she can call him Brother Chong. Other women can only call him Master. This is the difference between her and them. She is the one closest to the Master, and after learning Wing Chun, she can not only become a Master's helper, but also has better body flexibility and can complete movements that she could not complete before. She will definitely give her Master her most perfect dance. Chapter 15 Trial. "Let's go." Gao Wenxiang said this, opened the door, and walked out first. The 4 of them came to the street. A few meters ahead of them, there were 3 zombies wandering around. Smelling the breath of a living person, the 3 zombies roared and pounced over. Zhang Xiaofan only felt her heartbeat quicken suddenly, and her body tensed up involuntarily. She clenched the baseball bat in her hand, her heart was tense, and her palms were shaking slightly. When Hu Yali saw the zombies rushing towards her, she shrank her neck in fear and took 2 steps back. If she had not been rational, she would have run away immediately. Gao Wenxiang saw the performance of both of them. He couldn't say whether he was disappointed or not. In his opinion, this was normal. Humans are always full of fear of unknown creatures. But he is not a real nanny after all, so he decides to start the second test for the 2. If they are really hopeless, dying here is better than dying in even greater despair later. So he said to Zhuang Jing, "Don't kill these zombies, just break their hands." "Yes, Brother Chong," Zhuang Jing agreed, and the baseball bat in his hand quickly smashed towards the arm of a zombie. Gao Wenxiang also wielded the fire axe and chopped off a zombie's arm at the root. The 2 men's movements were so smooth that the 2 nervous and worried women quickly calmed down and felt an unparalleled sense of security. But as the arms of the 3 zombies were chopped off, Gao Wenxiang's voice was like a basin of ice water poured over the heads of the two men. Now, they are handed over to you. Smash their heads or be bitten to death by them. Gao Wenxiang finished speaking and stepped back. Zhuang Jing also understood what her master meant, and she quickly moved aside, exposing the two women directly to the attack range of the three zombies. Looking at the zombie with sunken eye sockets, purple body, and dripping mucus, roaring and rushing towards her, Zhang Xiufen felt her heartbeat slowed down by half a beat. At this moment, she could feel her heartbeat so clearly. She clenched the baseball bat and kept reminding herself that these were two zombies with broken arms. They only had a mouth to bite people, and they were not fast. But she had weapons and could definitely defeat them. As she was thinking this, a zombie pounced towards her and bit her. Seeing that disgusting face full of pus, Zhang Xiufen clenched the baseball bat and hit it. Because of nervousness, the hit of the baseball bat was a little off-center and hit the zombie's nose, knocking the zombie's nose bridge off his face. The zombie was also shaken by the blow and was a little unstable. At this moment, she heard the man's voice again. "Break its neck and he will die." Zhang Xiufen only had instinct left at this time. Hearing the man's words, she clenched the baseball bat and used all her strength to swing it hard at the zombie's neck. Crack! The zombie's neck was like a rotten piece of wood and was directly broken in half by this heavy blow. The zombie's head drooped down immediately. Zhang Xiufen was afraid that he was not dead yet, so she hit him with the stick again, breaking the remaining half of the larynx. The zombie's head fell directly to the ground and rolled to the side. Only then did Zhang Xiufen begin to breathe heavily. Back to just now, Huyali heard Gao Wenxiang's cold words and the zombies rushing towards her. Huyali's first reaction was to run away immediately. But in a flash, she had already figured out the consequences of running away. She wanted to live, no matter how difficult it was. She is so beautiful and so young. She doesn't want to die. Thinking of this, smelling the sour stench of zombies, Huyali's resentment for being almost raped by Huang Huan, coupled with her desire to survive at this moment, turned into fierceness in her eyes. She grasped the baseball bat tightly with both hands and swung it forward fiercely. The baseball bat hit the zombie's rotting chest. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. Huyali didn't remember how many times she swung the stick. Half of the zombie's body was smashed by her, and it had already fallen to the ground, but she was still whipping the corpse. Finally, the zombie's head was smashed by her, and she raised her head and gasped. A gust of wind blew, carrying with it the stench of zombies, which made her feel like retching. The other zombie was dealt with by Zhang Xiufen. For Zhang Xiufen, who had killed the first zombie, she no longer felt much fear when killing another one. Especially since the zombies were without hands, they were now less threatening to her than a dog. When people have adapted to something, they will find that it is not as difficult as they imagined. You may even feel that it is so simple. This is how Zhang Xiufen felt at this moment. Huyali had also recovered a long time ago. She suppressed the urge to retch because she found that the man and the woman were not waiting for her. They are moving forward. So, Huyali hurried to catch up. Facing such a man, she had no urge to complain because she knew that her complaints would not only not get any response, but would also likely make the man feel disgusted. Humans are creatures who really know how to judge the situation. Huyali could not have imagined that she, who had always been the center of attention, who had loved to be willful and act like a spoiled child since childhood, would try to figure out a man's character so seriously and change her character so quickly because of him. Gao Wenxiang handled the next few waves of zombies in the same way. The two women also got over their first-time awkwardness and became more familiar with handling zombies. In the end, Gao Wenxiang even made the two of them face complete zombies. Although the process seemed a bit dangerous, they eventually overcame their fear, and the expressions on their faces changed from the previous weakness. In just a short period of time, the two seemed to have been reborn and started a new life. Zhang Xiufen looked at Gao Wenxiang with gratitude in her eyes. Simply protecting her would not allow her to acquire the skills to survive in the apocalypse, but the opportunity for training provided by Gao Wenxiang would enable her to achieve real growth. This made Zhang Xiufen more determined to follow the man, even though she only knew this man by one name, Brother Chong. But this did not affect the tough image of this man in her mind, and it even made her eager to know everything about this man. Huyali's expression also became complicated. If she had initially succumbed to fate, she had chosen to agree to be this man's slave. Before, she swung the baseball bat to vent her anger and unwillingness, but now, she has figured out everything. She looked at the man in front of her who did not look back, and thought to herself that perhaps only a man like this could be her destination at the end of the world. Although he was ruthless, he really helped her understand the true doomsday and taught her how to truly face it. What else could she ask for from a man like this? Moreover, she secretly liked the feeling of being dominated. Chapter 16, Entering the Hotel. Finally, the four arrived at their destination, the New World Hotel. When Gao Wenxiang pushed open the door of the hotel, he saw four mutilated corpses, two of which were young girls wearing the hotel's standard uniforms. Their clothes had been torn, their stomachs had been hollowed out, and blood was all over the floor. The other two bodies were a thin, red-haired man with half of his neck missing but his stomach intact, and an old man with both arms missing and his neck bitten off. It can be seen that the zombies that bit them were very picky in taste. They probably preferred the bodies of young girls and were not interested in the bodies of skinny men and old men. Well, even zombies have their own rigorous aesthetics. Sensing the breath of living people, the zombies in the hall came towards the four people. There are 9 zombies in total, which is not too difficult. Gao Wenxiang used the light body technique of natural gait and came to the side of a zombie with a side step. He chopped the zombie's head off with a fire axe in his hand. Without waiting for his body to fall to the ground, Gao Wenxiang kicked the zombie's headless body directly into the arms of another zombie. Then he raised his axe downward, like whacking a mole, and smashed it hard on the zombie's head. Snap! The zombie's head was smashed directly into the chest by Gao Wenxiang's heavy blow. With just 2 strikes, Gao Wenxiang killed 2 zombies. This made the 2 women who were looking at him from behind feel dizzy. Compared to the previous trial that was like playing house on the street outside the hotel, now they have witnessed the true strength of this man. On the other side, Zhuang Jing was also moving among the zombies like a butterfly, wielding the baseball bat in her hand like the most indestructible weapon in the world. When she hit the zombies, their cervical vertebrae were broken and their skulls were dented. In less than 2 minutes, all the zombies in the hall had been cleared out by them. Gao Wenxiang arrived at the elevator and found that the elevator was broken and they had to take the stairs to the 29th floor. "Let's go. Let's take the stairs," Gao Wenxiang said. At this time, Huyali, who was really curious, asked, "Master, what are we doing here?" Zhuang Jing, who was standing by, looked at Gao Wenxiang with a questioning look. After Gao Wenxiang nodded slightly, she answered for him. "This world has become a death game. Brother Chong was originally endowed with some special abilities by this world, and therefore undertook a series of system tasks that the world required him to complete. Brother Chong came here just to complete a mission." Oh, combining the magical abilities that Gao Wenxiang had shown before, Hu Yali understood it all at once. This was easy to understand. She had also seen many science fiction movies about the end of the world. In these movies, zombies, superpowers, and genetic drugs were standard features. As for the so-called supernatural system, in Huyali's opinion, it might be the product of advanced civilization. Perhaps the truth of the Doomsday was originally a game of advanced civilization, a game that they launched at will with Blue Star as the battlefield. Zhang Xiufan had the same idea as Huyali, but the narrative method of cosmic civilization was too grand for her. She was not interested in it. She was just a little woman without a long-term vision. Human heroism had nothing to do with her. Therefore, she will not be sad about the passing of time, nor will she be impressed by the vastness of the universe. She just wants to live, just wants to follow the footsteps of the man in front of her and keep going. She doesn't care what the future will be like or what the world will be like. Gao Wenxiang walked up the stairs. There were not many zombies on the stairs, but there were quite a few dead bodies. Many of them looked like they were trampled to death. This seems normal to Gao Wenxiang. Even when celebrities hold concerts, stampedes will happen, let alone escaping from the apocalypse. Gao Wenxiang thought that just these people who were trampled to death, each with a stick, would be enough to deal with all the zombies in the hotel. However, once panic breaks out, the rationality of many people will disappear and extreme emotions will dominate their brains. This is the herd effect. Gao Wenxiang would not want such a flock of sheep, because no matter how many there are, they are still weak. Only those who are as fierce and tough as wolves are worthy of traveling with him. Bang, bang, bang. When he reached the 12th floor, Gao Wenxiang suddenly heard gunshots coming from the corridor. Gao Wenxiang signaled to the 3 women with his eyes, and he took out a dagger from his personal space. The 3 girls understood and stopped. Bang! 2 more gunshots were heard, and a man's curse came from the corridor. "You stinky bitch, you won't lose any meat just by playing together, but you dare to bite me. You're wasting my bullets." You think that if you die like this, everything will be over. You're overthinking it. I'm going to feed you to the zombies now." As the man finished speaking, the friction sound of dragging heavy objects was heard in the aisle. Gao Wenxiang waited quietly. The man in the aisle had a gun in his hand, which was a hidden danger to him, so it was better to get rid of him first. The sound of heavy objects being dragged was getting closer and closer, and the man was still cursing. "You stinky bitch, what a waste of such a beautiful face. Aren't pretty women meant for men to play with? You don't even understand this. You bitch, and you still dare to bite me. Damn you. Since you don't want to feed me, I'll let you feed the zombies. I believe they will like you very much." Heavy. As the man cursed, he began to laugh, and his laughter was very cold. When the man dragged a woman's body to the entrance of the corridor, he immediately saw Gao Wenxiang standing at the bottom of the stairs staring at him. The man was stunned and was about to raise his gun, but he saw a flash of white light in front of his eyes, and then he felt a chill in his throat and a sweet taste rising up. He lowered his head and saw the dagger stuck in his throat. His eyes were blank for a moment, then turned into disbelief, and then turned into fear of death. Blood gushed out from his throat and mouth. The man felt dizzy and his life was leaving him. He fell to the ground unwillingly, and the pistol fell from his weak hands. Gao Wenxiang walked up to the man, picked up the pistol, and put it into his personal space. Then, he really looked at the man. The man was not dead yet, and his throat was still making a ho-ho sound. He was only wearing a pair of flat shorts that were stained with blood. He did not have any outstanding appearance. Combined with the cursing of the man in the corridor before, it is undoubtedly possible to draw a conclusion that this is a young man with no roots. Gao Wenxiang squatted down and pulled out the dagger from the man's throat. The man was finally able to make sound. His voice was very small and intermittent. Save me, I can help." Gao Wenxiang saw that the man had such a strong desire to survive, so he asked, "Will you be my slave?" "I am willing." The man spoke intermittently. Blood flowed out of his mouth as he spoke. His throat was still bleeding. The look in his eyes became more and more anxious and desperate. Ding, congratulations to the host, the contracted servant Zhang Hu, for obtaining 1 slavery point. Not bad, a pleasant surprise. Gao Wenxiang was very satisfied that he had gained another enslavement point. He stood up, and in front of Zhang Hu's terrified eyes, he stepped on his neck and quickly crushed his cervical vertebrae. Watching Zhang Hu pass away so peacefully, Gao Wenxiang felt that he had done another good thing. After all, Zhang Hu was a good man who contributed 1 slavery point to him, so Gao Wenxiang had to let him die without too much pain. Gao Wenxiang took another look at the dead woman. She was indeed a beauty. He hoped that she would walk slowly on the Yinyang road, so that maybe she could wait for Zhang Hu, the rootless, crooked-necked ghost. In this way, the beauty might be able to take revenge personally on the Yinyang road, and Zhang Hu could also renew his relationship with the beauty. Gao Wenxiang felt that he did a great job, and he always liked to consider others, which made him sigh inwardly. Perhaps it would take some time for him to change his saintly nature. Chapter 17, Jiangmi. Gao Wenxiang knew that there must be many living people in this hotel, but for their safety, Gao Wenxiang would not disturb them. But he couldn't do that to Jiangmi. After all, her life or death is related to his novice mission. After chopping down all the zombies in the upward corridor, Gao Wenxiang arrived at the 29th floor. The entire 29th floor is a presidential suite. The door to the presidential suite was closed. At this time, Gao Wenxiang knocked on the door and shouted loudly inside, "Is anyone there? Is Miss Jiang still here?" Gao Wenxiang kept knocking on the door and repeating this sentence. Jiangmi had been worried for a long time. Her assistant turned into a zombie the moment the doomsday happened. If she hadn't reacted quickly and locked the assistant-turned-zombie in the room, she might have lost her life long ago. It's not that she didn't think about escaping, but when she opened the door and heard the horrific roars of zombies in the corridor, when she opened the window and saw the group of zombies wandering on the street, she knew that if she escaped, she would die. So it would be better for her to stay in the hotel and wait for rescue, which might have little hope. She waited for a whole afternoon, but no rescue came. The network had been disconnected long ago, and the phone could not be reached. Later, the hotel even had a power outage. She was so hungry that she had only eaten half an apple that day, that even making a cup of coffee became a luxury. Finally, as she was becoming increasingly desperate, she heard loud knocking on the door. Moreover, she heard someone calling her. So she hurriedly picked up a fruit knife, trotted to the door, and looked out through the peephole. She saw the outline of a man, and there seemed to be several women beside him. She felt a little relieved, but she did not let her guard down. Having been in the entertainment industry for many years, she has experienced countless backstabbings, dirty water throwings, and conspiracies. She has grown from a little-known little star to the nationally famous boss Jiang today. Naturally, she has long been accustomed to the wickedness of human nature and has long formed her own unique way of dealing with things. Listening to the questioning outside the door, she shouted to the person outside. "I am Jiangmi, who are you?" Gao Wenxiang said. "I'm glad you're okay, Miss Jiang. I'm for the L City Volunteer Rescue Team. I'm now organizing everyone to evacuate the hotel and head to the resettlement site set up by the L City Armed Forces. Do you want to come with us? If you don't leave now, it will be too late." A volunteer rescue team? A resettlement site set up by the armed forces? Jiang Mi's eyes were full of suspicion, and she didn't quite believe what the man outside the door said. She continued, "How do you prove your identity?" Gao Wenxiang said in an impatient tone, "Miss Jiang, I'll move aside and let you look outside the door. Besides me, there are 3 other beauties outside the door whom I rescued. Time is urgent and lives are at stake. I don't have much time to waste here with you. If you still don't believe me and don't want to leave, then I can only say sorry to you, and I have to go rescue other people. As for the next rescue time, I'm just a small person and I don't know." Gao Wenxiang's words not only threw out the 3 women as bait to gain Jiang Mi's trust, but also set a time limit trap, indicating that time is urgent. In front of the volunteers, everyone's life is equal. If Jiang Mi does not believe him and does not want his rescue, he will go to save others immediately. This forced Jiang Mi to make a decision immediately. In extreme situations, people's decisions are often not rational enough and are often influenced by appearance, emotion, and desire. This was Jiang Mi's situation at the moment. Although she rationally did not quite believe the man's one-sided words, the 3 women she saw through the cat's eyes seemed to indicate that what the man outside the door said was true. Moreover, her desire to survive made her want to believe that what the man said was true because she had already spent a whole afternoon waiting. Every minute and every second of this afternoon seemed so long to her, making her feel as if each day was a year in agony and despair. When she heard shouting outside the door, her despair was finally relieved, and she felt both happy and nervous. At this time, facing the choice proposed by the man, Jiang Mi made the decision without much hesitation. She shouted, "I'll go with you." As she said that, she opened the door. As the door was opened, Gao Wenxiang stepped in to prevent Jiang Mi from closing the door. Jiang Mi was pushed back a few steps by Gao Wenxiang's forward steps. She had already realized that something was wrong. She held the fruit knife in her hand to her chest and shouted, "What do you want to do?" Gao Wenxiang ignored her and continued walking towards her, while Jiang Mi also kept backing away. Gao Wenxiang walked to a sofa and sat down. Looking at Jiang Mi, who was slightly stunned in panic, Gao Wenxiang leaned casually on the sofa and said, "Actually, I didn't lie. I really came to rescue Miss Jiang." Jiang Mi stared into Gao Wenxiang's eyes with a look of disbelief. Gao Wenxiang actually doesn't care about Jiang Mi's attitude. To him, female celebrities are worthless in this end times. The reason why he made so many preparations and said so many words was just for the sake of the novice mission, to prevent Jiang Mi from doing something extreme and killing herself, which would have an unhappy outcome. Looking at Jiang Mi's face, Gao Wenxiang said, "Miss Jiang, don't disbelieve me. I do this for a reason. My request is that you become my slave. What do you think?" When Gao Wenxiang said this, his face was cold and his words were chilly, like the north wind of winter blowing over Jiang Mi's head, making her pretty face turn pale in an instant. Her crowded chest rose and fell. But she had experienced the unspoken rules of the entertainment industry after all, and many wealthy people behaved even more unscrupulously than the man in front of her. She even knew a celebrity couple who met in the bed of a big shot. I also know that a married woman openly kissed a big shot at a dinner party without any hesitation. There is enough darkness in the entertainment industry, and the reason she was able to make it out, apart from her excellent ability to market herself, is her ruthlessness. So, she quickly calmed herself down and said, "Sir, don't you think your request is shameless?" Gao Wenxiang shook his head and said, "I think my request is normal. Miss Jiang is in the entertainment industry, and I heard that many female stars in the entertainment industry are kept by others. In addition to those who are kept, there are also those who marry the director as mistress. Even after marrying a director, she was offered to a bigger celebrity. There's so many bad things in the entertainment industry. The actresses I'm talking about are all first-line stars who were once popular all over the country. All they want is a fixed financial sponsor. They themselves are nothing more than slaves of money and power. Miss Jiang is in the entertainment industry, a big dive vat. You don't think you were a White Lotus, right? I saved Miss Jiang's life, and Miss Jiang became my slave. Isn't this fair? Chapter 18, Novice Mission 1 completed. Although Gao Wenxiang's words were harsh, they pointed out a cruel reality. Now only he can save Jiangmi. Jiangmi has calmed down, and rational thinking begins to prevail. The man in front of me is not ugly. He can even be said to be handsome, and he completely suits my aesthetic taste. If I sleep with a man like this in order to survive, it doesn't seem like I will lose much, right? Reason was convincing Jiangmi, but her dignity seemed to be humiliated, roaring in her heart. You have fought so hard to get to where you are today. Isn't it just to live with more dignity, to become a goddess that everyone pays attention to become a legend in the entertainment industry? But now you want to live without dignity. Reason added, the entertainment industry is gone, times have changed, and now is the end of the world. Dignity can be regained later, but life is only once. Reason prevailed. Jiangmi dropped the fruit knife in her hand and asked, "What should I call you, sir?" Gao Wenxiang said, "My name is Gao Wenxiang." Jiangmi nodded and said, "Mr. Gao, if I agree to be your slave, what do I need to do?" Gao Wenxiang said, "I will teach you the skills to survive the apocalypse so that you can integrate into this apocalypse as quickly as possible. After all, I won't bring a burden with me." Gao Wenxiang's words were beyond Jiangmi's expectations. She thought that this man would make a promise to protect her with all his strength, which sounded false. Unexpectedly, the man's words were as harsh as ever, but she didn't mind. Compared to false promises and becoming a man's plaything, she preferred the concept of growth in the man's words. Because she has slowly grown from a small star to become the legendary boss Jiang in the entertainment industry. Now, she is just starting from scratch, and she is confident that she can do it well. She then asked, "Besides that, as your slave, do I need to sleep with you?" Jiangmi asked directly, because through the previous conversation, she was already familiar with the man's way of speaking. Direct and pragmatic. Gao Wenxiang looked Jiangmi up and down. She was wearing a red hollowed-out V-neck shirt. The V-neck was very low, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. One could even see the tortuous veins beneath her fair skin, winding their way deeper into the body. She was wearing a short skirt of the same color, and underneath the skirt were her slender thighs wrapped in black stockings. Coupled with her beautiful eyes, flaming red lips, and long wavy hair, the woman in front of you simply stands there, naturally exuding a sexy and seductive temperament. After looking at the woman's whole body, Gao Wenxiang said, "If Miss Jiang wants, I don't mind what happens to you." Gao Wenxiang was speaking from his heart. The woman in front of him was indeed pretty, and he was happy to have something happen between them. But the most important thing right now is the novice mission, and he has no shortage of women, so there's no need to force a woman for such a thing. Forcing someone to do something like this would be boring and tasteless, so he disdained to do it. Jiangmi looked at the three women behind him and seemed to understand something. She breathed a sigh of relief. Then she looked at Gao Wenxiang and said with complicated eyes, "I agree to be your slave. However, I will only call you Mr. Gao." Ding! Congratulations to the host contracted, Maid Jiangmi, for completing the novice mission. Gain 10 slavery points and get a Doomsday RV. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the novice mission 1. Newbie mission 2 is officially released. Novice mission 2. Form a team of beautiful women and escape from L City after 7 days. The number of beautiful women in the team who survive must be no less than 5. Mission reward: 1 bottle of primary gene potion, 15 points of slavery value. Failure penalty: deduct 1 centimeter from the protrusion length. Gao Wenxiang finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the system prompt that the novice mission 1 was completed. If for no other reason, the punishment for mission failure was simply too much for him to accept. But when he heard about the punishment for the novice mission 2, he felt a little annoyed. So, he immersed himself in the system and asked, "System, can you change the punishment?" The system replied, "You can change the punishment for the host. The punishment after the change is that the host will lose the natural gate, martial arts." Does the host need to change the punishment? Damn! The martial arts of natural gate include more than one kind of martial arts. It is the foundation of Gao Wenxiang's current life. If he loses it, his strength will be directly reduced by more than half. 1 centimeter is 1 centimeter. Even if the mission fails, It is within his acceptable range. Gao Wenxiang quickly came back to his senses from his system. He looked at Jiang Mi and said, "Let's go, we should leave here." "Okay, Mr. Gao, can I take my things?" Jiang Mi asked, pointing at her suitcase. Gao Wenxiang looked at her and said, "Okay, you need to carry it down the 29 floors, but if you stop halfway, I won't wait for you." "Okay, I understand, Mr. Gao." Jiang Mi didn't mention it again. Gao Wenxiang realized that she really understood, nodded, took out another set of canvas clothes from his personal space, and said, "Change your clothes." Jiang Mi was stunned as she watched Gao Wenxiang conjure up a set of clothes with ease. This made her even more aware of the mystery of this man. Without any hesitation, she took off her hollow shirt and short skirt, showing her perfect figure in front of this man. Then she quickly put on the canvas clothes and wrapped herself tightly. While she was getting dressed, she could feel the undisguised desire in the man's eyes. It was clear but not too strong. This made her believe that this was at least a man who was consistent in his words and deeds and could control his desires. Her choice didn't seem to be a bad one. After Jiang Mi changed her clothes, Gao Wenxiang gave her a baseball bat, as usual, and then started to go downstairs. On the way downstairs, Jiang Mi saw a lot of killed zombies and many disemboweled human bodies, which made her feel very uncomfortable. She almost subconsciously wanted a dry heave, but she didn't eat anything today, so she only vomited some acid water. After she finished vomiting, she quickly stepped over the corpses and quickly caught up with the man in front. She found that she didn't have time to be afraid, even though she was shaking all over. She had to try her best to keep up with the man in front of her, otherwise she would feel even more uneasy. She felt as if she was walking on a narrow road to hell, with bones and flesh all over the ground. If she wasn't careful, she would fall into the abyss of hell. The man in front of her was the only beacon of light. He guided himself and gave himself hope to survive. This road was so long, with 29 floors. Jiang Mi had never seen such a bloody and horrific scene, but in the end, she found herself numb. Chapter 19. Character Yin Shuangying is extracted. Finally, Jiang Mi followed Gao Wenxiang to the lobby on the first floor. Looking at the dead zombies and the dissected corpses in the lobby, she no longer felt any fear at this bloody and horrifying scene. Gao Wenxiang pushed open the hotel door and walked out to the street. The four girls followed him out. Gao Wenxiang thought to himself, "Get the Doomsday RV." As he finished speaking, a car that looked ordinary and similar in shape to a bus appeared next to him. Ding! The Doomsday RV has been bound to the host, and the mental recognition function has been activated. Only the host can activate it. The system's prompt sounded at the right time. Mind recognition? It sounds like high-tech. Gao Wenxiang didn't hesitate. He stretched out his hand and opened the car door. He looked at the four stunned girls behind him and said, "Get in the car." Zhuang Jing was the first to react. She said happily, "Brother Chong, is this the mission reward you got? That's amazing." Before Zhuang Jing got into the car, she had already guessed that this car was definitely not simple. Gao Wenxiang got into the car first. The layout of the rear part of the car was similar to that of an ordinary RV. There is a bathroom, sink, wardrobe, and kitchenette. At the back is a living room with leather sofas, tables, and good lighting. At the back is a bedroom with an extra-large bed and windows above and on the sides of the bed. Judging from the layout at the back, the only feature of this Doomsday RV that can be seen on the surface is that the space is large enough, especially the big bed in the back, which is much larger than that in ordinary RVs. Gao Wenxiang came to the front cockpit again. He found that in addition to the steering wheel, there were many buttons and joysticks. It was as complicated as the operating panel of an airplane, which made him a little confused. So, he closed the car door, sat in the driver's seat, immersed himself in the system, and asked, "System, what are the characteristics of this Doomsday RV?" The system replied, "The Doomsday RV is made of the best armor materials and has a fully armored body. The tires and glass of the Doomsday RV are also made of top-grade materials. In addition, the Doomsday RV also has the functions of a bulldozer, excavator, crane, forklift, chainsaw, etc., which can successfully clear roadblocks. Moreover, this Doomsday RV is also equipped with a special water purifier that can convert water from any source into pure water. The roof is also equipped with a special steam condensation system and rainwater collector to maximize the host water needs. Most importantly, this Doomsday RV is equipped with solar cells that are world-leading. The host never has to worry about battery life." Gao Wenxiang asked again, "What about these buttons and joysticks? Do you have an instruction manual?" The system gave an irrelevant answer. The host still has 11 slavery points, enough to directly redeem an intermediate lottery opportunity. Listening to the system's answer, Gao Wenxiang immediately thought of Tyrannosaurus Rex's cigarettes and the 100 poisons immunity pills and 60 points of force solidified loyalty and yin yang huan powder. He knew that this was the system's hint that he needed to draw a lottery, and once the lottery was drawn, the system would start to manipulate the system behind the scenes again. However, when he thought that he was the beneficiary of the behind-the-scenes operation, Gao Wenxiang couldn't help but sigh. How great! System, redeem an intermediate lottery opportunity and draw it for me. Gao Wenxiang said without any hesitation. As he finished speaking, the bronze mirror in the system interface showed the lottery screen, and the light spots began to rotate rapidly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the character Dragon Country Captain Yin Shuangying. The skill Gunfighting was extracted, and the skill rating is Black Iron 5 stars. The skill Vehicle Killing Technique was extracted, and the skill rating is Black Iron 3 stars. The skill Language Charm was extracted, and the skill rating is Black Iron 3 stars. The martial arts skill Cicada Awakening skill was extracted, and the martial arts skill rating is Black Iron 5 stars. Holy shit, it was Yin Shuangying. Gao Wenxiang didn't expect that he could draw such a mysterious TV character. Gao Wenxiang actually hadn't watched the Yin Shuangying series of TV dramas, but he had watched the videos and knew some of the plots in the TV dramas. He didn't expect that Yin Shuangying alone had contributed so many martial arts and skills to him. He is worthy of being called the captain of the Dragon Country. Gao Wenxiang's mind exited the system, and his understanding of Yin Shuangying's various martial arts skills began to automatically merge with his memory and form an instinctive reaction in his body. Soon, he understood the functions of various martial arts skills, and he felt that he had received an epic enhancement this time. If he met Zhang Hu with a gun again at this time, there would be no need to use flying knives to attack him by surprise. He could easily defeat him with a direct confrontation. In his understanding, the various martial arts skills are as follows. Gunfighting allows one to quickly dodge bullets from all directions and return fire accurately. By acquiring this skill, one will automatically acquire the prerequisite skills Mastery of Gunfighting and Gun Dodging. Vehicle Killing Technique allows you to drive various vehicles to kill people in ways that ordinary people cannot imagine. If you extract this martial art, you will automatically comprehend the prerequisite skill Born to Drive. Language Charm. When you say something that goes against common sense to others, there is a chance that they will doubt their own cognition. The effect is best when combined with the sentence, I bet there are no bullets in your gun. Cicada Sensation can quickly and clearly distinguish sound from all directions. It can assist gunfighting to avoid sneak attacks from behind, and can also assist in quickly finding the positions of various hidden enemies. When Gao Wenxiang looked at the buttons and joysticks again, he clearly understood their functions. He even felt that he could easily control all the functions and use them to easily complete various extreme killing operations. This made him more intuitively understand the value of the skill Vehicle Killing Technique. Brother Chong, where are we going now? Zhuang Jing, who had just sat in the passenger seat, asked when she saw Gao Wenxiang coming back to his senses. Gao Wenxiang looked at the time. It was now 5 p.m., and it would be dark in more than half an hour. He thought for a moment and said, let's go to the supermarket and buy more supplies to prepare for the future. Yeah, Brother Chong, I will definitely empty the supermarket later. The Doomsday RV has already covered the global satellite map, so even if there is no internet access, it will not have any impact. Gao Wenxiang drove the vehicle along the navigation route. When he encountered a traffic jam on the way, he directly operated the forklift to fork away the vehicles blocking the road, and then used the forklift to shovel away the smashed car debris. It can be said that this Doomsday RV is worthy of the name of Doomsday, and it completely solved the problem of traffic jams at Doomsday. The only drawback is that it doesn't have a high-tech laser cannon or air cannon or something. When Gao Wenxiang was thinking this, the system prompt sounded. Ding! The host's willingness has been detected. We will start the apocalyptic RV transformation service for the host later. Please work hard to complete the current task and keep up the good work. So thoughtful. Gao Wenxiang felt that even when Aunt Zhang from the orphanage was alive, she had never been so kind to him. If the system could be feminized, he would like to accept the system as his goddaughter. Chapter 20 Underground Supermarket. Guided by the car navigation, Gao Wenxiang found the nearest large supermarket. Operating the joystick, the Doomsday RV directly broke through the blocking railings, went down all the way, and entered the underground parking lot of the supermarket. The headlights of the Doomsday RV attracted several zombies wandering nearby. Gao Wenxiang used the shovel and dug it down, directly cutting off half of the zombie's body. Then he retracted the shovel, pressed a button, switched to drilling machine mode, and the drill bit drilled another zombie from top to bottom, which was more exciting than watching TV dramas where people tear the zombies apart with bare hands. After trying the drill function, he activated the ultimate killing weapon in horror movies, the chainsaw. The electric saw machine loaded on the Doomsday RV uses a circular saw. Multiple circular saws are fixed together. It rotates very fast and has extremely strong destructive power. As the chainsaw moved towards the remaining zombies, their bodies were quickly cut off like tofu. Zhuang Jing, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, saw it all clearly. She looked excited. "Brother Chong, this car is amazing. We don't have to worry about zombie attacks anymore." Gao Wenxiang was not as optimistic as Zhuang Jing imagined, because he clearly remembered that the novice mission 2 issued by the system was to escape from L City on the 7th day. The mission mentioned escape. In addition, Gao Wenxiang remembered that on the 7th day of his previous life, even ordinary zombies had the physique and speed of normal humans. So what else was there? The roar of zombies is also a language. They have wisdom, which enables them to have sufficient learning ability and eventually form complete thinking ability. Gao Wenxiang knew that if the zombies were allowed to develop normal human thinking abilities, it would definitely mean a greater disaster for humanity. Of course, he doesn't care about the survival of mankind. He only cares about his own survival. After thinking for a while, Gao Wenxiang said, "What did you feel after I gave you the cigarette? Do you think those zombies will evolve into a new species?" Zhuang Jing understood immediately. "I seem to understand their language. Brother Chong, what do you mean?" Gao Wenxiang looked at the struggling zombies in front of him and said, "Perhaps the world shown by cigarettes is a trend, a future form of evolution of doomsday zombies." Zhuang Jing nodded. Her pretty face became solemn and said, "If what you said is true, Brother Chong, the apocalypse is a death game, then there is indeed a high chance that zombies will evolve quickly. Get out of the car." Gao Wenxiang does not worry too much about the future. This is both a challenge and an opportunity for him. Only after enough hardships and seeing all the evil spirits in the world can he reach the pinnacle with unparalleled determination. Gao Wenxiang opened the car door and got out. Zhuang Jing followed closely behind him, and then Zhang Xiufan, Hu Yali, and Jiang Mi. There was something shadowy approaching in the darkness. Gao Wenxiang turned on the light of his mobile phone and handed it to Jiang Mi, the only person in the team who had no attacking ability. Jiang Mi took the phone and turned on her own phone light to illuminate the surrounding area for everyone. Gao Wenxiang and Zhuang Jing walked in front. Gao Wenxiang chopped a zombie on the neck with an axe beside him. After swinging the axe, Gao Wenxiang felt that his control over direction and strength had reached a new level. The cicada awareness power, extracted from Yin Shuangying, made him extremely sensitive to the flow of air around him. Even in a dim environment, he could clearly simulate the enemy's specific position and movement changes in his mind, so as to implement more accurate attacks. This made Gao Wenxiang's cleaning work easier. Zhuang Jing was responsible for clearing the zombies on the other side. In the dim environment, the baseball bat she swung left an afterimage. The martial arts memory of Master Wu may have been completely absorbed by Zhuang Jing and turned into her body's instinct. The two of them cooperated very well, and occasionally they would miss a single zombie and let Zhang Xiufan and Hu Yali deal with it. This allowed them to become more familiar with the habits of zombies, so that they would not be too flustered when facing multiple zombies in the future. Jiang Mi watched all this quietly in the team. She already knew about Gao Wenxiang's mysterious strength. What she didn't know was that the woman who seemed closest to Gao Wenxiang was also such a skilled martial artist. She thought that so-called traditional martial arts masters should only exist in martial arts novels, and that skills that are more useful for killing people now should be Sanda, free fighting, Krav Maga, etc. But she found out that she was totally wrong. All the movements of this woman clearly showed that she was practicing one of the most well-known traditional martial arts, Wing Chun. When she participated in a variety show, she learned some basic knowledge of Wing Chun from a Wing Chun successor and recorded a Kung Fu special. But her Wing Chun performance was like dancing, without a trace of strength. The woman in front of him used a baseball bat to perform Wing Chun with such force that it could be said to be domineering and ruthless, and every blow was deadly. Except for this woman who is proficient in Wing Chun, The two women in front of her don't seem to know any kung fu, but they can face the ugly and ferocious zombies without fear. This is what shocked Jiangmi. Maybe this is what she should learn now, to overcome her fears and choose to face them, and then crush them with a baseball bat in her hand. It didn't take too long before Gao, Wenxiang, and Zhuang Jing broke through the supermarket's underground parking lot and entered the supermarket. After entering a passage and killing several zombies again, Gao Wenxiang entered the supermarket. The underground supermarket was pitch black, and the screams of zombies could be heard everywhere. In this pitch black environment, it is impossible for anyone to survive. Under the light of the mobile phone, two half-bitten bodies were lying quietly on the ground in front of Gao Wenxiang. The light from the phone attracted more zombies. This is not a problem for Gao Wenxiang. He ignored the zombies that were about to surround him, and instead instructed the four girls. Jiangmi, keep hold of your phone. Jiangmi nodded and said, Mr. Gao, I understand. Gao Wenxiang looked at Zhang Xiufan and Hu Yali and said, You push the cart. You do all the shopping. We need food that is simply packaged, high in energy, and can be stored for a long time, as well as a set of multi-purpose kitchen utensils. You can put these in a shopping cart as you like. Among daily necessities, buy more sanitary napkins. They are very useful. For clothes, take a few sets of thick canvas clothes, a few sets of underwear, and as many sets of hiking boots as possible. My request is to fill up both shopping carts as much as possible, understand? Zhang Xiufan and Hu Yali nodded together and said at the same time, Okay, master. Gao Wenxiang finally looked at Zhuang Jing. Without any words, Zhuang Jing already understood what he meant. Chapter 21 Emotion. Following Gao Wenxiang's orders, Zhang Xiufan and Hu Yali each pushed a shopping cart. Under the light of the mobile phone in Jiangmi's hand, the two women selectively put items into the shopping carts. Gao Wenxiang and Zhuang Jing were responsible for clearing out the waves of zombies that attacked. In this dim, underground supermarket, listening to the zombies' screams and the rustling sounds of their footsteps, one will feel as if one is in a ghost cave. It was as if there were endless evil spirits hiding here, ready to devour all living people. This was indeed the case. This underground supermarket was littered with the remains of people being eaten alive and blood flowing everywhere. Sometimes Gao Wenxiang even had to stop to clean up the dead bodies so that the shopping carts could pass smoothly. Darkness always makes people feel despair and fear. But when all those desperate and terrifying monsters are defeated by the man in front, all the despair and fear will be transformed into admiration and dependence on this man. There is a heroic complex in the heart of every human being. Along the way, in Zhang Xiufan's eyes, Gao Wenxiang has become her hero, surpassing everyone and becoming her strongest inner support. Although she had only known Gao Wenxiang for a short time, in her heart, what she experienced today was more ups and downs than the life she had experienced in the past 20 years. In that desperate company office, she, Hu Yali, and Huang Huan hid together. Huang Huan is usually a timid, boastful person who doesn't have much ability. Everyone knew that his pursuit of Hu Yali would not succeed, because Hu Yali had rejected him many times, but he still persevered and boasted of his deep affection. In fact, in the eyes of many people in the company, this is even worse than being a bootlicker. After all, a bootlicker can at least get insignificant food from a goddess. It was not until the end of the world that Huang Huan's true nature was completely exposed. At that time, a male colleague had already run to the door, and the zombies were still some distance away from him. This male colleague could have survived, but Huang Huan resolutely chose to close the door. Even though his male colleague's wailing sounded outside the door, he showed a satisfied smile. The colleague was called Xiao Zhang, the same Xiao Zhang who invited Hu Yali to his birthday party. Zhang Xiufan remembered very clearly that Huang Huan's smile made her feel a real, eerie feeling. She suddenly realized that this person was extremely vicious despite his cowardly appearance. She felt that such people would not only fail to be a source of support and help to others in troubled times, but would also become the instigators of all evil events and would be the real scum of the doomsday. After killing Xiao Zhang, Huang Huan wanted to rape Hu Yali. Perhaps, for Huang Huan, that was the most exciting moment in his life. Because not only did he successfully eliminate his love rival, but he would also soon get the goddess he had always dreamed of but never even touched. But Zhang Xiufan knew that she must not let Huang Huan succeed, because once he succeeded, Hu Yali would likely collapse, and she would immediately become the next victim. Is it possible that a wolf doesn't eat sheep? How could she not understand such a simple truth? So she tried her best to stop Huang Huan and form an indestructible alliance with Hu Yali. It was because she knew that Huang Huan could not be her support in the end of her life. Who would like such a cowardly, vicious, and incompetent person? So when Huang Huan's life was ended in such a ridiculous and hasty way, she only felt ridicule in her heart. So when Gao Wenxiang left without a care, she agreed to be his slave without hesitation. In this apocalypse, only the strong can survive. In this dim, underground supermarket, Hu Yali would occasionally glance at the man in front of her. The complex expression in his eyes at first, in the current darkness, has long since transformed into an intense and indissoluble brilliance. She has never experienced any setbacks in more than 20 years, even though the agency she worked for was run by a relative and she did management work there. She has never lacked care. Teachers, parents, and friends all care about her. Even at work, there are many men who are attentive to her. In the environment where she grew up, she could get everything she wanted as long as she acted a little bit coquettishly. It can be said that in her more than 20 years of life, she has always been in a position to dominate others and has never been in a position to be dominated. Until the man in front of her, she broke every inertia in her life and submitted. But for a woman, once the shell of reserve is broken, once there's a first time, there will be countless times. She found that she liked the feeling of being dominated and felt a throbbing deep in her soul. She knew that it was the pleasure that came from her instinct. She liked looking at the man's cold and handsome face. A casual look from a man was like a poisonous snake lingering in her heart, making her feel suffocated. But after suffocating, when I breathed again, every cell in my body seemed to feel numb. She found that in just a short period of time, she had fallen hopelessly in love with this man. He was mysterious, cold, powerful, and rude to her, perfectly matching their imagination of their other half. She felt that she was like a wild horse that had lived a carefree life on the grassland since childhood. She had never longed for the grassland because she was born on the grassland. What she longed for was to gallop in the yellow sand, letting the wind and sand hit her face. What she saw was the vast earth and the sky, and on her body was the night who wandered around the world with her. In the movie, there's a kind of wine in the world that can make one intoxicated and dreamlike. She longs for her knight to feed her the wine in the yellow sand, and then she and he will be intoxicated and stroll to the end of the world. In her mind, she was already tired of being flattered and tired of the so-called false romance, and she longed for a knight who could truly conquer her. The man in front of her is the knight in her eyes, and the affection in her eyes is so strong that it cannot be dissolved. She hoped that all the surging love would not be postponed, and tonight, she hoped to satisfy all her fantasies of love. Xiaomi didn't actually think too much about it. In this dim supermarket, she let the zombies roar and continue to attack, but when they came in front of her, all the attacks disappeared. The initial fear in her heart had disappeared. She had admiration and curiosity for the man in front of her, but she would not fall in love with him so quickly, because she had experienced a failed relationship. At that time, she fell in love with an uncle who was much older than her. The uncle gave her fatherly love, which made her feel unprecedented warmth and made her mistakenly believe that this was love. She announced to her best friend that she already had the man who loved her most in the world. His gentleness and thoughtfulness gave her a sense of healing and happiness in the filthy entertainment industry. So, she soon chose to secretly fall in love with this man at the peak of her career. Before they officially fell in love, she made 3 rules with the man, saying that she would not give herself up easily, but would test him, and the man agreed to her. But after they really confirmed their relationship, she found that everything had changed. The man began to show his true colors. His former gentleness and consideration were just means of pursuing her. Soon after they confirmed their relationship, conflicts between them began to emerge rapidly. The former warmth and tolerance are gone, and a relationship between the two gradually becomes cold. Until a paparazzi secretly captured the man's ugly face, her secret love lost its last dignity. When she saw the paparazzi photos, she wondered, is sex really that important? Why couldn't this man endure even a temporary test? After the breakup, she asked herself countless times whether she had experienced love in her life, or whether she had mistaken the initial touch as love. There are no answers to anything. From then on, she devoted herself to her work. Only by creating a legend could she truly control her own destiny. She was close to success, but fate played a joke on her. The end of the world came suddenly, until the man in front of him suddenly appeared. She asked herself in her heart, how do you feel about the man in front of you? Grateful? Maybe. Curious? A little bit. Love? No. But if one day this man confessed that he wanted to sleep with her, she probably wouldn't resist. Just like she had a ridiculous love affair because of being moved. Human emotions are always unpredictable. Chapter 22, Daily Limited Time Mission opens. It seemed like a very long time had passed, and the two shopping carts were already filled to the brim with things from Zhang Xiufen and Huyali. In the entire underground supermarket, the roars of zombies could no longer be heard. It was as lonely as a grave, with only the sounds of a few people's footsteps, breathing, and the friction of shopping carts on the ground. But this dead silence in the darkness actually gives every woman a special sense of security. The night gives people black eyes, and people use them to look for light. Perhaps there is no need to look for light. It is right in front of us in this darkness. Gao Wenxiang walked between light and darkness and took the four girls out of the underground supermarket and came to the underground parking lot. Then Gao Wenxiang opened the car door and asked the women to move all the things into the car. After everything was put in order, Gao Wenxiang decided to take a shower first, and Zhuang Jing offered to rub his back. Gao Wenxiang did not refuse, because he felt that he had experienced a lot today. He had swung the fire axe countless times, and his back, shoulders, and waist were all sore. After the two of them took a shower, Gao Wenxiang found that the remaining three women were sitting quietly in the living room, and the atmosphere was a bit depressing. He had no intention of easing the atmosphere. He just said, "Those who can cook, go cook together, and the rest of you should take a bath." Zhuang Jing looked at the three girls and said, "Let me cook. You guys take a shower first. Sister Zhuang, let me help you. I know a little bit." Zhang Xiufen was the first to respond. She had a good impression of the woman in front of her. In her opinion, Zhuang Jing was not only dignified and beautiful, but also had extraordinary martial arts skills. Also, looking at her expression and behavior, it was clear that she was not a difficult person to get along with. "Okay, thank you then," Zhuang Jing replied casually. "I should be thanking you. It's you and the master who have protected me all the way." Zhang Xiufen still felt a little ashamed to say the word master. "Well, we should all thank Brother Chong," Zhuang Jing said. Huyali and Jiangmi also thanked Zhuang Jing. Jiangmi asked Huyali to take a shower first, and she queued at the back. Huyali didn't say much, just nodded at her. Jiangmi's celebrity halo had no effect on her. In her opinion, she was also very beautiful, had money, and was not a fan. To her, Jiangmi was just an ordinary passerby with some fame, nothing more. On the contrary, she respected Zhuang Jing very much. Firstly, because of her close relationship with that man, and secondly, Zhuang Jing did provide her with protection and could be considered as her half-savior. After everyone had taken a shower and the meal was ready, the dishes were placed on the dining table in the living room. Zhuang Jing opened a can of beer for Gao Wenxiang and opened a can for herself. Then, she looked at the three women and asked, "What do you want?" "Give me a bottle." Zhang Xiufen did not hesitate. Today was a good day for drinking. "Give me one too." Huyali once drank half a glass of beer, but because she felt it didn't taste good, she never drank it again. However, she felt that the beer tonight would be especially mellow. "I'll have one too." For Jiangmi, who often socializes, a bottle of beer is nothing. Besides, if everyone else wants one and she doesn't want one, wouldn't it make her seem like she's out of touch? In this apocalypse, isolating herself from everyone, she wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Gao Wenxiang raised his glass, and Zhuang Jing put his glass next to his, followed by Huyali, Zhang Xiufen, and Jiangmi. Everyone clinked their cups together, but did not move. Instead, they looked at Gao Wenxiang, ready to listen to his toast. Gao Wenxiang met the four girls' eyes and said, "I hope you can all follow me and live till the end of the world. Cheers! Cheers!" The four girls clinked glasses with Gao Wenxiang. The meal was not sumptuous, but for Zhang Xiufen, Huyali, and Jiangmi, who had experienced a day of suffering, being able to have a meal in such a safe place at night was the greatest satisfaction. After a good meal and a good drink, after Gao Wenxiang washed up, he decided to take a rest. But soon, a woman who surprised Gao Wenxiang came to the bedroom and said with a red face, "Master, can I sleep with you tonight?" This woman is Huyali. Gao Wenxiang had no room for refusal. After all, he was neither a saint nor a hypocrite, and he never concealed his desires. So he nodded to Huyali. "The moon is beautiful tonight, and the wind is noisy, just like the Wind Fu, written by Song Yu, which starts from small breeze and then becomes unstoppable. The feeling of sleeping on the sofa bed was very uncomfortable for Jiangmi, but she didn't have the courage to sleep on the same bed with a man she had known for less than a day. Even so, the bed was big enough to sleep 7 people. Zhang Xiaofan also sleeps on a sofa bed. Sleeping on a sofa bed is not a big deal for her. What makes her uncomfortable is that the sound insulation between the sofa bed and the big bed in the living room is not good. This made her always have some bad associations and suffer from insomnia. Fortunately, in the early morning, perhaps because she was too tired, she finally fell into a deep sleep. When the RV drove out of the underground garage the next day, Gao Wenxiang realized that it had rained last night. The rain was not heavy, but the temperature dropped, which made Hu Yali, who was lying on the bed, wrapped up like a silkworm cocoon. Her eyes had already been opened, and she was looking outside through the side window, but it seemed as if she was not looking because her eyes were filled with the sweet look of memories. In Gao Wenxiang's system interface, Zhuangjing has the highest loyalty, reaching 80. After trying the Yinyang Hawan powder provided by the system, Hu Yali's loyalty reached 73. Zhang Xiaofan's loyalty is 53. Jiangmi's loyalty is 31. Ding! Since the host has completed Novice Mission 1, he has taken another solid step towards leaving the Novice stage. Now the Novice Welfare Mission System and the Daily Limited Time Mission System are activated. Ding! Today's limited time mission: enslave Jiang Mingjie, a teacher at the number 1 high school in L City. Mission reward: 5 points of slavery value and 1 primary lottery card of the designated category. Mission failure penalty: no penalty. Hearing the sudden prompt from the system, Gao Wenxiang's mind had already been immersed in the system interface. After seeing the mission rewards, I have to say they are very good, especially the designated category items. Gao Wenxiang is very tempted. After he gets them, he can completely designate a martial art to draw. Moreover, as a daily limited time task, there is no penalty for failure, which makes Gao Wenxiang very satisfied. He decided to take on this mission. So he asked, "System, do you have all the information about this teacher Jiang Mingjie?" The system replied, "Jiang Mingjie is 25 years old, a graduate of a teacher's college, and currently teaches Chinese at the number 1 high school in L City. She just broke up with her ex-boyfriend 3 days ago and is currently trapped in the first office on the 2nd floor of the school office building." Gao Wenxiang nodded. This information was very detailed. He asked again, "System, what special skills does this woman have?" The system replied, "She has long legs." Well, the system actually has some dry humor, although it's not funny at all. Gao Wenxiang decided to set out to do this task, but before doing so, he had to confirm one thing first. Gao Wenxiang restarted the car. "Brother Chang, where are we going?" asked Zhuang Jing, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Gao Wenxiang said, "Let's go to the police station first." Chapter 23, Annihilation. He must verify his guess, because he, who survived for 7 days in his previous life, once heard an old soldier who came back from the military region to visit his relatives say that as soon as he left the military region seemed to have been wiped out from the planet. Later, the veteran was torn to pieces by zombies while covering a group of people's escape. It was because of the old soldier's deeds that he wanted to save people, but later, he followed the old soldier's fate and was betrayed. In this life, he will never give anyone the chance to betray him again. Driving the Doomsday RV, Gao Wenxiang operated multiple modes along the way and successfully cleared the obstacles in front of him. It didn't take too long for him to arrive at the location of the L City police station on the navigation map. Although he had expected the scene before him, he was still shocked, because the police station building disappeared from this world. Completely disappeared. There was no remains of the building on the ground. It was like it was built of building blocks, and then every day, the people who carried it suddenly took it away, and there was nothing left on the ground. Gao Wenxiang was very sure that this was absolutely impossible with Blue Star's level. So, it is really an advanced civilization. Gao Wenxiang decided to ask the system. Maybe it would give an answer. "System, what's going on?" The system replied, "This is a simple experiment by the Vega people." Vega? Experiment? Gao Wenxiang was certain of one thing. The incident at the police station was indeed caused by aliens, and of course this also included the zombie virus that was sweeping the world. And it seems that the Vega people mentioned in the system had planned it in advance. They first used special means to erase the existence of the police station, military region, and all national violent agencies. After these institutions were wiped out, the zombie virus broke out around the world. Thinking of this, even Gao Wenxiang felt a little chilly. Gao Wenxiang continued to ask. System, can you tell me about this experiment? The system replied. The current theory of human evolution states that humans may have evolved from apes. Maybe after a few hundred years, the wise men among the new species evolved from zombies will come up with a theory of evolution. That is, zombies may have evolved from humans. Boom! Gao Wenxiang felt a sudden thunder in his brain, and his heart was beating violently. He asked, so, the first humans on Blue Planet were actually the product of aliens' experiments on apes? Some apes were infected with the virus and evolved into humans, while others were not infected and remained apes. The system replied, yes. Gao Wenxiang asked again, so what is your origin, system? Are you also from some advanced civilization? The system fell silent. Gao Wenxiang didn't ask any more questions. He exited the system interface and returned to reality. Perhaps the emergence of the zombie virus is a tragic song for human history, but what does it have to do with him? As long as he becomes strong enough, he will be able to create a whole new race one day. By then, he might find the Vega people and turn their planet into a playground. Perhaps, then, even if he has killed countless people, he will surpass all the figures in the history of Blue Star and achieve heroism that has never been seen in this world. That's the truly wonderful thing. The Doomsday RV drove to the number 1 high school in L City. During this time, Zhuang Jing hesitated several times to speak. Gao Wenxiang glanced at her and said, what do you want to say? Zhuang Jing said, Brother Chong, can we really defeat the existence of the Annihilation Police Department? Gao Wenxiang stopped the car, pinched her chin with one hand, and slapped her hard on the right cheek, and then slapped her on the left cheek, then stared at her and said, are you feeling better now? Zhuang Jing's face swelled up quickly, but the confusion in her eyes from seeing the police station completely destroyed disappeared. She looked at Gao Wenxiang and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Brother Chong, I said the wrong thing just now. In the RV, Huyali had already gotten up and washed up, and she sat in the seat behind the driver's seat, as did Zhang Xiufan and Jiangmi. From Gao Wenxiang's words, they naturally knew that the place that had just turned into an empty space was the police station of this city before yesterday. The simple explosion and destruction would not shock them much, but the complete annihilation made them feel despair. Gao Wenxiang slapped Zhuang Jing twice on the face, but also slapped their hearts at the same time. The man in front is always so calm. Even when facing such a desperate scene, he can remain so calm. They listened to Gao Wenxiang saying, the army, police, and other violent institutions of the country were eliminated in advance at the beginning of the end of the world. The world has thus fallen from order to disorder. This is the truth of the end of the world. Are you desperate? Having said that, Gao Wenxiang didn't say anything else and restarted the car. Are you desperate? These 5 words kept ringing in the hearts of the 4 girls like a wake-up call. In the hearts of the 4 girls, the actions of the man in front of them were more convincing than his simple words, because he may have already seen through the truth about the end of the world. But he still struggled hard to fight the endless suffering that suddenly befell the world. His 2 slaps were a warning to everyone to wake up. They were also a warning to everyone that no one could hold him back. The 4 girls all understood the meaning of his words. This is how Gao Wenxiang expresses his opinions. He will not persuade people with earnest words, but will use the most direct way to make people feel pain and wake up. If 2 slaps don't wake him up, he'll slap you twice more. If it still doesn't work, he'll slap you again. If that doesn't work, he will give up. Wild beasts only walk with wild beasts. What does the wailing of the weak have to do with them? How many chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs die in this world every day? Has anyone ever truly felt sympathy for them because of their wailing before death? Maybe they would still feel a little sad about the passing of a life a second ago, but when the meat is cooked and they smell the aroma of the meat, they will only shout, "It smells so good." The vehicle continued on the road, leading to the number 1 senior high school. Gao Wenxiang could clearly feel that the zombies wandering on the road were more agile than yesterday. In addition to normal walking, they also learned to climb. Their sunken green eyes showed other emotions besides brutality. Gao Wenxiang knew that this was the spirituality of the zombies. As Gao Wenxiang's doomsday RV moved forward quickly, a few zombies among the group of zombies wandering on the road in front of the car had actually learned to dodge. These zombies developed intelligence faster than he had imagined. Chapter 24 People must be self-reliant. When he was about to arrive at the number 1 senior high school, Gao Wenxiang even witnessed zombies mating. Gao Wenxiang asked the system, "System, can zombies also give birth to offspring?" The system replied, Any animal can give birth to offspring. Gao Wenxiang nodded. This was really bad news for humans. But no one knew how long it would take zombies to reproduce offspring. Less than 2 minutes later, the Doomsday RV finally arrived at the gate of L City No. 1 Senior High School. Gao Wenxiang could hear the screams of countless zombies inside. There is no doubt that this place has become a living hell. The denser the crowd, the harder it is to escape. The door of the high school is closed. But this was not a problem for Gao Wenxiang. He operated the bulldozer, excavator, and chainsaw in succession. It didn't take long before he cut open the gate and let the RV drive in. As soon as the RV drove into the gate, Gao Wenxiang saw dense swarms of zombies. Without hesitation, Gao Wenxiang started the electric saw function and kept moving the RV forward. At this moment, Gao Wenxiang felt like he was a teenager operating a sickle to harvest wheat. This brought back a bad memory. When he was a teenager, he was adopted from an orphanage, and that family didn't treat him well. He was often made to do all kinds of heavy farm work and was scolded for not being able to endure hardship. He remembered that the family had a small wheat field at that time, and they did not hire a harvester to harvest it, but instead asked him to use a sickle to harvest it. They called it training him. But in that house, he lived in a small room separated under the stairs. The room was barely big enough for a small bed, and if he wasn't careful, he would hit his head. Before he moved in, that place was used to store miscellaneous items and had never seen light for years. He ate the little soup left over by the family and was also responsible for washing dishes, mopping the floor, doing laundry, and other housework. Speaking of laundry, the family's clothes were previously washed in a washing machine. But after he arrived, the hostess of the house said that it would be cleaner to wash it by hand and then in the washing machine. So, every day, he always has endless clothes to wash, endless floors to mop, and endless farm work to do. The family told him that this is how life is in the countryside, that people are relatively poor, so they have to be more self-reliant. But he knew that the family was not poor. They bought a house and a car in the city. They rented large tracts of farmland from other people and, using their connections, contracted a reservoir to raise fish. They would celebrate the new year in the city every year, leaving him in that dark little house to cook the dishes they left behind for the new year. He felt like he was a servant hired by that family, and was even more miserable than a servant, because not only did he not receive a penny of salary, but he also had to endure all kinds of ridicule. Finally, at the age of 17, he got his ID card, escaped from his family, and went to a strange city to start his own life. He will always remember what that family said to him. People must be self-reliant. Recalling his memories, Gao Wenxiang operated the joystick skillfully, just like he did when he was a teenager cutting wheat, causing the zombies to fall down one by one like wheat stalks. Of course, there are also zombies that have developed intelligence and dodge skillfully. The broken bodies of zombies mixed with flowing mucus form a unique graffiti in this apocalyptic campus. It is like an oil painting by an abstract master, full of thick ink and irregular shapes scattered in every corner of the canvas, giving the ultimate spiritual impact to all those who admire art. The vehicle-killing technique, extracted from Yin Shuangying, was now fully demonstrated on Gao Wenxiang. He operated the joysticks, buttons, and changed different machines as if he was changing a paintbrush. He operated devoutly, just like a real painter. He used the entire campus as a canvas, zombie slime as paint, and a robotic arm as a brush to analyze different structures. This is the art of killing and also the art of painting. The end point of art is the same. Finally, when the RV arrived at the school office building, the painting was half completed. The remaining half required Gao Wenxiang to get off the car and draw. But before that, Gao Wenxiang still had one thing to do. He got up from the driver's seat, came to the back, lifted Hu Yali's chin with his hand, and said, "Come with me." Gao Wenxiang came to the sofa in the living room and sat down. Hu Yali stood beside him, with a puzzled look on her pretty face. She shouted, "Master?" Gao Wenxiang waved his hand, motioning her to sit on the sofa opposite. Then Gao Wenxiang said to the system, "System, give the Japanese sword art to Hu Yali." Ding! The Japanese sword art has been given to the hosts, Maid Hu Yali. The moment she sat down, Hu Yali felt something was wrong, because a memory that did not belong to her suddenly appeared in her mind. That was the complete memory of a woman practicing Japanese swordsmanship. In addition, she also felt changes in her body. Her body seemed to have become much lighter, and the pores all over her body seemed to be dilated. This feeling was simply wonderful. Soon, she felt the woman's memories merge with her original memories. The memories of those martial arts were deeply imprinted in her heart and seemed to affect her body, turning into some kind of instinct. At this moment, she had an epiphany in her heart, and she had learned the Japanese sword technique. Then, she seemed to be a little surprised. Could it be that this is how Sister Zhuang learned Wing Chun? She looked at Gao Wenxiang in front of her with her sparkling eyes and said happily, "Master, I seem to have learned the Japanese sword technique." Gao Wenxiang nodded and said, "Yes, I can transfer some of my abilities to my slaves. What I give you is Ding Bing's Japanese sword technique in the movie." Hu Yali was delighted to get Gao Wenxiang's confirmation in person, because this meant that she had become the second most important woman in Gao Wenxiang's heart. This made her face flush, and she hoped that the night would come sooner, because she could feel that after learning the Japanese sword technique, her body was much more flexible than before. Perhaps the wind tonight would be even louder. Although Zhang Xiaofan and Jiang Mi were somewhat puzzled as to what Gao Wenxiang wanted to talk to Hu Yali about, they had no right to ask about it no matter what it was. But there is no doubt that Hu Yali's current position in the team must be higher than both of them. This made Zhang Xiaofan feel a little regretful. She was clearly the first one to do it, so why did she choose to be reserved last night? Jiang Mi did not feel any regret, but she clearly felt that something was wrong with the team's atmosphere. Yesterday, Hu Yali, who was obviously closer to Zhang Xiaofan, now has her heart set on Gao Wenxiang, and Hu Yali is obviously closer to Zhuang Jing than Zhang Xiaofan. Zhang Xiaofan's heart seemed to be moved by the man's every move. Only she seemed to have become a marginalized person, even if she did nothing. No, maybe that's not the case. Jiang Mi suddenly seemed to understand a little bit. Maybe it was because she couldn't do anything that she became a marginal person. But if that's the case, why did this man go to so much trouble to save her? Was it just to sleep with her? Jiang Mi didn't even believe this reason. But no one explained all this to her. So, when Gao Wenxiang was about to get off the bus, she asked herself, "Why did you save me?" Chapter 25 Rules. Gao Wenxiang looked at her and said, "System task." Gao Wenxiang felt that there was no need to hide this, as Jiang Mi was already his slave. Even if this slave turns out to be useless, he will be quickly drowned in the zombie horde of the apocalypse. System? Task. Jiang Mi chewed over these two words that were popular in online novels. Combining them with the various things that Gao Wenxiang had suddenly turned into before, Jiang Mi quickly figured out why Gao Wenxiang had saved her. That is, Gao Wenxiang needs to do some specific tasks to become stronger, and she is related to one of Gao Wenxiang's tasks. Jiang Mi thought about this and asked again, "So, now we have to complete a certain task?" Gao Wenxiang nodded and said, "Yes. Do you have any other questions?" Jiang Mi shook her head. "No more." Gao Wenxiang looked at the four girls and said, "Today, my mission is to rescue the female teacher Jiang Mingjie, who is trapped on the second floor of the teaching building. Considering your fighting power, there's so many zombies outside. I, Zhuang Jing, and Hu Yali formed a triangle formation. I am at the front, Zhuang Jing is on the left, and Hu Yali is on the right. Zhang Xiaofan and Jiang Mi are in the middle, and you two clean up the sporadic zombies that sneak in. Especially Jiang Mi, I hope to see your growth." "Okay, that's it. Do you all understand?" "I understand, Brother Chong." Zhuang Jing was the first to answer. "I understand, Master." Hu Yali smiled playfully. She really wanted to try out the new knife skills she had learned. Zhang Xiaofan also nodded vigorously. "I understand, Master." Jiang Mi knew that she was the weakest among everyone, and she naturally felt a sense of urgency. When she heard Gao Wenxiang's special reminder, she knew that she had to show her courage in order to win the man's recognition. So, she nodded and said seriously, "I understand, Mr. Gao." Gao Wenxiang glanced at every woman present, making sure that they were really ready, and began to let Zhuang Jing distribute equipment to them. Baseball bat, helmet, canvas jacket, hiking boots. The women quickly changed their clothes and wrapped themselves tightly, like real warriors. But when he saw the baseball bats in their hands, Gao Wenxiang still frowned. Baseball bats alone were too monotonous as weapons. He still needed to get some knives. But there is no rush. Let him finish the task at hand first. Gao Wenxiang thought to himself. Gao Wenxiang opened the car door, and with a casual strike of the fire axe in his hand, he knocked a zombie next to the car to the ground. Then he used his hands and feet to easily take care of 5 zombies and cleared a small space in front of him. Zhuang Jing and Hu Yali followed and stood on the left and right sides respectively. Next came Zhang Xiaofan and Jiang Mi, who walked to the middle of the team. Led by Gao Wenxiang, the team advanced forward in a triangle. Before, Zhang Xiaofan was curious about what Gao Wenxiang had said to Hu Yali, but as the team moved forward, she understood everything. Because Hu Yali showed the demeanor of an ancient female knight in a TV drama. She swings the baseball bat with sharp and concise movements. The effect of the baseball bat hitting the zombies is also amazing. Moreover, in her eyes when she turned back inadvertently, Zhang Xiaofan saw a look of absolute confidence, which was something Hu Yali did not have before. So is this what Hu Yali got? Zhang Xiaofan felt that she regretted it even more. Jiami naturally also saw this scene, looking at Hu Yali, who was also protected before, and suddenly turned into a martial arts master. She realized who was behind this. So, only by getting closer to him and showing more value can I get more help? Jiangmi thought as she looked at the man in front of her. This is indeed fair, and Jiangmi does not object to it. What people fear most is that they give but see no reward. For example, in the entertainment industry, there are countless beautiful girls who climb into the beds of directors, assistant directors, supervisors, and producers every day, but in the end they often get no promises. What is scary in this world is not the unspoken rules, but that after following the unspoken rules, you pay the price of dignity but still end up with nothing, and even become the laughingstock of others. If a beautiful woman wants to make it in the entertainment industry, but she doesn't have any connections, she must use other means besides using her body. Otherwise, you will only become a tool at the mercy of others, and after being beaten by wind and rain, become a withered flower that no one cares about. Over the years, she has witnessed beautiful girls rushing into the entertainment industry like moths to a flame, thinking that they can get everything with their beauty, but often ending up in a miserable end. Even if some girls started to get better, countless scandals would soon be exposed. Then some girls became depressed, some committed suicide, and some deaths became unsolved cases. The entertainment industry is actually a vanity fair where people eat each other without leaving any bones. On the surface, people are nice to each other, but behind the scenes, they use all means to do the worst. In fact, in recent years, with the entry of big capital, this chaos has become more and more serious. Because if a new actress wants to get ahead, she may not only need the director, producer, and supervisor of the same production company to accompany her for drinking, but even the video platform can use subcontracts to restrict the actresses. The twists and turns involved are like Guan Yu going through 5 passes and killing 6 generals, and finally going through a lot of trouble. If the film doesn't make a splash, the situation faced by the new actress will be even more difficult, and she may end up being completely reduced to a plaything in the eyes of others. Compared to the ruthless entertainment industry, Gao Wenxiang's rules are much simpler. Moreover, Gao Wenxiang had already made it clear to her that she had to pass his test and then become a useful person whom he trusted. When Jiangmi actually faced the oncoming zombies, she found that she was not as scared as she had imagined. She smashed the zombie's outstretched arm with a baseball bat, bending the zombie's hand bones. Zhang Xiaofan, who was cooperating with her, had already hit the zombie's neck hard with a baseball bat, breaking the zombie's cervical vertebrae. The zombie's movements were instantly stuck, and Jiangmi also took the opportunity to hit the zombie's cervical vertebrae on this side with a baseball bat. After this blow, the zombie's head drooped down, leaving only a layer of skin connecting it to the neck. Jiangmi was still worried, so she used the baseball bat again to completely pull the zombie's head off his neck. When the zombie's head fell to the ground, Jiangmi kicked it and found that she didn't feel much discomfort. Zhang Xiaofan looked at her in surprise. She didn't expect that the actress in front of her could adapt so quickly. She was totally different from the image of the delicate actress in her impression, who even spoke in a coquettish voice. People are always deceived by appearances. Zhang Xiaofan didn't think too much about it. If Jiangmi didn't have such a ruthless spirit, how could she stand out from the fierce competition in the entertainment industry? Chapter 26 Wang Wenba. The team of 5 did not advance very quickly because there were too many zombies in the school. Just going up the stairs took the 5 of them several minutes. Finally, the 5 people stepped onto the stairs. Stairs are undoubtedly a good combat environment because they perfectly limit the number of zombies, reducing the number of zombies that each person needs to face at the same time. Gao Wenxiang, holding the fire axe, felt that his movements were particularly smooth. The martial arts cicada awareness provided by Yin Shuangying gave him the vision like God. He could judge in advance the various movements of the zombies that were attacking continuously through the flow of air. Combined with the boxing, magical leg skills, and light body skills in the natural gate martial arts, he already had the aura of a master. When he was about to reach the second floor, he faintly heard a man's voice. When I concentrated on listening, I finally heard it clearly. Xiao Jiang, just open the door. I promise I won't treat you badly in the future. Although I'm only the director now, I will be promoted to the principal once those monsters outside are eliminated and the situation is stabilized. I promise that as soon as I take office, I will make you a regular employee. Moreover, with me here, I will ensure that you will be evaluated for a professional title as quickly as possible. Xiao Jiang, listen to what your brother Wang says. You have to believe that your brother Wang will not harm you. Xiao Jiang, Xiao Jiang. As soon as Gao Wenxiang heard the man's words, he had a rough idea of the scene on the second floor. Finally, he reached the second floor. There is a retractable sliding door at the entrance of the corridor leading to the office on the second floor, but it is not closed tightly. There were 3 zombies wandering in the corridor inside the sliding door, but this was not a problem for Gao Wenxiang. He opened the sliding door slightly and walked in, facing the zombies roaring towards him. He didn't even blink and chopped his head into a rotten watermelon with one axe. A zombie behind him shrank the green light in his eyes and seemed to want to retreat, making an unpleasant sound from his mouth. Gao Wenxiang could see that this zombie had some spirituality, but not much, because from the situation at the scene, it couldn't even open the door. As the voice of the zombie that had been given birth to a spirit was heard, the zombies wandering behind him actually quickened their pace, past the spiritual zombie, and pounced towards Gao Wenxiang. But the spiritual zombies ran away, just ran away. Gao Wenxiang was stunned by this. Good fellow, they are betraying their teammates just after they are born with intelligence. This is really an evil race. Gao Wenxiang didn't show any mercy to the zombie that pounced on him and ended his life with one axe. Gao Wenxiang did not chase the fleeing zombies. After all, zombies cannot be killed. The 4 women also walked in from the gate. Zhuang Jing and Hu Yali closed the gate tighter to prevent the zombies behind from getting in. At this time, Gao Wenxiang was already standing at the door of Jiang Mengjia's office, as mentioned by the system. At this time, with the help of cicada awakening power, the sounds he heard became clearer. Xiao Jiang, let's talk. Come out first. Don't be afraid. Brother Wang really won't harm you. If you follow me, you will definitely get benefits in the future. Gao Wenxiang was too lazy to listen anymore. He banged on the door and shouted, Director Wang, are you there? Director Wang, are you there? At this moment, Wang Wenbao in the office heard someone outside calling his name, and he was shocked. He immediately walked to the cat's eye and looked outside. Soon, he found that he did not know the person who came. So he asked, May I ask who you are? Gao Wenxiang said, I'm from the L City Volunteer Rescue Team, Director Wang. A leader from the Education Bureau specifically asked me to come and rescue you. Please open the door quickly. We are now moving to the resettlement site provided by the Armed Forces Department. Really? Is it Director Zhang from the Education Bureau? I didn't expect him to be so nice. I'll open the door right now. Wang Wenbao from inside the room tried to probe. In fact, there was no director named Zhang in the Education Bureau. Gao Wenxiang said, Director Wang, I don't know the leader's last name. Are you going to leave or not? If you don't leave, I will leave too. Okay, I'll open the door right away. Wang Wenbao in the house didn't bother to test it anymore. He didn't want to stay here any longer. He felt like he was starving to death. He couldn't help but want to trick the new female teacher in the school into providing some fresh ingredients. Now that the rescue team has arrived, he has suppressed the evil thoughts in his mind. The door was opened. Gao Wenxiang didn't expect that he could trick the man in the house into opening the door so quickly. In fact, there were big loopholes in his words, and they could be easily exposed, but having loaded Yin Shuangying's language charm, he still wanted to try out the effect of this skill. Sure enough, the man inside the room opened the door easily, as if he had lost his mind. As soon as the door opened, Gao Wenxiang saw a man wearing glasses and with a bald head. When Wang Wenbao saw Gao Wenxiang, he immediately put on a fake smile. Then he noticed the 4 women behind Gao Wenxiang, especially Jiang Mi. A hint of lust flashed in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Wang Wenbao stepped aside and let the 5 people enter the house. Then he walked up to Gao Wenxiang, stretched out his hand, and said with a smile, Thank you for your hard work, little brother. Did you rescue these girls? Where are the other members of your rescue team? Gao Wenxiang ignored Wang Wenbao, came to the door of the office and shouted, Teacher Jiang Mengjia, do you need help? Wang Wenbao was stunned when being ignored by Gao Wenxiang, but his stunned expression soon turned into a sinister look in his eyes, which quickly disappeared. He didn't expect that Gao Wenxiang, who had just said he was here to rescue him, would turn against him as soon as he opened the door. But he knew that this was definitely not the time to get angry with this little guy in front of him. As the leader of such a large school, he thought that his skills in cultivating chi were pretty good. Once he is rescued and finds the organization, he will have plenty of time to deal with small people like this in front of him. In his opinion, the so-called zombies are not worth mentioning at all. After all, he did hit a zombie to death with a chair. What's more, for a country with a large army and countless weapons, it is only a matter of time to wipe out these zombies. As the unrest is suppressed, the country will be short of a lot of talent, and it will be natural for someone with leadership skills like him to take power. This was all Wang Wenbo was thinking about in that instant. Facing Gao Wenxiang's disregard, he still stepped forward with a smug look on his face. He smiled and said, "Teacher Jiang is very stubborn. She won't come out no matter how I call her." At this time, Jiang Mengjie inside the door seemed to finally be unable to bear the stimulation of Wang Wenbo's words, and finally spoke. "Wang Wenbo, what are you thinking? Do you think I don't know?" Wang Wenbo was not embarrassed at all and said, "Teacher Jiang, this is where you are wrong. Love between a man and a woman is the law of nature. You don't have a boyfriend now, and I don't have one either. I guess my wife has been eaten by zombies. What's wrong with me pursuing you? Besides, if nothing unexpected happens, I will be promoted soon, and you will get better treatment if you follow me. You study hard and come here to teach. Isn't it for a better life? Follow me, and you can get it all." Chapter 27. Jiang Mengjie. Jiang Mengjie inside the door became even more angry. She shouted, "Wang Wenbo, do you like me? The way you look at me clearly shows that you want to eat me up. How dare you say you like me now?" Wang Wenbo narrowed his eyes. Was his previous intention so obvious? This woman actually saw through it. No wonder she wanted to escape. But he remained calm and said, "Xiao Jiang, I admit that I am greedy for your body, but who told you to be so young and beautiful? Which male teacher in the school would not take a few more glances at a beautiful female college student like you? This is not a mistake. What's more, the situation is different now. I should be alone now, and you are just the right person for me." Jiang Mengjie inside the door was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She yelled, "Wang, you are a beast. It's no use for you to argue here. The look in your eyes at that time clearly showed that you wanted to kill me, and then eat me alive. Did you think I didn't see the vicious look in your eyes?" Wang Wenbo smiled bitterly and said, "Teacher Jiang, you really misunderstood me. I admit that I did have improper thoughts about you at that time, but it was just an extreme thought because I was trapped for a while. But nothing happened, right? Now I've been rescued too. Won't you come out and walk with me? Maybe you'll find out later that I am a good person." Speaking of this, Wang Wenbo's face actually showed a trace of grievance. Listening to the two people still arguing, Gao Wenxiang said impatiently, "Teacher Jiang, are you leaving or not?" Hearing Gao Wenxiang's voice again, the man inside the door was stunned for a second and then said, "Are you really from the rescue team?" Gao Wenxiang thought for a moment and said, "I'm not, but now I'm the only one who can save you. So, are you leaving?" "I'm leaving." Half a minute later, Jiang Mengjie inside the door finally opened it. Gao Wenxiang looked at Jiang Mengjie. She was wearing a white shirt on her upper body. Her long hair was tied into a braid at the back of her head, blue jeans on her lower body, and a pair of small leather shoes on her feet. Her dress can be said to be very simple, but this can't hide her beautiful face and excellent figure at all. Gao Wenxiang said to her, "I will take you out under certain conditions." Jiang Mengjie looked at this handsome man with cold eyes and asked, "What are the conditions?" Gao Wenxiang said calmly, "Become my slave." When Jiang Mengjie heard the man's answer, she was stunned, and then she felt a strong sense of humiliation. The man's request was excessive, but it seemed reasonable. After all, this was the end of the world. Compared to Wang Wenbo, who wanted to kill her, the man in front of her was at least honest enough. But she still felt an unrelieved sense of humiliation in her heart, which made her eyes look a little confused. Her eyes passed Gao Wenxiang and saw the four women behind him. She actually knew one of them. It was the big star Jiangmi. This made her pupils shrink slightly, and she asked, "What about them? Are they also your slaves?" There was a hint of sarcasm in her words. What she didn't expect was that the man in front of her actually nodded and said, "Yes, they are all." Jiang Mengjie was silent. This was a result she did not expect. She did not expect that the big star Jiangmi could become this man's slave. Gao Wenxiang looked at her and said, "I heard that teacher Jiang teaches Chinese. I think you must understand a lot of things." Jiang Mengjie looked at him puzzledly. Gao Wenxiang continued, "The apocalypse has broken out, and the world is in a state of anarchy. There are no police, no army, and only a group of ordinary people are left to survive. In this apocalypse, zombies are getting stronger and stronger, and today's zombies are definitely more aggressive than yesterday's zombies. Human living space will be continuously compressed, and everything will return to the primitive, bloody era. That era is also known as the slave era. It's all just the cycle of history, isn't it? Slavery, feudalism, democracy. In fact, these social systems are neither good nor bad. They came into being simply because they were suitable for the times. Everything is the choice of the times. Now, it is just another choice of the times. As a slave owner, I have the right to select the slaves who follow me and build everything that belongs to me in this bloody era. Gao Wenxiang's words were not only addressed to Jiang Mengjie, but also to the other four girls. The end of the world is so cruel. It is purely foolish to practice democracy at the end of the world. Only the rule of absolute power can truly achieve the unity of will. Throughout history, the people who have created the greatest influence have all been dictators. Jiang Mengjie stared at the man in a daze. The light in her eyes flickered. Then she looked at Wang Wenbo beside her and said, "What about him? Will you take him as a slave as well?" Gao Wenxiang shook his head and said, "He is not within my rescue range. I am here for you." Listening to the man's words, Jiang Mengjie suddenly had many doubts in her heart. For her, yes, she was indeed good-looking, but the four women behind the man were all good-looking. Logically speaking, he had no shortage of women. Jiang Mengjie instinctively didn't believe what the man said, but looking at those cold eyes, she began to believe it a little. Maybe there are reasons that she doesn't understand, Jiang Mengjie thought to herself. At this moment, Wang Wenbo, who heard the conversation between the two, became anxious. He looked at Gao Wenxiang and said, "Little brother, don't be ridiculous. You just said that a leader asked you to rescue me. Now, you say I'm not your target of rescue. Are you kidding me? I tell you, little brother, this kind of joke is not allowed." Gao Wenxiang didn't want to pay attention to him. He still looked at Jiang Mengjie and asked, "Have you thought about it?" Jiang Mengjie thought for a moment and asked, "If I become your slave, what will I get? And what will I pay?" Gao Wenxiang said, "After you pass my test and show enough loyalty, I will grant you the ability to survive in the apocalypse." Jiang Mengjie probably understood what the man meant. She nodded and said, "I am willing to be your slave." Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the maid, Jiang Mengjie. Complete today's limited-time mission. Obtained a designated category primary lottery card as a task reward, with a slavery value of 5 points. Gao Wenxiang was very satisfied with successfully completing today's time-limited task. He looked at his watch and saw that it was only 9 o'clock in the morning, just in time to prepare breakfast. Just as Gao Wenxiang was about to leave, Wang Wenbo suddenly pulled out a fruit knife from somewhere. He looked at Gao Wenxiang with a sinister look in his eyes and threatened, "I advise you to take me away. Otherwise, I can't guarantee who I will stab with my knife. These women are all delicate and beautiful flowers. You don't want them to get hurt, do you? Give me a ride, and I promise nothing will happen." Gao Wenxiang looked at him as if he were a fool and said, "Are you threatening me?" Wang Wenbo shook his head. "Brother, it's a bit too much to call it a threat. I'm just negotiating with you. Although this negotiation method is a bit intense, I don't have any bad intentions." Gao Wenxiang nodded. "Oh, then you go ahead." Having said that, Gao Wenxiang walked out the door without looking back. Soon, the sound of broken bones reached his ears, followed by a heart-wrenching wail. As Gao Wenxiang walked away, he said, "Don't kill him. Break his limbs and let him die on his own." "Yes, master." Hu Yali's voice came from the office. Then, there was the sound of her running. She took a few steps and came behind Gao Wenxiang, following closely in his footsteps. After Gao Wenxiang went downstairs, the spiritual zombie appeared again. He walked to the door of the office and looked at Wang Wenbo, who was wailing on the ground. A cruel look appeared in his green eyes. He quickly stepped forward and pounced on Wang Wenbo. Chapter 28 Soul Binding. Jiang Mengjie, who was escorted all the way up the stairs to the RV, witnessed with her own eyes the power of the man who talked to her about slavery. He conjured up a fire axe from somewhere, and those ferocious-looking zombies became as weak as lambs to be slaughtered under his fire axe. With just a seemingly casual swing, a zombie's head was chopped off. The zombies fell one by one under his hands. His movements were so casual, as if he was walking in an open field. No matter how many zombies were around him, he didn't care. Back in the car, Gao Wenxiang stopped Zhuang Jing and said, "From now on, you will be in charge of guiding the newcomers. Teach them the necessary common sense. Tell them their current situation and arrange for them to complete the most basic trials." "Okay, Brother Chong." Zhuang Jing was very happy that she could help Brother Chong. Gao Wenxiang looked at her and suddenly asked, "Don't you miss your daughter?" Gao Wenxiang really wanted to know what the emotional world of people whose loyalty was forced upon them by the system was like. Hearing Gao Wenxiang's words, Zhuang Jing was stunned. Sadness began to appear in her eyes, just like a wave rising in a calm lake. Xiao Xue's grandmother is the principal of the kindergarten. Usually, her grandmother takes her with her. The doomsday broke out in the morning. Usually at that time, Xiao Xue will be playing with many other children in an activity room. Xiao Xue should be gone a long time ago. Whether I become a zombie or die, I don't want to see that scene. Gao Wenxiang thought of his previous life, when the girl was with Zhuang Jing. Does that mean that if I hadn't gone to Zhuang Jing's house that night, then Zhuang Jing would go to pick up her daughter and take her home the next morning, and then on the seventh day, Zhuang Jing's family of 3 would be trapped in death supermarket? Everything seemed to have changed because of him. Gao Wenxiang looked at Zhuang Jing and said calmly again, "Are you really not going to go and see? Maybe she's still alive." Zhuang Jing looked at the man and hugged him, tears streaming from her eyes. This made Gao Wenxiang certain that she was still a normal person and had a normal human view of family. Breakfast was made by Zhang Xiufin, Jiang Mi, and the newcomer Jiang Mingjie. Gao Wenxiang had told the girls yesterday that the daily diet would consist of 2 meals, breakfast and dinner. Breakfast is around 10 o'clock and dinner is around 5 o'clock. This ensures that everyone will not be too hungry during the day and avoids wasting too much time on eating. While the girls were cooking, Gao Wenxiang drove the car, and after clearing countless roadblocks, he arrived at the kindergarten that Zhuang Jing mentioned. At this time, it was already 12 noon. Gao Wenxiang hadn't opened the car door yet. He looked at Zhuang Jing and asked, "What was the first thing that came to your mind when you saw the doomsday break out?" Zhuang Jing looked at the man. Her eyes were still red. The pain that had been suppressed in her heart was released all at once, and her tears never stopped. After all, she was just a little woman. She whispered, "When I saw those zombies, I knew that I had lost Xiao Xue forever." Even if Xiao Xue hadn't turned into a zombie and was trapped in that activity room, she was just a child and had no ability to protect herself, and those zombies would eat people. When I realized that I couldn't save her at all, I forced myself not to think about her, so that she would always live in my heart. But I still couldn't help thinking about it. I thought, Xiao Xue is gone, and I have no relatives in this world. But I really don't want to be alone. To me, besides Xiao Xue, there is also you, Brother Chong. You are also very important to me, and I don't want to leave you." Gao Wenxiang opened the car door, and he and Zhuang Jing walked out together. The two of them waved their weapons and cleared the zombies along the way, and successfully arrived at the kindergarten. In Xiao Xue's favorite activity room, Zhuang Jing found a bracelet with the word snow on it. Apart from that, there was only a group of little zombies in the activity room. They were like a group of green monkeys, making ugly screams, and some of them had blood on their mouths. Zhuang Jing beat all the zombies to death with a baseball bat. Ding! Congratulations to the hosts made Zhuang Jing for reaching Loyalty 90. The host and Zhuang Jing have a soul bond. The host can communicate with Zhuang Jing through thoughts. Gao Wenxiang didn't expect that because of this incident, Zhuang Jing's loyalty to him suddenly increased by 10 points. The two got in the car together. Today's breakfast was really late. Zhuang Jing eats very little. After dinner, Gao Wenxiang got into the driver's seat and drove to the ancient culture street in Longsheng. He had been there before and remembered that there were swords for sale there. In the back, in the living room, "Sister Zhuang, don't be too sad." Huyali looked at Zhuang Jing's red eyes and couldn't help feeling distressed. She had heard some of the conversations between Gao Wenxiang and Zhuang Jing before and had a general understanding of the whole story. Sister Zhuang's daughter is gone, which is definitely a big blow to a woman, but she had been able to hold back from mentioning it before, which made Huyali admire her very much. Huyali couldn't help but think of her parents who were thousands of miles away. She didn't know whether they were still alive, but she knew that she could never go thousands of miles away by herself. What's more, she has become this man's slave. Will he travel thousands of miles for her? Huyali knows that this is absolutely impossible now. Huyali told herself not to think about these things. She just hoped that her parents could really survive and that she would be able to find them when she was strong enough. In the living room, every woman couldn't help but think of her own family after seeing Zhuang Jing's sad look. Then, a feeling of powerlessness came over me. This is the real cruelty of the end of the world. Their parents and families are thousands of miles away from them, and they have lost the way to contact their families. In this world where humans eat humans and zombies eat humans, people die every day and may migrate every day. When the day comes that they return to their hometown, even if their parents are still alive, will they really be able to find them? The atmosphere in the living room was a little depressing for a moment. Finally, it was Jiang Mengjia, the Chinese teacher, who spoke up to end the depressing atmosphere. Being able to survive in troubled times is already a person's greatest luck. In the era of warlord separatism, people not only had to endure the exploitation of ruffians and the rent collection of landlords, but also had to endure the heavy taxes and levies of warlords. Some local governments even deferred the taxes for 100 years. There are two brothers in a family, and they only have one pair of pants, so they have to take turns wearing them. Even so, the people in power were still not satisfied. The two brothers were drafted into the army by warlords, and then died in a battle without knowing why, and their bodies were buried in a mass grave. Their parents may be exploited to death as they grow older or die from sudden illness. In that dark age, it was better to be dead than to be alive. When people died, they just died in confusion. They don't know why they live and why they die. They see no hope when they live, and they don't know where they will die. Human life is as cheap as an ant. Today, it is a doomsday era that is even darker than that era. But our situation is much better than that of the people back then. At least we have clothes to wear and food to eat, and we don't have so many things weighing on our heads. He said that he would lead us out of the end of the world. We are his slaves and his soldiers, and we need to fight with him. As soldiers, what we need to do is to follow him and establish a firm belief, because only when we have a common belief can we gather all our strength together to do truly extraordinary things until we truly get out of doomsday. The danger of genocide is imminent, and the fate of the family is like a speck of dust before the fate of the extinction of the human race. Perhaps we cannot be saviors, but we can at least save ourselves and use ourselves as the spark of human survival. That's great enough, isn't it? As a Chinese teacher, Jiang Mengjia always likes to talk about some big truths when teaching reading comprehension, and she always inevitably wants to sublimate the theme at the end. Now, she has done her reading comprehension again. The key words are destiny, faith, race, and fire. As students of her class, Zhuang Jing, Hu Yali, Zhang Xiufan, and Zhang Mi all listen attentively. Chapter 29 Mutant Rat. Afterwards, the atmosphere became harmonious. Zhuang Jing began to tell Jiang Mengjia about the current state of the world, the difficulties they would face, and Gao Wenxiang's situation. Everyone was listening nearby. Zhuang Jing said, Brother Chang said that there was an unknown existence that destroyed all military districts and police stations before the end of the world. All order no longer existed, and then the unknown existence dropped a virus. When the doomsday came, Brother Chang awakened a magical ability system just like the protagonist in the movie. He needs to constantly complete the tasks assigned by the ability system and become stronger. At the same time, those of us who are close to him can also receive gifts from him and gain magical powers. The martial arts that Yali and I learned were given to us by Brother Chang. Jiang Mi and you are both the targets of his mission. Since everyone was Chang's slave, Zhuang Jing told the whole truth. After all, this is not a secret that cannot be told. Instead of letting everyone guess, it is better to be honest about everything. This will also allow everyone to respond more correctly to the end of the world. After hearing this, Jiang Mengjia already understood the whole story. She finally understood why this man saved her, and after saving her, he did not show any special treatment to her. So this is the reason for everything. It seems that I am indeed lucky. After all, I am also a chosen person. Jiang Mengjia comforted herself in this way. Bang, bang, bang. The Doomsday RV, which was driving slowly while clearing roadblocks, was suddenly hit by a series of continuous collisions. Gao Wenxiang looked at a large group of black shadows crashing into his car window. In just a moment, he saw the true appearance of these ghost things. They were actually rats about the size of normal dogs. This surprised Gao Wenxiang a little. He didn't expect that these mice would grow faster than humans. Gao Wenxiang saw the signs on both sides of the street. There were several noodle shops and restaurants connected on both sides, so it was not surprising to see so many rats. The women sitting in the living room all came to the front. Gao Wenxiang stepped on the brakes and stood up, turned around to look at the girls, and said, Zhuang Jing, Hu Yali, follow me out of the car, and everyone else stay in the car. Gao Wenxiang could see that these rats were very fast and much more difficult to deal with than zombies. There was no need for him to let his maids, who had not yet acquired abilities, fight a battle that was not commensurate with their abilities. Hearing Gao Wenxiang's words, Zhuang Jing and Hu Yali nodded and picked up their weapons, while the remaining 3 women stayed where they were. Gao Wenxiang opened the car door and walked down. He saw these ghost things more clearly. They have green eyes, sharp teeth and claws, and black fur that looks very smooth. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Seeing Gao Wenxiang getting out of the car, several mice turned around, stared at him with their eyes, and kept talking in their mouths. With their squeaking sounds, more mice began to gather towards Gao Wenxiang. Gao Wenxiang swung the axe and chopped it directly at the head of a rat. This axe was just a test, so he only used 1/3 of his strength. The mouse reacted extremely quickly. Almost at the same time as the axe was about to fall, it ran away from its original position and pounced towards him. The spiritual perception provided by cicada awareness allowed him to capture the changes in the mouse's movements in an instant. When the rat pounced, Gao Wenxiang had already dodged it and swung the axe vertically at the same time. The mouse in the air had no way to avoid being hit directly by the heavy axe. The rat's head fell to the ground, spurting green blood. With just 2 strikes, Gao Wenxiang had already built up absolute confidence. With the cicada awakening power, he is not afraid of attacks from any direction. The attack methods of rats are relatively simple, and when they pounce on people is the best time to deal with them. Now that he had found out the truth, Gao Wenxiang had no more worries. He brandished an axe and rushed into the swarm of rats, while Zhuang Jing and Hu Yali assisted him. Green blood soon splattered all over the ground, and hideous rat heads fell to the ground, giving people a bloody sense of art. Looking down from the sky, Gao Wenxiang at this moment was like cooking an exotic delicacy, looking up at the starry sky pie. Perhaps due to the influence of Yin Shuangying's martial arts, Gao Wenxiang felt that he always had a different artistic inspiration for killing. He had strict requirements for the placement of each mouse head, where blood needed to be sprayed, where the body needed to be decorated. Gao Wenxiang had a complete painting idea in his mind. The so-called abstract painting technique is the combination of man and God. Gao Wenxiang felt that he could already be considered a master. Sometimes a strong idea would arise in his mind, and he wanted to compete with abstract masters such as Van Gogh and Picasso. Finally, there was only 1 mouse left, and this mouse was even bigger, looking as big as a large wolf dog. It wanted to escape just now, but was forced back by Zhuang Jing and Hu Yali. At this time, its smart eyes kept turning, and its mouth full of sharp teeth kept making squeaking sounds. Gao Wenxiang stepped forward and chopped the rat on the top of its head with an axe. The moment the axe was about to hit it, the rat left its original position and ran to the side. The moment it landed, its head turned, and it pounced on Hu Yali on the other side in an instant. The turn was extremely sudden, and the speed was incredibly fast. Hu Yali was unable to dodge in time because she failed to predict it. The mouse was about to bite her face. At that moment, she saw so clearly the mouse's green eyes and bloody fangs. In the next moment, an axe fell on her chest, and the rat's head was nailed to the ground by the axe. Gao Wenxiang looked at Hu Yali coldly and said, "Don't be dazed next time. Remember, your life is mine. Before I let you die, you'd better try your best to live." "Yes, master." Hu Yali's eyes flashed. She was really a little scared just now. Luckily, her master saved her, and she loved it so much that her master was so cold, even when he said caring words to her. "Get in the car," said Gao Wenxiang. The 2 girls nodded and walked in front of him. Gao Wenxiang was also about to get in the car, but at this moment, he heard the system prompt again. Ding! Level 1 crystal nucleus detected, located in the mutant rat's brain. Hearing the system prompt, Gao Wenxiang stopped and asked, "System, how did this thing come into being? What is its use?" The system replied, "Most animal mutations will give birth to crystal nuclei. Crystal cores can be recycled by the system, and 5 level 1 crystal cores can be exchanged for a bottle of primary gene medicine. The crystal core can also be swallowed directly. After swallowing the crystal core, humans will gain certain superpowers, but will also become alienated and develop non-human organs. Crystal cores can also be used as energy sources for laser weapons." While listening to the system's answer, Gao Wenxiang had already split open the head of the last mouse in front of him. After opening its skull, Gao Wenxiang quickly found a hard lump that looked a bit like a sugar cube. "Is this it?" Gao Wenxiang asked. The system replied, "Yes, host. Recycle it." Gao Wenxiang didn't have much trouble. Of the three functions of the crystal core mentioned by the system, he does not have laser weapons, and if he swallows the crystal core directly, he will be alienated. He does not want to become a close relative of mice, so the only option left is recycling. Primary genetic medicine. Sounds like it should be a good thing. Chapter 30 Sweetness. When Zhuang Jing and Hu Yali noticed that Gao Wenxiang had turned around, they also stopped. They walked over and stood guard beside him. They were all a little surprised when they saw Gao Wenxiang taking out a crystal the size of a sugar cube from the mutant mouse's head. Soon they watched the crystal disappear from Gao Wenxiang's hands again. They were no longer surprised by this common scene. Zhuang Jing asked curiously, "Brother Chong, are there any other mice as well? I'll help you get them out." Gao Wenxiang shook his head and said, "That is a kind of energy crystal core, which can only be born in the brain of a completely mutated mutant animal." Oh, Zhuang Jing understood immediately. She said, "When animals become stronger in the future, we will kill them every day and collect crystal cores for Brother Chong." Fuyali also nodded and said, "Master, I will definitely work hard to practice my knife skills and help you kill animals in the future." Thinking that the mouse that almost bit her before could actually provide Gao Wenxiang with the kind of magical energy crystal core, Huyali gritted her teeth and secretly swore in her heart that she must work harder in the future and never hold her master back. "Hey, save us. Come up quickly and rescue us out." A cry for help was heard. Gao Wenxiang didn't expect that the rats in this place were so ferocious and there were actually living people here. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw that it was the second floor of a mahjong parlor. The person asking for help was a woman, clinging to the burglar-proof window on the second floor, wearing a purple low-cut suspender dress. When Gao Wenxiang looked carefully, he actually recognized the woman. She was the secretary of the boss of a company he previously worked for. Her name is Gan Tian, and as her name suggests, she is sexy and charming. Many men in the company use the name Gantian to make sentences, and many of them are very attentive. Gao Wenxiang is not interested in Gan Tian. He prefers models because he is a fan of the two-dimensional world. He can experience a one-person anime exhibition by spending a little money. After all, a model can cosplay many characters. What really impressed him about Gan Tian was that one day he came back late from going out. It was 1 o'clock in the morning, and he saw Gan Tian in the men's restroom of the company. The man was the company's boss, Jin Yaofa. Gao Wenxiang felt that this was nothing. Wasn't it normal for a boss to have a female secretary? He finished peeing without a care in the world. He even felt that he was fostering the lover's interest and was worthy of being awarded an award for outstanding employee. Then, the next day, he was fired for stealing company property. It was a simple trap, but it worked. The security department searched his room and found the company's products. He was escorted to the door of the boss office by the security department. Then he pushed the door open. Jin Yaofa's expression was a little strange, and his speech was a little intermittent. What he meant was that the company could not call the police, but he would lose his salary and should get out as soon as possible. Gao Wenxiang was very sure at the time that he could not beat such a big boss, so he did not cry out for injustice. Everyone knew what the situation was. When he was about to open the door to go out, Jin Yaofa pushed the table hard with one hand, and his office swivel chair slid back a distance. Gao Wenxiang turned around and happened to see something. He thought that Boss Jean must have been very proud at the time and deliberately wanted him to see something. It must be said that human desires can sometimes make them do some incredible things. Back to reality. Gan Tian upstairs seemed to be stunned when she saw Gao Wenxiang's face clearly. She had a deep impression of Gao Wenxiang. After all, it was her idea to fire Gao Wenxiang. Jin Yaofa wanted to keep Gao Wenxiang at the time, saying that he was a good employee. It was her hard work, and her words were sore that Jin Yaofa agreed to fire Gao Wenxiang. At this moment, seeing this half-acquaintance, Gan Tian showed a look of surprise, and she said, "Gao Wenxiang, do you still remember me? I'm Gan Tian. I didn't expect that you'd become so amazing after not seeing you for a year. Can you take me away from here? I'm so scared." As she spoke, she pulled her collar down again with her hands, a pitiful look in her eyes. With this posture, if we still live in a peaceful society and take a short video, it would at least get 10,000 likes, and I wonder how many 200-pound children would recognize her as their wet nurse. Gao Wenxiang knocked down a zombie, walked to the window, and asked, "Just you? I don't know where Boss Jean is. I haven't seen him for a long time. I wanted to thank him for not letting me go to jail." Gan Tian said, "Don't mention it. I don't know where the dead man is." When she said this, Gan Tian's tone changed subtly. Gao Wenxiang's cicada awareness keenly captured the slight unnaturalness on Gan Tian's face. When he thought about the bad things that happened in the office a year ago, he roughly understood. So, he deliberately said, "Since Boss Jean is not here, forget it, I'll leave. After all, you and Secretary Gan are not familiar with each other." "No, Gao Wenxiang, don't go," Gan Tian shouted anxiously. But Gao Wenxiang ignored him. At this time, another head popped out from the security window. "It must be Jin Yaofa or someone else." Jin Yaofa shouted, "Gao Wenxiang, don't leave. I'm here, I'm here." Gao Wenxiang then raised his head again and said, "Boss Jin, how are you? I still remember all the kindness you showed me." Jin Yaofa laughed and said, "Brother Gao, I admit that it was all my fault at the beginning. I'm here to admit my mistake to you. How about this? Let's not be pretentious. You come up first. Secretary Gan is a reasonable person. She also likes to play mahjong together. You two must have common topics." Gao Wenxiang laughed and said, "How embarrassing." Jin Yaofa didn't care. "We are all on the same path from now on, so it's too polite to say that." "Okay, I'll come up right away." Meeting Jin Yaofa was a pleasant surprise for Gao Wenxiang. After all, this man had withheld almost 2 months' salary from him and threatened to put him in jail. This grudge was by no means a small one. The ancients said that cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing his parents. He has no parents, so Jin Yaofa can be considered to have killed his adoptive parents, right? Even though his adoptive parents weren't kind to him, he was still a grateful person after all. How could he allow such evil people to run rampant? Then the world would be in chaos. After some psychological preparation, Gao Wenxiang pushed open the door of the mahjong hall, and Zhuang Jing and Hu Yali followed him. As soon as I pushed open the door of the mahjong hall, a female zombie wearing a red suspender skirt, with a hot body and long thighs, rushed towards me. It can be said that this service attitude is quite enthusiastic. Gao Wenxiang also kindly performed plastic surgery on her, but unfortunately he used too much force and hit her head hard, causing it to explode. It's a pity to waste such good zombie genes. I wonder how many excellent little zombies can be born in the future. To express his apology, Gao Wenxiang also beat up the tall, rich, and handsome male zombie next to her and asked him to go down with her. He thought that she would not be lonely anymore. Chapter 31, Half Confident. After easily clearing out the zombies in the stairwell, Gao Wenxiang came to the second floor, knocked on the door politely, and shouted, "Boss Jean, here I come." "Brother Gao, wait a moment. Wait for me. I'll open the door right away." Jin Yaofa sounded very excited. Gao Wenxiang guessed that Boss Jean probably didn't expect that he would actually come to save him. There's no way. A saintly man like him always likes to repay evil with kindness. Finally, the door was opened. Jin Yaofa's face was covered in sweat, and his hair was wet. With a smile on his face, he looked at Gao Wenxiang and said, "Brother Gao, please come in." Gao Wenxiang did not go in immediately, but looked at Jin Yaofa with a puzzled look and said, "What is Boss Jean busy with? He is sweating all over. Is he making dumplings for me?" Jin Yaofa laughed and said, "Brother Gao, you are joking. I'm just weak. My temperature is a little high. I will sweat after running a few steps." Gao Wenxiang nodded. "Then Boss Jean should exercise more in the future, otherwise at your age, the 3 highs will be a very troublesome disease." Jin Yaofa nodded repeatedly and said, "Brother Gao, let's talk inside. It's more convenient inside." "Yeah." Gao Wenxiang nodded and walked in. As soon as he entered the door, Gao Wenxiang saw a black gun muzzle pointing at him. The man holding the gun was a middle-aged man with a square face and fierce eyes and eyebrows. The middle-aged man yelled, "Put down your fire axe and let the 2 women behind you play with us." Gao Wenxiang ignored the middle-aged man and just looked around the room. There were 3 men in total. In addition to Jin Yaofa, the middle-aged man with a gun, there was also a gentleman with gold-rimmed glasses and a cunning smile. Women are always sweet, but her face looked a little redder than before, and there was a hint of sarcasm in the look she gave Gao Wenxiang. Gao Wenxiang looked at Jin Yaofa and asked, "Boss Jean, is this your apology?" Jin Yaofa wiped his forehead and continued to smile. "The one pointing the gun at you is Mr. Zhang from the Splendid Nightclub. He has nothing to do with me. I have no shortage of women. You know, he wants to play with your girl, and your RV seems to have been modified and can take us away. So, I asked you to come up. How about it? Think about it. Let's borrow the girl to play with Boss Zhang for a while. It's nothing. In troubled times, women can only do this. Mr. Zhang is happy, so we can go. How about you be the driver?" Gao Wenxiang found that Jin Yaofa's eyes were very proud, exactly the same as the look he saw when he left the office. Proud and sarcastic, Gao Wenxiang decided to deal with Jin Yaofa later. And then he turned his eyes to Boss Zhang, who was holding a gun, and he said the classic line from a TV series, "I bet there's no bullet in your gun." Boss Zhang was stunned when he heard Gao Wenxiang's words. Then he laughed. "Do you think you are Yin Shuangyi?" But after he finished speaking, an uncertain look appeared on his face. He really couldn't figure out whether this gun still had any bullets. Just as he was confused, he heard a gunshot. Then there was a click sound. Then he felt a piercing pain coming from his right hand holding the gun. Moreover, just now the gun in his hand had fallen to the ground and moved a distance to Jin Yaofa. Oh! The middle-aged man let out a miserable wail as 3 of his fingers were broken. Gao Wenxiang shook the gun in his hand and winked at the 2 women. The 2 women were already furious after hearing what the middle-aged man had just said, so how could they hold back? Soon, both of Boss Zhang's arms were smashed into pieces by the baseball bat, followed by his legs. Both women have inherited decades of martial arts memories from ancient female warriors, and they can be said to have a good control over the strength of the blows. In order to prevent the middle-aged man from screaming, Zhuang Jing also stuffed a wet towel on the chair directly into the middle-aged man's mouth. The middle-aged man couldn't shout out and could only make a ho-ho sound from his throat. His face had an extremely distorted expression. After beating the 2 legs, the 2 women moved to the middle and used their rice cake beating skills. They cooperated very well and ground all the men's limbs into cakes. Finally, Gao Wenxiang showed some compassion and said, "Let him live. Killing people is never good." Seeing this tragic scene, Jin Yaofa seemed a little frightened. He fell to his knees on the ground with a thud and begged for mercy. "Brother Gao, I was wrong. I apologize to you. I will give you whatever you want. Please spare my life." Gao Wenxiang said with a smile, "Boss Jin, I still like to see your rebellious look just now. I am not used to your current attitude." Jin Yaofa said with a sad face, "Brother Gao, I was forced to do this just now. It was Boss Zhang. No, it was that bastard who pointed a gun at me and asked me to trick you into coming in." Gao Wenxiang said with a smile, "Boss Jin, don't be impatient. Zip up your pants first. Isn't it a bit indecent for you to talk to me like this?" Okay, I'll unzip it right away." Jin Yaofa zipped up his pants with trembling hands. He asked again, "Brother Gao, can you not kill me? As long as you don't kill me, I will do whatever you say." Gao Wenxiang said with a smile, "Boss Jin, you are joking. I'm a good citizen. I would never do such things as murder and arson. You saw it all just now. I was acting in self-defense. He wanted to kill me, so I fought back. Besides, there is only 1 bullet in my gun. Now, it is empty, and this gun has become a piece of scrap metal." Having said that, Gao Wenxiang threw the gun aside. When Jin Yaofa heard Gao Wenxiang say that there were no bullets in the gun and saw that he actually threw the gun away, he was delighted. He knew his chance had come, because at his feet lay a pistol. He was very sure that the pistol had bullets because he was next to Zhang Dehai when he loaded the bullets. Thinking of this in his mind, Jin Yaofa did not hesitate. While Gao Wenxiang threw the gun and didn't pay attention to him, he suddenly grabbed the pistol at his feet. But at this moment, a foot stepped hard on his right hand that was holding the gun. That's Gao Wenxiang's foot. Gao Wenxiang's feet kept crushing, and he carefully pulled out a piece of cloth draped over the chair and stuffed it into Jin Yaofa's mouth to prevent his screams from being too harsh. Only when his hand was completely rotten did he move his foot away and reach out to pick up the gun. Looking at the face in front of him that had become extremely distorted due to excessive pain, Gao Wenxiang shook his head and patted his face and said, "Even though I gave you a chance, you're useless. Is this all you can do?" As he spoke, Gao Wenxiang raised the muzzle of the gun and pointed it at Jin Yaofa's brow. He watched the emotion of fear gradually fill Jin Yaofa's eyes, and he was very satisfied. He had seen Boss Jin's smug and sarcastic smile twice, and now he finally saw another side of Boss Jin. By this calculation, he could be considered the person who knows Boss Jin best in the world. This kind of relationship can at least be considered as half a close friend. The miscellaneous Aga Sutra says that all sentient beings suffer from desire and lust, and they live on love and lust. As Boss Jin's confidant, Gao Wenxiang felt that he really needed to save him from suffering and help him reach heaven as soon as possible. Bang! After a gunshot, a flower bloomed between Jin Yaofa's eyebrows. After absorbing all the light from Jin Yaofa's eyes, the flower bloomed exceptionally brightly, dyeing the carpet red, like a red rose. This could not help but stimulate the artistic cells in Gao Wenxiang, and reminded him of the famous saying, With a tiger in your heart, you can still smell the roses. Chapter 32, The Most Challenging Person in the Underworld. Gao Wenxiang, please don't kill me. Gan Tian was so scared that she started to cry. Her whole body was shaking. She looked very pitiful and said, I can sleep with you. Jin Yaofa ordered me to do everything. I'm just a woman. I can't resist at all. Gao Wenxiang laughed and said, Secretary Gan, you are joking. I don't kill women. Hearing this familiar line from a movie, Gan Tian turned pale with fear. Brother Chong, please, I'll do anything you want me to do. I can be your slave or your dog. Please don't kill me. Ding. Congratulations to the host, the contracted maid Gan Tian, for gaining one slavery point. Gao Wenxiang was still a little dazed listening to the system's prompts. This was the first time someone took the initiative to be his slave. What a pity. Gan Tian was such a vicious and dirty woman that he was destined to never be able to enjoy her. Ignoring her, Gao Wenxiang glanced at the trembling gentleman and said to the two women, Anyone who can hang out with Jin Yaofa and Boss Zhang must not be a good person. Break his limbs and leave him to die. The scoundrel yelled, You can't do this, I am. Before he could reveal his identity, his mouth was stuffed with a wet towel, making it difficult for him to speak. There was endless fear bursting out from his eyes. Finally, in this extremely depressing environment, Gan Tian went crazy and started talking nonsense. Gao Wenxiang, I hate you. I hate you. Don't you know? It was my idea that you got fired. I know you looked down on me, because your reaction when you saw me and Jin Yaofa was not like that of a normal man. Just now, I recognized you at first sight. It was me who suggested that Zhang Dehai steal your woman. How are they better than me? I'm not bad either. I have a good figure and good looks, so why didn't you even look at me? I hate you. I hate you. Why do you look down on me? Now you know everything, right? It was all my idea. Come and kill me. Come and kill me. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The world suddenly became quiet. Although Gao Wenxiang promised that he would not kill women, he still couldn't bear to refuse other people's requests. This is his character flaw. He is easily influenced, and it is an old bad habit that he can't change. He also increasingly realized that his vow to be a bad guy might not work because he was not decisive enough to kill. According to the villain's behavior, Jin Yaofa would have been beheaded by his axe the moment he opened the door. But he didn't. He always liked to give those who had done evil a chance to reform before deciding whether to beat them to death or cripple them, to see whether they truly repented sincerely, and then to make the final judgment. He always reminds himself to get rid of this bad habit, but he can never do so. Humans are sometimes really complicated creatures. Just like a line from a movie. You don't listen when I tell you. You don't understand when you listen. You don't do when you understand. You do it wrong when you do it. You don't admit when you are wrong, and you don't change when you admit it. Gao Wenxiang felt like there were always two people arguing in his mind. To say that they were quarreling was a bit too much. Most of the time, it was him, the one who was decisive and ruthless, who was scolding the one who was too kind-hearted in a tone of disappointment. But after being scolded so many times, he still didn't make any progress. Perhaps this is what the ancients said, it is easy to change the country, but difficult to change one's nature. Gao Wenxiang saw that the two women were almost done with their work, so he said, Come on, it's time for us to leave. Okay, Brother Chong. Yes, Master. Zhuang Jing and Hu Yali kindly lifted the man with glasses and laid him down on ground. This way, he can survive longer, although it may be a little painful. But being alive is always a blessing, isn't it? Gao Wenxiang opened the door and walked out. The mahjong hall was as quiet as a tomb, with only the sound of 3 people walking down the stairs. Gao Wenxiang controlled his steps, keeping every step in time with the drums, and in his heart he played half of the safe journey west for those who had died or were about to die. I only hope that they will fall into the Avicii hell and never be able to be reborn. After going down the stairs, Gao Wenxiang took another look at the sexy female zombie who died peacefully and the tall, rich and handsome zombie. He had to admit that he had finally brought together a good couple. He opened the shop door and casually chopped down 2 zombies lying in front of the car. Gao Wenxiang opened the door and returned to the driving seat. After the 2 women got in and closed the door, he restarted the vehicle. The rest of the journey was relatively smooth, and at 2:30 in the afternoon, the RV arrived next to the ancient culture street. The reason we didn't drive in was because the ancient culture street was surrounded by iron fences and there was only one door for access. In fact, Gao Wenxiang could cut off the iron fence and break indirectly. But he just wanted to get a few swords and felt there was no need to be too ostentatious for the time being. It was still Zhuang Jing and Hu Yali who accompanied him out of the car. Gao Wenxiang patted the iron gate and shouted, "Is anyone there?" He kept shouting this and banging on the door for about half a minute. Then a young man with a horse face came out and opened a small door on the iron gate, revealing only his face. The horse-faced young man said to Gao Wenxiang in an impatient voice, "Who are you? Get out of here. We don't welcome outsiders here." After hearing what the young man said, Gao Wenxiang felt deeply that he had made a mistake just now. He also heard another self in his mind laughing at him. Gao Wenxiang was already ready to go into the RV and operate the joystick to cut open this place. At the same time, the horse-faced young man also saw the two pretty girls behind Gao Wenxiang. A hint of lust flashed across his eyes. He did not hesitate and immediately changed his words. "Wait a moment." Hearing the words of the horse-faced young man, Gao Wenxiang turned his head. With the spiritual perception of cicada awareness, he immediately noticed the lustful look that flashed across the horse-faced young man's face. Obviously, this horse-faced young man has bad intentions. He looked at the horse-faced young man who opened the door confidently. Behind him, there were 5 young men holding knives. The horse-faced young man no longer concealed his anger. He smiled sarcastically at Gao Wenxiang and said, "You can go now. The two of them stay." Gao Wenxiang's eyes became even colder. There are always some ignorant people in this world who think they can do whatever they want as long as they have a little power. Facing the mocking smile of the horse-faced young man, Gao Wenxiang's counterattack was to chop him with an axe. The young man with a horse face didn't expect that Gao Wenxiang would actually attack him directly. He wanted to hide, but could he do it? Gao Wenxiang, who has already mastered the secret art of the natural gate and cicada awakening power, doesn't even need a second trick to deal with this kind of character. With just one axe, the horse-faced young man's head was chopped off and blood spurted out from his neck, a bit like fireworks, creating a festive atmosphere. When the 5 young men with knives saw how fierce Gao Wenxiang was, they couldn't help but shrink back. One of the young men shouted, "Someone was killed. An outsider was killed. Ma Cheng was killed." Gao Wenxiang did not stop the young man from shouting for help. He felt that if the people he called over were the same kind of people as before, he could kill them all. Perhaps he could save food for the remaining human survivors, which would be a good thing. Not long after, more than 20 people came out one after another and surrounded Gao Wenxiang and his 2 companions. Among them, a square-faced man in his 40s was obviously the leader. The young man who had just called people came to him respectfully and whispered something to him in a low voice. After the young man finished speaking, the square-faced man waved at him, signaling him to step aside. At this time, the square-faced man looked at Gao Wenxiang and said with cold eyes, "You killed our people just because of a disagreement. That's too much. Well, you cut off one of your arms first, and then we could talk about how to deal with your problem." Gao Wenxiang smiled. What on earth was he expecting? Was he expecting a group of lambs to come to their senses and return to the right path? Unfortunately, he can neither save all living beings nor be a pastor. Right before our eyes, a group of sheep were actually being captured by the wolf. Is there anything more ridiculous in the world than this? Gao Wenxiang felt that since he could not learn the Buddhist method of salvation, physical salvation was the same. So he smiled and said, "I heard that there are 18 levels of hell in the underworld, which is very tough. Now, I will send you down there for reformation." Chapter 33, Almighty Artist. Legend has it that in ancient times, Wu Daozi painted a painting called The Transformations of Hell, which was so lifelike and vivid that it fully displayed the ghosts of hell. After seeing it, people would be horrified and their livers would tremble, and they would never dare to do evil again. This painting is known as a masterpiece through the ages, but unfortunately it was lost later on, which is truly a regrettable thing. At this time, Gao Wenxiang, holding a fire axe, also wanted to imitate the ancients' brushwork, using the blood of these 20 people as ink, the fire axe in his hand as a brush, the large open space outside the ancient cultural street as a canvas, and the bodies of these 20 people as the backbone, to draw an abstract version of hell transformations. Legend has it that there are tortures in hell, such as gouging out eyes, pulling out tongues, cutting off fingers, chopping off feet, etc. Gao Wenxiang really wants to show them all here. The other side. Hearing Gao Wenxiang's extremely arrogant words, the leader of the group of more than 20 people, the square-faced man, looked extremely gloomy. He said with a fake smile, "We were originally planning to leave your body intact, but you really don't know what's good for you. There's nothing more to say. After we kill you, we'll make you into bacon as a reserve food for the future. I think you wouldn't mind." right? As for these two little girls, they look so delicate and lovely. When we get tired of playing with them, we'll make them into sausages. I think they should be much better than the chicken ones we had before. That kind of delicate taste is exciting just thinking about it. Gao Wenxiang didn't hear what the square-faced man was saying. He was already immersed in his own creative inspiration. In his eyes, the world was filled with only lines. In the spiritual perception provided by cicada awareness, many lines are moving in irregular rhythms, and they are tangled into a messy ball that he needs to sort out. When ancient people painted, some liked to drink wine to enhance their mood, while others liked to use piano music to inspire their inspiration. At this moment, a magnificent song, entering the new era, rang in Gao Wenxiang's mind. In the long-range perspective, the two parties confronting each other at this time have a unique sense of beauty in composition. One party is quiet and reserved, with only 3 people. The other party has more than 20 people, surrounding the 3 people inside. The lips of these 20-something people kept opening and closing, spitting out a lot of dirty words. They were waving swords, and their movements were wild, and everyone looked very excited. Perhaps, in their minds, there's also a song playing. It is called The Last Bloom, a rock song that needs to be sacrificed with blood. Perhaps in their opinion, Gao Wenxiang and the other 2 would let out mournful wails next, and these wails would become the best chords, inspiring the most insane music in each of their hearts. Unfortunately, they are destined to be disappointed, because no matter how loud and crazy the rock music is, it cannot resist the call of the times. The song, entering the new era, played in Gao Wenxiang's mind, is destined to become an immortal piece of music. Maybe Gao Wenxiang is a natural all-round artist. While the melody of entering the new era was playing in his mind, the fire axe in his hand was flying synchronously, playing the same melody on the enemies in front of him. The blood is spilled, dyeing the most dazzling colors. The cries of the enemies are the loudest trumpet sounds, adding a touch of shouting flavor to the already magnificent song, entering the new era, in Gao Wenxiang's mind. Holding a fire axe, Gao Wenxiang chopped down one enemy after another and dissected their bodies according to the lines he saw under the spiritual vision of cicada awareness, making each ball of thread no longer look twisted, but like a figure in the world of mathematics, regular and beautiful. The song entering the new era was still playing, and Gao Wenxiang's emotions became more excited with the melody. After Gao Wenxiang made his move, Zhuang Jing and Hu Yali also made their moves expressionlessly. Their momentum was equally astonishing, and the movements of the 3 seemed so coordinated and orderly, as if they were playing a symphony together. Gao Wenxiang seemed to have transformed from a solo performer into a symphony conductor. The direction in which he swung his axe became the direction of Zhuang Jing and Hu Yali's joint attack. As the grand musical melody continued to play in Gao Wenxiang's mind, these 20 people suffered heavy casualties. They wanted to escape, but Gao Wenxiang had blocked their way. They wanted to kneel down and beg for mercy. But what greeted them was Gao Wenxiang's axe of death. Until all the sinful lives are gone, until the vicious curses of those people before their death also fade away from your ears. Until the reality scene reappeared before his eyes, a bloody picture like hell appeared in front of Gao Wenxiang. And Gao Wenxiang heard the voice in his mind again. In my mind, the decisive and ruthless self was asking, how can we enter the new era? The self, with an overflowing, saintly heart, answered, holding high the bloody butcher knife, telling the world that all sinful lives are dominated by me. Wu Daozi's hell transformations has been lost, and Gao Wenxiang's hell transformations is also destined to be lost. Because when he ran over the RV, all the lines became messy again, and the painting no longer had any beauty. Gao Wenxiang operated the joystick and buttons. The electric saw, excavator, bulldozer, various functions switched one after another, and soon, the iron fence was removed. Then, he witnessed the extreme evil of the world. Logically speaking, the end of the world has just arrived and humans will not lack food for the time being. But what Gao Wenxiang saw told him that reality is often absurd and ugly enough. The square-faced man did not lie to him. These people were really making bacon, and right on this street. Their movements looked skilled and professional. This shocked Gao Wenxiang. In just 2 days, these people had already learned the assembly line operations in the electronics factory without any sense of unfamiliarity. The remaining survivors in the ancient culture street had naturally seen Gao Wenxiang's RV a long time ago. Some of them were holding swords, some were holding bows and crossbows, and all of them had unfriendly expressions. There were also women inside cursing Gao Wenxiang for slaughtering their husbands and sons. This made Gao Wenxiang feel guilty, and he thought that he should send them to reunite with their husbands and sons as soon as possible. After all, a family must always be neat and complete. Even if they're in the Avicii hell, being burned by copper pillars, as long as they're a family together, they will surely be able to survive with a smile on their face. This time, Gao Wenxiang asked all the women to get out of the car and gave each of them a baseball bat so that they could more truly feel the simple customs of the people in these doomsday situations. Looking at the smoked meat hanging on the shelves, Jiang Mi, Zhang Xiufen, and Jiang Mengjie all pursed their lips. Their faces turned extremely ugly. They tightly gripped the baseball bats in their hands, feeling an extremely cold fear growing in their hearts, and an extremely strong anger surging. But when their eyes saw the man standing in front of them, they suddenly realized how lucky they were. Then all their fears disappeared, and the seeds of faith began to take root in their hearts. Chapter 34, Judgment. What happens next is destined to be a reanalysis of the soul after a bloody art, and a lingering sound after the ending. Although the sound of these tale tones is a bit noisy, filled with the voices of men and women of different ages from different places, and the voices also contain different emotions such as begging for mercy, cursing, crying, etc., it represents Gao Wenxiang's kindness to these people before the final trial, and represents his forgiveness. Only after they had cursed, cried, and begged for mercy did Gao Wenxiang raise his bloody fire axe. Send those who deserve to die to see God, and let God forgive their sins. Give those who have committed crimes a stab, and throw them to the zombies, so that the zombies can forgive their crimes. This is Gao Wenxiang's way of judging, absolutely fair and just. Gao Wenxiang didn't kill anyone. He just made everyone fall to the ground. He gave the task of execution to Jiang Mi, Zhang Xiufen, and Jiang Mengjie. There were swords everywhere for them to choose from. Gao Wenxiang looked at them. If they couldn't do it, there was no point in keeping them for free. Zhang Xiufen was the first to take action, and he cut off a man's neck with one knife. In front of Jiang Mi was a middle-aged woman with a resentful look in her eyes. She was still cursing. Jiang Mi pursed her lips tightly and finally cut her neck with a knife. As blood spurted out, the woman's curse words could no longer form, and the vicious look in her eyes faded. Jiang Mi looked at the gushing blood blocking the woman's mouth, and she finally realized that the best way to make people shut up was never to argue or use public opinion, but to use a knife. The last person to take action was Jiang Mengjie. In front of him was an old woman who looked very arrogant. She cursed Jiang Mengjie, saying that she would be raped by someone sooner or later. She also cursed Gao Wenxiang. She cursed everyone to have a miserable death, and that mankind would be destroyed sooner or later. There was a crazy smile in her eyes. Her son, her husband, were both dead, and now she didn't want to live anymore. Jiang Mengjie stabbed a knife into the vicious old woman's mouth and crushed her tongue. Jiang Mengjie has never been a weak person. Otherwise, she would not have been able to go to college with her own tuition despite her family's opposition and eventually become a high school teacher. Since she was a child, she has had an urgent desire to change her destiny, and this desire has become stronger and stronger as she grew up. Because she didn't want to live in a muddle all day long, she couldn't imagine that many years later she would become one of those middle-aged and elderly women in the village who only knew how to gossip. If she became like that, she would rather die. She had once seen someone who looked very similar to this old woman at the entrance of the village. She could talk all day long and was very good at spreading rumors. Because all the girls of her age in the village were married, but she was not, the old woman spread rumors that today's college students are too promiscuous and many of them have had too many abortions and cannot have children. The old woman didn't name any names, but she was the only female college student in the village. Later, the old woman said that the reason why women nowadays go to college is to marry into a good family and look down on people from rural areas. They would rather be kept by a man than go back to the countryside. Finally, it was Jiang Mengjie's mother who told her that the old woman had a son who was idle all day long, stayed at home, and lived off his parents without getting married. The old woman once wanted to arrange a blind date between her and her son, but because she made it clear that she would not marry into the village, the plan fell through before it even started. So, the old woman has always held a grudge against her, thinking that she, as a rural person, looked down on rural people. In fact, Jiang Mengjie never looked down on rural people. She just didn't want to listen to the gossip in the village anymore. She liked to live her life quietly instead of wasting her life in some gossip. At this moment, Jiang Mengjie crushed the old woman's tongue with her own hands and completely ended her life. She felt that the nightmare that had been haunting her since childhood was finally broken. She felt like she had started a new chapter in her life. Afterwards, the execution of the three men became smoother. Blood continued to spurt, and the movements of the three men became more and more natural and skillful. When all the punishments were over, Gao Wenxiang actually heard a woman's curse in his ears again. "Why didn't you come earlier? Why did you come so late? You bastards! Bastards!" He looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young woman who was still tied up. The woman had a pretty face, but the expression on her face was aggressive. She was wearing a gauze shirt on her upper body and only a pair of shorts on her lower body. There were scratches on her slender legs. It was obvious that this woman had been abused. The woman's eyes met Gao Wenxiang's. A sarcastic smile appeared in her red eyes. She said, "What are you looking at? I've seen a lot of people like you. You used to be a loser, a 3D person in society. The end of the world is here. You are relying on the fact that you have learned some kung fu and you are playing the hero everywhere. Playing the game of hero, saving the beauty. Do you think that if you save me, I will be grateful to you? Will I sleep with you? I tell you, forget it. I won't even look down on a poor loser like you in my next life. I tell you in my eyes, you are worse than the beast you just killed." Gao Wenxiang looked at the still tied-up woman and was sure that she had gone crazy. Her mind had been twisted and she must be in extreme pain. Gao Wenxiang felt that he should be a good person and help her get rid of the pain completely. What's more, a mentally distorted person is also a huge hidden danger to social stability. They are likely to develop anti-human personalities and become the root cause of social unrest. After analyzing the situation in his mind, Gao Wenxiang raised his head and looked at the woman. He decided to be a good man and send this woman to heaven. The woman was annoyed by Gao Wenxiang's stare, and she shouted in a bossy manner, "You stinky loser, come over and untie the rope for me." Facing the woman's yelling, Gao Wenxiang was like watching a monkey jumping up and down. He raised a fire axe in his hand and chopped it down. The woman's head rolled to the ground, with disbelief still in her eyes. Her headless body fell to the ground, blood gushing out from her neck, staining a large area red. This was the last bloom of life. The dead woman looked much more beautiful, quiet, and elegant. She no longer had that aggressive and domineering aura. Her head lay quietly in a pool of blood, her lifeless eyes looking up at the sky. This picture has almost the same charm as the stargazing days in the paintings of Guido Reni, who is known as the Raphael of the Baroque period and regarded as the terminator of Enolia classical art. Art is like this, it is everywhere. The characters in Guido Reni's paintings look up at the stars because of religion. They look up to God, which represents a sincere faith. Gao Wenxiang painted this picture because he wanted God to take away the head of the woman in front of him and heal her twisted spirit. However, he never believed in God. Chapter 35, Great Harvest. Gao Wenxiang didn't expect that so many things would happen just because he simply wanted to pick up a few swords. Fortunately, everything went well, and he achieved his original goal and increased his weapons reserves. The weapons here were quite complete. Zhuang Jing took 2 sets of butterfly knives, Hu Yali took 2 Japanese swords, and Gao Wenxiang took a variety of weapons, including a long-handled axe for himself. Moreover, because many people begged for mercy in the previous 2 battles, and there were many who claimed to be his slaves, his slavery value ushered in a surge, and the total value reached 13. So he returned to the RV and decided to draw a prize first. Gao Wenxiang entered the system interface and said, "System, give me the primary lottery chance in the designated category first." The designated category is martial arts. As Gao Wenxiang finished speaking, a lottery page appeared on the bronze mirror in the system interface. The light spot was directly fixed on the martial arts option and shone brightly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the character Tianxin from the movie The Great Wudong, the Code of Heaven and Earth, and obtaining the martial arts Longmen Xuanjin Gong. And the martial arts rating is Black Iron 1 star. As the system prompted, a familiar figure of a woman practicing boxing appeared on the mirror. Gao Wenxiang thought about it and felt that this martial art was of little use to him and could be passed on to other maids in the future. There's still 13 points of slavery. Gao Wenxiang said to the system without hesitation, "System, redeem 1 intermediate lottery chance for me, and the other 3 points for 1 primary lottery chance. Then take all the points." As Gao Wenxiang finished speaking, the light spot on the bronze mirror began to rotate rapidly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the character Chung Yaojin from Heroes of Sui and Tang Dynasties, and obtaining the martial arts 36 Axes of Tiangang. The martial arts rating is Silver 1 star. Gain the innate skill, Great Power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the drug Long Hemorrhoid Ointment. The drug rating is Black Iron 3 stars. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the character Song Wujiao from the anti-Japanese heroes and obtaining the martial arts Bone-Dissolving Palm with a martial arts rating of Black Iron 2 stars. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the character Xue Min from Female Bomb Squad. Obtain the martial arts Special Fighting Techniques, and the martial arts rating is Black Iron 1 star. Obtain the skill Sharpshooter, skill rating Black Iron 1 star. Acquire the skill Bomb Mastery, skill rating Black Iron 1 star. 36 Tiangang Axes. Silver level skill. Gao Wenxiang didn't expect the system to be so powerful. This time he finally got a silver level martial arts skill. Gao Wenxiang has watched the TV series Heroes of Sui and Tang Dynasties. It is said that Chung Yaojin's 36 Axes of Tiangang was taught by gods in a dream. With these 3 axes, he could even defeat the world-famous King Yonglin with 2 moves. It can be said that he is quite powerful. This skill is just right for him, so he plans to learn it. As for the skills of the heroines of the following 2 anti-Japanese war dramas, he plans to pass them on to his maid. In this way, everyone can learn a set of martial arts, which will be very helpful for him to complete Novice Mission 2. There's also a medicine called Long Hemorrhoid Cream. Seeing that its rating is as high as 3 stars, Gao Wenxiang was stunned. He asked in confusion, "System, Yinyang Yuan powder is only 1 star black iron. How come this hemorrhoid cream is 3-star black iron?" The system replied, 9 out of 10 people have hemorrhoids. Long Hemorrhoid Ointment can make the host's life happier in the future and enjoy a hemorrhoid-free life. Gao Wenxiang was sure that the system rating was correct, and he thought that the effect of this medicine should be good. Looking at the time, it was almost 5 o'clock. Gao Wenxiang started the RV and came to a road marked on the map as being relatively remote with no buildings around. When Gao Wenxiang stopped the car, he only saw a van lying on the side of the road in the distance, and there were no zombies around. There are green weeds and bright flowers growing on both sides of the road. Moreover, they're growing more luxuriantly than before the doomsday. He told the women to prepare the meal, and he got out of the car. When he came to the clearing, he said to the system, "System, receive Chung Yaojin's martial arts and skills." As he finished speaking, a new memory automatically appeared in his mind. It was the complete memory of Chung Yaojin using the 36 axes of the Heavenly Gang from his childhood to his old age. Moreover, along with these memories comes the instinct of the body's muscles to wield the axe. Gao Wenxiang clearly felt that his muscles had become stronger, as if he had endless energy. He began to practice with the axe over and over again. Actually, this set of axe techniques called 36 Axes of Tiangang actually only had 3.5 axes. The 3 axes were what Chung Yaojin himself knew, and the so-called half-axe was the half-style overwhelming that Chung Yaojin barely learned with the guidance of the Mountain King. The reason why it is only called half-style is because Chung Yaojin only got the form but not the meaning. Later, Chung Yaojin fought in battles and combined his own fighting experience to change this half-style overwhelming into destroying the world, which just matched his former nickname of the Demon King. Gao Wenxiang practiced very seriously as he needed to integrate this axe technique with his other martial arts. This requires him to constantly correct his body movements, footwork, and force techniques that best suit him. Chung Yaojin took a tough approach, wielding the axe with great force and momentum. Yin Shuangying, on the other hand, was as agile as a ghost, and his martial arts were fierce and swift. The natural gate martial arts are in between the two, with both powerful leg skills, light body skills, and palm skills that overcome hardness with softness. In his later years, Du Xinwu himself incorporated Taoist concepts to harmonize yin and yang. At this time, Gao Wenxiang was thinking about Du Xinwu's ideas in his later years in his mind. He took the martial arts of the natural gate as the foundation and integrated the 36 axes of Tiangang in Yin Shuangying's martial arts. So, slowly, each blow of his axe seemed to be of great weight, yet it gave people a feeling of lifting a feather. Every time he swung his axe, it had a grand and sweeping momentum, yet it was often chopped from extremely strange angles, making people feel extremely weird. In fact, all this is not contradictory. In the martial arts memory of Du Xinwu, given to him by the system, there's only one word regarding how to integrate Taoism with martial arts, and that is water. The highest virtue is like water. Water can turn into a huge wave, a gurgling stream, or a 3-foot-long ice. The form of water is changeable, and martial arts can naturally change as well. This is nature. Gao Wenxiang practiced very seriously. At some point, Zhuang Jing also took out her butterfly double swords and started practicing Wing Chun 8 cut sword, and Hu Yali also started practicing Japanese sword techniques. They know that the end of the world has just begun. The zombies are getting stronger, and besides the zombies, they're also ferocious mutant animals. The doomsday will only become more and more dangerous. In addition to receiving gifts from Gao Wenxiang, they also need to work harder to face all the dangers that are coming. Chapter 36 Singer. After practicing, we had dinner together. Eating is undoubtedly a kind of physical and mental relaxation for everyone who has experienced a day of fighting. Food stimulates the taste buds, which not only eliminates physical fatigue, but also makes everyone feel at home. When everyone gathers together and chats about some simple things, everyone can feel warm and happy. The women all understood Gao Wenxiang's character. He was a man of few words, but he didn't mind women chatting. He was like a silent listener. Even Zhuang Jing, who knew her best, didn't know what this man was thinking at these times. After eating and washing the dishes, it's time to take a shower and go to bed. Zhuang Jing still rubs Gao Wenxiang's back. She has mastered enough skills and knows how to rub a back to truly eliminate a person's fatigue. When the two came out of the shower, Zhuang Jing looked tired as a puddle of mud, while Gao Wenxiang still looked energetic. After that, it was the turn of others to wash up. Jiangmi took a shower, changed into a white short-sleeved shirt, and came to the bedroom. She looked like an idle trainee participating in the Star of Tomorrow. She looked at Gao Wenxiang and said with a smile, "Mr. Gao, can I be the singer of your track tonight?" Gao Wenxiang nodded. This Doomsday RV was indeed equipped with music equipment, and it was of top quality. So, on this night, Jiangmi sang her famous song. She sang it with special emotion. Her rosy lips touched the microphone, and she sang beautiful music in this deserted wilderness, in this RV. The roars of zombies came in the summer wind, and it was the most wonderful harmony. Perhaps the sofa bed was too hard. Zhang Xiufan still found it difficult to fall asleep, but that big bed could accommodate many people. After asking Gao Wenxiang for his advice, Zhang Xiufan lay down next to him. That night, she no longer suffered from insomnia and slept soundly. It rained again in the morning, and Jiangmi and Zhang Xiufan were wrapped up like silkworm cocoons. There's only one person who suffers from insomnia, and that is Jiang Mengjie. She also felt that the sofa bed was a little hard, and it rained last night. During this rainy season, the rain always made her clothes feel a little damp and stuck to her body, making her feel uncomfortable. In the morning, after everyone had washed up and Zhuang Jing was about to take the women downstairs to practice, Gao Wenxiang called Jiangmi and Zhang Xiufan and asked them to sit down in the living room. In the system interface, Jiangmi's loyalty has reached 69, Zhang Xiufan is 71, and Jiang Mengjie is 39. Gao Wenxiang said, "I will give each of you something as a gift. I hope you won't let me down in the future." Jiangmi blinked. Her big eyes were full of anticipation. She had anticipated something. Zhang Xiufan also raised her head and looked at the man in front of her, with nervousness and joy in her eyes. Looking at the expressions of the two people, Gao Wenxiang said to the system, "System, transfer Tian Xian's martial arts from the secret code of the Great Wudong to Jiangmi, transfer Song Wu Jiao's martial arts from the legend of the anti-Japanese heroes to Zhang Xiufan." Ding! The host's reward has been successfully transferred to the host's maid. Jiangmi soon discovered the difference. She found that there was an extra memory in her mind. Moreover, she discovered that the girl in the memory, Tian Xian, was actually a movie character she had played before. However, she seemed to have become a real person, and she had complete memories. The martial arts memories in her mind could not be false. Jiangmi felt a sense of relaxation from both her body and mind, as if every pore was breathing. Moreover, she felt that her body had become more flexible, and her muscle cells seemed to be filled with explosive power. Is this Mr. Gao's ability? It's really amazing. He can actually turn the virtual into the real. Jiangmi was shocked, and then she had stronger confidence in the future. Zhang Xiufan also felt that there was an additional memory in her mind. She had an impression of the woman in the memory, and she seemed to be a character in a TV series. But these memories that suddenly poured into her mind included this woman's complete martial arts memories of her entire life. Bone-dissolving palm. These four words were deeply imprinted in Zhang Xiufan's mind. At this moment, she felt that her body was as light as catkins, ready to be blown away by the wind at any time. Countless martial arts insights took root in her body, which calmed her mind. She quickly understood the martial arts concept of using softness to overcome hardness in the bone-dissolving palm. It wasn't long before the two came to their senses. Jiang Mi said sincerely, "Thank you, Mr. Gao." Zhang Xiufan also looked grateful and said, "Master, thank you." Gao Wenxiang nodded and said, "You can get off the car and practice with Zhuang Jing and the others." "Yeah." They both nodded and got out of the car. Gao Wenxiang did not get off the car, but asked the system, "System, where are today's tasks? Why haven't they been issued yet?" The system replied, "Host, please wait a moment. Scanning is in progress, and the system will soon be matched with tasks." Ding. Today's mission is to enslave Zhang Wei, the security guard at Jinjiang Hotel in L City. Mission reward, 1 point of slavery. Mission failure penalty, none. Looking at the task rewards in the system interface, Gao Wenxiang was at a loss. He asked, "System, are you serious about this reward? I just enslaved a dog, so I should get some slavery points." The system replied, "Zhang Wei has awakened his special powers. His brain can be used to make primary genetic medicine." After hearing the system's answer, Gao Wenxiang asked, "So, system, your original intention is for me to kill him?" The system replied, "This system is the strongest slavery system. No tasks other than slavery tasks can be issued." Gao Wenxiang thought about it and began to understand. Even the system has certain rules and restrictions. The restriction is that the tasks it issues must be to enslave a certain creature, but can explain the nature of the task by adjusting the rewards of the task. Gao Wenxiang asked, "System, where is Zhang Wei now, and what special abilities does he have?" The system replied, "He is still in the Jinjiang Hotel, in the banquet hall on the second floor of the hotel." After waiting for a while, Gao Wenxiang was sure that there was no answer to the second half of the sentence, so he exited the system space. After getting off the car, he practiced act skills again for half an hour, and then he asked everyone to get on the car. Starting the RV, Zhuang Jing sat in the front passenger seat and asked, "Brother Chong, where are we going today?" Gao Wenxiang said, "Jinjiang Hotel. Maybe we can have breakfast there today." At this point, Gao Wenxiang couldn't help but think of the model he had an appointment with before the apocalypse. He wondered if the zombie she had turned into was in the hotel or outside. If we met in the hotel, as the one who invited her to come to L City, it would be necessary for me to let her rest in peace. Of course, if he can't meet her, then there's nothing he can do. He just hopes that one day she can evolve into a real elf beauty. However, this brings up a question that puzzles Gao Wenxiang. Is she a virgin now that she has developed into a new species? Chapter 37. Zhang Wei. The road was relatively smooth. Although there were badly damaged cars everywhere after entering the city center, everything became simple for Gao Wenxiang, who owned a doomsday RV and had powerful driving skills. In the RV, except for Jiang Mangjia, who was a little depressed, all the other girls were in a good mood and looked forward to today's breakfast. When Gao Wenxiang arrived at the Jinjiang Hotel, it was 9:30 in the morning, which was not yet the 10 o'clock breakfast time he had scheduled. When he parked the RV and opened the door, a group of welcoming female zombies in uniform and black stockings rushed towards him enthusiastically. Gao Wenxiang shook his head. What a passionate guy. Even if he was made of iron, he couldn't hammer so many nails at once. Seeing the receptionists whose bodies had become much more flexible and whose pretty faces could be vaguely seen, Gao Wenxiang could not bear to take action and left the opportunity to the woman behind him. The first one to attack was Zhuang Jing. She showed no mercy at all and instantly cut the neck of a beautiful zombie with the 2 butterfly knives in her hands. The Japanese sword in Huyali's hand was also extremely swift. With one swipe, she cut a zombie's face in half. Jiangmi used a sword, a set of Longmen Chuanjin sword. This set of swordsmanship made her look as graceful as a startled swan and as gentle as a swimming dragon, giving her a sense of elegance. Facing the zombie's attack, Jiangmi moved sideways and advanced, then returned like a swallow and pierced the zombie's neck with a sword. Then, she exerted her strength and twisted the female zombie's neck, crushing it and causing her head to droop weakly. Zhang Xiufan held a steel whip in her hand. She used the bone-dissolving palm to concentrate her strength on the whip. Facing the zombie's attack, she simply swung the whip and lashed back. With just one whip, the zombie's hand bones were broken. When the zombie was injured and unstable, she whipped the zombie's neck again. Jiang Mengjie looked at Zhang Xiufan and Jiang Mi, who were just like herself before, but now were killing everyone like characters in martial arts novels, heroic and dashing. She felt that her reserve was completely unnecessary. If she could not gain the trust of this man, she would still be just an ordinary person and would only be a burden. So from the beginning, some things were destined. What was she still hesitating about? She pursed her lips, and at this moment, she finally made up her mind. His enthusiasm for subduing the female zombies was too short-lived. Just like most of the Green brothers in Ivy, he always disappointed the female teachers. At this moment, Jiang Mi and Zhang Xiufan, who had just gained abilities, were not disappointed. Their eyes were flashing with excitement and excitement. Women are creatures that are more easily affected by emotions, so when they are crazy, they will act much crazier than men. It didn't take them too long to finish sweeping the first-floor lobby and stairwell. The group came to the second floor. Gao Wenxiang, who had no desire for this mission, let the women break into the door directly. How could two ordinary doors stop these women who were already highly skilled in martial arts? Zhuang Jing was practicing Wing Chun, and her inch force was about to be released. Hu Yali's Japanese sword had already condensed its force into 1 point. Jiang Mi practiced Longmin Chuanjinggong, and all her strength flowed from her feet to her waist and was about to gather in her palms. Zhang Xiufan's mind was like a calm lake, her body like willow catkins. The power in her palms rose from the calm lake in her heart, contained but not yet released. Bang! The four of them worked together and easily pierced through the mahogany door of the banquet hall. When this huge blow sounded, a dozen men in security uniforms looked over. Gao Wenxiang recognized Zhang Wei at a glance because he was the only one who looked the most arrogant, not at all panicked, and sitting steadily on a chair, while the other security guards all looked a little panicked. Moreover, in front of him was a woman who was dressed very coolly. She had a tight belt around her neck, and the rope of the belt was pinched in his hand. One of his feet was on the woman's bent back. Not far from him, there were 7 or 8 corpses lying in a pool of blood, with their heads rolled to the side. Seeing that their stomachs were intact, it was obvious that this could not have been done by zombies, but rather the work of this group of people because they were the only ones with weapons in their hands. Although they were just some electric batons, steel bars, and machetes, they are enough to deal with ordinary people. In addition to this group of security guards, there was a group of people huddled not far away, both men and women. Judging from their clothes, you could tell that they were a group of rich people. At this moment, Zhang Wei looked at the 5 beauties who suddenly appeared in front of him, and his eyes lit up, not to mention that among these 5 beauties there was the popular actress Jiang Mi. He restrained his arrogance and stood up from his seat. He paced forward a few steps. Instead of being angry at someone breaking into his house, his face showed a gentle smile, just like the one played by Marlon Brando in The Godfather, gentle and polite. He looked at Gao Wenxiang, who was obviously the leader of the 6, and said with a smile, "Brother, you are really enviable. It's only been 3 days since the end of the world, and you have already found 5 beautiful women. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, this beauty is the big star Jiangmi Miss Jiang. I am your loyal fan." Gao Wenxiang didn't mind letting Zhang Wei perform a little longer. After all, the end of the world was boring enough. Watching a person's farewell performance before death may be a different kind of pleasure. So he played along and said, "What do you mean?" Zhang Wei smiled and did not reply immediately. Instead, he pulled the rope in his hand. The bell on the collar swung, and the beautiful woman who was kneeling on the ground immediately crawled over. Her neck had been rubbed red by the collar, but she dared not say a word. On her fair back, one could see streaks of blood, which were the marks left by Zhang Wei whipping her with a whip. It was not until the woman crawled to his feet that Zhang Wei spoke. "Brother, you may not know that this woman is called Chen Jishuan. Her identity is not simple. Her father is one of the top 3 richest people in RL City. She used to be very arrogant and never looked the security guards in the eye. But you know, brother, many women look like cold goddesses on the outside, but once someone breaks their cold shell and grasps their weaknesses, they will become like this. I'm a loyal person, and I like to share my things with others. Don't you want to be with such a cool goddess? How about we make a deal? You can choose all the women in this hall. I don't want much. Besides, my brother's good at fighting. We are so destined to be brothers. Why don't we become brothers and fight together in this end times? There are endless beauties to enjoy. What do you think?" Gao Wenxiang looked at him as if he were a fool. "Who the hell are you? You are not worthy of being sworn brothers with me. And you even want to touch my woman? Who gave you the courage to talk to me like this? When Zhang Wei heard Gao Wenxiang was so disrespectful to him, he was stunned for a moment. Then his expression became extremely gloomy. He said coldly, "Very good, you really have guts. I was planning to play with your girl first, then beat you up and feed you to the zombies, but I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful. Then I will send you to hell as soon as possible. Come on, brothers." As he finished speaking, a dozen security guards rushed over with various weapons in hand. Gao Wenxiang took a step back and handed the group of people to the women. His eyes were fixed on Zhang Wei. Jiang Mi had long been annoyed by the security guard's stares at her. She used the sword in her hand to swipe away the security guard's electric batons and stabbed the sword directly into his throat. Blood gushed out of the security guard's mouth and throat. His eyes were wide open, and he died with his eyes open. Chapter 38, Equivalent Transaction. Zhuang Jing fell behind by one step, but the butterfly knives in her hand were just like butterflies fluttering in the air. As they fluttered, the two knives had already cut the throat of a security guard. The security guard's head rolled to the ground, his eyes wide open, his body fell to the ground, blood gushing from his neck. The Japanese sword in Hu Yali's hand easily swept away the machete of a security guard. She raised the sword and directly cut off half of the security guard's face. Then she chopped it vertically again, and the security guard's face was cut in half. Blood gushed out from his eyebrows, nose bone, and lips like a rotten tomato. Stimulated by the blood, Zhang Xiufen did not hold back. After dodging a security guard attack, she lashed the security guard's temple with a steel whip. The man's skull was directly concave due to the whip. Soon, his face was covered with bruises, and he was dying. With four women in front, there was no enemy in front of Jiang Mengjie. She just looked at the woman bound by the collar, and once again deeply felt the cruelty of the end of the world. Whether it was Wang Wenbao in the past or Zhang Wei now, they quickly showed their true colors after the end of the world and became a monster driven by desire. Zhang Wei did not expect that the women in front of him were so strong, especially Zhang Mi. Her martial arts skills were completely beyond Zhang Wei's expectations. Seeing that 1/3 of the troops had been killed in just the first fight, Zhang Wei knew that he couldn't continue like this. He shouted, "Stop!" Hearing Zhang Wei shout, the four girls turned around to look at Gao Wenxiang and saw that his eyes were as calm as a lake. He did not give any orders, so they continued to attack. Seeing the other party being so arrogant and not taking him seriously at all, Zhang Wei's eyes turned red and he shouted, Okay, you forced me to do this." As he finished speaking, there was a crackling sound like frying beans, and Zhang Wei turned into an extremely ferocious-looking tiger in an instant. Moreover, compared with ordinary tigers, the tiger transformed by Zhang Wei is closer to the ancient saber-toothed tiger. If he bites you anywhere on your body, your life could be in danger. But Gao Wenxiang was not panicked at all. In his martial arts memory, Du Xinwu had killed a tiger at a young age. Moreover, he was a master of 3 schools, and his martial arts had improved by leaps and bounds compared to a few days ago. Faced with a tiger that pounced on him fiercely, he, who possessed the cicada awakening power, had already seen through the tiger's intentions. He just took a slight step sideways and dodged it. Without waiting for the tiger to pounce back, Gao Wenxiang used the Tiangang axe technique and chopped down with a devastating blow. No matter how ferocious the tiger is, it cannot withstand the heavy axe with its body. The axe struck the tiger's side and sent it flying. Gao Wenxiang looked at its abdomen, where blood was gushing out, and knew that it had been seriously injured. Roar! The tiger that was struck flying stood up again and roared loudly. But fear was already revealed in its eyes when it looked at Gao Wenxiang. Zhang Wei knew that he could not fight anymore. The man in front of him was most likely a master of ancient martial arts, and he had just awakened his special abilities and could not use them skillfully, so he was defeated so easily. He must leave here and look for an opportunity to take revenge later. So, without thinking, he rushed towards the glass. But how could Gao Wenxiang let him have his wish? This was his prey today. How could he let it get away? Gao Wenxiang had predicted the tiger's move just before it pounced on glass. The injured tiger slowed down a lot. This time, Gao Wenxiang's spiritual perception of cicada awareness was extremely accurate. He chopped down with the axe in his hand and directly chopped off the tiger's head. Looking at the tiger head rolling on the ground, Gao Wenxiang heard a system prompt in his mind. Ding! The brain of a mutant has been detected. Host, would you like to extract it? Extract. Gao Wenxiang didn't even think about it. With the system helping to extract, It was both covert and less troublesome. Seeing the ferocious tiger being beaten to death, several women in the corner who had not dared to say a word before started to cry quietly. The woman with the collar on her neck came to Zhang who had turned into a human form like a madman. She bit off his limbs with one bite. Blood flowed out her mouth. She then bit his face and bit off his eyes. Finally, tears came out her eyes. She looked at Gao Wenxiang standing beside her and said, "Can you kill me? It would be better if you chop off my head with an axe, just like him, because I'm afraid of pain." Qin Xuan didn't want to live anymore, but she was afraid of pain. She heard that death was very painful, so she was a little afraid. So she looked at the man in front of her with pleading eyes. Okay, Gao Wenxiang nodded. For the girl in front of him, the end of the world destroyed her entire life, and death might not be a bad choice. Thank you. Qin Xuan stood up and raised her neck high like a white swan. An axe hit her, and her head fell to the ground. Her eyes were closed, and her face looked very peaceful. Blood spurted out from her neck like fireworks. All the security guards have been cleared out, and Gao Wenxiang is ready to leave. At this time, a man whispered, "Sir, can you take us with you? We can give you money." Gao Wenxiang walked closer and looked at him. This was the first man who spoke to him normally since the apocalypse. It was really rare. So he said, "Now that the world is dominated by zombies, money is no longer useful." The man's expression darkened a little, and he asked, "What will it take for you to take us with you?" As a decent businessman, the man knew that only interests could last forever. In this end times where people eat each other, he dared not play moral kidnapping. After all, the bodies of the rich second generations who had shouted before were only cold not long ago, and they were still piled on the ground. Therefore, no matter what the cost, he must seize this rare opportunity. The person in front of him is a ruthless man who can easily kill a monster like Zhang Wei. Gao Wenxiang shook his head and said, "I can't take you away, but if you make a verbal promise to me, I can tell you a secret that may allow you to survive in the end times." "What verbal promise?" the man asked. Gao Wenxiang said, "Be my slave." "I promise." The man agreed without thinking. It was a good thing for him to rely on the strong in troubled times, although it was just a verbal promise. I agree to. The survivors agreed one after another. A man and a woman, who were obviously a couple, looked anxious. Finally, the man mustered up the courage and said, "Is it really just a verbal promise?" Gao Wenxiang nodded at him. The man breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps he was looking for a superficial reason because he knew that even if the person in front of him lied to him, he had no way to stop it. He said, "I agree too." Gao Wenxiang looked at the woman, and she nodded. As the woman nodded, the system beeped 13 times in total, allowing Gao Wenxiang to easily earn 13 slavery points. Facing everyone's expectant eyes, Gao Wenxiang said, "The zombies nowadays are not that strong. Even an ordinary normal person with a weapon can defeat them. You can look for opportunities to find mutated small animals and kill them after finding them. There may be a crystal core in their bodies. After you swallow it, extraordinary power will be born in your body." Hearing Gao Wenxiang's words, the man's eyes lit up. The method Gao Wenxiang mentioned was indeed very dangerous, but if successful, the benefits would also be huge. This was indeed a secret of great value. "Thank you, sir," the man said. "This is an equal transaction." Gao Wenxiang smiled and started to walk out. Chapter 39, 7 Days. A few days passed in a flash, and the 7-day period mentioned by the system finally arrived. During these few days, the system released some daily tasks with a slavery value of 1 point, all of which were to clear out some mutated animals. This was not difficult for Gao Wenxiang, as he easily harvested the crystal cores in the brains of these animals. During this period, he also encountered some greedy people who tried to kill him, but he quickly killed them back. Among them was a woman who was very good-looking and had awakened a fireball power, which allowed her to gather a group of followers. But she attempted to kill Gao Wenxiang and steal his RV. After being discovered by Gao Wenxiang, she was also sarcastic and provocative. After being beaten by Gao Wenxiang, she even angrily questioned Gao Wenxiang. "How dare you hit a woman?" I have to say, this is a very difficult question. For such a weirdo, Gao Wenxiang adhered to the usual principles of physical salvation and smashed her head with a hammer. Looking at the woman falling down with her eyes open and recalling the scene when her brain was flying all over the place, Gao Wenxiang thought that no matter how weird or vicious a person's thoughts were, when her brain was smashed, she would shut up forever. This was undoubtedly the simplest and most deadly way. With the harvest from these few days, plus what he had obtained before, Gao Wenxiang had obtained a total of 8 crystal cores, 2 brain marrows, and 30 slavery points. According to the system's description, brain marrow is more precious than crystal cores, and each piece of brain marrow can be worth 2 crystal cores. This allowed Gao Wenxiang to obtain 2 primary genetic medicines from the system, and still have 2 crystal cores left. During this period, a small incident happened. On the night when Gao Wenxiang was dealing with Zhang Wei's task, Jiang Mengjie, wearing a little white dress, offered to tutor Gao Wenxiang in Chinese, and Gao Wenxiang readily agreed. Jiang Mengjie tutored Gao Wenxiang on the complete works of Lu Sun. She talked about the series from Baikao to Diary of a Madman, and her explanation was full of emotion and enthusiasm. Finally, as a qualified Chinese teacher, she elevated the theme and recited the poem by pedophile mentioned by Lu Sun in his essay Hope. What is hope? A prostitute. She bewitched everyone and gave everything to them. After you have sacrificed a lot, your youth, she will abandon you. When she read this poem, she cried, and Gao Wenxiang asked her why she was crying. Jiang Mengjie said that she was just saying goodbye to her past youth. Finally, she said, despair is as vain as hope. She said this was her vision for the end of the world, and she has begun to welcome her new life. That night, they talked together for a long time. The moonlight was so bright that they could vaguely see 2 butterflies dancing. Maybe it was because they chatted too late that night. The next morning, Jiang Mengjie curled up in the quilt and didn't get up for a long time. She was wrapped up like a silkworm cocoon. When she got up, Gao Wenxiang called her and gave her the martial arts and skills of Shui Min and Iron Blood mission that he had drawn. After that, all 5 women in Gao Wenxiang's team acquired martial arts skills, and he has no plans to expand the team for the time being. After all, too many people would become a burden to him. With 5 people, he can not only make them his helpers, but also ensure that they can grow with him. It was a clear morning, and the RV was parked in a sparsely populated wilderness. Gao Wenxiang walked out of the RV, took out a primary genetic medicine from his system, tilted his head back, and swallowed it. Soon, he felt an extremely strong energy swimming around in his body like a school of migrating fish, filling every cell in his body. Gao Wenxiang felt as if he was in the starry sky. The dark sky suddenly lit up with stars, shining brightly like a Milky Way, and he was standing on the Milky Way. This is an extremely mysterious feeling, more comfortable than the feeling of having an orgasm while watching a wonderful AV movie, and it lasts long enough. Gao Wenxiang felt as if every cell in his body was breathing and accepting this magical baptism. After a long time, that mysterious feeling disappeared, but Gao Wenxiang felt the surging power throughout his body more clearly. When his eyes looked into the distance, he could see farther and more clearly. He tried to swing the Tiangang axe again. This time he swung it for a long time and did not feel tired. Moreover, his speed was much faster. This made him realize that the primary genetic potion had brought him all-round improvements. His strength, physique, and agility had all been greatly enhanced. If the current him were to fight with the him who had not drunk the genetic potion, he felt that the current him could kill the him who had not drunk the genetic potion in one blow. He was not in a hurry to drink the remaining genetic potion because he felt there was still some medicinal power remaining in his body. He would wait until all the potions were absorbed before swallowing the remaining genetic potion. After practicing another set of axe techniques, Gao Wenxiang returned to the car alone, while the women were still practicing martial arts under the car. Sitting in the driver's seat, Gao Wenxiang asked the system the questions that had been accumulating in his mind for several days. System, why did you propose to evacuate L City today? The system replied, the nuclear power plant in Q City will leak today, and L City, a subordinate county of Q City, is being affected. Under the nuclear leak, the zombies will evolve faster. But for you, it is a disaster. You have not yet started the evolution sequence, and you are not strong enough to resist the nuclear leak. After listening to the system's answer, Gao Wenxiang remembered that there seemed to be a nuclear power plant in Q City. However, as an ordinary person, he did not pay attention to it before and only heard people mention it. It was not until the system mentioned it that he vaguely remembered such a thing. Gao Wenxiang understood the system's intention. Obviously, the 7-day period was a time point for the system to allow him to develop safely. L City was the city he was most familiar with, and it was obviously the perfect choice for him to gain initial growth in this city. From the system's answer, Gao Wenxiang also caught an unfamiliar word, evolutionary sequence. So he asked directly, System, what is the evolution sequence, and how to activate the evolution sequence? The system replied, Whenever there is a change in civilization, the star source will boil. The outbreak of the zombie virus is actually a good thing for some ancient species that are determined to return to the path of evolution. The combination of star sources and viruses will trigger an evolutionary frenzy. The so-called evolution sequence actually has many names. In the mythology of Dragon Country, people who have opened the evolution sequence are called Qigong practitioners. In Western mythology, they're called wizards. In the field of science fiction, there's a saying that they are super warriors who have broken the genetic chain. Gao Wenxiang listened quietly to the system's answer. He knew that this knowledge would truly affect his future path. Chapter 40: The Road to Evolution. The system continued. According to the theories of ancient Qigong practitioners, the human body has 9 orifices and 3 gates. If one wants to achieve enlightenment and ascend to heaven, one must eliminate the 9 orifice poisons and the 3 corpse gods. In the wizard system, it is divided into 9 sequences and above sequences. In the field of science fiction, it is described as 9 gene sequences and the realm of God. Now, I will combine the 3 and explain them to you together. After you take 3 doses of primary gene potion, your strength will reach a bottleneck and can no longer be improved. At this time, you must start your evolution sequence. This sequence is the 9th sequence in the wizard system. In the Qigong system, this is the opening of the first of the 9 orifices and 3 gates, the Fugu orifice. In the field of science fiction, the first genetic chain was opened. In order to perfectly activate the first gene chain, you need a perfect evolution potion. This potion must be able to completely dissolve the poison in your body. In the theory of Qigong, Fugu can cause headaches, lack of concentration, and make people stupid and foolish. So, have you thought about the direction of a 9th order evolution potion? Listening to the system's questions, Gao Wenxiang felt that, apart from the wooden and emotionless voice, he really was like a living person. After thinking for a while, Gao Wenxiang said, I need animals that are smart enough to use their crystal cores to refine evolution potions. The system replied, intelligence is only one aspect. The perfection of the perfect potion also includes comprehensive capabilities. The materials needed to open the Fugu Qi and activate the 9th sequence perfect potion are 1 portion of a mutated giant octopus's brain, 1 portion of a mutated gorilla's brain, and 1 portion of a mutated parrot's brain, which include 3 species: birds, beasts, and fish. By mixing the brains of these 3, we can create a perfect 9th order potion. Gao Wenxiang slowly digested what the system said. Then he thought for a moment and asked, System, then for ordinary people who have gained superpowers, if they don't know these, how can they evolve? Gao Wenxiang asked a routine question, because it is impossible for ordinary psychics in this world to know these things. The system replied, for ordinary people, when they awaken their own superpowers or gain superpowers by swallowing mutant creatures, at this time, they only need to swallow 2 more mutant crystal cores to reach the node of opening the gene chain. Of course, with the existing genetic science and technology, it is not difficult to develop genetic drugs as long as there is a crystal nucleus. If an ordinary mutant wants to reach the critical point of activating the genetic chain, he only needs to take 2 primary genetic medicines. The next step is to open the gene chain. For them, as long as they use any 3 level 2 crystal cores to refine an evolution potion, they can open the gene chain. If there is no evolution potion, you can also directly swallow the level 2 crystal cores raw. As long as they can resist the alienation, only 1 to 2 crystal cores are needed to open the gene lock. To open the gene lock later, a higher energy level crystal nucleus is used to impact the gene node until it is broken open. However, their path is too complicated. They do not touch the true essence of the path of evolution. They simply pile up power. The more they evolve, the easier it is to lose control. The 9 apertures, 3 gates, and the wizard's potion system are the cultivation systems that truly touch the core of the path of evolution. When the host completely opens the 9 orifices and 3 gates, he can break through the racial restrictions and become a cosmic human. After hearing this, Gao Wenxiang finally understood his future path. Sequence Road? Just thinking about it, it's really exciting. It was at this time that the system prompted again. Ding! Start the host's evolutionary sequence of enslavement. 9th sequence slavery mission. Enslave the soul of the mutant giant octopus. Enslave the soul of the mutant gorilla. Enslave the soul of the mutant parrot. Specific description of the mission. Kill all targets. and the system will extract their souls, cerebrospinal fluid, and blood essence. System rewards. The Great Compassionate Ode to the Conquest of Yin and Yang Between Heaven and Earth, Volume 1. Great Purple Yang Hand that destroys heaven and earth, and the ninth sequence Perfect Potion. If the task is not completed within 1 month, the system punishment after failure is uprooting, obtaining a copy of Sunflower Manual, and the system is transformed into the strongest eunuch system. When Gao Wenxiang heard the punishment for failing the system task, the corners of his mouth twitched. It was really a painful punishment, but this also made him realize that time waits for no one. Gao Wenxiang was a little surprised when he heard the system say that it wanted to extract souls and blood essence. He asked directly, "System, what do you need the souls and blood essence of these animals for?" The system replied, "Souls are used to synthesize pure soul fragments. The martial arts skill memory you drew in the lottery is a kind of synthesized soul fragment. As for the essence and blood of these animals, they can be mixed with concentrated genetic medicine to synthesize an excellent sequence evolution medicine." Gao Wenxiang understood and stopped worrying about this issue. He thought of the system's previous words, which mentioned a word called the ancient. Obviously, in addition to today's humans, there are species that embarked on the path of evolution earlier. Considering that human brain can be used as genetic medicine, this is undoubtedly a cannibalistic world. Every ancient being could be his potential enemy, and he needed to advance himself to a higher sequence as soon as possible. Now, he has taken 1 gene potion and has 1 gene potion left in his hand. As long as he leaves El City and completes Novice Mission 2, he will get another gene potion. In that way, he will quickly reach the node to open the gene lock. Therefore, he must quickly find the 3 mutant creatures mentioned by the system. The mutated giant octopus mentioned by the system was obviously only found in the sea, which allowed Gao Wenxiang to determine the destination of this trip, City B. City B is a developed port city with a permanent population of nearly 10 million. There are many wildlife parks there. Gao Wenxiang thinks that he might be able to find the mutants he is looking for in those zoos. Gao Wenxiang called all the women into the car, and then he announced, "The nuclear power plant in City Q will leak today. I have decided to leave. My final destination is City B." Hearing his words, the girls were all surprised. As a small city, El City had many remote roads. There were few zombies in these places, which allowed them to enjoy the rare tranquility of the doomsday in the evening. During the day, they would fight with Gao Wenxiang. After a few days, they have become accustomed to this kind of life and started to learn to enjoy it. But now, are they about to embark on a new journey? They were all a little worried about what the future would be like, but looking at the man in front of them, they felt much more at ease. Hearing that the destination was City B, Jiang Mengjie hesitated and said, "Master, can you pass by W County? My hometown is Qinghe Town, W County." Gao Wenxiang looked at the map. W County was a county under the jurisdiction of Y City that he needed to pass through on the way. He didn't need to take a long detour by passing through there, so he nodded. "Thank you, Master," Jiang Mengjie said happily. Gao Wenxiang looked at them and said, "From now on, you can call me Brother Chong in front of outsiders." "Thank you, Brother Chong." "Thank you, Mr. Gao." The previous sentence was said by Hu Yali, Zhang Xiufan, and Jiang Mengjie. The latter sentence was said by Jiang Mi. She still felt that the title Mr. Gao sounded better. After explaining the situation to the women and seeing that they were calm, Gao Wenxiang came to the driver's seat and started the car. Chapter 41, Killing the Snake. The RV drove smoothly on the initial section of the road. When encountering a congested road, Gao Wenxiang would directly turn on the forklift mode and fork away all the vehicles blocking the road. There are still some zombies on the road, but they are intelligent and will not come forward easily. Instead, they will attack by throwing stones and branches. Looking at them, Gao Wenxiang felt like he was seeing the monkeys in the zoo before the end of the world, but they were far more ferocious than monkeys and much taller. After passing a somewhat congested section of road, Gao Wenxiang's car drove onto the road next to Fengyi Mountain. Looking out of the RV's window, you can see lush trees. After the end of the world, those trees appeared denser and taller. Zhuang Jing pointed to a place and said, "Brother Chong, look, from there you go to the Fengyi Mountain scenic area, where there are many ancient buildings dating back thousands of years. I've been there before, and there are many murals from the Qin and Han dynasties. It is impossible for a person to be as tense as a string all the time." Zhuang Jing is in a very relaxed state now. There's a beautiful view outside the window, and they looked like a family traveling in an RV. While driving, Gao Wenxiang quietly listened to Zhuang Jing telling some interesting stories. But soon he felt something was wrong. Cicada awareness brought him a hint of breath in the wind, which had a faint fishy smell. There was a living creature approaching. After being strengthened by the primary genetic medicine, Gao Wenxiang's hearing was greatly enhanced. He heard a hissing sound coming from afar, as well as the friction sound of some living creature sliding quickly on the ground. This made Gao Wenxiang have some guesses in his mind. He stopped the car, because this was a tourist area and there were many cars blocking the road ahead. He couldn't drive too fast. Judging from the speed of the thing he sensed through his hearing, it would soon catch up with his vehicle. Therefore, instead of being caught up by it and responding hastily, it is better to take the initiative. Gao Wenxiang turned around and said to the girls, "Something is coming. Get ready to fight." As he spoke, he opened the car door and walked down first. A mountain axe appeared in his hand. He took a few steps forward, his eyes fixed on the direction where the sound came from. The women also stood beside him, weapons drawn, ready for battle. It didn't take long before the monster showed up in front of everyone. It was a huge mutant poisonous snake with white and black stripes all over its body. It looked to be 10 meters long and as thick as a bucket. There was no doubt that this was a mutated coral snake. Almost the moment he saw it clearly, Gao Wenxiang shouted to the system, "System, enable a primary lottery, 10 consecutive draws for me." He believes that the system will give him what he wants in a considerate manner. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing 5 pills of immunity to all diseases. The medicine rating is 5 stars of black iron. 5 pieces of dietician pills, drug rating 3 stars. Sure enough, the system never let him down at critical moments. He took out 5 pills to prevent all diseases, gave 1 to each person, and said, "Take them quickly. These are pills to prevent poison." The 5 girls took the pills without hesitation. At this time, the giant silver-ringed snake had crawled to within 5 meters of everyone. The pressure from such a huge, poisonous snake was incredible. Even though the women were already accustomed to fighting, they still felt a little nervous at this moment. Gao Wenxiang turned his back to them and said, "Its poison is no longer effective against us. I will stand in front, and you guys wait for an opportunity to move around and attack. Be careful not to get bitten by it." Looking at the mountain-like figure standing in front of them and listening to him speak the most heartwarming words lightly, the slight tension in the women's hearts dissipated unconsciously. They gripped their weapons tightly and waited for the best time and angle to attack. This giant silver-ringed snake obviously also discovered that the group of people in front of it were not simple. It did not attack immediately, but raised half of its body, its head high, and looked down at everyone with cold eyes. Then it opened its snake mouth and spit out a pale yellow mist from its mouth. The mist quickly filled the surroundings. This is the first move that the coral snake has used since its mutation. No matter what animal it is, after breathing in the poisonous mist it spits out, it will quickly die from the poison, and it will easily get its prey. The ferocious eyes of the coral snake are filled with bloodthirsty desire. It believes that the same is true for its prey. But the result was destined to disappoint it. While it was waiting, a dagger flew out and stabbed straight into its mouth. At the same time, Gao Wenxiang rushed to it wielding an axe. Seeing the flying dagger, the silver-ringed snake dodged it nimbly, and then chose to use its tail to whip the attacking Gao Wenxiang. Faced with the swift attack, Gao Wenxiang, with the spiritual perception of cicada awareness, has accurately captured its movement trajectory. In addition, after swallowing the primary genetic medicine, his body's agility and strength are already able to fully cope with this kind of powerful and fast attack. So, when Gao Wenxiang chopped down hard with his axe, the giant snake's tail came out as expected. It looked like the giant snake was automatically offering itself to Gao Wenxiang to chop. With this axe, the giant snake's tail was cut off directly, and a large amount of blood began to spurt out from the snake's body. Goo! The coral snake was completely enraged. It opened its mouth and pounced directly at Gao Wenxiang. Seeing this scene, Gao Wenxiang did not dodge. With the spiritual perception of cicada awareness, Gao Wenxiang saw the movements of the silver-ringed snake at every node. Then, just as the snake's head was about to bite him, his axe struck and went straight into the snake's mouth. The coral snake was in great pain and tried to shake its head, but the 5 women had already attacked. Zhuang Jing stabbed the snake's left eye with her butterfly knife, while Jiangmi stabbed the snake's right eye with her long sword. Fuyali's Japanese sword chopped to the snake's head, Zhang Xiufan's steel whip also hit the snake's vital point, and finally Jiang Mengjia's steel sword also chopped at a similar position. As the attacks of the women arrived at the same time, the giant snake, which was so ferocious just now, had its head crushed and chopped off by the women in an instant. Blood gushed out from the snake's head and body. The system's voice also sounded at this time. Ding! Level 2 mutant crystal nucleus detected. Would you like to recycle it? Recycle, Gao Wenxiang said to the system without any hesitation. Only at this point did the women breathe a sigh of relief. Looking at this huge coral snake, Gao Wenxiang felt it would be a waste not to have a meal with it. The most important thing is, he thought that all the women had taken the disease-proof pills, so even if there were bacteria or other viruses on the snake meat, there would not be any problem at all. But here, he thought of another question, so he directly asked the system about his doubts. System, can ordinary people eat mutant beasts? The system replied, any mutant animals or zombies can be eaten as long as they are sterilized at high temperatures. After hearing the system's answer, Gao Wenxiang found that he didn't need to worry about food at all. Before, he was completely confused by those doomsday novels he had read. Maybe there is no shortage of food in the end times. Chapter 42, Arrival at Qingatown. Gao Wenxiang looked at the dead snake and said, cut some meat and put it in the refrigerator. Get some more and roast it. I'm tired of eating canned food every day. Zhuang Jing blinked and said, Brother Chong, is this really edible? Gao Wenxiang looked at her and said seriously, even if the zombies are roasted, they can be eaten. Zhuang Jing shook her chest like a rattle and said, Brother Chong, can you not eat zombies? Gao Wenxiang looked at her and said, go and get busy. Oh, Zhuang Jing responded and started cutting the snake meat with the girls. Soon they cut off a large piece. The bloody smell of snake meat soon attracted some uninvited guests, but whether they were zombies or mutated animals, they were quickly dealt with by Gao Wenxiang. Several women cooked a sumptuous breakfast together. The taste of the snake meat was unexpectedly good. This was Gao Wenxiang's first time eating snake meat, and he felt that it tasted very similar to eel. To celebrate this rare delicacy, everyone had a glass of sparkling water, which they had previously replenished at the supermarket. Sparkling water tastes sweet and refreshing. Zhuang Jing said, this is the taste of happiness. This statement was agreed by everyone. Let's all toast together for this sumptuous breakfast and for the unknown future. After eating and drinking, Gao Wenxiang restarted the RV. Next, he didn't encounter any major trouble. The scattered zombies posed no impact on his RV. He only needed to drive the chainsaw in front to deal with all the zombies blocking his way. However, some roads and bridges seemed to have experienced gasoline explosions. Gao Wenxiang saw many burn electric cars and fuel-powered cars. The original roads and bridges were badly damaged and completely impassable. This forced him to take a detour, wasting a lot of time before he could actually get out of L City. When he left L City and entered J City, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing Novice Mission 2. Obtained a primary gene potion as a system reward, with a slavery value of 15 points. Congratulations to the host for truly leaving the novice stage. The novice welfare task system and the daily restricted task system are officially closed. Gao Wenxiang was stunned for a moment when he heard the system prompt. He asked while driving, System, why is the daily limited time task closed? The system replied, the daily limited time task system exists to help the host find assistance during the novice period and to embark on the road to sequence faster. Every time a mission target is searched and matched for the host, a large amount of system energy is consumed. Now that the host has left the novice stage, this task system is closed. Gao Wenxiang understood. What the system meant was that the energy consumption of starting daily tasks was a bottomless pit and it could not afford it. This statement made Gao Wenxiang feel for the first time that the energy of the system was not infinite, but also had its limits. The RV stopped in J City after passing through a county under its jurisdiction. Because it was already dusk, Gao Wenxiang would not travel at night, as it would be very dangerous. The vehicle was still parked on a remote road, and weeds could be seen on both sides. He would not stop near the dense forest because unknown mutated beasts might rush out there, which would be troublesome. After the car stopped, the girls started cooking. Even Jiangmi, who didn't know how to cook before, could cook some simple dishes. She must make herself stand together with everyone and strive to be the glue of the team. This is easy for her, who is well versed in the ways of the world. She can always detect the women's little emotions in time and channel them. Cooking is not difficult to learn. she learned it quickly. She was responsible for a small part of tonight's meal. After finishing his meal and washing up, Gao Wenxiang came out of the car. There was no light around, only darkness. But Gao Wenxiang was not worried about any secret attacks, because the spiritual perception of cicada awareness would tell him the voice coming from the wind. He leaned against the RV, and the girls got out and leaned against him. Kuyali loved to act coquettishly, so she squeezed into his arms. Everyone looked up at the starry sky. There was a crescent moon in the sky, and many stars dotted around it. The entire night sky is a deep blue, which looks beautiful. Jiang Mengjia, a Chinese teacher, looked at the night sky and softly recited a poem. I wish I could be like a star, and you could be like the moon, shining brightly every night. Gao Wenxiang looked at her and found that her eyes were shining in the night. After looking at the night sky enough, everyone got in the car. The next day, at 7 o'clock in the morning, the sky was clear and the air was bright. After a few people simply stretched their muscles in the open space, they all got in the car and started a new day's journey. Today's journey was smooth. We had a simple meal on the way. The RV arrived at Jiang Mengjia's hometown, Qinghe Town, W County, at 12 noon. Through the car window, you can see many farmlands on both sides of the road, with rice growing thrivingly. They grow much taller than ordinary rice before the apocalypse, and are full of rice ears. The harvest season is approaching, but in order to harvest them, one must break through the siege of zombies, as well as the mutant animals that may suddenly emerge in the fields. This is undoubtedly a problem for ordinary people. After the RV actually entered the street in the center of the town, Gao Wenxiang discovered that the street was very narrow. It must have been an old street planned many years ago. Even if two cars were driving in opposite directions, congestion would occur. Then, Gao Wenxiang was blocked. A young man driving an excavator and two young men on motorcycles blocked him. Gao Wenxiang did not rush to kill, because he always gave others a chance to explain, so as to show that he was a polite person. He looked back at Jiang Mengjia and asked, "Do you know these three people?" Jiang Mengjia shook her head and said, "I only come back for a few days every year and rarely interact with people in town." Gao Wenxiang nodded and said, "Then let's get off the bus first and feel the simple folk customs of your hometown." "Yeah," Jiang Mengjia nodded. So everyone got off the bus together. Seeing Gao Wenxiang and his group, 5 women and 1 man, the young man driving the excavator and the 2 riding the electric scooters, they all laughed, with lustful looks in their eyes. The young man who was driving the excavator got out of the vehicle, carrying a homemade shotgun. Behind him were 2 young men on electric bikes carrying steel pipes. The young man looked at the 5 women carefully. Then his eyes lit up and he laughed. "Isn't this Jiang Mengjia who looks down on rural people? Why are you back? And this is the big star Jiangmi, right? It seems like today is really a pleasant surprise." Jiang Mengjia didn't expect that this man knew him and asked hurriedly, "You know me? Then do you know if my mother is okay?" Hearing Jiang Mengjia's question, the young man showed an evil smile on his face and said, "It seems that you really don't know me. I am Chen Ergu. My mother is Aunt Zhang from the village who was humiliated by your family for the blind date. Do you really not know me, or are you pretending not to know me?" Aunt Zhang. How could Jiang Mengjia not know this familiar name? This was the person who had been spreading rumors about her. Looking at the constantly changing expressions on Jiang Mengjia's face, Chen Ergu showed a pleased smile on his face, and he said coldly, "Student Jiang, you now remember that my mother shamelessly went to your house to discuss a blind date, but she rejected her proposal by saying she would not marry someone from the village. She was so angry that she only ate a bowl of porridge that day, and later she fell ill and had to be on 4-drip for several days. You may not know that I'm actually a very filial son. I have always remembered the revenge for my mother. So, when the apocalypse came, I killed your mother with my own hands and fed her to zombies. But unfortunately, the zombies are picky eaters and are not interested in this old meat. You deserve to die." Upon hearing that her mother was dead and that it was the man in front of her who killed her, Jiang Mengjia's heart seemed to fall into an icy cave. Unprecedented anger burst out of her eyes. Her voice was as cold as ice, and she only wanted to tear the scum in front of her to pieces. Chapter 43, Chen Ergu. Ha ha! Chen Ergu laughed wildly, not taking the people in front of him seriously at all. The entire Qinghe town has been controlled by his boss, Thor Li Lu. The lightning power controlled by Li Lu showed amazing destructive power on the first day of the apocalypse, and the zombies were nothing to be afraid of. And he, as Li Lu's childhood friend, was given a mutant crystal core from a mouse, which gave him extraordinary speed and climbing ability. Coupled with a homemade shotgun in his hand, he can be said to be running rampant in the town. In the past few days, he has played with many women who once looked down on him. Listening to their crying, screaming, and begging, he felt that it was more beautiful than any music, and it inspired him to have new ideas for torturing people. In the end, he even tortured and killed them along with their husbands. He looked at them closely, and their fearful eyes gradually dimmed. He felt as if he had absorbed the life energy of these people. This made him feel extremely happy and satisfied. He felt that as long as he killed more people, he would be able to awaken some kind of spiritual power. Once this idea was born, it grew wildly in his mind like a weed, and soon wrapped around his heart like a poisonous snake, making him feel a suffocating madness. Isn't this what the end of the world is like? Those who follow me will prosper, and those who go against me will perish. But the bossy Lu stopped him from further killing, saying that he needed manpower to maintain the basic operation of the town. Since he couldn't carry out the massacre in the small town, Chun Ergu decided to kill people in other villages. Unexpectedly, he met a stranger today by chance. And what was even more coincidental was that among them was Jiang Mengjie, the person he had been thinking about day and night. Jiang Mengjie was undoubtedly the woman he hated the most, because this woman never gave him any chance, not even a chance to say a word, and this hurt him, and this pain has continued to this day, and he cannot get rid of it. He killed Jiang Mengjie's mother. He killed the old woman very slowly, taking dozens of stab wounds. He watched her wailing on the ground and twisting her body like a maggot, but he still felt unsatisfied. Until now, the person whom he truly hated had come to his territory. How could he not be ecstatic? He swore that he would not kill this woman, but would turn her into a real plaything and torture her forever. These were the thoughts that flashed through Chun Ergu's mind in an instant. At this moment, a sinister and vicious light flashed in his eyes. He held up his rifle and said to his two subordinates, "As usual, beat the man up first, let him see the real IV, then skin him alive and use his skin to make a windbreaker. As for the women, Jiang Mi will be left to the boss, Jiang Mengjie will be left to me, and you can choose the remaining 3. Okay, let's get started." Chun Ergu's loud conspiracy showed that he did not take Gao Wenxiang and the other 6 people seriously at all. This is due to his arrogance, but also because he hopes to plant the seeds of fear in his prey from the very beginning. He feels that only when the emotion of fear fills the eyes of his prey can he absorb more spiritual energy and gain spiritual powers. He believes it firmly. Gao Wenxiang took a step forward and his eyes met Chun Ergu. He was sure that this was a person with special abilities because his eyes and nose had undergone changes, which was very obvious. The 2 battery-powered car guys laughed when they saw this scene, and one of them mocked. "I saw a fool with his bare hands. He didn't think he could use the lightning 5 whips. He really doesn't know what he's talking about." As he spoke, the guy on the electrobike was already swinging the steel pipe towards Gao Wenxiang. But his movements were so slow that under Gao Wenxiang's spiritual perception of cicada awareness, they were as slow as a snail. Gao Wenxiang's eyes were cold, and a mountain axe suddenly appeared in his hand. He used the axe to chop directly into his lower abdomen, cutting off his entire abdomen. The other little brother was still in a daze, but 2 butterfly knives suddenly stabbed into his throat and crushed it before he could react. When the butterfly knife was pulled out, a Japanese sword cut off his neck. Blood gushed out from his neck, looking dazzling and beautiful in the sunlight. Gao Wenxiang showed a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. He didn't even look at the little brother on the electric bike who was lying on the ground and wailing in pain. Instead, he stared at Chun Ergu and said with a smile, "You don't know what I'm talking about? Skin me alive?" "Huh." Chun Ergu narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "You have some skills, but no matter how fast you are, can you be faster than a bullet?" Gao Wenxiang said seriously, "I bet there is no bullet in your gun." Listening to Gao Wenxiang's words, Chun Ergu felt dazed. He seemed to really not remember whether there were any bullets in the gun. While he was in a trance, Gao Wenxiang moved. He swung his axe directly at Chun Ergu's right hand holding the gun. Chun Ergu also immediately woke up from his trance and tried to pull the trigger. But Gao Wenxiang was 1 step faster than him, and just this 1 step made a world of difference in the situation. Chun Ergu's hand holding the gun was chopped off, and blood gushed out of his arm, splattering everywhere. Chun Ergu first felt a chill in his arm, followed by piercing pain. Before he could move, Jiang Mengjie's steel knife chopped off his other arm. This destroyed his hope of escape, and he let out a sharp wail, just like the people he had tortured and killed in the past. Gao Wenxiang picked up the shotgun on the ground and handed it to Jiang Mingjie. He looked at the man on the ground and laughed sarcastically. There's a reason why Jiang Mingjie looks down on you. You see, you're so weak, you can't even withstand one of my moves. One of your men has been beheaded and reported to the underworld. Another one is about to be sent to the underworld hospital for sex reassignment surgery. Do you want to join them? Gao Wenxiang's tone was very calm, but his words were sarcastic enough. Chen Ergu's eyes turned red, and he roared. You can't kill me. If you kill me, my boss, Thunder Godly Lu, will never let you go. He controls the power of thunder and lightning and is invincible. I advise you to let me go, or you will die miserably. Gao Wenxiang didn't listen to what Chen Ergu said. He was watching, and he saw the deep fear hidden in Chen Ergu's eyes. Obviously, as a former abuser, Chen Ergu was extremely frightened at this moment. Perhaps it was because he had once tortured and killed others that he could better understand the fear of death. Gao Wenxiang looked at Jiang Mingjie and said, I heard that there was a form of execution in ancient times called lingqi. You could try it and sharpen your sword skills. Okay, Jiang Mingjie agreed without thinking. Her first cut was directed at Chen Ergu's lower abdomen, directly removing his roots. This made Chen Ergu almost cry out in pain. His eyes seemed to be spitting fire, and he was about to spit out curses. At this time, Gao Wenxiang picked up Chen Ergu's severed hand and stuffed it into his mouth. In this way, he could not make any loud noise, and only the whimpering sound like a wild beast came out of his throat. There was an unquenchable hatred in Jiang Mingjie's eyes. She cut the man's skin again and again, watching the blood gushing out of his skin. She only felt a pleasure of bloody revenge. She has been learning how to cook recently, and she heard about a dish called wensi tofu, which requires the tofu to be sliced and then shredded. Making this dish requires great patience. Every time you cut, you have to put away the tofu stuck to the knife. The knife should also be dipped in water so that the tofu will not stick to it easily. She heard that this dish was delicious and had a long aftertaste. She had been wanting to learn how to make it these past few days and then cook it for Brother Chong, but she had no chance to practice. And the man in front of her provided her with an opportunity, which would be the best material. She cut it one slice at a time, imagining the meat as tofu and the blood as clear water. The hatred in her eyes slowly disappeared, and her expression became focused. She had grasped the essence of cooking. Chapter 44 chosen. Zombies can still be seen in the town, but they are all very alert. They don't wander around like before. Instead, they are a bit like wolves. They will first scout the situation and then choose to hunt. After casually hacking to death 2 tentative zombies, a small group of zombies hid in the alley. They climbed up the wall like monkeys and stared at Gao Wenxiang and his group from afar. Chen Ergu was indeed a person with awakened superpowers. He persisted for more than 100 hits before he died. This allowed Jiang Mingjie to accumulate a lot of experience, and Gao Wenxiang also recovered a portion of cerebrospinal fluid from him. The other electric bike driver had also died long ago. Gao Wenxiang looked at Jiang Mingjie and asked, Are we still going to your house? Jiang Mingjie hesitated and said, But the thunder god he mentioned seems to be very powerful. Gao Wenxiang pinched her chin and looked at her. Then do you want to go? Jiang Mingjie looked at him, and the expression in her eyes said it all. At this moment, Gao Wenxiang heard the sound coming from the wind again, which was the roar of vehicles. Gao Wenxiang smiled and said, Someone is coming, get in the car. Everyone got back into the car, and Gao Wenxiang operated the joystick to move the excavator that was blocking the road to the side. Then, he continued to drive forward. After a few seconds, he saw an obviously modified off-road vehicle in his field of vision, followed by 7 or 8 electric vehicles. Gao Wenxiang was not surprised to see so many electric cars because when his RV was driving on the road outside the town, he saw a huge windmill every few meters, which could obviously provide electricity for these electric cars. When this group of people saw Gao Wenxiang's RV, they stopped the car without any nonsense. Everyone who got off the electric bike raised their guns. The man who got off the SUV was holding a hammer. He had a rough appearance, a full beard, and had the temperament of a lion king. He is Thor Lilu, the leader of this group of people. He pressed a horn on the roof, and a deep voice came out of the horn. Everyone get out of your cars, put down your weapons and get down, or you will pay with your life. The voice on the loudspeaker repeated itself, and it was obvious that this was not the first time this group of people had done this. Their business looked familiar, and they came fast enough. Gao Wenxiang had no doubt that they had sentries, and for them to have control over the entire town, Equipped with the most practical communication tool in the end times, the walkie-talkie, it was not a difficult task. This is simple logical reasoning. Gao Wenxiang did not think that he could hide the fact that he had killed those 3 people from the people in power here. Therefore, he decided to let Jiang Mengjie fulfill her wish, so that she would be more grateful to him and more loyal to him. It would be a cost-free thing. Now, all he needed was to crush these people. The RV roared forward without slowing down, and the chainsaw was turned on at the same time. Shoot! Lila gave the order. The group of people fired their homemade shotguns. But their efforts were in vain. Although this RV looked like a bus, it was made of top-grade, bulletproof materials synthesized with top-notch black technology. How could it be easily broken by such a homemade shotgun? Their shooting did not slow down Gao Wenxiang's driving speed at all. He even manipulated the joystick and used the electric saw to perform a set of Tiangang acts. It must be said that Yin Shuangying is worthy of the title of Captain of Dragon Country. The combination of the vehicle-killing technique he provided and Gao Wenxiang's heavenly 36 axes made the extended boom of the chainsaw machine as flexible as an arm. Gao Wenxiang cut the stomachs of the 2 men easily, like cutting tofu, cutting them into 2 pieces. Blood gushed out of their bodies. Their internal organs were all over the floor. An unprecedented fear surged onto the faces of the 2 men. They tried to stuff their intestines back in, but the blood was still gushing out. Death is their destined fate. There were 6 other electric bike drivers, and there was fear on their faces. Gao Wenxiang had no psychological burden about killing these people, because he remembered that the person who was tortured to death before had said loudly that according to the old rules, his fate would be to be skinned alive. From that man's behavior, Gao Wenxiang could also imagine that if he fell into the hands of this group of people, his end would be miserable. Since they were all perpetrators of violence, he naturally wanted to spar with them and explore each other's skills. Unfortunately, the result disappointed him. The killing continued, and the group did not show any extraordinary skills. Their movements were full of flaws, and 2 of them seemed to have superpowers, but they only applied them roughly, which Gao Wenxiang thought was a waste of talent. Perhaps, when they acquired these talents, they believed that they were already above ordinary people. They slaughtered at will, indulged in pleasure, and watched countless people crawling on the ground wailing to them. No one taught them how to develop these special powers. When they united together, they became the masters of this area, and no one could threaten them. They thought they were God's chosen ones, but when Gao Wenxiang arrived here, God did not send any warning. If they're the chosen ones, then who is Gao Wenxiang? Seeing his 8 younger brothers being cut into pieces in front of him, with blood and internal organs splattered all over the ground, Li Li's face became extremely gloomy. He knew that he could do nothing about this strange RV. Then, he stared at Gao Wenxiang with a pair of eyes that almost wanted to kill him, and roared, "You're just hiding in the car like a coward, you bastard, you wimp. Come out and fight me if you can." Gao Wenxiang smiled. He retracted the crane arm and said, "As you wish. I'm coming down to find you. Don't talk to me. I'm going to get you today. Even God can't stop me." When Li Lu heard Gao Wenxiang's answer, he was not excited, but regretful. He did not expect that the man in front of him was so timid. If he had known this would be the case, he would have said it earlier. Wouldn't his brothers not have been wiped out? This is destined to be a question without an answer, but it also makes Li Lu hate the person in front of him even more. His heart was filled with bloodthirsty desire, and extreme madness was burning his nerves. But his limited rationality told him that the man in front of him was not an idiot. He dares to get off the car. He must have something to rely on. But Li Lu was not afraid of anyone in his heart, because he not only awakened the electric skill, but also gained a huge increase in strength after swallowing a mutant crystal core from a buffalo. Moreover, after being blessed with the 2 superpowers, his speed and physical fitness have also been improved to a certain extent, already surpassing the scope of ordinary people. He believed that if the man in front of him was scratched by his Thor's hammer, not only would his bones be broken, but he would also be numbed by the electric shock. So, when Gao Wenxiang got off the car, he began to speed up and attack forward. He decided to use a heavy blow to reverse all the previous decline. With this blow, he will let the man in front of him see his own brains with his own eyes. Chapter 45, Fear. Just as he swung his Thor's hammer with both hands, pushed off the ground from a few meters away, leaped several meters high, and then dropped the hammer like a god descending to the earth, wanting to blow Gao Wenxiang's head off. Gao Wenxiang had completely understood all his rhythm changes under the spiritual perception of cicada awareness power. When Li Lu pushed his feet off the ground and came to the air, he had already moved lightly to the side of Li Lu, then swung the axe in his hand and hit Li Li's abdomen heavily. This blow directly knocked Li Lu flying. Blood gushed out his abdomen, but fortunately his intestines did not flow out. Perhaps the mutant crystal core of the buffalo gave his skin some toughness. Gao Wenxiang did not press on the victory. He was waiting for the man who had just madly called him a wimp to stand up again and show the strength that matched his words. Li Lu stood up, but he looked down at his abdomen, which was bleeding profusely, and confusion began to appear in his eyes. He was defeated. He was defeated with just one blow. He didn't understand why everything turned out like this. Qinghe Town is his territory. These days, he has been enjoying the status of a king here. This place has always been his pasture. All the women here are his lambs, and all the men are his pariahs. He can use any method of slaughter to please himself, and he can also torture and play with the lambs in any way he wants. This is an enjoyment he has never had before. The end of the world is hell for mortals, but for the chosen ones like him, it is heaven on earth. But why did everything change in such a short time? All his brothers died, and he was also injured. Where is the god who gave him power? At this time, Li Lu, who had just been hit by Gao Wenxiang's axe, had begun to doubt his life and started to reflect on everything like a loser. This made Gao Wenxiang feel bored. Is this the invincible person that the man who was tortured to death was thinking about before he died? Li Lu finally raised his Thor's hammer again, but his eyes no longer had the sharpness they had before. There was hesitation and fear in his eyes as he looked at Gao Wenxiang. Gao Wenxiang caught this look and continued to taunt him. Maybe you can swing the hammer again. Have you thought about how to die? With just a brief attack, just now, Li Lu already knew that he was no match for the person in front of him. At this moment, hearing Gao Wenxiang's aggressive words again, looking at the broken limbs and blood all over the ground, and glancing at the smiling faces of a group of women in the RV, Li Lu felt that the gift from God was leaving him, and all the glory would stay here. But he was unwilling to die like this, and he roared, "You are nothing special. You just got a stronger talent than me, and the gods will come to take it away one day. It's not that I can't beat you. It's that fate makes me fail." As he spoke, he assumed a resolute posture to fight against the injustice of fate, swinging Thor's hammer like a madman. Gao Wenxiang easily avoided it, and then asked sarcastically, "This is your way of responding to the injustice of fate. Since the ending is destined to be death, why don't you dare to be tougher?" Gao Wenxiang continued to mock the wimp in front of him. He felt that the person in front of him inspired him to curse. Perhaps this would add a little more fun to his journey to the end of the world. He is not a generous person. Since others call him a wimp, of course he will curse back. Then, let this person die in endless humiliation. Li Li's heart was filled with a sense of powerlessness at this moment. He knew that the man in front of him was teasing him, and once the teasing was over, he would completely end his life. Although he was still alive, he knew that he was already shrouded in hell. This can't go on, he said to himself, and he began to calm down. Then he sprinted again, pushed off the ground, and took off into the air. He felt like Stephen Chow in Kung Fu, flying very high. He fantasized that he could also smash the head of the person in front of him with a hammer that fell from the sky, just like the character in the movie. But when he came down from the air, what he caught was still the mocking look of the person in front of him. Gao Wenxiang was not deliberately mocking, but he didn't understand why the person in front of him would use a move that had been proven to be full of loopholes for a second time. So he took a step forward and came to Li Li's side. When he fell from the sky, the axe accurately hit the previous wound. The axe completely pierced Li Li's stomach. Gao Wenxiang walked up to him, looked at Li Lu, who was almost broken into two pieces, and said sarcastically, "I met your challenge, but you responded like a turtle, not knowing how to adapt even to your death. So who is the coward, the bastard, the wimp?" Li Lu did not answer, and Gao Wenxiang took it as his consent. Li Lu could no longer feel the pain in his body. What he could feel was the rapid loss of blood and the dropping of body temperature. Faintly, he seemed to hear the call from the soul catcher from hell. When he looked carefully, he found that the messenger looked exactly like the person who killed him. When Li Lu died completely, Gao Wenxiang heard the system prompt sound again. Ding! A portion of the brain of a mutant has been detected. Do you want to extract it? Extract. Gao Wenxiang calculated that, together with the 3 people who had died before, this group of people provided a total of 4 portions of cerebrospinal fluid. Combined with the 2 level 1 crystal cores before, 2 more primary genetic medicines could be refined. By this calculation, his total assets can be converted into 4 primary gene potions, 1 level 2 crystal core, and 35 slavery points. Gao Wenxiang got back in the car, started it, forked the off-road vehicle that was blocking the RV, and then drove to Jiang Mengjia's hometown. Her home is a 2-story building, which is a bit old. The door was open, and when Jiang Mengjia walked in, she found that many things were smashed. When she arrived at her room on the 2nd floor, she found a photo of herself and her mother in her bedside table. This might be her only thought about this home. When she walked out the door, she suddenly saw a familiar person, an old woman. The old woman was passing by her house. The old woman also met her eyes, looking at her with an incredible look, and then the old woman's eyes were quickly filled with malice and ridicule, and she shouted at the top of her voice, "Someone come quickly, help me catch this bitch." Obviously, the old woman hasn't figured out the situation yet. She doesn't know that this town is no longer the same as before. She seemed not to notice Gao Wenxiang, the stranger standing not far from her, and even ignored the huge RV. The reason for this was that her eyes were filled with hatred and pleasure. In her opinion, her son was already one of the most powerful people in this small town. She had already killed several old ladies who mocked her secretly. Now, seeing Jiang Mengjia, the woman who made her hospitalized due to anger, she naturally would not let her go. Her cry was effective, and a 5-man patrol team was immediately summoned. The patrol captain noticed something was wrong as soon as he arrived. He looked at the large and unfamiliar RV and shouted, "The people in the RV." But before he could finish, the flying knife in Gao Wenxiang's hand flew out and pierced directly into his throat. He was too lazy to listen to the nonsense of these small-time accomplices. The remaining 4 people were a little frightened, but Gao Wenxiang did not give them time to think too much. Without the feather arrows, Zhang Qing's skills were definitely enough to deal with these people. 4 flying knives flew out again and ended their lives cleanly and neatly. This shocking scene frightened the self-satisfied old lady Zhang. She looked at Jiang Mengjia with cold eyes as she approached her step by step. It was not until then that she noticed that Jiang Mengjia was holding a long knife in her hand. She was scared. She felt her legs were a little weak. She wanted to walk but couldn't. So, she shouted in a timid way, "You can't kill me. You can't kill me. My son has special abilities. If you kill me, he won't let you go." But when she heard her words, Jiang Mengjia smiled. She thrust her knife forward fiercely, stabbing into the old woman's lips and crushing her tongue. Blood gushed out of the vicious old woman's mouth, and her eyes were filled with horror. Jiang Mengjia laughed even more happily. She leaned over to the old woman's ear and whispered, "I forgot to tell you that I also killed your son. If you run faster on the Yinyang Road, maybe you can catch up with your son." As she spoke, she drew her knife again and chopped off the old woman's legs. The blood gushed out again, and the old woman twisted on the ground in pain, whimpering and screaming, but because she had no tongue, she could only make sounds like the whine of a defeated dog, very weak. Jiang Mengjia cut off her arms again, then squatted down, looked at the old woman lying in a pool of blood, and said calmly, "You know, I went to college and I studied literature and history. I know that in ancient times, Empress Lu invented a kind of torture called renju. To make a human pig, one first needs to break the victim's legs and hands, then gouge out her eyes, crush her tongue, cut off her ears, and then put her body in a jar. Aunt Zhang, what do you think of this torture?" Listening to Jiang Mengjia's vivid and emotional description and thinking of the torture she had suffered, the old woman's eyes were filled with extreme fear. She looked at Jiang Mengjia as if she was looking at a demon. Jiang Mengjia smiled at her, stood up, and said, "Aunt Zhang, don't worry. I have always been a person who respects the elderly and loves the young. I won't do anything to you. That's it. I should go." Jiang Mengjia really decided to let the old woman go because she felt that waiting to die would be more terrifying than death itself. She walked up to Gao Wenxiang, hugged him, and whispered in his ear, "Thank you." Ding! Congratulations to the hosts made Jiang Mengjia for reaching a loyalty of 90. The host and Jiang Mengjia have a soul bond. The host can communicate with Jiang Mengjia through telepathy. Chapter 46, False Hope. Just as Gao Wenxiang was about to get into the car, he saw people coming out of each house. They looked at Gao Wenxiang, and some were afraid to approach him. Finally, a middle-aged man came over and asked, "Sir, may I ask if you kill those people of Lilu?" The middle-aged man asked this because he was very sure that the young man in front of him was no ordinary person. He also knew that Lilu had secret sentries on every street, and these sentries communicated with Li Lu through walkie-talkies. Li Lu drove out not long ago and never came back, but the young man in front of him drove the car here, which was very abnormal. What's more, he just killed the patrol. Listening to the middle-aged man's question, Gao Wenxiang nodded and said, "It's me, so anything else?" A hint of joy appeared on the middle-aged man's face, and then he asked, "Then can you stay? We can pay you tribute, and you can become our new mayor." Gao Wenxiang smiled and said, "Oh, what benefit can this bring to me?" The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief. He found that the person in front of him was not as violent as he had imagined. He spoke again. "You will become a hero of Qinghe Town. Every survivor of Qinghe Town will be grateful to you. Your name will be passed down from generation to generation and become a legend." Gao Wenxiang shook his head and said with a smile, "Compared to being the hero of Qinghe Town, I would rather be the savior of all mankind. If one day I'm strong enough, I will find out the real mastermind behind the doomsday disaster. By then, I will surpass all the ancient saints and achieve the ultimate heroism. Wouldn't that be more fun?" The middle-aged man looked at him and felt that he was a real madman and that his words were completely useless. He stammered, wanted to speak, but didn't know what to say. Gao Wenxiang spoke up, and he said, "The reason why you need a ruler is because you don't know how to protect yourself and survive in the end times. I can tell you a way to survive, but I need a verbal promise." "What promise?" asked the middle-aged man. "Become my slave," said Gao Wenxiang. The middle-aged man looked at him and said, "I don't think that's a problem." "Then let's gather everyone here," Gao Wenxiang said. "Okay." The middle-aged man nodded and started walking back. He came to the crowd, explained the situation to a few young men, and asked them to notify everyone to come over. The survivors in the town had been gathered together by Li Lu before. Many middle-aged and elderly people were used by him as bait and cannon fodder in hunting zombies. He abducted some beautiful young girls and young women, and not only provided them for him to play with, he also gave them as rewards to his brothers. Many young people who had previously been at odds with him were tortured and killed by him. This has reduced the number of survivors in the town to a great extent. Excluding the children, there are less than 400 survivors left. Previously, this town had a permanent population of several thousand. Although many people turned into zombies when the end of the world came, there were still more than 1,000 survivors. But under Li Li's rule, middle-aged and elderly people were forced by him to rush into the zombie group with gasoline bottles. Young girls were toyed with by him, some committed suicide by cutting their wrists, and some simply jumped off buildings. Many people who were dissatisfied with him were gathered in a building by him and then burned to death. At this time, when the middle-aged people told the young people the news that Li Lu had been killed, many of them cried with joy and ran around to tell others. It didn't take long before almost all the adult survivors in the town gathered in an open space. The scene was very quiet, and no one dared to act recklessly because the fear that Li Lu left them with was still lingering like a ghost in the depths of their souls. They didn't know the person in front of them, but they knew one thing. This was a ruthless man who could kill Li Lu. This was enough to make them awed. Gao Wenxiang looked at these people and said, "As long as you say you are willing to be my slaves, I will tell you a way to allow you to survive in the end times. So, are you willing?" The team of less than 400 people was lined up neatly. This was Li Li's requirement before. He stipulated the position where each person should stand. And every morning, he would check the head count to see if anyone had escaped secretly. At this time, facing Gao Wenxiang's question, everyone answered as if by reflex. "I do." Hearing everyone's answers, Gao Wenxiang automatically blocked the system's ding-ding sound. He looked at everyone and said, "The reason why Li Lu is stronger than you is simply because he awakened his supernatural powers at the beginning of the apocalypse. But superpowers can be acquired later. You can hunt mutant animals through multiplayer cooperation. There's a certain chance that mutant crystal cores will be produced in the heads of such animals. Once an ordinary person takes the crystal core, he will immediately gain extraordinary power." Boom! Everyone present was shocked when they heard what Gao Wenxiang said. Then everyone was filled with excitement. It turns out that everyone can become a transcendent person, which is undoubtedly exciting news. The information barrier is undoubtedly a magic weapon for dividing classes. Li Lu had previously kept this secret tightly guarded and only circulated it among his brothers, so that all ordinary people would become lambs crawling at their feet. And now, Gao Wenxiang has announced this secret. When a mysterious veil is lifted, everyone seems to have forgotten the fear brought by the doomsday at this moment, because something called hope took root in their hearts. can you tell us your name? The middle-aged man asked before Gao Wenxiang got into the car and left. Gao Wenxiang smiled and said, "If I become the savior of mankind, you will see my portrait and hear my legend even in this remote place. By then, you will naturally know my name. If you never hear from me again, it means I'm just a mediocre person with some luck. You don't have to spread the name of a mediocre person. You just need to keep your mouth shut and forget everything today, or take it to the grave." The middle-aged man once again felt the madness hidden in this man's heart. But a feeling suddenly arose in his heart, a feeling so strong that it made him feel indescribably moved. He thought perhaps only such a crazy person could accomplish truly great things. All the survivors watched the RV drive away. Then a young man suddenly said, "Li Lu is dead, but his wife, children, and father are all alive and well. We must make this family pay with blood. Yes, blood debt must be repaid with blood. Kill them, as well as their accomplices. All those who have any connection with them must be held accountable." At this time, a young man came up to the middle-aged man and said coldly, "If I remember correctly, you should be related to Li Lu. People like you must be liquidated." "Yes, liquidation. Liquidation." The middle-aged man did not argue. He only felt a deep sadness and a chill that penetrated his bones. This is what mediocre people are like. They're always led by their emotions and deviate from their original direction. When a group of mediocre people have the power to make decisions, it will be a disaster for everyone in this group. The middle-aged man felt that the man was right about one thing, that is, he might soon take what happened today to his grave, because he found that many people were staring at him with fierce eyes, as if he had committed an unforgivable crime. Chapter 47, Advanced Lottery. The RV drove smoothly out of Qingatown. Zhuang Jing looked at Gao Wenxiang with admiration and said, "Brother Chong, you saved the fate of a small town." Gao Wenxiang said, "Oh, what do you think of their future development?" Zhuang Jing thought for a moment and said, "I think that middle-aged man will become a manager. He has both courage and prestige. As long as people with special abilities are born quickly in the town, they should be able to stabilize quickly." Gao Wenxiang then asked Jiang Mengjie, who was sitting in the back, "Mengjie, what do you think?" Jiang Mengjie said, "Among the survivors, there are very few middle-aged people alive, but he is still alive, which explains a lot of problems. These problems will eventually boil down to one sentence. That is, why is he the special one? When was the so-called prestige established? If it was established during Li Li's rule, then the prestige would fade quickly and even become the original sin imposed on him. A riot will be inevitable, and perhaps many innocent people will be implicated. This is the answer that history tells me." The girls didn't think so much about it before. They were all happy that Gao Wenxiang played the role of savior. At this moment, after hearing Jiang Mengjie's words, they felt a chill rising up in their hearts. Even in such a doomsday, the internal fighting among human beings never stops. Even if they have just regained their freedom, they will still fight bloody and fight to the death. "Master, what do you think will happen to them in the future?" Hu Yali asked. "I don't know," Gao Wenxiang said frankly. "Who can really predict the future? Just like I couldn't predict that I would be with you today, and before the end of the world, I would always be a bachelor." Jiang Mi said sincerely, "Mr. Gao should talk more. What you say is always full of philosophy." Gao Wenxiang didn't look back because he was still driving. He just said calmly, "Jiang Mi, you should work harder. You're the best actor I have ever seen." Jiang Mi's face froze, and the RV was instantly filled with a happy atmosphere. At around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the RV drove to the east of White County and arrived at the edge of J City. Gao Wenxiang stopped the car and asked the girls to cook, while his mind was immersed in the system. He took a look and found that the total accumulated slavery value was 401 points. He decided to splurge. "System, give me a high-level lottery first." As he finished speaking, he saw the lottery page displayed on the bronze mirror, and then the light spots began to jump. Finally, the light spot stopped on the martial arts skills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the character Li Tsuanxiao from the romance of the late Tang Dynasty. Obtain the martial arts 36 styles of Overlord Spear, and the martial arts rating is gold 1 star. Obtain the martial arts, the 13 Taibao's horizontal training, and the martial arts rating is gold 1 star. Acquire the innate skill, innate divine power, skill rating gold 1 star. It turned out to be Li Tsuanxiao. Li Tsuanxiao, the most powerful general in the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, who is known as "No king is better than Ba," and no general is better than Li. The 3 gold-level skills made Gao Wenxiang very satisfied. However, the 5 women's martial arts skills were still a little lacking, so he decided to continue the lottery. System, give me 5 intermediate draws. Ding. The character Long Tianjiao from What's the Hero's Name has been drawn. Get the martial arts 1000 charming skills, and the martial arts rating is silver 3 stars. Get the martial arts soul-stirring sword, and the martial arts rating is silver 3 stars. Ding. The character Guo Xiang from the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber was drawn. Get the martial arts Amei 9 Yanggong, and the martial arts rating is silver 4 stars. Get the martial arts Amei Sword Skill, and the martial arts rating is silver 3 stars. Get the martial arts Dragon Elephant Prajna Gong, and the martial arts rating is silver 4 stars. Ding. The character Gon Shijuomiai from New Gon Shijuomiai has been drawn. Get the martial arts Innuendo, martial arts rating silver 3 stars. Get the martial arts One Finger Vajra, martial arts rating silver 3 stars. Get the martial arts 7 Steps Heartbreaking Palm, martial arts rating silver 3 stars. Get the martial arts Sword Chi, martial arts rating silver 5 stars. Ding. The character Lu Shang Piao Su from the World's Number 1 was drawn. Get the martial arts Killing God with 1 blade, and the martial arts rating is silver 3 stars. Get the martial arts Snow Drifting in the World, and the martial arts rating is silver 4 stars. Get the martial arts Yuan Gui Qigong, and the martial arts rating is silver 3 stars. Ding. Draw the character Jinghong Fairy from the Flying Dagger of Shaoli. Get the martial arts 18 Lotus Steps of Meteor. The martial arts rating is silver 3 stars. Get the martial arts Meteor Dart. The martial arts rating is silver 3 stars. Get the martial arts Shocking Sword. The martial arts rating is silver 3 stars. Gao Wenxiang was shocked when he saw the characters extracted. In my previous intermediate draw, the best I could draw was Cheng Yaojin, who had silver 1-star martial arts. I didn't expect that this time. The system was so considerate and gave me a family bucket of beautiful women. Long Tianjiao, Guixiang, Gan Shijuomiai, Lu Sheng Piaoxiu, and Jinghong Fairy. In this way, the next stage of martial arts of the 5 maids will be complete. After getting off the RV, Gao Wenxiang first drank a primary genetic medicine, feeling a magical power surging into his body again. It flowed into every cell of the body, transforming the cell structure and revitalizing the aging cells. Vaguely, Gao Wenxiang felt as if his spirit had touched a certain threshold, but there seemed to be a layer of energy barrier blocking him outside. Is this what the system calls a genetic node? Or is this the so-called Fugu acupoint? Gao Wenxiang had a firm understanding in his heart that if he could break this barrier and dissolve the hidden poison, his abilities would surely be raised to a higher level. Not long after, Gao Wenxiang came out of this mysterious feeling. System, give me Li Tsuanxiao's martial arts skills. As he finished speaking, he felt that a complete martial arts memory suddenly appeared in his mind. In his memory, he saw a man with extraordinary heroic appearance. There are scenes of him practicing his spear skills, scenes of him pulling 9 oxen with his strength to shock the enemy generals, and scenes of him forming an army of 1 man and conquering Chang'an with 18 cavalrymen. There are also scenes where he defeated the 2nd best in the world, Wang Yanzhang, in 5 moves and captured the 3rd best in the world, Gao Siji, with 10 moves despite being seriously ill. The last scene is him being sentenced to be torn apart by 5 horses. During the execution, 5 horses are pulling him down. The execution takes a long time to end until his tendons in his hands and feet are cut, and he is finally torn apart by 5 horses. Judging from these memories that are pouring in, Li Tsuanxiao is undoubtedly the greatest general of all time. Along with these memories came a tremendous amount of power that surged into my body. Li Tsuanxiao's innate skill, born with supernatural power. At this moment, Gao Wenxiang felt that his body was full of strength. Even if it was a huge tripod weighing 1,000 pounds, he felt that he could lift it easily. I hate that the sky has no handle, and I hate that the earth has no ring. Is this what it feels like to have the power of the greatest warrior of all time? After taking the primary genetic medicine twice and gaining Li Tsuanxiao's martial arts and strength, Gao Wenxiang couldn't wait to practice it. Chapter 48, Women's Fate. When Gao Wenxiang went to the ancient culture street before, he had already collected 18 kinds of weapons. At this time, he took out a gun from a space under the RV where miscellaneous items were stored. However, Once he got the gun, he felt it was a bit light, and he thought it would be necessary to find someone to make a better gun for him in the future. At this moment, as if sensing his thoughts, the system prompt sounded. Ding! The host's various needs have been detected. The slavery mall is now open. The host can purchase the goods he needs in the mall. This system, you are really my sweet little cotton-padded jacket, Gao Wenxiang thought to himself. He immersed his mind in the system interface. Looking at the mall page on the bronze mirror, he found that there were no product categories except for a search box. It's really concise. Gao Wenxiang entered spear in the search box and clicked search. Soon, a series of products appeared below. The first one is the Overlord Spear, which is the weapon of the Overlord of Western Shu. This spear is made of outer space black iron and requires 1,000 enslavement points. The second one is the King Yu's Spear, which is the gun used by Li Sunxiao and requires a slavery value of 800 points. Gao Wenxiang was a little surprised when he saw the prices of the two guns. He asked, "System, why are the guns so much more expensive than the price of the characters?" The system replied, "The lottery is random, but this is a direct purchase, and the more expensive the gun, the more magical it is." Well, it was definitely something he couldn't afford. Gao Wenxiang looked down and finally found a gun he could afford, the 5-Tiger soul-breaking gun. This is Luo Cheng's family heirloom spear in the Romance of Sui and Tang dynasties, and it requires a slavery value of 100 points. Without hesitation, Gao Wenxiang chose to buy it directly. As a result, Gao Wenxiang's slavery value dropped to 151. After thinking about it, he spent another 100 slavery points to expand his personal space by 1 cubic meter. This way, he has 2 cubic meters of personal space, which can hold more things. Gao Wenxiang took out the 5-Tiger's soul-breaking spear from the system and began to practice his spear skills. All martial arts in the world actually lead to the same goal. For Gao Wenxiang, who is the master of many fields, integrating the 36 styles of Overlord Spear is not a problem at all. He wielded the 5-Tiger's soul-breaking spear with great vigor. He either poked or slashed or swept and chopped. Every move and every style was controlled by his heart. The figures of opponents seemed to appear in front of him, including Wang Yanzhong, the peerless iron spear, Gao Siji, the white horse and silver spear, and Huang Chao, the great general. This is a virtual battlefield simulated by Gao Wenxiang using the fusion of memory images and the cicada awakening power. On the battlefield, Gao Wenxiang's 36 styles Overlord Spear was unmatched in power, sweeping across all directions. Countless memory fragments and martial arts experiences are integrated into these 36 styles of Overlord Spear. In the simulation, Gao Siji was eliminated first, followed by Huang Chao, and finally Wang Yanzhong. At this point, the simulation scene was broken, and Gao Wenxiang put the 5-Tiger's soul-breaking spear into his personal space, and today's practice was completed. Then, of course, we got in the car to eat. Gao Wenxiang used to think that love for more than 1,000 yuan was more suitable for him. Coming once a month was fresh enough. If inspiration struck, he could also hold a solo animation exhibition. In this way, he doesn't need to be a bootlicker, nor does he have to worry about being cheated on. As for carrying on a family line, sorry. He has been an abandoned baby since childhood and has no intention of having offspring. In his mind, it would be best if he lived to be 65 and then died suddenly. Because when men reach this age, they have bad teeth and lack energy, so they cannot enjoy many delicious foods. Many 18-year-old girls can only see with their eyes. But now, Gao Wenxiang's mind has changed because he found that he is particularly popular with women. He has met Zhuang Jing, Hu Yali, Zhang Xiufen, Jiang Mi, and Jiang Mengjie one after another. He believed that he would meet many more beautiful women in the future. Moreover, Gao Wenxiang does not have to worry about too many women and him being unable to handle them, because after taking 2 doses of primary genetic medicine, his energy has become strong enough to achieve great things that ordinary people cannot achieve. He even felt that he had awakened his hidden ability, tuna. After dinner, everyone washed up and it was still early. The girls are already very familiar with each other and can talk about many topics. Everyone is in a very relaxed state. Hu Yali asked Jiang Mi, "Sister Mi, if there is no doomsday and the next season of Sisters Who Make Waves invites you again, will you go?" Jiang Mi shook her head. "No, I don't think I'm suitable." Zhang Xiufen asked from the side, "Who do you hope to have?" Jiang Mi thought about it, blinked, and said, "I think this question can be asked to Mr. Gao." Hu Yali's eyes lit up. She snuggled into Gao Wenxiang's arms and asked playfully, "Master, who do you want to attend?" Gao Wenxiang pinched her neck, like he was playing with a kitten. Facing the expectant eyes of the girls, he thought for a moment and said, "If it's a dark version of Sister Lang, the actresses I hope for are Kato Ayaka, Asaka, Mikami, Momonoji Kana, Fukada, Yamino, and Mizubu Sakura." The women blinked. Jiangmi was the first to say provocatively, "If Mr. Gao is willing, we can organize the Sister Lang event for you now. Do you think I am prettier than Asaka?" Huyali also said coquettishly, "Isn't a legal lowly like me cuter than Shui buying?" Soon, each woman began to show her own little emotions. But Gao Wenxiang didn't care about it all, because he believed that with the talent of tuna, he would still be romantic even in the rain and wind. It is said that the golden spears and iron horses are as fierce as tigers that can swallow thousands of miles. What's more, Gao Wenxiang also incorporated Li Tsuin Xiao's The 13 Guardians of Iron Cloth. It can be said that he is now made of iron. It is no longer a matter of hammering a few nails, but he has the ability to pull 9 cows. Jiangmi finally participated in Sisters Who Make Waves. Besides her, there were also Zhuang Jing, Huyali, Zhang Xiufan, and Jiang Mengjia. The 5 of them sang Jiangmi's famous song together. Jiangmi showed amazing singing skills. It was obvious that she had worked hard and secretly taken tutoring classes. Zhuang Jing displayed dancing skills that amazed all the girls. Huyali and Zhang Xiufan fully displayed their youthful, lively, and naughty side. Jiang Mengjia appears quiet and elegant on the outside, but is deeply affectionate inside, with a seductive gleam in her eyes. In the morning, in the open space outside the RV, Gao Wenxiang looked at the girls and said, "The zombies have evolved to be smart enough. They have learned to hunt in groups. So far, we have not encountered any superpowered ones among them, because we are driving at high speeds most of the time. This is our luck. But we cannot help but be on guard. So I decided to teach you new skills, and you must learn them with your heart." After that, Gao Wenxiang explained to the system the designated targets for each person to whom the gift was transferred. Soon, Zhuang Jing felt that there was an additional memory in his mind, a complete martial arts memory of Gan Shijuomiyai, and her body was also endowed with all the martial arts in this memory. Poison skills, finger skills, internal skills, body skills, sword skills. She feels like she knows them all. Zhuang Jing also felt a stream of air swirling in her Qi Hai acupoint. She was sure it was real Qi. Chapter 49 Wang Rue. Afterwards, Huyali also felt that there was an additional memory in her mind, which was a complete memory of Lu Shang Piaoshu's martial arts. It includes all the scenes of Lu Shang Piaoshu practicing the family's unique skills killing God with one sword, and snow falling in the world. There are also scenes of Lu Shang Piaoshu practicing the internal energy Yuan Gui Qigong since childhood. Huyali originally practiced Japanese sword technique, so she was able to quickly assimilate the Japanese martial arts, such as God-killing sword. She understood many of the key points at a glance. Zhang Xiufan also felt that there was a memory of a charming woman in her mind. This woman's smile is also a weapon. She is breathtakingly beautiful. The martial arts she practices are called 1,000 Charms and Hundreds of Charms, and her swordsmanship is called Soul-Stirring Sword. Jiangmi saw another figure of herself in her memory. That was the Guoxiang she once played. In this martial arts memory, Guoxiang learned Falling Flowers sword technique and Orchid Point finger technique when she was a child. Later, he was taught the Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra by King Jinluan, and later he obtained part of the Nine Yang Manual. After she founded the Amei school, she created the Amei Nine Yang Gong and Amei sword technique. This memory is so real, as if there really was a Guoxiang in the world. Jiang Mengjia also discovered that a beautiful woman had entered his memory. She possesses superb light kung fu, 18 lotus steps of meteor, top-level hidden weapon kung fu meteor dart, and she also created a sword technique called Jinghong sword. The 5 women all felt the martial arts in their memories and then began a practice. After everyone had stretched their muscles, Gao Wenxiang asked everyone to get in the car and continue toward the destination. The RV didn't drive for too long before it left J City and entered X County in S City. If all went well, they could reach B City today. X County North Industrial Zone. On the rooftop of a 5-story building beside the highway, a tough-looking young man was looking at the highway through an astronomical telescope. He had been watching for a while, and he saw a modified RV clearing roadblocks on a road 3 kilometers away from him. This discovery made him excited. He immediately went down to a large living room on the 5th floor, where he saw his boss Wang Rue sitting on a sofa. In front of Wang Rue, there was a sexy young woman massaging his legs, and behind him there were 3 scantily clad beauties massaging his head and shoulders respectively. Seeing his younger brother coming down from the top floor, he asked, "Yinfeng, what did you find?" Yinfeng hurriedly replied, "Brother Rue, I found a modified superbus with forklift and excavator functions. It is very suitable for travel. I think there are a lot of supplies on it. We can rob it together." Wang Rue's eyes lit up, and he said, "Oh, that sounds good. Damn, I haven't slept well these past 2 days because of that special zombie. With the bus you mentioned, we can just escape from this hellhole and have fun somewhere else. Well, then I'll give this woman to you to play with from now on." Wang Rue pointed at the woman who was massaging his legs. "Thank you, Rush." Yinfeng had long had his eyes on this woman, whose name was Li Xiuhua, the daughter of the boss of the factory where he worked before the end of the world. The 5th floor where they are now is the factory's office building, and Wang Rue is a fellow worker on the assembly line. As for Wang Rue, he awakened his superpowers at the beginning of the apocalypse. He displayed cat-like agility and jumped from several floors without any injury. This extraordinary ability allowed him to quickly gather a group of people. Then he began to enjoy the absolute freedom brought to him by the end of the world. He killed the line leader who had been targeting him and making things difficult for him. The supervisor who had promiscuous relationships with men and women in the workshop and pretended to be righteous was castrated by his subordinates under his personal instruction. Then he let the supervisor experience the fun of picking up soap. In addition to the supervisor, the female clerk in the office who always dressed very sexily naturally could not escape his clutches. But that was an extremely bad experience for him, because this woman had tattoos all over her body, including a poker tattoo on her ankle, which really disgusted him. Although he considered himself a villain, this incident made him feel a little unclean. In the end, he threw the woman to his men, but his men felt that it was not clean and ended up feeding her to the zombies. During this period, he also hunted 2 mutant animals, a giant bat and a cat. Of the 2 crystal cores he obtained, he gave a mutant cat crystal core to Yinfeng. After Yinfeng swallowed the crystal core and awakened his superpowers without experiencing any side effects, he also swallowed the crystal core from the mutant bat. Then he discovered that he had grown a pair of fleshy wings on his back, allowing him to glide short distances in the air like a chicken. Although he can't fly far, this makes his movements in the air more flexible and allows him to perform various attack methods. Moreover, this crystal core also gave him a strong sense of direction. He could emit sound waves similar to those of a bat and determine the specific location of obstacles and prey through echoes. These abilities combined allowed him to quickly clear out a large number of nearby zombies. The further enhancement of his abilities has intensified his desires. Ordinary female employees in the workshop can no longer arouse his interest. So he broke into the boss's house. Seeing the big boss who used to drink the blood of ordinary workers like him begging for mercy in front of him, Wang Rue had no intention of letting him go. He asked his younger brothers to tie up the boss. Then he was asked to appreciate the crossed-out performance of himself and his wife, an actress who was married for the 3rd time. It must be said that the boss's wife was quite good at supporting the main role. Unfortunately, the boss was so excited about watching the crosstalk that he suffered from high blood pressure and died of cerebral hemorrhage. It's such a pity. Otherwise, Wang Rue was planning to let his boss see the classic ballet Swan Lake performed by himself and his daughter. The first few days after the end of the world made Wang Rue feel like he was dreaming. He can kill anyone he dislikes. And if he wants to sleep with any woman, the woman must crawl in front of him and beg him in person. Otherwise, a more miserable fate awaits them. This made Wang Rue think of a word: ruler. He is the ruler of this land, the god here, and he wants everyone to fear him. In this way, he will have an ultimate sense of conquest. Moreover, he believed that only with enough fear could he truly consolidate his position here. He would not be a good guy like on TV and then be morally kidnapped and ridiculed. In his opinion, that is just being a fool. In the end times, you have to be ruthless enough. Only when you are ruthless enough will others be afraid of you, and will they weigh the cost of doing wrong things when they have evil intentions. He thought he would be able to quickly clear a large area and get more women. However, these 2 days he encountered a very tricky mutant zombie. This zombie is extremely strong and fast, and it can shoot steel bars like a javelin with great accuracy. The most important thing is that it also commands dozens of elite zombies and teaches these zombies how to use weapons. This was extremely bad news for Wang Rui. Two of his close followers were shot to death by this zombie yesterday. If this zombie wasn't afraid of him, he wouldn't be safe even in this building. Chapter 50 Showtime. Let's go to the second floor first. Gather all the combatants. As he spoke, Wang Rui stood up by stepping on the woman's back. The three sexy women behind him understood and immediately came over to help him put clothes on. When the three women were dressing him, Wang Rui noticed the envy that was hard to conceal in Yunfeng's eyes, as well as a hint of jealousy that ordinary people would hardly notice. Wang Rui was not disgusted by this jealousy. Instead, it made him feel more satisfied physically and mentally. He stepped harder again and stepped on the woman he was about to give to Yunfeng. This is his way of making one fact clear to Yunfeng. You're only worthy of playing with what I have left. Yunfeng saw the murderous look in the boss Wang Rui's eyes and immediately lowered his head, not daring to look him in the eye. After arriving on the second floor, Wang Rui saw a chaotic scene. He asked the group of beasts to stop, and then everyone quickly started to put on their clothes and gather. In a large conference hall on the second floor, Wang Rui delivered his impromptu speech like a monarch. My soldiers, yesterday was a dark day for us. We lost our dear friends who would fight with us and continue to fight with us. The shadow of zombies has once again loomed over our hearts. But such days will never come again. Because hope has arrived, a modified superbus is coming towards us, and it will be the vehicle that allows us to leave here. We will ride it to freer places. The so-called doomsday will become a paradise for all of us. Remember today, warriors, today is destined to be the day we move towards a better life. As Wang Rui finished speaking, everyone raised their weapons and started to make noise. They followed Wang Rui downstairs, then walked out of the factory gate and came to the street. Wang Rui had already set up multiple roadblocks on this street to block the zombies. Wang Rui didn't expect that these roadblocks would bring him an unexpected surprise today. Boss, they are coming. There are two more roadblocks, and they are about to come over. Yunfeng lay on the roadblock welded with iron sheets and observed with a telescope. Didn't you find any mutated zombies? Wang Rui asked. Yunfeng looked around with the telescope and said, I haven't seen anything yet. Wang Rui also sent out sound waves to sense the surroundings. Indeed, he found nothing, so he breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to deal with mutated zombies at this critical juncture. After operating the electric saw to cut through another roadblock, Gao Wenxiang, who was sitting in the car, heard different sounds coming from the wind, and these sounds quickly painted a picture in his mind. After 2 strengthening sessions with primary genetic drugs, Gao Wenxiang felt that under the effect of cicada awareness, his hearing and spiritual perception had reached a terrifying level. It felt like the Chanju Gong had jumped over 2 major levels, and its rating went directly from black iron 5 stars to gold level. According to Gao Wenxiang's spiritual perception, there were about 20 people hiding next to the roadblock not far ahead. He could vaguely hear some words, most of which were in excited tones. Obviously, these people hiding there were definitely not just waiting for someone to get away. This reminded Gao Wenxiang of the car bandits and highway bullies mentioned in some documentaries. Obviously, these sneaky people are suitable for the identity of Roadhog. Gao Wenxiang said to the girls, there is a group of people waiting for us in front. You should put on a good show. The performance time is coming soon. Jiangmi joked, Mr. Gao, you didn't watch enough of Sister Lang last night. Do you want to watch our performance again? Perhaps it was because of Long Tianjiao's memories that Zhang Xiufen became even more charming. She looked at Gao Wenxiang with sweet eyes and said, maybe the master doesn't like sisters who make waves, but produce 101. Master, what do you think of my long legs? Jiang Mingjia also had a seductive look in her eyes and said, how about sisters over flowers? I think it fits our theme very well, a large-scale outdoor travel reality show. So, Brother Chang, which one do you like best? Zhuang Jing asked Gao Wenxiang a soul-searching question about his sexual preferences. Is it sisters who make waves, youth girl group, or sisters over flowers? Everyone was looking forward to his answer, as if the unknown enemies ahead were nothing but air. Gao Wenxiang replied calmly, I don't really know much about variety shows, but I did watch a TVB version of Tokyo Love Story a while ago. The heroines in every episode were my favorite actresses, including Mamanoji, Hohoko Ayaka, and Angel Mo. I think if the male lead was Yuki Yun, I would feel more involved, but it's a pity that the plot of this TV series is so bad. After listening to this, Huyali blinked and said playfully, "So, the master wants to make a doomsday love story?" When Gao Wenxiang drove the doomsday RV and cut through the last layer of iron roadblocks, all the enemies were exposed before his eyes. More than 20 steel bars were thrown at the windshield of his car, but to no avail. But Gao Wenxiang stopped the car and asked the 5 women to get out to fight. This was their stage, and he was just an ordinary audience. These days, Wang Rui always thought that he was living a life like a god, but after seeing the 5 women getting off the car, he found out that he was wrong. This is the true beauty of the world. In particular, among the 5 women, there is the actress Jiang Mi, whom he is very familiar with. He had seen many videos of face changing, but this was the first time he had seen a real person. Jiang Mi was even more beautiful in person than what he saw on TV, which made him almost unable to think about arranging the battle. He looked at the woman carefully. Charming and sexy, with gorgeous red lips. The most important thing is her cool and elegant temperament, which makes him feel a desire to conquer her. "So," he said, "Miss Jiang, I am your fan. If I knew you were in the car, I would never do this. It would be so rude. Why don't I invite you to my home? To be honest, I have a lot of your videos saved on my phone, and I watch them carefully every day." Wang Rui felt that his emotions were full and contagious. This was the first time he had invited a woman since the end of the world. He believed that no one would dare to refuse him. Jiang Mi laughed, and she directly exposed Wang Rui's tricks. "All the things stored in your phone are my AL videos, right?" Wang Rui was stunned at first. Then he showed joy on his face and said, "I didn't expect that a big star could be so down to earth. It turns out that you watch your own videos too. How about we sit down with me and discuss this?" Jiang Mi no longer wanted to waste time talking to this kind of person. In his eyes, the person in front of him was already dead. She attacked directly. The long sword in her hand was as sharp as a thread. As she thrust out the sword, there was a faint airflow swirling at the tip of the sword. This sword used the black swamp fox technique from the Ame sword technique, and the tip of the sword pierced directly between the enemy's eyes. Wang Rui didn't expect Jiang Mi to attack without any warning, and her actions were so fierce and vicious. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough. When the tip of the sword reached his forehead, he used the power of the wings behind him to slide to the side. Others were not as lucky as Wang Rui. Jiang Mingjie used the meteor dart technique to pierce the foreheads of several people with stones. Zhuang Jing casually swung out the long sword with a movement of flowing water and scattering flowers. A faint light was emitted from the tip of each sword. The light was only a tiny bit, but when it was passed to a person's neck, it could always easily crush their cervical vertebrae. Huyali's move was much bloodier. Her killing blows would either decapitate or stab the abdomen, giving people a fierce sense of killing. Zhang Xiaofan was smiling. Her eyes were like a pool of lake water. Just the slightest ripples made people unable to help but be intoxicated by it. This was the power of thousands of charming skills. The sword in her hand had already pierced the enemy's heart without her noticing. The poet said, "When I think back to the time when I was most enchanted, the first thing I did was to draw a flower pattern on my skirt." This sword is called the Enchanting Sword. Chapter 51, Monkey Show. This was undoubtedly a performance that reached its climax at the very beginning. All the extras were cleared away by the women as if they were cutting melons and vegetables when they appeared on stage. The only villain left is him, and he has fallen under siege by the women. Wang Rui, who was surrounded, was a little confused for a moment. He really wanted to say to these women wielding swords, "Girls, times have changed. Now is the era of superpowers." But he really couldn't do it. If there was a chat group, he might send an emoticon pack saying, "I feel bitter in my heart." He really couldn't understand it. Logically, the world should belong to a genius like him who had undergone a genetic mutation. But why was he here surrounded by a group of women with swords? Wang Rui was desperate and puzzled. He is the kind of person favored by God, but why do so many weird people suddenly appear? Facts have proved that even if Wang Rui awakened his superpowers and swallowed a mutated crystal core from a bat, it was not enough to pose any threat to the women. He was very fast, but the women all knew Qigong and Nigong. It was like a group of professional players beating up a random player. Wang Rui can still rely on the physical fitness granted by the crystal core and superpowers to achieve effective dodge. But his offensive ability was seriously insufficient, which made the performance one-sided from the beginning. The women's movements were so graceful and beautiful, They displayed movements that ordinary people could not perform, showing the ultimate sense of body coordination. This made Gao Wenxiang, a spectator sitting in the RV, change to a comfortable sitting position and quietly appreciate the scenes. Looking at Wang Rui, who kept dodging and retreating, Jiangmi showed a mocking look on her face. She had not forgotten the lewd smile of this man just now. She said, "Oh, is this the etiquette for inviting someone to your home? Why do you keep backing away? Where's your enthusiasm just now? How dare you pretend to be my fan?" Wang Rui had no time to care about Jiang Mi's ridicule. He felt that these 5 women were working together to make fun of him. They surrounded him and didn't let him escape, but they only let Jiang Mi deal with him, wanting him to jump around here like a clown. Jiang Mi waved the sword in his hand and mocked. "Why are you not talking? Don't you have any sincerity in inviting me? Also, why are you pretending to be my fan?" Wang Rui dodged the sword in front of him with difficulty. His mind was tense, fearing that the sword would pierce his neck in the next moment. Jiang Mi looked into his eyes and saw fear and panic in this man's eyes. So she smiled. "No words? It seems that you are not as brave as you just showed. If this is a recording session of a variety show called Real Men, as a judge, I need to give you a score. If the full score is 100, you can only get 20 points. I'm sorry, man, with 20 points, but you're still far from passing." Finally, Wang Rui used the gliding ability of his wings to briefly escape from Jiang Mi's sword. Of course, this also led to his emotional outburst. "Can you please shut up? Who the hell is your fan, you?" But before he could finish his curse, Jiang Mi's sword reached out for his neck again, forcing him to concentrate on dodging. Jiang Mi was still smiling. She looked at Wang Rui with sympathy and said, "Sorry, 20-point man, I have one last thing to say to you. The reason you still have 20 points is because you pretended to be my fan, and I have always been very friendly to my fans. Now, you don't even have 20 points, you have become a 0-point man, then the show should be over, and you can go die." This is Jiang Mi's final declaration. She was like a judge, announcing the final result of a trial. Her charming red lips were tender and tempting, but the words she said hurt Wang Rui deeply, tearing apart the strong self-esteem he had built up with great difficulty in the end times. 0 points, man? Declare my death? Why do you do that? Endless anger burned in Wang Rui's heart, his eyes fixed on the sword in front of him. At this moment, he had no other desire but to kill the woman in front of him. What star? What goddess? Jiang Mi had become the person he hated the most in his heart, and at this moment, he only wanted to kill this woman. However, this world could never change according to his will. When Louis XVI designed the guillotine, he could not have imagined that one day he himself would die on it. And at this moment, when Wang Rui personally led his men to launch a sneak attack, he was doomed to dig his own grave. When the guillotine falls, it doesn't care whether it's a commoner or a king. So, 10 seconds after the declaration, Jiang Mi pierced Wang Rui's neck with the Feihua Fian move from the Yumei sword technique. Blood gushed out from his neck and mouth. He didn't expect that he would die so suddenly. This is truly a rapidly changing world. He was once the darling of the world, but now he can only lie on the ground, waiting for death. He felt endless fear coming towards him. He was so afraid of death that he felt the messenger of death was approaching him. Wang Rui died after all. This allowed Gao Wenxiang to obtain a total of 2 samples of cerebrospinal fluid here. No one present cared about his death at all, because he was just a stone on the roadside. He might hurt your feet a little, but he was definitely not a stumbling block. The girls got in the car together. Jiang Mi looked at Gao Wenxiang and said expectantly, "Mr. Gao, can you please give us your evaluation of the performance just now?" Gao Wenxiang gave his review expressionlessly. "Secondhand Yueji's monkey show. Is it that exaggerated?" Jiang Mi curled her lips. Gao Wenxiang didn't say anything, but said, "Let's leave here first." As he said this, he started the RV. Not long after Gao Wenxiang's car drove away, a mutant zombie came with a group of zombies. Some zombies were ordered by it to carry away the corpses at the scene. Some zombies were led by it into the 5-story building. In the building, when Li Xiuhua looked at the large number of zombies breaking in, she felt like she was about to die, until a voice sounded in her heart. The language was strange, but she could understand it. The language said, "Women, become slaves of our holy tribe, and we will not kill you." "Who are you?" Li Xiuhua asked in her heart, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. The voice said again, "I'm right across from you." When Li Xiuhua looked up, she saw a zombie that looked almost identical to a human except for its green eyes and jade-white skin nodding at her. Zombies actually have reason and can communicate. This made Lilahua feel even more creepy, but she still nodded and agreed to the zombie's request. It is better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. To her, perhaps there is no difference between zombies and Wang Rue. They are both synonymous with cruelty and tyranny. Chapter 52 Zoo. Gao Wenxiang drove the RV to a remote road and asked the girls to start making breakfast. A sumptuous breakfast was quickly prepared. The 5 women, who had learned advanced martial arts, naturally had impeccable sword skills, and everyone made their own contribution. Even Jiangmi made a dish of cold shredded potatoes. While eating, Gao Wenxiang looked at Jiangmi and asked casually, "What were you thinking and feeling when you dealt with that person just now?" Jiangmi picked up a potato shred, took a bite, thought for a moment, and said, "I'm pretty sure that's a scumbag." The smell of scum can be smelled from his eyes and words. For scumbags, I think in addition to giving them physical blows, they should also be mentally humiliated. I really enjoy the feeling of humiliating a useless scum as an abuser. It makes me feel good, and even if they die, I will remember that feeling. I will never forgive these people even if they die. This is what they deserve. But these punishments are not enough, far from enough, because they only paid the price of one life, which is too cheap. Gao Wenxiang looked at her and said teasingly, "It seems that you have found your own way to deal with the end of the world. Very good." Jiangmi smiled and said, "You taught me well, Mr. Gao." Zhuang Jing also raised a glass of sparkling water and said, "Congratulations, Mimi. This will be a good start. When dealing with enemies, we should humiliate them severely. Simply killing them would be too easy for them." So, everyone raised their glasses to celebrate with Jiangmi, as if she had done something great. Maybe this is the end of the world. It caused the civilized world once built by mankind to collapse in an instant, and all order ceased to exist. But its appearance also gives rise to a magical sense of happiness, such as the celebration at this moment. In this world full of blood and cruelty, Gao Wenxiang, who has not yet opened the first genetic chain, may not be considered a strong man, but his existence is the greatest luck for the 5 women. He has unknowingly become the faith in the hearts of women. They were convinced that one day he would lead them out of this apocalypse and tear apart the endless suffering brought upon the world by the unknown existence. The RV arrived in City B smoothly at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. This was undoubtedly good news for everyone, because it meant that they would stay here for a while and no longer had a rush. But it was still early before dark, so Gao Wenxiang decided to drive to the nearby zoo first. So he explained his destination in City B to the girls, and then drove in the direction of the zoo according to the navigation. What would happen in a city with a permanent population of nearly 10 million before the end of the world? Gao Wenxiang's answer was constant attacks. There were too many zombies here, and they seemed to be born to fight guerrilla warfare. Gao Wenxiang's RV was always attacked from all directions. Moreover, they're extremely disciplined, and they strike and run immediately, no longer the slow and brainless people they were on the first day of the apocalypse. If it weren't for this doomsday RV, Gao Wenxiang believed that even with his current strength, it would take some effort to reach the nearest zoo. Inside the B City Wildlife Park, the original office building has been converted by Cheng Lei into his own private amusement park. Cheng Lei was born with dwarfism, so he didn't grow tall. Even after treatment, he only reached 155 centimeters. Others always called him Shorty, and although he was unhappy, he still endured it. His family background is relatively good. His parents are both civil servants, and the wife introduced to him is also very pretty, which makes him feel less regretful about his height, and he feels that this kind of life is not bad. His wife works in a securities company. Although he always hears that these companies are very chaotic in today's society, whereas not chaotic. Even in the profession of teacher, there are always bad rumors. What about sales, secretary, bank clerk, flight attendant, nurse? Which profession is not chaotic? He thinks the key lies in the person, and he trusts his wife. But reality shattered him. One day, he actually saw a video of his wife on a youth website. Although the face was covered, he recognized the voice and the body. He would not make a mistake. At that time, he only felt dizzy, as if thunder and lightning were rumbling in his head. I've heard people say that when a woman cheats, everyone around her may know about it, but her husband may be the only fool who finds out about it in the end. It was not until he saw the video that he realized why people around him had been looking at him meaningfully. Before, he thought they were jealous of him for marrying a beautiful wife, even though he was so short. But after watching the video and recalling the previous scenes, he understood everything. He thought again of the several times his wife had suddenly worked overtime. It turned out that everything had been foreshadowed, but he just didn't think about it. That night, he secretly took his wife's mobile phone while she was sleeping and stood alone on the balcony, where he saw all her explicit chat records. Those chat records deeply impacted his three views. He had never imagined that a married woman could be so vicious and promiscuous, that she could play around with any group of strangers and do anything that could tear apart her marriage. He couldn't understand why a woman like this would want to get married. Wouldn't it be more straightforward to become a prostitute? Before that, he had never touched this woman's cell phone. He trusted this woman so much, but what did she bring to him? When Chung Lei came back from the balcony, he stood in front of the bed for a long time. He thought about killing the woman with a knife and then killing her adulterer. But then he thought maybe she had too many adulterers and he might not be able to kill them all before being caught. So wouldn't that be a loss for him? Even if I die, I will still be laughed at by those living adulterers? That night, Chung Lei chose to sleep on the sofa because he felt the bed was too dirty. The woman seemed to be emitting an unbearable odor. Although he wished the woman would die immediately, Chung Lei still asked for a divorce from her in a calm tone the next day. The woman's face showed innocence and surprise at first. Looking at the woman's expression, Chung Lei only felt a deeper hatred engraved in his heart. Finally, he told her that he knew she was cheating on him. The woman acted calmly, indicating that she still loved him. How shameless this is. In the end, the woman still got divorced because she saw Chung Lei's murderous eyes. She was frightened. Since then, Chung Lei has become very silent. He feels that compared to the ugliness of human hearts, animals may be simpler. So, he often comes to the zoo to see the animals, and sometimes he stays in a zoo for a whole day. When the end of the world came, he awakened his abilities in the park. His abilities were similar to those of a turtle, with super strong defensive capabilities. Soon, he killed another mutant toad that attacked him and swallowed the toad's crystal core. Then, his tongue mutated, similar to the tongue in the American TV series Vampire, which could instantly transform into tentacles to attack surrounding creatures, and the attack of these tentacles was powerful enough. Chapter 53. Chung Lei, who has obtained two abilities, is very sure that he can do something. Before the end of the world, he did not do nothing. He had already found out all of his ex-wife's adulterers. If you don't check, you wouldn't know that this woman has more than 50 adulterers. Chung Lei felt that the only thing he was thankful for was that he was not infected with AIDS by this woman. Riding an electric scooter, Chung Lei could travel freely on the streets where zombies were rampant and the traffic was extremely congested. The zombies' attacks had no effect on him at all. Instead, he could use his tongue to easily pierce the zombies' necks, turning them into headless corpses. Finally, he came to the securities building where his ex-wife worked. He was very glad that his ex-wife did not turn into a zombie. Otherwise, his pleasure would be much less. On the 10th floor of the building, he found his ex-wife hiding in an office with his boss. When he kicked the door open, the couple was trembling with fear because of the coming doomsday. Chung Lei easily crippled the man's 5 limbs, and then he began to torture the woman he once loved bit by bit. He broke the woman's hands and feet bit by bit, cut off her facial features, listened to the woman's cries and begging for mercy, and watched her body twisting like a maggot. Chung Lei felt that he was in a better mood than ever before. He really enjoyed this kind of wanton torture of the weak by the strong, which made him feel as if his body, mind, and spirit had been briefly sublimated. It was an ultimate sense of pleasure. In the end, he couldn't bear to kill his ex-wife, with whom he had once slept. After all, he had loved this woman deeply, and he was always a man who cherished old times, and it would be difficult to change this in a short period of time. So he handed her over to the zombies for trial. The result of the zombies' trial was to be disemboweled and eaten, which was the result he liked. Afterwards, he enthusiastically visited each of the adulterers one by one, broke their limbs, and handed them over to the zombies for public trial. Zombies are fair enough, much fairer than human hearts. Then, he gathered a group of people and transformed the zoo's office into his amusement park. Among these people, there are 7 people with special powers, but they are no match for him and can only submit to him. He asked these people to bring the wives and lovers of the adulterers, and he prepared cages for these women. He always believed that animals had simpler thoughts, so he covered these women with animal skins and began to tame them. His domestication was successful, and the women were soon able to imitate the calls of various animals. For example, cats, dogs, foxes, and elk. They did a great job, so Chung Lei naturally did not hesitate to reward them. So whenever he had time, he would take them around and let them experience the beautiful scenery of the zoo. Later, he felt that it was not only the wives and lovers of these adulterers who needed to be tamed, but perhaps there were many more women who needed to be tamed. He realized the truth. Inside every beautiful woman in the world, there lives a dissolute soul. These souls need to be tamed. The ancients said that the 3 obediences and 4 virtues were the experience summarized over thousands of years, but they were easily abandoned today, which made him feel absurd. So he ordered people to build more cages and put all the beautiful women he caught into the cages. Only when they're domesticated enough to be docile and obedient can they enjoy the qualification of being released from the cage. When Gao Wenxiang's RV drove to the zoo entrance, he was attacked by humans. A group of people holding assault rifles fired directly at his car window, which was quite fierce. Gao Wenxiang was not surprised at all that these people had guns, because he had known City B before. As one of the top 2 economies in State Z, there were several military factories here. The guns in these people's hands most likely came from military factories after the end of the world. Seeing that the bullets had no effect on the car window, one of the scarred men in the group spoke up and shouted, "Everyone in the car, it's time to get off. We have no ill intentions. This is just a routine, welcoming ceremony. I believe you can understand. I hope you won't put up any futile resistance, because you have already entered the director's territory and you cannot escape. Come on down quickly. Men can apply for the position of animal keeper. Believe me, this is definitely a very tempting career. As for women, you must accept transformation. This is your only way out." Gao Wenxiang read 2 meanings from these people's words. One was that the director here was very powerful, and the other was that the director here hated women. But this has nothing to do with the purpose of his trip. Why should he care about the director of zoo? He looked at this group of people. Since others gave him the warmest welcome, he naturally had to respond. This was the most basic courtesy. So, he operated the joystick, and with the help of the vehicle killing technique, the chainsaw in front of the car seemed to have turned into a spear in his hand. He shook the tip of the spear forward and began to use the 36 Styles Overlord spear in front of the enemy for the first time. I hate that the sky has no handle and the earth has no ring. Every move and every form of the 36 Overlord spear fully displays the essence of power and gives people a sense of destroying the world. Li Tsunxiao's Overlord Spear is a set of bold and powerful moves designed to overwhelm the opponent with force. After acquiring the spear technique, Gao Wenxiang used his own martial arts philosophy to incorporate the cunningness of Yin Shuangying, the great wisdom of Cheng Yaojin, and the natural martial arts of Du Xinwu into the spear technique. Thus, this set of spear skills became more suitable for him, and in his hands, it became smooth and impressive. It was both majestic and domineering, yet also clever and simple. With just one move, Gao Wenxiang cut the bodies of the 2 people in front of him into 4 halves. Then, blood gushed out and internal organs flowed out of their stomachs. But the 2 men were not dead yet. Their throats could still make screams, and fear could still be felt in their hearts. And then they died little by little in despair. Scarface looked gloomy, looking at Gao Wenxiang in the car, and shouted angrily, "You deserve to die. The director will be here soon. He has sensed you. You have violated his rules. You have no choice but to die." Gao Wenxiang never cared about the barking of the defeated dog. Looking at the scene of blood spurting and organs flowing out, he always couldn't help but want to paint. The blood of sinners is the best paint. At this moment, crazy inspiration burst out in Gao Wenxiang's mind. He thought of Géricault, who was known as the pioneer of French romantic painting. This painter, who died young, might have been the best painter of corpses in the world, because his studio kept complete collections of human heads from under the guillotine. He also dissected human bodies countless times and immersed the dead bodies in seawater to observe the changes in their colors. He also went to the hospital many times to observe the expressions of those dying in their final moments. This led him to create the world-famous painting, The Raid of the Medusa. At this time, Gao Wenxiang also wanted to paint a similar picture, but he had to think of a good name first. At this moment, he remembered the night when Jiang Mengjie leaned on his arms and tutored him in Lu Sun's Wild Grass, which contained an essay called The Lost Good Hell. He thought the name was very good, so the painting he was about to start creating would be called The Lost Good Hell. Chapter 54, Visiting the Zoo. Lu Sun wrote in The Lost Good Hell, "Humanity has thus completely mastered the great authority to dominate hell, and that authority is even greater than that of the devil." Lu Sun's words are also applicable in this end times. A group of people who have awakened superpowers have not yet completely dominated this end of the world, but their power seems to surpass that of millions of people. Gao Wenxiang actually doesn't care about these people who are above ordinary people. Because the end of the world is like this, just like the lines in a certain TV series. Right and wrong are not about strength. Justice does not lie in the hearts of the people. In the end of the world, it all comes down to strength. Everything else is just empty talk. At this time, because he was stronger than these people, he could commit violence to his heart's content. Thus, under his 36 type Overlord Spear, blood spurted and broken limbs flew everywhere. The continuous sound of gunfire was like a sonata heralding the demise of fate, gradually fading into silence from the initial roar. Scarface managed to escape. He had a pair of wings and flew very fast. There was also a young man with a horse face. He seemed to have abilities similar to Spider-Man. A silk thread pulled him to the distance. But the others stayed here, and their blood and limbs formed a picture. In the scroll, the Dachira flowers have withered and died. Corpses are being cooked in the boiling oil pot, and a group of evil spirits are groaning in despair and hell. Their eyes are empty and lifeless, as if they have no time to remember the good hell they have lost. Delacroix, known as the Lion of Romanticism, went crazy after seeing the Raft of the Medusa. This painting inspired him to create his immortal masterpiece, Liberty Leading the People Later. Historians claim that the Raft of the Medusa is a warning to the entire society, and that we are all on this raft. So, at this moment, when Gao Wenxiang's painting The Lost Good Hell comes out, how should it be evaluated? People who came to admire the paintings soon arrived. He was riding an electric scooter and was wearing a white shirt and jeans. He is naturally Cheng Lei. With his arrival, everything around him began to change dramatically. The corpses and blood were quickly devoured by the vines that emerged from the ground, and the lost good hell was erased as if it had never existed, and there was no point in evaluating it. The surrounding trees began to grow lush. Flocks of birds flew in from all directions, and in the distance there were monkeys, tigers, and elks also coming. Cheng Lei got off the electric bike with a gentle smile on his face, as if he didn't care about the deaths of his men at all. He said, "Friend, since we are at the zoo, I will show you around. Why don't you get out of the car?" As he spoke, countless vines had already wrapped around the Doomsday RV like tentacles. Gao Wenxiang smiled. It seemed that this zoo director was stronger than he thought. So he walked down with the 5 girls. When Cheng Lei saw the 5 women, he did not show the same surprise or desire as other men, but frowned subconsciously. Because in his zoo, women are the lowest animals. They must first learn to walk on 4 legs, then learn the sounds of animals, and gradually learn how to be a docile animal. He hadn't seen a woman standing for several days. So he spoke up and said, "Friend, aren't you worried that carrying them will hinder your progress?" Gao Wenxiang looked at him and said, "They are my women." Okay. Cheng Lei had no intention of arguing with anyone. He simply thought that this person was interesting. He was able to use a modified vehicle to kill almost all of his men. Maybe this would be a good employee. So, he decided to take the man in front of him to visit the zoo in person. Cheng Lei took Gao Wenxiang to his amusement park first. In room number 1 of the amusement park, there are large iron cages, and the cages contain not animals, but beautiful women. They were wearing collars with clear numbers around their necks, wearing animal skins, and lying in cages. There were 2 keepers nearby, training them and feeding them. Cheng Lei pointed to a breeder and introduced him to Gao Wenxiang. He used to be a professional breeder for a large domestic pig farming group and had extensive breeding experience. He tamed this group of women very well. Look, their eyes are so lively. As he spoke, Cheng Lei came to a cage and stroked the head of a woman. The woman looked enjoyed and meowed twice. Cheng Lei smiled and said, "At present, I only have 18 such domestication rooms, which is too few. You know, my friend, there's a wanton soul living in every beautiful woman, and they all need to be strictly tamed. My friend, are you sure these 5 women behind you will not betray you in the future? Maybe you need my help. I can help you tame them. I have enough experience in this area, and I promise that I can make them docile enough in the end. So, how about coming and doing it with me? Friends, let's turn this city into a happy zoo and build a paradise where there is no more betrayal and no more ugliness. What do you think?" Hearing Cheng Lei's words, the 5 women glared at him, but Gao Wenxiang did not say anything, so they naturally would not say much, but the flames of anger were already burning in their hearts. Cheng Lei didn't care about the looks of the 5 women. because he believed that as long as these 5 women entered the cage, they would eventually become like the woman in front of him who was calling meow meow and be completely transformed. After listening to Cheng Lei's words, Gao Wenxiang looked down at him and said, "You're too short, my friend." Hearing Gao Wenxiang's words, Cheng Lei was stunned for a moment, and a cold look appeared on his smiling face. Since the end of the world, no one has dared to bring up their height in front of him. He didn't expect that the person in front of him would be so ungrateful and shameless. Then, his tone became much colder, and he said, "My friend, have you thought about the consequences of your mocking words? Or is it simply because your power has become so inflated that you've messed up your brain?" Gao Wenxiang smiled and said, "This is not a mockery, but the truth. You are too short, and your short stature makes you short-sighted and unable to see what the real world is like. Living in a circle of your own, becoming a subordinate of a zoo director, sorry, maybe the wellhead in front of you, is the whole sky you can see, but it is too small for me. If I'm going to end up rotting here with the animals, I'd rather die now. So, do you understand what I mean? As for women, they're my women, so naturally I will teach them. Who are you to give me instructions?" Chapter 55, Turn on the Taunt Mode. Cheng Lei looked at the man in front of him and smiled. He believed that he was a man who valued talent. He could see that the man in front of him, although he had not really made a move yet, must have incredible talent. Unfortunately, this person does not have a character that matches his talent. Blind arrogance is not a good character. In addition to his bad character, he was also very rude. He even spoke harshly to someone who had given him a chance to show his kindness. How could such a person achieve anything? So Cheng Lei said, "I know you are also a superpower. I can feel the energy filling your body. However, people with special abilities are also divided into different levels. If the highest level is first level, then I am special level. Because I am different from all of you. After I first awakened my superpowers and swallowed a crystal core, I have completely walked out of the superpower path that belongs to me. I heard that the 391 Research Institute in Shernan has developed genetic medicine. But for me, I can evolve without genetic medicine. I call this path of supernatural powers the Druid's Path. Now, I will let you feel what the real gap is." As he finished speaking, countless vines stretched out from the ground. They coiled around Gao Wenxiang like poisonous snakes, trying to penetrate his skin and suck his flesh and blood. Mutated earthworms and ants crawled out of the soil and came towards Gao Wenxiang. The birds in the sky showed their ferocity and pecked at Gao Wenxiang. There were also monkeys, tigers, elks, and all the animals rushed over, as if to drown Gao Wenxiang. The scenes before him made Gao Wenxiang's warlike blood begin to boil. Since the end of the world, he has never met a decent opponent. The dwarf in front of him seems to be a good opponent. He took out the 5 tigers' soul-breaking spear from his personal space and used the 36 styles of Overlord Spear. He was unrivaled in his dominance, and the energy shattered all the attacking vines. Among the 5 women, Zhuangjing had already used the 7-step heartbreaking palm. All the small animals near her were killed by the 7-step heartbreaking red poison contained in her palm power, while the vines and branches were cleared away with the joint efforts of everyone. Cheng Lei was not in a hurry about the failure of this wave of attacks. Human power is limited and subsequent attacks will only be more fierce. How long can I hold out? For Gao Wenxiang, he never does passive defense. He prefers to take the initiative to attack, because only the weak will flee in panic, while the strong will always be able to overwhelm others with their power. Countless vines hit Gao Wenxiang's body, but with the help of the 13 Protector's iron shirt, he did not feel much pain. So, under the spiritual perception of cicada awareness, he broke through all obstacles, came to Cheng Lei's side, and shot straight at his neck. Cheng Lei's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't expect that Gao Wenxiang could withstand the attacks of countless vines and rush towards him regardless. However, he was not panicked. A vine grabbed him and pulled him directly into the air. Cheng Lei looked down at him with disdain and said, "Why do you fight me? Wherever there are plants and animals, it is my playground. I am the living god of nature in this world." Gao Wenxiang sneered. "You are too small. Gods are not that small." "Oh no, I remembered wrongly. There are gods that small. In the investiture of the gods, there's a god named Tuk Singson, who is as small as you and has similar abilities to you. He also married a beautiful wife named Deng Chanyu. Shorty, you didn't marry a beautiful wife too, did you? Seeing how much you hate women, could it be that your wife is cheating on you? You deserve to die." Cheng Lei gritted his teeth. His initial indifference was gone, and his eyes were already bloodshot. He said in a cold voice, "Don't worry, I won't let you die too easily. I will cut off your flesh piece by piece and make you live a life worse than death." Gao Wenxiang, however, acted unconcerned. He ignored the densely attacking vines and continued to taunt. "Oh, it seems that I was right. I guess you had a good family in the past. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to marry a beautiful wife. You seem unhappy. I'm sorry. I'm just telling you the truth. You know, in this world, there are always stupid people who are hurt by the truth. I suppose you're not stupid, are you, little man?" Cheng Lei became even angrier. Countless animals and insects swarmed here, but most of them fell under the seven-step heartbreaking red. The few mutants were also surrounded and killed by the 5 women. Looking at the dead animals, Cheng Lei felt a surge of anger in his heart, and he roared, "All women deserve to die." Gao Wenxiang smiled and said, "Little dwarf, have you had both parents since you were a child? If you did, you have no right to say this. If your mother cheated on you and you were raised by your father, then I agree with your point of view. So, little guy, are you a motherless child? You fucking bastard." Cheng Lei found that the man in front of him had no bottom line at all, and he could say any dirty words. He found that he hated this man more than his ex-wife. So he attacked with his tongue. But the tentacles that had always been effective in the past were no longer effective in front of this man. This man seemed to have a magical premonition and could always evade in advance. Although this man was also difficult to attack him. This led to a stalemate in the situation on the field. Gao Wenxiang looked at Cheng Lei hanging in the distance. He didn't have much to do, so he continued to taunt. "I guess your ability is most likely related to turtles. If you really awaken similar abilities, I think it should be God's mercy to you. You know, little man, I'm a turtle lover like God. Every year on May 23rd, International Turtle Day, we turtle lovers will care for green turtles. And turtles are also friends of humans. Are you fucking done yet? Today either you die or I die." Cheng Lei was furious. He launched another wave of attacks, but unfortunately, it was still in vain. This made him feel powerless. Did he take the wrong path? Perhaps it is right to concentrate the power on oneself rather than blindly believe in so-called group attacks. Perhaps his path was wrong from the beginning, but he was complacent about it before. Cheng Lei felt very unwilling. He possessed talents that ordinary people could not reach, and he also had extraordinary imagination and creativity, but he could do nothing about the seemingly ordinary man in front of him. Gao Wenxiang looked at Cheng Lei, whose face had turned green with anger, and still said cheerfully, "Dwarf, do you know what I think of when I see your tongue? I was thinking if we could go back to the time before the end of the world, and you still had such a flexible tongue, your wife would most likely not cheat on you. Of course, if she still cheats, you can whisper to her that Mr. Gao Wenxiang says hello to her." Chapter 56, Mutated Zombies. After hearing Gao Wenxiang's last sentence, Cheng Lei completely lost his mind. When he attacks recklessly, how can his skills compare to martial arts master Gao Wenxiang? So, he died not long after, with a spear piercing his throat, which was very frustrating. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Gao Wenxiang felt a little sorry. This man's talent was undoubtedly amazing. Unfortunately, this man wanted to teach him how to do things, and wanted to take him in as his younger brother and touch his woman. How could he tolerate this? So, we can only let this person die. Of course, this man's death still had some value. He contributed a 9th sequence cerebrospinal fluid to Gao Wenxiang, which was equivalent to 2 level 2 crystal cores. The people killed before contributed 5 portions of cerebrospinal fluid, which is equivalent to 10 level 1 mutant crystal cores. The harvest this time was quite significant. With Cheng Lei's death, everything began to return to normal. Gao Wenxiang looked at the 5 girls and said, "Let's continue walking around and see if there are any mutant gorillas or parrots." The 5 women all nodded. Gao Wenxiang easily found a keeper from the original zoo. This man was very timid. As soon as he saw Gao Wenxiang, he immediately knelt on the ground and begged Gao Wenxiang not to kill him. This hurt Gao Wenxiang a lot. After all, he always thought of himself as a kind-hearted person who was always friendly to others. How could he kill someone so easily? After threatening to break the man's 5 limbs if he didn't stand up and lead the way, the man suddenly became as agile as a monkey and led the way for them enthusiastically. From this person, Gao Wenxiang learned that the dead man was called Cheng Lei. I have to say that Cheng Lei is a very competent zoo director. The animals here all live a comfortable life. There are indeed gorillas and parrots inside, and their sizes are much larger than before the apocalypse, but they are not at the level of mutation at all. This made Gao Wenxiang a little disappointed. Seeing that Gao Wenxiang was not in a good mood, the breeder felt nervous, fearing that Gao Wenxiang would bite him if he was unhappy. So he hurriedly asked carefully, "Are you looking for mutant gorillas and parrots?" "Oh, do you have any clues?" Gao Wenxiang looked at him. The man was a little nervous when being stared at by Gao Wenxiang, and he quickly said, "In the south, there's a small town founded by Li Daozong called Hope Town. Inside is the 391 Research Institute, as well as various talents rescued by Li Daozong. He also created an army of 500 elite soldiers called the Spark Army. In addition, there are teams of psychics gathered from various places. These teams of psychics accept the protection of Hope Town and can take on various missions or go out hunting to obtain crystal cores. But no matter what you do, you must pay taxes. Those who evade taxes will be hit hardest by Li Daozong." "Oh, how strong is this Li Daozong?" Gao Wenxiang asked. The breeder thought for a moment and said, "I heard that Li Daozong has spatial abilities and divine powers. Cheng Lei once suffered at his hands." Then, the breeder explained in detail to Gao Wenxiang how to get to Hope Town. Gao Wenxiang nodded and said, "I see. Thank you for the information." "You're joking." The breeder was a little nervous, and he didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he was sure that Gao Wenxiang and his group had gone far away. He sighed inwardly. The druid's path was not completely useless. At least it allowed him to sprout and regenerate like a plant, but he needed to start all over again. Gao Wenxiang and his group quickly returned to the RV. As the intellectual leader of number 5 Girls Middle School, Jiang Mengjie said, "There's something wrong with that breeder." Hu Yali said, "How do you say that?" Jiang Mengjie said, "He was an ordinary zookeeper in the original zoo. Logically, he should have stayed in this zoo after the end of the world." He was not surprised to hear the news about Hope Town. But how did he know that Cheng Lei had suffered at the hands of Zhang Daozong? Even if the news spread widely outside, who would dare to spread such a thing in this zoo? But this keeper knew, which is very suspicious. Hu Yali thought for a moment and said, "Maybe a person with special abilities let it slip and he heard it. That's also possible." Jiang Mengjie said, "Maybe, but if it is really the case as you said, I think the superpower you mentioned will not live long anywhere." Zhuang Jing looked at Gao Wenxiang and asked, "Brother Chang, do you want to go back and take a look?" Gao Wenxiang shook his head. "He poses no threat to us. We don't need to worry about him. Even if he tells us false information, it won't have much impact. However, I don't think he has the guts to do that." Jiang Mi sighed and said, "What a pity for those women." Gao Wenxiang said, "They are already different species spiritually." After the RV drove out of the zoo, it suffered many attacks again, which once again made Gao Wenxiang feel the enthusiasm of the zombies in the big city. They occupy cities and high-rise buildings, while humans live in remote areas, fight each other, and divide themselves into classes. This is undoubtedly an ironic but bloody fact. As the RV continued to move forward, Gao Wenxiang saw a zombie with white jade skin standing not far in front of his car and looking at him. This zombie is very close to looking like a normal human being. Except for his white jade skin and green eyes, he is almost indistinguishable from a human being. He smiled at Gao Wenxiang, his eyes gleaming with cold light, and the smile was cold and playful. When Gao Wenxiang was about to extend his electric saw, he retreated vigilantly. He was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he had reached the nearby wall. He was wearing very decent clothes, which made Gao Wenxiang believe that he was smart enough. There is no doubt that this is a naked provocation. Faced with this provocation, Gao Wenxiang chose to fight back, although this behavior seemed stupid. But thinking about the fact that they had been fighting with humans for the past few days, he couldn't help but feel that something was missing. After all, this world is still dominated by zombies. This is especially evident in large cities with large populations. When he got out of the RV, rocks and various blades and steel bars flying from all directions seemed to drown him. The zombie on the wall gave a cunning smile. Gao Wenxiang didn't care about the things that were thrown at him. For him, who had undergone secondary genetic enhancement and possessed the iron shirt of the 13 Guardians, this attack could not cause any harm. He simply jumped up and stabbed at the mutant zombie. When the tip of the gun was about to reach its throat, it actually teleported half a meter to the left. Superpower? Gao Wenxiang was not too surprised. After all, if this already intelligent creature did not have the confidence, it would not dare to provoke him in this way. So Gao Wenxiang calmed his mind, followed the natural way of martial arts, and was as good as water. He visualized a drop of water falling into the lake of his heart. Then, under the spiritual perception of cicada awareness, The lake of the heart turned into a mirror, and irregular lines and balls of thread appeared on the mirror. Lines are objects, and balls of string are people. Gao Wenxiang stabbed out with his gun again. He saw the ball of thread constantly flashing in the lake of his heart under his spiritual perception. But in the end, he still stabbed it with his gun. All the images disappeared, and Gao Wenxiang saw the escaping mutant zombie with a pierced shoulder. Gao Wenxiang's attack was a bit hasty. The mutant zombie's spatial movement speed was too fast, which made him a little unstable and caused him to stab off target. It was not until then that Gao Wenxiang realized his own exhaustion. He felt a slight tingling sensation in his head, obviously due to overusing his brain. Chapter 57 Doomsday Movie. How to relieve pain in the brain. This was not a problem for Gao Wenxiang. When he returned to the RV, he immediately took out a bottle of primary genetic medicine and poured it into his mouth. As the genetic medicine entered his body, he clearly felt that every cell in his body was strengthened again, and every sensory nerve became tougher and more stable. Moreover, he felt as if every pore in his body was breathing. He had a mysterious feeling, as if he had turned into a black hole, continuously absorbing all the energy from the surrounding area, and the countless spots of light around him seemed to be attracted by him. Then he found that his spirit was also drawn to the black hole. This was the first time he felt the genetic nodes so clearly. It is like a black hole that swallows everything. There is a layer of energy light film in front of the black hole, and energy continuously flows into the black hole from the light film. The system says that in the Qi refining system, it is called the first of the 9 acupoints, the Fugu acupoint, and it does look very much like an acupoint. His mind seemed to be able to hear the faint whimpering sound coming from the black hole after the energy poured in. Could it be that there really was a Fu Gu living inside? Only by breaking the barrier and dissolving the Fu Gu could the first genetic chain be truly and perfectly opened. Gao Wenxiang felt that his spirit was so relaxed in front of the black hole, as if it had been cleansed. Not long after, this mysterious feeling disappeared, and Gao Wenxiang's spirit returned to reality. He felt his mind was clear. "Brother Chong, are you okay?" Zhuang Jing grabbed Gao Wenxiang's hand, looking worried. "It's okay," Gao Wenxiang said lightly. As he spoke, he started the RV, followed the navigation, and drove to a secluded road. When he turned an intersection, he saw a group of people armed with guns guarding a small courtyard. Seeing the RV approaching, the leader waved to Gao Wenxiang in the RV, and the others became alert. Gao Wenxiang didn't sense much malicious intent, so he stopped the car in front of the leading man. This is a square-faced man with a kind smile on his face. He looked at Gao Wenxiang in the car window and said, "Hello, brother. We are from the DreamWorks Superpower team. You look a little unfamiliar. Which team are you from? Can you tell me what you were doing here?" The man asked politely, so Gao Wenxiang answered politely, "Oh, I just arrived in City B, and I'm looking for a place to stay." Hearing that Gao Wenxiang was new, the man let down his guard a little. He smiled and said, "My name is Li Tuanjie. I am the deputy captain of the DreamWorks team and the general producer of DreamWorks films. This is my business card." As he spoke, Li Tuanjie handed a business card to Gao Wenxiang in the car. Gao Wenxiang took the business card, looked at it, and found that it really had the words executive producer of DreamWorks films printed on it, which surprised him. So he asked, "It's the end of the world, and you're still making movies?" Li Tuanjie smiled and said, "Brother, you are an outsider. The end of the world also needs spiritual civilization construction. At this moment, everyone is so desperate. Why not watch some movies to relieve the stress? What we shot here is an authentic blockbuster, with real zombies starring in it, as well as various beautiful girls appearing in high definition and performing affectionately. It is an absolute visual feast. If the audience feels that just watching is not enough, they can apply to be the male actor, and we will pay them. Our Captain Chaorenchi has had a dream of making dark movies since he was a child. As soon as he awakened his ability, he wanted to get the crew together to make a big splash. This is already the 3rd movie we have shot. The title is Pretty Girls vs. Zombies 3. The first 2 movies have been shown at the Hopetown Cinema. Please support us in the future." This was the 2nd time Gao Wenxiang heard someone mention Hopetown. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Is Hopetown short of food?" Li Tuanjie said, "It's okay for now. I hope there are still many plant-based mutants awakened in the town. They're still very helpful in the cultivation and growth of vegetables, rice, mushrooms, and other plants. However, the food produced is only enough to maintain current consumption, and it is difficult to expand the population further. To this end, The town mayor Li Daizan consulted with the director of the wildlife park, Chung Lei. Chung Lei is a person with superpowers. His power allows him to control the growth of plants and animals at the same time. If he joins the town, it will be a great help. Maybe the town will not have to worry about food in the future. Unfortunately, the two of them broke down in the end, and Chung Lei still stayed in his zoo and had no interest in building Hope Town. Gao Wenxiang didn't expect to hear Chung Lei's name from a random passerby, so he asked, "Do you know why they broke down?" Li Tuanjie shook his head. "Who knows? But I guess there can't be two tigers in one mountain. I once saw Chung Lei take action from afar." A person who awakened the fire ability shouted at Chung Lei, saying that a strange fire could burn all plants. At that time, I thought that this guy might have damaged his brain by watching Do Patsang Xiao. Sure enough, before this guy could use the strange fire, he was swallowed up by Chung Lei's vines without leaving any hair. At that time, there were also countless crows and birds gathering in the sky above Chung Lei's head, which looked like a dark cloud. That kind of power is really amazing. To be honest, the strength of that kind of person has overturned my understanding of supernatural powers. Well, thank you for your answer. When I go to Hope Town, I will definitely support your movie. Gao Wenxiang said with a smile. Well, then take care, Li Tuanjie said with a smile. It was not until the RV drove away that a younger brother asked, "Brother, why are you so polite to a stranger?" Li Tuanjie scolded. "When you go out, don't make enemies with others unless it's absolutely necessary, understand? There are countless types of superpowers in this world. You must remember that there are always people better than you. If you are too aggressive, you may encounter disaster one day. Besides, this person can drive around in an RV, so he must be very capable. It won't be bad for us to make a good connection with him, whether we can use it or not. What's more, we are in the film industry and are not on the same track as those hunting teams. There's no need to fight with anyone. Do you understand?" "Understand, big brother." The younger brother had a look of admiration on his face, feeling that he had heard valuable advice. Gao Wenxiang drove for another 20 minutes and stopped the RV outside a remote factory. He planned to rest here tonight and then go to Hope Town to inquire about the news tomorrow. Dinner was ready quickly. While eating, everyone was talking and laughing and was not troubled by the killings and the tragic scenes they saw during the day. Jiangmi smiled and said, "Mr. Gao, don't you like watching dark movies the most? Now you are satisfied. I hope there is a cinema you like in a town." Gao Wenxiang shook his head and said, "That was in the past. Now I prefer pure love movies. I also like to write, direct, and act in my own movies. Big star, are you willing to be my heroine?" Chapter 58 Hope Town. Jiangmi stared at him with fiery eyes and said in a soft and naive tone, "Of course I'd love to. Who else?" Gao Wenxiang looked at the remaining four women and said with a smile, "Do you think I am a director with extraordinary talents, continuous insight, and perfect explosive power?" Huyali's eyes were full of tenderness, and she said shyly, "Of course, if the protagonists are me and the master, I think I need an oxygen tank. Otherwise, I'm worried that I will suffocate to death." Zhuang Jing pinched her tender face. Huyali leaned in her arms and looked up at her. "What about you, Sister Zhuang? How do you think it would feel?" Zhuang Jing blushed. She thought for a moment and said, "I think it will be like the final moment of a dance competition where the rankings are announced. There will be a crazy, nervous, overwhelming feeling. My heart will be beating faster, and I will be in anticipation." When it was Zhang Xiufan's turn, she acted like a believer. "I think it will be an adventure. My master will be the best sailor. He has a pair of eyes that can see through the fog. He will take me to sail on a new route. In the vast ocean, we will always find new islands." Finally, it was Jiang Mengjie's turn, and all eyes were on her face. As a Chinese teacher, she also taught everyone an essay by Lu Sun, Revenge. She said, Lu Sun wrote in Revenge, so there was only the vast wilderness, and the two of them stood there naked, holding the sharp blades. With the eyes of a dead person, he admires the dry and bloodless slaughter of passers-by, and is forever immersed in the ultimate joy of the expanse of life. I read this passage in reverse. In my opinion, the end of the world is like an extremely cold purgatory, where cruel and violent desires pull at people's hearts, and zombies and humans behave like evil spirits. When I was immersed in the great joy of life, the world was full of killing and dryness. To me, it's the romance of a bloody world. The next morning, Gao Wenxiang followed the map indicated by the breeder and arrived at the entrance of Hope Town. There was a high wall built there, with machine guns mounted on it. There's a team of sentries at the foot of the wall. Gao Wenxiang's car was naturally stopped by the sentry. A young man with a crew cut and wearing camouflage uniform said politely, "Please get off the bus and register." Gao Wenxiang nodded and got out of the car with the 5 women. "Come to the registration desk." The registrar looked at them and said, "I haven't seen you before. Are you new here?" The registrar was very sure that he had never seen this group of people before, because there was a female celebrity among them who he was very familiar with. Although celebrities are completely worthless in the apocalypse, the feeling is still very different. After all, they are celebrities. Gao Wenxiang nodded and said, "We just arrived in City B." The registrar nodded and said, "You can give your team a code name to facilitate registration, and it will also be convenient for accepting and issuing tasks in the future." Gao Wenxiang asked, "Is it necessary?" The registrar nodded and explained, "A team code name is like a company name. It will help you build your reputation, which is very beneficial to you." Gao Wenxiang thought for a moment and said, "Then let's call it the sequence team." "Okay, everyone fill out the forms." As he spoke, the registrar pushed aside a piece of paper and asked everyone to fill it out. After a while, the registration form was completed and the registrar said, "Because this is your first time entering the town, you still need to pay an entry fee. This can be paid for in food, gasoline, weapons, or women." Gao Wenxiang asked, "How much do you need?" The registrar said, "It's not much. It only takes 100 hope coins. We have a special price assessor." "Okay, then I'll pay with food," Gao Wenxiang said. So he asked the girls to take out some food, including biscuits, canned food, noodles, candies, and everything else. He didn't let the women stop until the appraiser nodded. Just as Gao Wenxiang was about to get in the car, a slightly frivolous voice came from not far away. "These things are not enough to enter the town." Gao Wenxiang turned around and saw a young man in camouflage uniform, who was obviously overindulging in sexual activities, walking towards him with 3 other people also in camouflage uniforms. When the registrar heard the voice, he was startled and looked up. It turned out to be Chun Kai, the idle bastard. However, he couldn't afford to offend this man, so he hurriedly said, "Brother Kai, stop joking here. We're doing serious business." Chun Kai did not give the registrar face and said arrogantly, "Who do you think you are? You're just a watchdog. How dare you talk to me like that? Be careful, or I'll have my sister remove you from your position." After saying this, he didn't even look at the registrar whose face had turned ugly, but looked at Gao Wenxiang arrogantly and said, "You kid really know how to enjoy yourself. You got 5 beautiful girls. Isn't this my idol, the Mimi? It's the end of the world, and she's still dressed so beautifully. Forget it. I won't make it difficult for you. The Mimi stays. You can go into town." After hearing what Chun Kai said, Gao Wenxiang was very sure that he had met another fool who was so inflated that he didn't know where he stood. But he still had to confirm one thing: who was the boss here? So he stared at the registrar and asked, "Do we have enough food to get into town?" The registrar looked at Chun Kai. Although Chun Kai was a worthless person, his sister was one of the 10 captains of the Spark Army, someone he could not afford to offend. Chun Kai looked at the registrar with a joking expression. What he said just now was no joke. If this registrar didn't know what was good for him, he could really replace the registrar. His sister loved him very much. So, under Chun Kai's gaze, the registrar regained his composure. He said to Gao Wenxiang expressionlessly, "Sorry, you have to leave your woman behind to pay the price to enter the city." After hearing what the registrar said, Chun Kai was very satisfied. This registrar was quite sensible. So, he looked at Gao Wenxiang with a smile on his face and said, "Boy, you may have some strength, but having a little strength is useless in this world. To get ahead in the world, you need background and influence. My sister is the captain of the Spark Army and a high-ranking official in Hope Town. My background is stronger than yours. Don't be unconvinced and don't have any bad thoughts. I play with your woman because I respect you. Besides, I am not playing for nothing. You have become my friend. We are brothers-in-law. If something good happens in the future, will I forget you?" Chun Kai is not a fool who is completely ignorant of the ways of the world. Although he acts very arrogant, he is also afraid of encountering ruthless people who don't care about anything. So, he would first make the background clear, then make threats, and finally give others a sweet treat. He is very familiar with this game. Didn't many women of mercenary teams with special abilities end up in his bed? These days, he has been partying every night and feeling more comfortable than ever before. But those women are still a little inferior to Jiangmi, a big star before the apocalypse. Looking at the beautiful star in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a surge of evil fire rising up. Chapter 59, Murder. After hearing what the registrar said, Gao Wenxiang was certain of one thing: That is, Hopetown was not as hopeful as its name sounded, because its rule was that there were no rules. The agreed-upon entrance fee to the town changed because of a word from the brother of a so-called Spark Army captain. There is not even a semblance of fairness. How can there be any hope for such a town? After all, it's just a gathering place for filth and dirt. Gao Wenxiang has always considered himself a reasonable person. When others are polite to him, he will also be polite. When others play tricks on him, he will not be stingy with his own tricks. So, he pressed Jiang Mi's shoulder and calmed her restless heart. Then he walked in front of Chun Kai. The three guards in camouflage uniforms at the back raised their guns, and the black muzzles of the guns warned Gao Wenxiang not to act recklessly. When Chun Kai saw Gao Wenxiang walking towards him, the smile on his face did not fade. He believed that this man would give in because it was a rational choice. A star is nothing in the end times. Strength and power are the most important. By getting along with him, this man can avoid many detours in Hopetown. This is a simple math problem that even an elementary school student can figure out. The person in front of him didn't seem like a fool, and Chun Kai believed that he would understand. But the result was bound to disappoint Chun Kai, or perhaps he had no time to be disappointed, because Gao Wenxiang slapped Chun Kai directly in the face. This slap was definitely harder than the punch that Firecloud, Evil God, delivered to the Axe Gang leader in the face in Kung Fu, because Chun Kai's head was like a top, spinning many times on his neck before falling to the ground. I hope everyone at the entrance of town was shocked. They watched in disbelief as Gao Wenxiang so casually beat to death the younger brother of a high-ranking official in Hopetown. The three guards woke up from their dream the moment Chun Kai's head fell to the ground. However, they did not choose to shoot Gao Wenxiang. The first thing they thought of was to escape. Chun Kai was dead because they failed to protect him well. Chun Kai's crazy sister would definitely kill them. The three guards understood the fear in each other's eyes and ran out of the town with their guns on their backs. For them, in this doomsday, living one day at a time is enough, and they have no sense of belonging to Hopetown at all. At this time, Gao Wenxiang walked up to the registrar again. The registrar had a serious look on his face. More than a dozen guns were pointed at Gao Wenxiang, and machine guns on the high wall were also pointed at him. The registrar looked at him and said, "I'm warning you, don't mess around. Hopetown is not a place where you can mess around." The registrar was not sure of Gao Wenxiang's background, but he was very sure that he was a ruthless man and must have deep support. Otherwise, he would never dare to openly slaughter the younger brother of senior Hopetown official at the gate of Hopetown. Gao Wenxiang looked at the registrar and asked again, "Now, do I have enough food to get into town?" The registrar hesitated. He felt that the person in front of him was a complete lunatic. He killed the brother of this crazy woman, Chun Shirua, and yet he dared to enter Hopetown. Let him in. At this time, a rough voice was heard. Gao Wenxiang looked and saw that it was a middle-aged man with a dignified face. "Captain," the registrar shouted hurriedly when he saw the person coming. The middle-aged man looked at Gao Wenxiang and said, "I'm the patrol captain of this town, Chong Feng. I know what happened. This is my fault. Since you have paid the entrance fee, you can enter the town." Then he looked at a gatekeeper and said, "Let him go." Gao Wenxiang looked at Chong Feng in surprise, nodded, then took the 5 women into the RV, restarted the vehicle, and entered Hopetown. At this time, at the entrance of the town, the registrar had a bitter look on his face. He looked at Chong Feng and said, "Captain, Chun Kai is dead. I'm afraid that crazy woman Chun Shirua won't let me go. I decided to leave Hopetown." Chong Feng looked at him, patted his shoulder, glanced at him, and said, "You kid, are you trying to slap me in the face? If I can't even protect you, I don't need to stay in Hopetown. It's better that Chun Kai is dead. This kid has made the town a mess in just a few days. Some people with special abilities are already dissatisfied and are preparing to move to other gathering places. If Chun Shirua dares to make trouble, I will fight with her." What's more, the man who entered the town was not a simple character. Whether Chun Shirua could pass him was another matter. "Captain, did you sense it?" asked the registrar. Chong Feng nodded. "According to my telepathic perception, his energy level is not inferior to mine. Otherwise, why do you think I am so polite?" "Captain, what should we do with Chun Kai's body?" asked the registrar. Chong Feng said, "Put it in a coffin and place it at the entrance of the town. When Chun Shirua returns from her mission, I will hand it over to her personally." After the RV enters the town, you can see clear signs indicating the direction of the intersection and a large map of the town. Gao Wenxiang took a picture of the map with his mobile phone, then drove all the way to the parking lot. After parking the car, he and the 5 women came to the mission hall together. The mission hall is really just a hall, very simple. On one wall of the hall, there is a blackboard with the town's unfinished official tasks and some long-term material collection tasks posted on it. For private tasks, a private person will hold a sign with the task content and remuneration written on it. The person holding the sign will sit on a stool and wait for others to ask questions. Gao Wenxiang also took a wooden sign and wrote, "Looking for mutant gorillas or mutant parrots. Anyone who provides true clues will be rewarded generously. The reward is negotiable." The combination of Gao Wenxiang, one man, and 5 women is still very eye-catching. The hall is full of people with special abilities, including female ones. But there is really no one like Gao Wenxiang who is so ostentatious with 5 women. A rough-looking man came over, pretended to glance at the task content, and then spoke. "Brother, are you new here? I haven't seen you before." Gao Wenxiang said, "Yes, I just came to City B. Can you provide any clues?" The rough man rubbed his hands and said, "It's not that I can't provide it, but brother, what's the price you offer? Why don't you hee-hee?" Gao Wenxiang looked at him with interest and said, "How about this? You'd better think it over carefully. If you are teasing me, I guarantee that you won't see the sun tomorrow." The burly man was instinctively unhappy when he heard Gao Wenxiang's threatening words, but when his eyes met Gao Wenxiang's cold eyes, he realized that this man was not joking with him. This made his eyes shrink unconsciously, and he smiled awkwardly. "Brother, it's too late. I just wanted to play a joke on you. It's just a joke. It's not that serious." The rugged man decisively admitted his mistake. After all, anyone who dared to say such things was either a fool or a really ruthless person. But no matter which one it was not what he wanted to encounter, because the young and inexperienced ones will fight him to the death, and the ruthless ones will take his life. Although he knew that he was a little rude, that was just his personality, and he hadn't lived enough. Chapter 60 Conqueror. Watching the burly man leave in embarrassment, the psychics in the hall already had a rough idea of Gao Wenxiang's situation. That is, this was not someone who was easy to talk to. At this time, another person with special abilities walked up to Gao Wenxiang. She was a woman. She introduced herself. "My name is Tang Fong, and I used to be a master of zoology. My awakened abilities are related to animals. I have sensed the mutant parrot you mentioned before. I can take you to find it, but what kind of reward can you give?" Gao Wenxiang looked into the woman's eyes, making sure she was not joking, and then he took out a bottle of traumatic injury pills from his space. Of course, in order to cover it up, he took out a bottle of trauma pills from his trouser pocket. "There's only one pill for treating injuries in this bottle." Gao Wenxiang said, "This is a fast-acting, life-saving pill. No matter how severe your flesh and bone injuries are, they could be healed in an instant." Tang Fong's eyes lit up, and she asked, "Then how do you prove that what you said is true?" Gao Wenxiang said, "You can test it yourself." Having said that, Gao Wenxiang threw the medicine directly to Tang Fong. Gao Wenxiang's straightforwardness surprised Tang Fong, who received the medicine. She said, "Aren't you afraid that I won't provide you with any clues after I take the medicine?" Gao Wenxiang said calmly, "This is your problem, not mine." Tang Fong looked at Gao Wenxiang's confident and indifferent eyes and understood the meaning of his words. There was no threat in these words, but it was more deterrent than any threat. Tang Fong didn't ask what would happen if it was her problem. She could tell with her toes that would be a bad consequence. Putting away the medicine bottle, she believed that a man like him would not cheat her with fake medicine, but afterwards, she would still find animals to test the effect. She asked again, "When is your mission?" Gao Wenxiang looked at her and said, "If you have nothing else to do, let's set off now." Tang Fong hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. "Okay." So Gao Wenxiang and 6 other people went to the parking lot with Tang Fong. Tang Fong's car is an off-road vehicle that has been modified and is equipped with spike plates at the front and back, as well as anti-collision devices. Tang Fong started the car, came to the RV, and said, "I'll lead the way for you." "Okay." Gao Wenxiang nodded at her. Gao Wenxiang's RV left the town without encountering any obstacles. After leaving the town, Gao Wenxiang followed Tang Fong's car and arrived at an industrial town. Naturally, there were zombie attacks along the way, and Gao Wenxiang's RV naturally withstood the impact. What surprised Gao Wenxiang was that Tang Fong's car was hardly attacked. This confirmed that this woman was not as simple as she described. But think about it. In this end times where people's hearts are treacherous, if someone dares to go out alone with strangers, he must be either stupid or have his own support. Arrive. Tang Fong's car stopped after entering the yard of a manufacturing company, and she got out of the car. Gao Wenxiang and 6 others also got out of the RV. Then he saw a group of zombies emerging from the dormitory building. They were huge, holding all kinds of weapons in their hands, like a group of peasant rebels. This scene made Gao Wenxiang feel like he was watching a farce. Could it be that humans are the root of all evil, and the rise of zombies is an irreversible trend? After dispelling the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Gao Wenxiang actually saw a person walking out from the group of zombies. Yes, a normal human man. He was wearing a neat suit and gold-rimmed glasses, and looked like an ordinary office worker. The man walked to a place not far in front of Gao Wenxiang and the others, and said with a smile, "You should be people with special abilities, right? My name is Lu Xiaolin, an ordinary person. I am here to deliver a message on behalf of the Holy Tribe. The Holy Tribe loves peace and does not like killing. They believe that they can live in peace with humans, and you can join the saints and work together for the prosperity of Blue Star like me." Looking at Wang Xiaolin in front of him, Gao Wenxiang felt that his understanding of the end of the world was impacted. How long has it been since the zombies learned how to rebel against humans? Wang Xiaolin saw that the group of superpowers in front of him did not react, so he did not rush and continued. "The Saint Clan's masters said that we are of the same origin and that there is no hatred that cannot be resolved. The history of the Blue Planet will sooner or later open a new chapter. Why not lay down our arms and embrace a peaceful future together?" The saints said that they would provide enough food and habitat for all those who embrace peace, and would respect all humans without discrimination. No discrimination? Gao Wenxiang felt funny again when he heard this. He looked at this ordinary man who was about to talk nonstop, interrupted him, and said, "Okay, stop talking nonsense. You can leave here now. I have something important to do." Wang Xiaolin was anxious. "Why are you so inflexible? How wonderful it would be to join the Holy Clan. You can sleep peacefully in the future. There are no classes and no oppression here. Why can't you understand this? The saints are the trend of Blue Planet, and humans are no longer the protagonists of Blue Planet. If today's human beings cannot give up their former glory and lower their proud heads, they may completely withdraw from the stage of the Blue Planet, just like the dinosaurs did in the past. We are not cowards. On the contrary, we are the protectors of the human fire. Join the Holy Tribe, embrace fairness, and we will all have a bright future. War is meaningless. When all human blood has been shed, what can we gain? Is it hatred that is hard to swallow, even in death? But have you ever thought that the saints are also victims of what has happened today? They are victims just like humans. So why can't the two victims unite to form the Avengers and fight against that unknown entity together? Jiang Mi, Zhuang Jing, Zhang Xiufan, and Hu Yali were all stunned when they heard what this ordinary person said. Jiang Mengjie frowned. Tang Fong in front also looked at Wang Xiaolin with a strange look. Gao Wenxiang laughed. He felt it necessary to spiritually humiliate such a rootless person. Then he said, "Looking at you, I feel like I'm watching a person with dwarfism babble. Your eyes can only see as high as your height. Perhaps you should say these words to the tens of millions of Indians who were massacred and to the Chinese people who were massacred in the war. You are short-sighted, just like the bird that filled the sea in the classic of Mountains and Seas, stupid and ridiculous. Your weakness is like a man who has had his prostate removed. It is difficult for you to get hard, and even in front of the sexiest woman, you can only stare blankly." Listening to Gao Wenxiang's insults, Wang Xiaolin's face turned red. "You really don't know what's good for you. I advise you with good intentions, but you said hurtful words. You are such a piece of shit." Gao Wenxiang said disdainfully, "Even when you curse, you are still soft, you ballless wimp. Do you know what the difference is between you and me? The difference between us is that you, a wimp, can only crawl at the feet of zombies. Turn your butt towards them, and let them give you a tail so that you can wag your tail and beg for mercy. And I will spread my wings and protect all the women who take shelter under my wings. I will be the conqueror, and you will be the ballless wimp." Chapter 61, Beautiful Zombie. Gao Wenxiang's words completely angered Lu Xiaolin. "You are truly a hopeless person. You will pay the price of your words today with blood. Moreover, this price will come very soon. Just wait." Gao Wenxiang smiled and said, "Your impotent rage amuses me. I understand you as a weakling. A fool like you, who has no ability at all, can only have unrealistic fantasies in his mind, utter vicious curses from his mouth, and then imagine that misfortune will befall others. But does God care about a dog's fantasy?" Wang Xiaolin knew that he couldn't possibly say anything about the man in front of him, so he retreated into the zombie group with a dejected look. But Gao Wenxiang had no intention of letting him go, and he continued to whip him. "Huh, are you just going to walk away like a dog? You should ask your zombie grandpa to give you a gun. so that you can at least shoot me. Oh, sorry, I forgot. You're a softy. You have tattooed servility and cowardice on your forehead and stuffed begging for mercy into your ass. How dare you shoot at the conqueror? Wang Xiaolin, who had just been shouting about changing the world and embracing peace, was completely silent. The zombies began to attack. They first threw steel, rocks, and glass like javelins. All the women began to resist these attacks. But Gao Wenxiang ignored all this. He ran forward, swinging his five tigers' soul-breaking spear towards the group of zombies. Two zombies' heads were swept off their necks by it. Green blood began to gush out from the zombie's neck. At this moment, Gao Wenxiang suddenly felt his brain become dizzy for a short time, and then a steel bar pierced his neck. The more times like this, the calmer Gao Wenxiang became. He concentrated and calmed his mind. With the spiritual perception of cicada awareness, he saw a gray mist with a gloomy atmosphere invading his brain. So, he visualized a wisp of wind in his mind. The descriptions of wind by ancient rhetoricians began to flow in Gao Wenxiang's mind. The wind is born from the earth, rising from the tip of duckweed. It invades the valleys and rages at the mouths of earthen bags. It flows along the valleys of Mount Tai, dancing under the pines and cypresses, floating and surging, stirring up anger. It makes a rumbling sound like thunder, and it goes back and forth in caves. It knocks down rocks and cuts down trees, and kills the branches of the forest. So, after barely avoiding the attack aimed at his neck, the gray fog in Gao Wenxiang's mind was completely blown away by the strong wind, and he became clear again. Following the direction where the gray fog disappeared, Gao Wenxiang locked onto his opponent, a beautiful zombie with eyes as beautiful as jasper. Without hesitation, Gao Wenxiang fired a shot forward, stabbing a zombie in the neck, and then swung to the left and right. These ordinary zombies were no match for Gao Wenxiang, and were killed one after another. In just a short time, Gao Wenxiang faced the real enemy. This is a zombie that has evolved to perfection. She has a pair of jade-like eyes, a delicate face, and jade-like skin. She was wearing a low-cut dress, and at first glance, she looked like a fairy descending to earth. At this moment, words composed of unfamiliar language rang in Gao Wenxiang's heart. Although he did not understand this language, at this moment, he could clearly understand the meaning of the words. You are indeed very strong, but how many strong humans like you are there in this world? However, there are many saints like me as the stars in the sky. Moreover, we are still in a period of rapid evolution, while the evolution of you humans is very slow. This is the trend of the times. In the beginning, the saints and humans were at the same starting line, but now you have been left far behind by us. Over time, this gap can make a huge difference. The trend of the times is like this. Why do you refuse the invitation of the Saint Clan? A strong person like you can also win our absolute respect in the Saint Clan. If you choose to join us now, we can combine with each other and produce better offspring. Looking at the beautiful zombie in front of him, Gao Wenxiang said disdainfully. It seems that the zombie's brains have indeed been eaten by the virus. How dare they talk nonsense about the trend of the times? Then let me tell you, these inferior experimental subjects, what is the trend of the times? The trend of the times is that those who follow me will prosper, and those who go against me will perish. An era when only one person reaches the top is called the trend of the times. No matter how many mediocre people there are, they cannot block the sun's brilliance. They can only look up at the sun and pray that the sun will give them more brilliance in the winter and let them be less scorched in the summer. But the will of the sun will never be diverted by the prayers of the humble. And I will become the sun hanging high in the sky and become the trend of this era. You actually compared yourself to the sun. You're such a lunatic, the beautiful zombie, said her mind. Gao Wenxiang shook his head. This is the difference between me and you inferior experimental subjects. You can only kneel down in humility, sing praises to the existence behind the scenes, praise it as the trend of the times, and thank them for giving you the virus so that you have the opportunity to evolve beyond humans. And I will raise my spear to shatter the eyes behind the curtain of shadows and become the sun that covers the sky. Therefore, even if you're a humble species like you and have extraordinary powers, if you do not have a strong will and the courage to shake the sky, you will ultimately be just an ant on the ground. How can an ant understand the thoughts of a giant? The beautiful zombie's voice disappeared. Her chest began to rise and fall violently. Her pretty face turned greener, and a dark light began to flash in her eyes. Obviously, she had emotions, which is a common problem among all intelligent creatures. This is exactly what Gao Wenxiang wants. The beautiful zombie in front of him obviously has some kind of spiritual power, but when her emotions fluctuate violently and her mind is unstable, how can she perfectly exert this power? So, Gao Wenxiang's fierce attack began. The 36 styles of Overlord Spear were blasted towards the beautiful zombie with unrivaled momentum, and every move and every style seemed to carry infinite power. The beautiful zombie was very fast, only slightly slower than teleportation, and she could also exert a certain amount of mental interference, which caused some mosaics to appear in the spiritual perception provided by cicada awareness to Gao Wenxiang, and it was no longer as high definition as usual, which made the spear attack not really effective. But Gao Wenxiang was not in a hurry. He was adapting to this vague, spiritual perception. It was like a fisherman using a harpoon to spear fish. They had to adapt to the refraction of light. Gao Wenxiang began to imagine the beautiful zombie in front of him as a swimming fish. Then, a mermaid appeared in his spiritual perception. It is white and tender, delicate and soft, smart and smooth, as if the whole body is shining with a faint luster, distorting the light in the spiritual perception. The five tigers' soul-breaking spear in Gao Wenxiang's hand seemed to have turned into a fishhook. He was like the most patient fisherman. No matter how the waves rose in the Lingjue Lake, he remained motionless and stared at the fish. Eventually, he mastered the fish's swimming trajectory and grasped all the changes in rhythm. When she was hooked, she began to swing her tail, flap her body, and struggle with her lips moving. But it was all in vain. Chapter 62 Parrot. The beautiful zombie was not dead yet, but she was seriously injured, and the tip of Gao Wenxiang's gun was against her throat. He said, "I am a very reasonable person. Just now you let the dog persuade me to embrace peace. Now, I will also give you a chance for peace. Be my slave, and you will have peace." Hearing Gao Wenxiang's words, the beautiful zombie's originally desperate and dim green eyes flashed with light, and she said in her heart, "If I agree to be your slave, we can give birth to stronger offspring." Gao Wenxiang shook his head. "I don't have that plan at the moment. What's your choice?" The beautiful zombie hesitated, then said in her heart, "I do. I also believe that you will join the Saint Clan with me one day." In her opinion, it is natural to submit to the strong. "Very good. Then let your men submit to me as well," Gao Wenxiang ordered. "Yes, master," the beautiful zombie replied in her heart, and then she spoke their language to a group of zombies under her. Soon, all the zombies roared towards Gao Wenxiang. That sound represented submission and meant that they had become Gao Wenxiang's slaves. This wave of harvest brought Gao Wenxiang's accumulated slavery value to 230. Gao Wenxiang said, "Since you have become my slave, I will naturally give you a name. From now on, you will be called Jingzhe." There was a hint of surprise in Jingzhe's emerald eyes, and she said in her heart, "Thank you, master." Gao Wenxiang took out a bottle of trauma pills, threw it to her, and said, "This medicine can quickly heal your injuries. Mobilize your men to help me find the mutant gorilla." "Okay, master. I'll order them to look for it now." Jingzhe held the medicine bottle and said respectfully, "Asking Jingzhe to help find the mutant gorilla is the real reason why Gao Wenxiang chose to enslave her instead of killing her. The so-called reasoning is just his excuse." Before, Gao Wenxiang had thought about enslaving Cheng-Lei. Cheng-Lei's abilities were actually very suitable for helping him find those mutant animals. But he knew that it might be easy to simply enslave Cheng-Lei verbally, but it would be difficult to increase Cheng-Lei's loyalty. He did not want to waste so much time entangled with Cheng-Lei. Compared with the difficulty of improving men's loyalty, contracted women are Gao Wenxiang's first choice, because Gao Wenxiang, who has Yin-Yang Huan powder and other potions in his hands, can quickly improve their loyalty. Gao Wenxiang looked at Jingzhe's loyalty and found that her initial loyalty was as high as 39. It seems that compared to the complexity of human emotions, the emotions of female zombies who have just evolved full intelligence are relatively simpler. Gao Wenxiang was not worried about Jingzhe's sudden rebellion because he could clearly see the fluctuations in loyalty. Most of the zombies were sent out by Jingzhe to look for mutant gorillas. Gao Wenxiang discovered that some of these zombies were actually able to drive electric vehicles skillfully. He guessed that Wang Xiaolan's contribution should be attributed to this. Jingzhe stayed, and after taking the trauma pills, she has fully recovered and her loyalty has increased to 45. Seeing that the zombies had left, Jingzhi stood next to Gao and Xiang. Everyone present was stunned, not knowing what had happened. Zhuang Jing asked, "Brother Chang, what's going on?" Gao Wenxiang pointed at Jingzhi and said, "This lady promised to live in peace with us and help us find the mutant gorilla." Ah! Zhuang Jing was startled and looked at Jingzhi and said, "You are so beautiful, just like an elf." This was the first time that Zhuang Jing saw such a beautiful zombie. Perhaps it should not be called a zombie, as she had evolved into a completely new species. Jingzhi said in his heart, "This is the direction of our evolution. We will all become elves in the end." When Zhuang Jing heard the voice in her heart, she was startled for a moment, but soon calmed down and nodded to Jingzhi. Although everyone still had doubts in their hearts, they all accepted this fact. Only Wang Xiaolin wanted to cry, but had no tears. He felt that his newly established outlook on life had collapsed again. The Saint clan he had joined was now succumbing to humans. So how should he deal with it now? He was filled with worry, feeling like an unclaimed puppy. He didn't dare to escape, and he couldn't escape. Now, he squatted on the ground, awaiting the final judgment. But no one paid any attention to him. The feeling of being ignored by everyone was even worse, because it was like waiting for deeper despair to overwhelm him. He felt himself sinking into endless darkness. Then he went crazy, crying and laughing, and ran out of the yard like a madman. No one killed him because he was just a wild dog that had lost its value. His spirit was dead, and his body would soon die as well. Gao Wenxiang looked at Tang Fong next to him and asked, "Where is the mutant parrot you mentioned?" Tang Fong closed her eyes and sensed it. After a while, she said, "It's coming." Sure enough, not long after Tang Fong finished speaking, a huge parrot flew into the private vegetable garden surrounded by barbed wire. It looked much bigger than an adult eagle. When it flew into the vegetable garden, it began to eat the vegetables. "Let's go in," Gao Wenxiang said. Gao Wenxiang and his group entered the vegetable field from the other side. Their entry alerted the giant parrot. It raised its head and made a sharp cry from its beak. Its eyes were also full of ferocity, which was a warning to this group of humans. Gao Wenxiang was determined to get the cerebrospinal fluid of the parrot, so why would he care about its chirping? When Gao Wenxiang rushed in front of it, the parrot was completely furious. A human voice came out of its mouth. "Die. D. Then it used its entire bird body, with its beak as the tip of a sword, to stab towards Gao Wenxiang. The momentum of its rush was like that of a doomsday fighter, with an extremely ferocious aura. However, its momentum soon weakened because it was affected by the mental interference from Jingzhi, the poison attack from Zhuang Jing, and a meteor dart from Jiang Mingjie. Then, Gao Wenxiang's 36 Styles Overlord Spear, Jiang Mi's Mei Swordsmanship, Hu Yali's Killing Blade, and Zhang Xiufan's soul-stirring sword stabbed at it together. Only then did it realize what a powerful group of opponents it was facing. If you ask, which bird in the world has the most flexible claws? Without a doubt, it must be parrots because their claws are as flexible as human hands and they can feed themselves. But even the most agile claws cannot withstand attacks from all directions, not to mention poison and mental attacks. There was a look of confusion in the parrot's fierce eyes. Since its evolution, it could be said that it was free after pecking to death the bird seller who had locked it in a cage. It can choose any food it likes, such as vegetables from the fields, fruits from the trees, and human brains. Yes, it likes human brains because it hates humans for having kept it in captivity. Don't they know that parrots are the most vengeful birds? It likes to peck open the heads of living people and suck their brains. It is addicted to the taste. The group of people in front of it were originally its target today. It originally planned to finish eating today's vegetables first and then supplement with meat, which would speed up its digestion. But the scene before it was beyond its plan. It seemed to be dying. Chapter 63, Bloody Killing Order. The death of the parrot is irreversible. Ding. The mutant parrot's soul, brain marrow, and blood essence have been detected. Do they need to be recovered? The system prompt sounded. Recycle, Gao Wenxiang said without any hesitation. After obtaining the first potion material, Gao Wenxiang was in a good mood. He looked at the girls and said, "It just so happens that we haven't had breakfast yet, so let's use this parrot to cook." Zhuang Jing smiled and said, "The mutant snake tasted good before, and I think this bird should taste good too, so let's get busy." So the girls started to cook. Tang Fong looked at Gao Wenxiang and said, "My mission is completed. I should go." She stopped talking before she finished, her eyes looking straight out of the yard. Gao Wenxiang naturally noticed that something was wrong. Through his spiritual perception, He heard the rumbling sound of a car coming towards this side. Not long after, 7 modified off-road vehicles drove into the yard. Then, all the vehicles stopped not far from Gao Wenxiang and his companions. A total of 19 people got out of the car. The leader, who had a fiery red crew cut, looked at Gao Wenxiang and the others, then turned his eyes to Tang Fong and said with a smile, "Tang Fong, you really made it hard for me to find you. If it weren't for my sharp nose, I wouldn't have guessed you'd come to such a remote place." Tang Fong's face was not looking good. She said, "Chen Xiao, I don't have any grudge against your Night Owl squad. What do you mean by bringing people to block me? You don't think I'm easy to bully, do you?" Chen Xiao smiled, pointed at Gao Wenxiang and said, "You may not know who the person next to you is, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be talking like that. Well, let me tell you, this Mr. Gao killed the younger brother of Captain Chun Shuo of the Spark Army at the town entrance today. Captain Chun has issued a bloody kill order, asking our teams to help her find someone. As long as we find you and Mr. Gao, we will be rewarded handsomely. If she catches you, she can even give up her position as captain. So, you'd better stop struggling. With so many psychics and the Spark Army, you can't escape. Just surrender yourself." As he spoke, Chen Zhao's eyes were fixed on Tang Fong. Compared to Gao Wenxiang, he was actually more interested in Tang Fong. To be more precise, he was more interested in her special abilities. Initially, he was just an ordinary person. After killing a mutant earthworm with great difficulty and swallowing the mutant earthworm's crystal core, he gained extremely strong regenerative and carrion-eating abilities, which allowed him to eat almost anything, including zombies. Later, he cooked the corpse of a mutant, which gave him a dog-like nose and a pair of diamond claws. These 2 special abilities made him a leader in the town, and he established the Night Owl Squad. The information he got from Li Daozong let him know that before taking the genetic evolution potion, he could add another superpower and then embark on the true path of evolution. After he integrated information from various sources, he felt that Tang Fong's abilities were very suitable for him. Because Tang Fong has super strong sensing ability, which is a kind of spiritual power. If he gets this ability, combined with his own super sense of smell, it will allow him to avoid many dangers and hunting will become easier. Before, he had some concerns about hunting Tang Fong. After all, Li Daozong once said that it was strictly forbidden for the superpower team to kill each other. Once a killing was discovered, Li Daozong would take action personally and decide whether to kill or expel Tang Fong, depending on circumstances. But this time, Chun Shuerwa's issuance of the bloody killing order was a godsend for him. He believed that even if he accidentally killed Tang Fong this time, he would not have to worry about the blame from Li Daozong, because Chun Shuerwa would take everything for him. Chun Xiao felt that his plan was perfect, and he had 9 younger brothers with superpowers who he had trained. The other 9 were also tough guys who had survived many battles. As long as the level 1 mutant crystal core was in place, they could immediately become qualified superpowers. With such strong power, wouldn't it be easy to deal with Tang Fong, a strange psychic, and a group of burdens? The corners of Chun Zhao's mouth curled up unconsciously. Tang Fong did not expect that Gao Wenxiang was so confident. After killing Chun Shuerwa's brother, he even dared to enter the town and post tasks in the mission hall. But at this time, she did not blame Gao Wenxiang for being implicated, because she felt the unconcealable malice coming from Chun Zhao's heart on her own island of mind. That malice seemed to want to devour her completely. Obviously, from the very beginning, Chun Zhao's real target was her. This time, the blood-killing order only gave Chun Xiao the opportunity to attack her. Tang Fong understood everything in an instant, so it was impossible for her to blame her apparent ally at this time and tear apart the fragile connection between the two, because she has always been more rational and never does anything stupid at critical moments. Gao Wenxiang didn't care about these people. Since Cheng Lei was able to escape from Li Daozong's hands unscathed, it was impossible for him, who had killed Cheng Lei, to be troubled by these minions under Li Daozong's protection. This is a simple math problem, which Gao Wenxiang calls the Cheng Lei formula. He firmly believed that this formula was applicable to the entire City B, because mathematics would not lie. So he turned around and said to the 5 women, "Keep cooking, we'll be done soon." The 5 women relaxed after hearing this. This man never broke his promise. Gao Wenxiang said to Jingzhe again, "Suppress their spirits and end the battle as soon as possible." "Yes, master." Jingzhe nodded. Seeing Gao Wenxiang being so arrogant, Chun Xiao laughed in anger. He showed his steel claws and said coldly, "Since you're looking for death, I'll tear you apart." Gao Wenxiang sneered. A person with a dog's nose. Your ugliness is very uncomfortable for me. You must be deeply troubled, right? The dilemma is whether to return to the doghouse and share a bone with your brothers, or to come to the human world and accept a bone given to you by the so-called big man. Actually, you don't have to worry. Let me tell you, you're a dog, because you have only a very limited IQ. You are looking for death. Open fire. Chen Xiao roared. Gao Wenxiang's words successfully aroused the anger in his heart. Chen Zhao's order did not receive an immediate response, because Jingzhi's mental storm has swept towards Chen Zhao's men. This caused the movements of Chen Zhao's men to pause slightly, but just a slight pause was enough. Gao Wenxiang's flying knife arrived. No one knew where his flying knives came from, or how they were launched. But once the flying knife was thrown, no one could avoid it. Because these flying knives gathered all his mind, and with the spiritual perception provided by cicada awareness, he has pushed Zhang Qing's flying knife technique to the extreme. 10 flying knives in 2 hands, all pierced through the opponent's throats. Chapter 64, Overwhelming. Seeing his elite men falling down like wheat being cut, and Gao Wenxiang easily dodging all the bullets, Chen Zhao's eyes instantly turned red, and uncontrollable anger surged from his heart. He repeated the words again. I'm going to tear you apart. Gao Wenxiang said disdainfully. You think too highly of yourself. You may only have 5% human bloodline and 1% human intelligence. You are too weak, and I am destined to be someone you cannot reach. Believe me, you will die here. Now, you can bark at me twice, and I will take it as your last words. This land will remember that a dog died here, it barked twice at a great man, and then died peacefully. Chen Xiao felt that he had never been so humiliated, not even before the end of the world. Then his anger completely exploded, and he shouted to his men, "Attack together!" After hearing the order, the remaining 8 people put down their useless guns, drew their swords, and attacked Gao, went together with Chen Xiao. Tang Fong, who was watching the battle on the side, did not stand there in a daze. She used her special power towards Chen Zhao's side, slightly distorting the thoughts in their minds and deforming their movements. Jingzhi also launched a mental storm, which caused Chen Xiao and others' movements to be slightly delayed. Under the dual mental suppression of Tang Fong and Jingzhi, the outward manifestation of Chen Xiao and others was that their movements were both stuck and deformed. As a result, this battle became a complete trap for Gao Wenxiang. Except for Chen Xiao, who struggled a little, everyone else was disconnected early. In the end, Gao Wenxiang achieved an excellent record of 18-0-0 and won the MVP award without any suspense. Chen Xiao, wearing a full set of tank armor, originally wanted to drag the battle to the later stage, wait for reinforcements to fight, and realize a comeback against Gao Wenxiang. But his teammates were melted in an instant. What could he do even if he was just a big tree and his whole body was made of meat? So he ended his life in a hasty manner. Before coming here, he had a dream, but he didn't expect that the road to his dream would be so dangerous and would shatter him. In the end, he died in frustration. Gao Wenxiang felt that these people were simply fortune-giving boys, and they donated 10 units of cerebrospinal fluid to him. This battle came and went quickly. It would take some time for the food to be ready. Gao Wenxiang looked at Tang Fong and said, "Would you like to stay for breakfast?" Tang Fong said without any pretense, "Okay." Since he had nothing to do, Gao Wenxiang started practicing the Overlord Spear again. Every time he practiced spear training, he could feel his own tiny progress. He felt that the 5 Tigers' soul-breaking spear was slowly merging into his arm and becoming an inseparable part of his body. This feeling is mysterious and real. After finishing the set of 36 styles of Overlord Spear, Gao Wenxiang put away his spear. Tang Fong on the side had been observing Gao Wenxiang. She felt that this man was really strong. The feeling he gave her when he wielded the gun was so domineering. Moreover, the dead psychics like Chen Xiao have already proved the power of this set of marksmanship. This made Tang Fong feel very amazing. In this age when superpowers were on the rise, ancient martial arts could actually be so powerful. You know, those so-called traditional martial arts masters couldn't even beat an amateur Sanda practitioner. Unexpectedly, in the end of the world, she actually witnessed the magic of martial arts. Gao Wenxiang put away his gun and walked towards her and said, "Tell me what you know about Chen Xiruo and Zhang Daozong." Tang Fong looked into the distance and said, "Chen Xiruo is crazy. Among the top 10 captains of the Spark Army, she is firmly in the top 2, and some say she is the first. But no matter how she is ranked, she is always among the top 3 masters in Hopetown. She has 3 special abilities: Gravity Field, Shadow Clone, and Windblade. In Hopetown, no one with special powers dared to mess with her. Even when her brother committed crimes in the town, the guards turned a blind eye. As long as no one was killed, no one cared. Zhang Daizhan looks very peaceful on the outside, and he treats ordinary people equally. As for his inner character, I don't know. I only know of one of his superpowers, and that is the ability of space. He can teleport. Moreover, he should have already swallowed the gene evolution potion. According to him, after a superpower acquires 3 superpowers, he will encounter a bottleneck. At this time, he must swallow the gene potion refined by the crystal core of a higher energy level to break through the bottleneck and continue to evolve. This was the 3rd person's description of Zhang Daizhan that Gao Wenxiang heard, but the more he listened, the more he felt that this person was quite mysterious. After getting a general understanding of the situation, Gao Wenxiang was too lazy to think about it anymore. He has never been one to fear challenges. Soon, the meal was ready. Jingjia ordered the zombie minions to move the tables and chairs from the villa next door. The 5 girls, Tang Fong, Jingjia, and Gao Wenxiang had dinner together. Jingjia communicated with everyone through telepathy. The girls were surprised at first, but they soon got used to it. After dinner, Tang Fong said goodbye to Gao Wenxiang. "Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Gao. Moreover, if it weren't for you, I might have fallen into Chun Zhao's hands in the future, so thank you again. But I can't stay in Hopetown anymore, and other gathering places in City B are not safe for me either, so I plan to go to City H. Perhaps, as the largest city in State Z, there will be more hope there. Then I wish you good luck," Gao Wenxiang said. "Thanks." Tang Fong looked at him and smiled. "Can I hug you?" "Of course." Gao Wenxiang had no reason to refuse. Tang Fong came over, hugged him, and then kissed his face with her lips. She blinked her eyes and smiled. "Mr. Gao, you are a good person. If we are lucky enough to meet in H City, I will have a more in-depth exchange with you. I think it will be a wonderful experience." Gao Wenxiang also smiled. "See you again if we are lucky enough." Tang Fong drove away in her SUV in style. Gao Wenxiang was waiting for the arrival of his enemies and also waiting for the zombies to send him back news about the mutated chimpanzee. Jiangmi looked at Gao Wenxiang and said with a smile, "It seems that Mr. Gao really needs to go to H City in the future." Gao Wenxiang looked at her. "What do you want to say?" Jiangmi smiled and said, "I just thought you might be able to keep her." Gao Wenxiang was very surprised. "Don't you think the RV is a bit crowded? Maybe you can transform it, because it came out of thin air." Jiangmi said seriously. "Do you think she will agree to be my slave?" Gao Wenxiang asked Jiangmi. Jiangmi said, "How can you not know if you don't try? Every woman longs for a man who can conquer her. There is nothing wrong with being a slave to this man's love. Next time, we have important things to do." Gao Wenxiang ended the topic. Chapter 65, Chun Shiuro. Gao Wenxiang took out 6 bottles of primary genetic medicine from the system and gave 1 bottle to each of the 5 women and Jingjia. He said, "This is a primary gene potion. Take it, and it will make the next battle easier to end." The 6 women took the primary genetic medicine without hesitation. They soon felt the surging energy in their bodies, as if every cell was wrapped in energy and every pore of the body seemed to be breathing. It was a wonderful experience. The enemy was not slow in coming. Cars poured in from the factory gate, making this abandoned factory as lively as the rush hour before the end of the world. Among these cars, there were 3 special ability teams, and the others were the Spark Army under Chun Shiuro. The burly man who appeared in the mission hall was in a superpower team. His name was Zhang Guangfa, and he was a member of the Scorpion team. Before, he was threatened by Gao Wenxiang, and he held a grudge against him. Now, seeing his enemy in trouble, he felt indescribably relieved. At this time, a young woman wearing camouflage clothes, with a pretty face but an imposing aura, got out of a car. She is Chun Shiuro. She moved forward step by step until she was 5 meters away from Gao Wenxiang. Then she stopped. The group of people behind her took up weapons and surrounded the place. Even the yard door that was originally open was locked again. Chun Shiuro looked at Gao Wenxiang with cold eyes and said, "Although my brother is a bit useless, he never kills or burns anything. He is just a little bit lustful. It's just a minor problem and not punishable by death. I will naturally teach him a lesson, but you actually killed him. Have you ever thought about your fate?" Gao Wenxiang acted innocently. He said, I didn't mean it. He was yelling in my face, and I thought he was some manic retard. I just want to kindly wake him up but I didn't expect his head to fall off as soon as I hit it. I don't think it's my fault. He's just too fragile, like an egg without a shell. Hearing Gao Wenxiang's words, Chun Shiruo laughed angrily. It seems that you're really fearless, but I will break all your reliance and break all your bones. I will cut off your flesh piece by piece and offer in front of my brother's coffin. Gao Wenxiang looked at her seriously and said, the look and tone you use now are exactly the same as your brother's. It seems like your whole family is made up of morons. This is really a happy thing. It seems that I have not broken your family's fine heritage. I'm going to kill you. Chun Shiruo was furious. If I hated him before because of my brother's death, now I also hate him for humiliating me. Looking at the furious Chun Shiruo, Gao Wenxiang acted like a loving father. He said, come on, I don't discriminate against the mentally retarded. I'm always willing to help the disabled regain confidence in life. Believe me, mania is not difficult to cure. It only requires a simple craniotomy. I'll take out your brain and wash it. I have experience. Very well, then you will die. Everyone, kill them all, leave no one alive. Chun Shiruo didn't want to give Gao Wenxiang any more chance to speak, so she asked everyone to open fire. Gunfire began to ring out, crackling and noisy, but it was meaningless, because these bullets can't hit people at all. The women already had martial arts skills, and their consciousness and lightness were top-notch. Now they had all taken the primary gene medicine, and their consciousness speed had been enhanced. They had no problem dodging bullets or even catching them with their bare hands. Jingzhe was already incredibly fast, and she became even faster after taking the genetic medicine, and her body could easily withstand the attacks of bullets. The role of guns was suddenly reduced to a minimum, which made the captains of the 3 teams involved in the operation feel that the situation was more difficult than they had imagined. Gao Wenxiang ignored the bullets hitting his body. He met Chun Shiruo's gaze and said, look, this is the world through the eyes of idiots. Your understanding of the end of the world is still stuck in the period before the end of the world. Guns are the most useless weapons in the apocalypse. They cannot help you kill zombies. Their only use may be to kill ordinary people without superpowers. So, I'm curious, why do you always like to shoot around? Is this a special welcome ceremony for you morons? Chun Shiruo couldn't stand Gao Wenxiang's chattering. She yelled, just shut up. As she spoke, she launched an attack towards Gao Wenxiang. Her special power was activated, and the gravity field was cast on Gao Wenxiang. She herself turned into 3 phantoms, holding long swords made of alloy materials, and slashed towards Gao Wenxiang. Gao Wenxiang immediately sensed a little pressure from the surrounding space. He knew that this should be the gravity field that Tang Fong mentioned. But for Gao Wenxiang, who was gifted with Li Suanxiao's born with superpowers, this little pressure is like wearing an extra windbreaker. With the spiritual perception provided by cicada awareness, Gao Wenxiang saw Chun Shiruo's shadow clone as an illusion caused by the high-speed movement of the body. Although it was very fast, Gao Wenxiang was confident that he could handle it with his previous experience in dealing with Jingzhe. Therefore, before the attack actually came, he still did not stop his speech output. You know what? Actually, a moron is just a bird living in its own world, always thinking that I am the whole world. But they don't know that this will cause them to lose their reproductive ability because they are reproductively isolated from the real world. You know, I'm not talking about you. Hearing the voice reaching her ears, Chun Shiruo's eyes seemed to be spitting fire. As a woman, the greatest humiliation she can suffer is to be accused of being infertile. Gao Wenxiang's last words completely broke down Chun Shiruo's psychological defenses. Endless anger began to burst out. At this moment, Chun Shiruo had only one thought in her mind, which was to completely tear apart the man in front of her and tear apart his mouth. She gathered great strength and slashed at Gao Wenxiang's head with her knife, while more than a dozen wind blades covered Gao Wenxiang's entire body. Chun Shiruo seemed to have seen Gao Wenxiang's wailing, and she had already decided to torture the man in front of her to death. It is said that the great eunuch Lu Jin in ancient times was stabbed to death by an executioner with 3,357 cuts. She believed that her control over the knife was no worse than that of the ancient executioners, and the man in front of her was much more resilient than Lu Jin. Perhaps she could create a new record for Lingqi. At that time, she will invite everyone in Hopetown to watch this visual feast, which will definitely be more exciting than watching any movie. Chun Shiruo's imagination was beautiful, but reality did not develop as she expected. Because a gun appeared in Gao Wenxiang's hand, the 5 Tigers' soul-breaking spear. When he had the gun in his hand, his whole aura changed. He became majestic and tall, like a giant standing tall. Chapter 66, War. The five tigers' soul-breaking spear in Gao Wenxiang's hand easily deflected Chun Shiruo's full-strength sword attack. Her so-called shadow clone technique did not affect Gao Wenxiang, because Gao Wenxiang had already visualized her as a fish. Under spiritual perception, waves began to appear in the lake of the heart. A fresh and tender fish was swimming in the waves. She would lift up her beautiful fins to create more ripples on the water surface. She would act like a hunter and devour all the food. Her gills bulged and her mouth moved, revealing the sharp teeth inside, which were her most powerful weapon for biting small fish and shrimps. But she couldn't bite the fish hook. As for the wind blade she released, it was not worth mentioning, because many years ago, a wise man said, "Fish swim to understand the world, and birds chirp to understand Zen." 400 diseases can be cured with one stroke, and there is room for wisdom. Since Gao Wenxiang has been able to comprehend the swimming patterns of fish in the water and knows all of its habits, then isn't everything easy for him? So in the outside world, even though Chun Shiruo had used the gravity field, shadow clone, and wind blade, she still couldn't hurt Gao Wenxiang at all. The gravity field has almost no effect on Gao Wenxiang, who possesses supernatural powers and is known as the Iron Shirt of the 13 Tai Bao. And the shadow clones and wind blades in Gao Wenxiang's spiritual perception of cicada awakening have transformed into different appearances. He continuously defeats the wind blades with the 36 styles Overlord Spear, and despite the winds coming from all directions, he still sits firmly on the Dai Tai. Finally, he caught the fish. In Gao Wenxiang's view, its so-called sharp teeth and fangs were just tender buds sprouting in early spring, which could not cause any hindrance to the five tigers' soul-breaking spear. The tip of the five tigers' soul-breaking spear directly pierced through Chun Shiruo's neck and swung left and right. Chun Shiruo's head was directly torn off from her neck by the spear. Blood gushed out from the headless body, and her head fell to the ground. Her eyes were wide open, and it seemed that she had no clear anticipation of death. It was only then that Gao Wenxiang began to seriously observe the woman's face. Her facial features are very delicate, with big eyes, a high nose bridge, and small lips. It is a beautiful face with a very classical charm, and there is a misty style in her eyebrows and eyes. Unfortunately, the lifeless eyes dampened all the fantasies. At this moment, she was as quiet as a girl. Although Chen Shiruo is dead, the fight is far from over. Zhuang Jing used all the toxins, including those extracted from the big snake. She spread poison among the crowd with innuendos. This caused many psychics who had no ability to resist toxins to die quickly. Jiang Mengjia's meteor darts also kept shooting towards the crowd. Jiang Mizame's sword, Hu Yali's killing sword, and Zhang Xiufan's soul-stirring sword were all moving through the crowd. Jingxia also commanded the zombies to attack. This was a complete massacre. Many people cried out for mercy, but it was no use. When the smart guy locked the door again, everyone's escape route was blocked. The psychics with the ability to fly wanted to use their ability to fly out of the yard, but as soon as they took off, they were hit by the mental storm from Jingxia, and then Jiang Mengjia's meteor darts pierced their bodies. The captain of the Scorpion Squad screamed, "Gao, you killed so many people with special abilities. Aren't you afraid of punishment from Mayor Li? There is no such great hatred between us." The mastermind behind all this was Chun Shiruo, who is already dead. "Let's go. I promise to keep my mouth shut about what happened today." The captain of the Fox team nearby also quickly agreed and said, "This is a personal feud between you and Chun Shiruo. Let's withdraw, okay? We will also keep today's events a secret." As the two of them finished speaking, more people began to agree. Among them was a female supernatural being who looked pitiful and begged for mercy. When Gao Wenxiang saw the appearance of this group of people, he thought of an animal on the grassland, the hyena. They look mean and ugly, and they are extremely good at bullying the weak and fearing the strong. When they encounter a strong enemy, they run away faster than anyone else. When encountering a lone opponent, he behaves extremely cruelly and cunningly. When hunting, they use the anal digging tactic to directly bite the prey's biological organs into pieces, and then swallow the prey's skin, flesh, bones, and teeth until the prey is completely devoured. The group of people in front of them were like hyenas. At the beginning, they did not take Gao Wenxiang and his group seriously at all. They even locked the gate to prevent Gao Wenxiang and others from escaping. Now, They are begging for mercy again. Isn't this ironic? Would Gao Wenxiang let a group of hyenas go and then wait for them to come up with cruel plots against him in the dark corners? Gao Wenxiang is certainly not that stupid. Although he is a kind person, the object of his kindness will never be a group of hyenas. So he showed his attitude through his actions. A spear pierced the neck of a woman who had just flirted with him. Then the spear swung, and the woman's head flew up, blood splattering. This scene was like the clarion call for the resumption of war. Someone was shouting, "Fight them." Someone echoed, "Yes, let's fight. Kill him, kill him. You bitches, I want you dead. You actually kill my eldest brother. I want all of you to be buried with him." Curses and screams instantly filled the entire yard. Gao Wenxiang didn't care about these curses. He felt like he was back in the wheat fields of his youth, listening to the chirping of summer insects and starting to harvest wheat. The five-tiger, soul-breaking spear opened and closed with great force, and each strike seemed to have a force of 1,000 pounds. Even if you were hit by the spear, your bones would be broken. Gao Wenxiang's emotions didn't change much. He was like a ruthless god of death, reaping lives. But the five-tiger's soul-breaking spear in its hand gradually warmed up. Gao Wenxiang seemed to feel the different touch of the five-tiger's soul-breaking spear from the rising temperature. It was a touch similar to human skin, and the tip of the five-tiger's soul-breaking spear flashed a faint red light. In a trance, Gao Wenxiang seemed to have the illusion that he and the gun were connected by blood. But soon, Gao Wenxiang discovered that this was not an illusion, because when his spear lightly touched the long sword transformed by a mutant, the long sword in that person's hand actually shattered directly. The man was also shaken by the long sword, which broke his arm and caused him to scream in pain. Seeing Gao Wenxiang so powerful, the captains of the 3 special power teams directly chose to join forces to attack him. They are also ruthless people with multiple superpowers, and they hope to be well-known figures in the town. Facing the 3 people's supernatural attacks, Gao Wenxiang stabbed out again. Although this spear was just a simple stab, at that moment, it seemed as if a tiger covered with yellow and black stripes appeared from the tip of the spear. As soon as the weapons of the 3 men touched the tip of Gao Wenxiang's spear, their weapons were instantly knocked away, and their tiger's mouths were torn apart. The 3 of them had inexplicable shock in their eyes, and only one thought in their minds. What kind of monster is this? Chapter 67 Harvest. Looking at the 3 people who were injured by one blow, Gao Wenxiang did not hold back. He swung his spear and directly shattered the sternum of the psychic on the right. Then he stepped on the man's cervical spine with one foot, allowing him to rest in peace. The 2 psychics were frightened by Gao Wenxiang's fierce aura and prepared to escape, even if they couldn't. But Gao Wenxiang's aura had already enveloped them. He thrust out again with the spear. The tip of the spear became even redder, as if the sound of a tiger roaring in the mountains came from the tip of the spear. The spear pierced into the back of the neck of a psychic unstoppably, and then the tip of the spear twisted hard, causing another head to fly up and blood to splatter. After drinking the blood, the tip of the 5-tiger's soul-severing spear began to buzz, as if there was a living creature inside that was excited. There is one person left. Gao Wenxiang looked at the person in front of him with calm eyes. The man just felt cold all over. He gritted his teeth and slashed out a beam of fire with a long sword in his hand. This is his application of the fire power, which he calls flame sword technique. His nickname was Scorpion, and he had the ability to use poison, but he had secretly used it on Gao Wenxiang before, and it had no effect. This flaming sword move can be said to be his most powerful killing move. The flames are violent, and the sword moves with a resolute courage. Facing Scorpion's knife, Gao Wenxiang was not surprised at all. He stabbed forward again with the 5-tiger's soul-breaking spear in his hand. The ball of fire suddenly dissipated into nothingness after it came into contact with the scarlet tip of the gun. The spear pierced the scorpion's blade without any hindrance. The scarlet blood from the tip of the spear burst out again, and Scorpion watched helplessly as the long sword in his hand shattered. Then the tip of the gun went straight into his throat. Scorpion died. He had imagined 1,000 ways of dying, but he had never thought that he would die today. He thought today would be an enjoyable hunt, as there were so many strong men here that no accidents would happen. But the fact proved that this was just his wishful thinking, and he could not stop the battle in front of him. In the moment before his death, he felt a sense of despair about his own insignificance. He felt ridiculous. He came here with great enthusiasm, but he turned out to dig a hole to bury himself. Was this the irony of fate? Before his death, Scorpion seemed to have an epiphany of some kind of philosophy, which made his dead face look surprisingly peaceful. After killing the Scorpion, Gao Wenxiang's eyes were fixed on a person again. This man was exactly the burly guy that Gao Wenxiang had seen in the mission hall before. Gao Wenxiang didn't expect to see this man again. Gao Wenxiang once said that if someone teased him, he would make sure that person never sees the sun tomorrow. Now it seems that this sentence is about to come true. The burly man had a pleading look on his face, and his eyes were humble. He really didn't want to die. He has 3 beautiful lovers, and he could have been enjoying himself in Hopetown at this time. But he ended up here for some unknown reason. He regretted it now, and couldn't help but recall the details of his time with his lovers. Tenderness, passion, tenderness, every detail played so clearly in his mind. It was the young face and delicate body that made him nostalgic. Then a spear pierced his throat, and all his memories froze. The battle didn't take too long and came to an end. On Gao Wenxiang's side, several zombies were killed or injured, and all the enemies that came here were eliminated. The system prompted that Gao Wenxiang had obtained dozens of samples of cerebrospinal fluid, which was undoubtedly a huge gain. The amount of primary genetic medicine that can be refined from these cerebrospinal fluids is enough to supply all 5 women with genetic nodes that reach the 9th sequence, and there will still be a lot left over. Gao Wenxiang still showed respect to the bodies of these boys who gave away their money. He asked the zombies to gather the bodies together and then cremate them. Finally, he performed a ritual to pray for the souls of these people, hoping that they could sincerely repent in hell, achieve enlightenment as soon as possible, and be reborn as human beings. Time passed quickly, and it was evening. The zombies sent back a message that some zombies had been attacked by chimpanzees near Jufeng Mountain, and there was also a small human stronghold near Jufeng Mountain. This is good news for Gao Wenxiang. After a hearty dinner, I took a shower. Jingzha's eyes were full of desire. Gao Wenxiang thought that it would be a good thing if he learned the language of zombies, so he told her his idea. Jingzha told him that was called Elvish, which was the common language of all their races. She felt that the word zombie was not a good word because zombies meant the walking dead, creatures without reason, while they, the elves, were a completely new species. Jingzha tutored Gao Wenxiang in the Elvish language for half an evening. Gao Wenxiang showed great interest in learning new things, and Jingzha also showed the potential to be a good teacher. Her pronunciation was crisp and clear, which made Gao Wenxiang feel that this was also a pleasant language. The next morning, last night's tutoring deepened the mutual understanding between Gao Wenxiang and Jingzha's loyalty has reached 70. Gao Wenxiang put on a pair of contact lenses purchased from the system mall, which made her eyes look like those of normal humans and appeared very smart. Because her skin color is white jade, which is different from that of ordinary people, Gao Wenxiang arranged for beauty expert Jiangmi to do makeup for her. In this way, her appearance is no different from that of ordinary humans. Gao Wenxiang called all the women out of the RV, gave each of them 2 bottles of primary gene medicine, and then said, "After taking these 2 bottles of primary gene medicine, you will all reach the node of genetic evolution. The mutated parrot that I found, as well as the mutated chimpanzee and mutated giant octopus that I am about to find, will be related to the refining of genetic evolution potions. So, do you understand the real purpose of our trip to City B?" "Understand." All the girls nodded. For Gao Wenxiang, confessing some secrets at this time will not have any impact. On the contrary, it will make everyone more motivated after they understand the significance of doing this. After a brief stretch, everyone got in the car. Gao Wenxiang restarted the RV and drove to Jufeng Mountain. What surprised Gao Wenxiang was that he had not suffered any retaliation from Hopetown from yesterday to today. This made Gao Wenxiang very curious about what Li Daizhan really thought. After all, one of the captains of his Spark army died at his hands, and the team of psychics he protected also died at his hands. It would be impossible for Li Daizhan to just ignore it. In Hopetown, in a Zen hall, Li Daizhan was sitting on a cushion. Chang Feng looked guilty and said, "Mayor, this is all my fault. If I had punished Chen Kai earlier, the disaster yesterday wouldn't have happened." Li Daozong said calmly, "The immortal touched my head and gave me eternal life. I mistakenly pursued worldly pleasures and was confused by reason and emotions. Everyone who gains superpowers thinks they are the chosen one and indulges in pleasure, greed, and bloodlust. Perhaps only until the moment of death will they understand what they really want." Chang Feng asked, "Then do we need to avenge Chen Shiruo?" Li Daozong sighed. "The living are just passers-by. the dead are returning. The world is just a temporary inn, and we all grieve for the eternal dust. That's all. When I have time, I will ask that person for advice. You can go out and do your work. Yes, Mayor, Chong Feng said respectfully. Chapter 68, Jiufeng Mountain. What kind of person is Li Daizan? The answer to this question may be difficult for even Chong Feng, who is closest to him, to give a truly accurate answer. During these days of contact with Li Daizan, Chong Feng discovered that Li Daizan was like a person without temper. No one had ever seen him angry, but he won the respect of everyone. Even the most willful and capricious Chun Shuo seemed to be baptized after coming into contact with his eyes as warm as water, and became gentle and polite. Sometimes, Chong Feng felt that Li Daizan was like a kind father holding the Bible in his hand, looking at everyone with a smile. But Chong Feng knew very well that it was just an illusion, because when Li Daizan executed some people with special abilities, he also had a smile on his face. And now, faced with the fact that the supernatural beings in Hopetown suffered heavy losses, Li Daizan could calmly say, "The living are like passers-by, and the dead are like returning home," which made Chong Feng feel a deep chill. As the mayor of Hopetown, Li Daizan showed his hard work at the beginning of the town's establishment. He also made the greatest contribution among all people, which made him the undisputed leader elected by everyone. But now, looking at Li Daizan, who was sitting on the futon and was indifferent to the affairs of the town, Chong Feng hoped that he could have more emotions and preferably behave like a tyrant. Because he believed that only by being like a tyrant and always carrying a hysterical anger in his heart could he overcome the double pain of body and mind and accomplish more extraordinary things. But after all, he couldn't teach a leader how to do things, so he could only choose to leave with a respectful attitude. When Chong Feng announced in the town square that the Chun Shuo incident had come to an end, confusion appeared on the faces of all the psychics. A supernatural being asked, "What did the mayor say?" Chong Feng replied, "The mayor said that the living are like passers-by, and the dead are like returning home." This matter ends here. Chong Feng did not say that Li Daizan would take action later. He only told part of the truth. When the psychics present heard this part of the truth, they understood it as Li Daizan being afraid of the enemy's power and choosing to turn a deaf ear and dumb. Then, strange looks began to appear in the eyes of the psychics, and their respect for Li Daozong began to disappear. If Li Daizan cannot restore his image in everyone's heart in time, his ruling position will inevitably collapse. This was the result Chong Feng wanted. If this could make Li Daizan angry, he hoped that the first burst of anger would be directed at him, because he wanted to feel the wrath of a leader who had turned into a tyrant, which would strengthen his belief that what he did every day was meaningful. The Doomsday RV is still on the road. Jingzhe looked at Gao Wenxiang, who was sitting in the driver's seat with obsessed eyes. Yesterday, as a new teacher, she attended an impressive education lesson, and she was the one being educated. In her spiritual world, the moment her wisdom was formed, the inscription that the strong are respected was engraved in her genes. This made her realize who she should revolve around. Last night, Gao Wenxiang taught her this thoroughly. This will be a brand new beginning for her. The RV encountered many zombie attacks on the road, and he even encountered a zombie who drove a car and collided with him. Looking at the zombies sitting in the driver's seat, Gao Wenxiang felt that perhaps soon most of the zombies would become car owners. He was thinking, when these zombies have learned everything from humans, and they also have dexterous skills and strong physiques, where's the living space for ordinary humans? Putting aside these useless thoughts, Gao Wenxiang began to kill. These zombies did not pose any actual hindrance to Gao Wenxiang. Jingzhe now also agrees with Gao Wenxiang's name. In her opinion, these species that have not yet fully evolved are not worthy of being called elves and can only be called zombies. She believes that elves are a noble species. They have their own morals and values and use them as standards to restrain their behavior. The zombies are just a group of hyenas under the elves. So, facing the attack from this group of hyenas, Jingzhe was able to launch a mental storm without any psychological obstacles, and then watch the saw blades of the Doomsday RV saw them into pieces of meat. After more than an hour's journey, Gao Wenxiang's RV arrived at the human gathering point described by the zombies. There's a sign on the left side of the road that reads, "Jiufeng Mountain Scenic Area welcomes you." On the right side of the road, there are many scrapped vehicles. A group of armed guards stood at the intersection, watching the approaching RV with vigilance. At this time, it is already 9 o'clock in the morning, the time when the sun rises. The rising sun in the sky brings its warmth and enthusiasm to the whole earth. A guard stopped the RV and motioned for him to get out and register. So Gao Wenxiang got out of the RV, and the women stayed in the car. The guard had no objection to this. At the registration desk, after taking a photo of Gao Wenxiang and asking him to write down his name, the guard asked, "What are you doing here?" Gao Wenxiang answered truthfully, inquiring about the news of mutant animals. The guard stared at him and warned, "Don't cause trouble after you go in." "Okay," Gao Wenxiang replied decisively, behaving extremely docilely. The guard nodded, indicating that Gao Wenxiang could drive in. After the RV drove into the gathering place, all Gao Wenxiang saw was gray tones. There were rows of stalls on both sides of the road, with many pretty women selling themselves. They are wearing extremely seductive gauze clothes and collars around their necks, waiting for someone to take them away. There were also young men who fell to their knees and begged for the most menial of jobs. In addition, there are also shops selling all kinds of strange-shaped bones, crude weapons, and smelly food. Gao Wenxiang parked the car in the parking lot and got out with the girls. He didn't need to ask anyone for directions because the largest building here was not far from the parking lot. The building has 12 floors and should be the original office building of the scenic area. Gao Wenxiang could clearly see that there was a sign hanging at the entrance of the lobby on the first floor, which read, Jufeng Mountain Scenic Area Commercial Center. Obviously, if you want to find out about the mutant animals nearby, this is undoubtedly the best choice. Walking into the trade center, Gao Wenxiang saw neatly arranged stalls. Here, Gao Wenxiang saw people selling grain, oil, rice and flour, vegetables, toiletries, cigarettes, alcohol, and knives. If it weren't for the gray color he saw on the roadside just now, Gao Wenxiang almost thought he had returned to the comprehensive supermarket before the end of the world. Chapter 69 Conflict. The arrival of Gao Wenxiang and his group attracted the attention of some stall owners. Although Gao Wenxiang seemed a bit ostentatious with 6 beauties, these stall owners had seen more ostentatious ones in the past few days. For example, Zhao Lai, the second in command of this gathering place, likes to put collars on a group of beautiful women every evening and then lead them for a walk in the gathering place with ropes. What really caught their attention was that Gao Wenxiang was a complete stranger to them. A stranger means that he knows nothing about this gathering place. This is the best fat sheep for them. If they don't take advantage of it, wouldn't they be doing themselves a disservice? For those who grew up in scenic areas, this is a traditional art. Then, a man with oily hair and powdered face appeared in front of Gao Wenxiang with a warm face and said, "Brother, let me introduce myself. My name is Wanshan. I'm a local. I've been hanging around here since I was a kid, and there's nothing I don't know about this place. I don't have any special hobbies. I only have one hobby, which is making friends. As soon as I saw your appearance and temperament, I felt that we were destined to be together. How about we become friends?" Gao Wenxiang looked at him and said, "So you are well informed. Do you know anything about the mutant chimpanzee?" Wanshan didn't expect that Gao Wenxiang didn't respond to his words at all, but asked him questions instead. This made him realize that this person was a little difficult to deal with. But as a person who is good at dealing with situations, he has seen many difficult people, and in the end they were all solved by his own methods. Based on his previous experience, once he found a person's weakness, it would be easy to control them. And now, the man in front of him easily exposed his weakness. He came here to search for the mutant chimpanzee. Now that he knows his opponent's weaknesses, Wanshan needs to use his language skills to exploit his opponent's weaknesses. Although he had not heard of any mutant gorillas nearby, it did not stop him from making up some plausible stories. So, he pretended to be surprised and said, "So you're here to look for the mutant chimpanzee? 2 days ago, I did see this thing of mine in Jufeng Mountain. I was picking mushrooms in the mountains at the time. The other team members were quite far away from me. I didn't dare to do it alone, so I just let it go. But I remember that place. I can take you there, but you need to pay a part of the fee in advance. Of course, I must also state in advance that if I can't find it, the reward will not be refunded." Gao Wenxiang looked directly into the man's eyes. With the power of Chanju Gong, he could clearly feel that the frequency of the man's eyes moving was wrong. It was obvious that the man was lying. So Gao Wenxiang asked directly, "You are lying. What is your intention? Do you simply want to cheat some rewards? Or do you want to trick us to the place you said and then kill people and take their property?" At this moment, Gao Wenxiang burst out with his momentum and locked onto Wanshan firmly. Wanshan instantly felt a chill that penetrated into his bones. When his eyes met Gao Wenxiang's indifferent eyes, he seemed to see a lake shrouded in gray fog, and a deeper chill grew in his heart. This made him realize that the person in front of him was not easy to mess with. So he quickly forced a smile and explained, "Brother, you are joking. We are all struggling to survive in the end times. How could I do something worse than harming others? Don't wrongly accuse a good person. I really just like making friends, so I told you the news. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. Sigh. I knew that I shouldn't be too enthusiastic in the end times, otherwise others would always misunderstand me as having ulterior motives." As he spoke, Wan Shan slapped himself twice, muttering, "I told you not to talk too much. I told you not to talk too much." Wan Shan knew that the best way to deal with this situation was to play dumb. It was no big deal to bow his head and surrender for a while. When he returned to his residence and gathered his brothers, he would kill the person in front of him. Gao Wenxiang still stared at him and asked, "So what are you thinking?" Wan Shan didn't expect that even after he had given in, Gao Wenxiang would still be so persistent. He was also annoyed. Catch the thief and take the stolen goods. Don't say he didn't do it. He just thought about it in his mind. Even if he did it, there is no evidence. What can the people in front of him do to him? Does he dare to kill him here? Then, his attitude became tough, and he said, "Brother, that's enough. Do you still want me to kneel down for you? I don't think I have done anything wrong to you. I gave you the information out of kindness. You are acting too aggressive now, aren't you? Can everyone give me some advice?" Wan Shan's shouting attracted a group of stall owners, who gathered around Wan Shan like his most staunch supporters. The noise of drums gradually became louder, and Wan Shan couldn't help but reveal a smug smile on his face. He firmly believed that the power of the masses would drown out the so-called truth. Looking at this scene, Gao Wenxiang sneered. He looked at Wan Shan and said seriously, "You know what? You're acting like a mentally retarded person showing off his intelligence. If you could admit what you were thinking, maybe I would choose to forgive you. But your behavior makes me feel like you are a pig waiting to be slaughtered, unaware that your death is approaching." When he said, "Death is approaching," a spear appeared in Gao Wenxiang's hand, the Five Tigers' soul-breaking spear. The spear thrust forward with lightning speed. The attack was so fast and sudden that Wan Shan could only watch helplessly as the spear pierced his throat. After the spear pierced Wan Shan's throat, Gao Wenxiang twisted it again, and Wan Shan's head flew off, blood splattered, and fell on the faces of everyone around him. This scene shocked all the stall owners in the market. No one had thought that Gao Wenxiang would choose to kill people here. Soon, the commotion here attracted the patrol. The patrol captain asked with a serious face, "What happened?" A middle-aged man with a fat face wiped the blood off his face, came up to him, and briefly explained the whole story, pointing his finger at Gao Wenxiang. The captain of the patrol team is Yang Bo, a direct subordinate of Zhang Jinshui, the second in command of the gathering place. He had roughly understood the whole story. To put it bluntly, Wan Shan brought it upon himself. He wanted to harm outsiders and was too clever for his own good. His death was in vain. But this person broke the rules of the gathering place, so Yang Bo naturally couldn't help but ask about it. What's more, Yang Bo saw 6 beauties behind this person, one of whom was the former national goddess Jiangmi. Yang Bo believed that his boss would definitely be interested in these women. Therefore, he could only say sorry to this person. Of course, in order to prevent the other party from causing trouble, he still needs to use some means. So, he put on a fake smile, looked at Gao Wenxiang, and said, "Sir, I have already looked into your case. Wan Shan was the black sheep of our gathering place before, but he was only involved in forced buying and selling, so we only punished him slightly. But this time, he actually wanted to kill you for money. If you killed him, it would be self-defense and would not violate the rules of the gathering place. But you know, the necessary procedures still have to be followed, so I hope you can lay down your weapons. Come with us, record a statement, and then you can leave. What do you think?" Chapter 70, A Smart Guy. Gao Wenxiang could sense that Yang Bo's words were insincere, and he did not have the slightest favorable impression of this kind of person who kept telling lies. So, he smiled disdainfully. "Since I have done nothing wrong, why should I lay down my weapon? Or do you want to trick me into laying down my weapon and giving up resistance so that you can deal with me?" Yang Bo realized that the person in front of him was not easy to deceive, so he said, "Sir, please calm down. You're making it very difficult for me." Gao Wenxiang was staring at Yang Bo. He could clearly feel the malice in this man's eyes. Sometimes Gao Wenxiang would be interested in appreciating crosstalk and would cooperate with those who were about to die to complete their farewell performances, but he was never a passive, defensive person. He preferred to nip all malice in the bud. Of course, before that, he will do a stand-up comedy show, which will make him feel good because it proves that he is a humorous man. Humor is very important for a man. When a man is told by a woman that he is boring, he is deprived of one part of his dignity. When a man refuses a woman's invitation, he is deprived of another part of his dignity. Gao Wenxiang is undoubtedly a good man who is humorous and doesn't know how to say no. He will continue to practice this philosophy. So he said, "In fact, in my eyes, you are no different from the idiot who just died. You are both showing off your ridiculous IQ and feeling proud of it. The reason why fools are fools is that they think they are as smart as humans. They step into the human world and learn human calculations, but their calculations always focus on the head and not the butt, and are full of loopholes. They're always greedy and want to eat all the food, but they don't know that even if they eat themselves into a big fat pig, they cannot really shake humans. All the nutrients they extract from food are destined to eventually become meat on the chopping board. So, what do you want to do, idiot?" Yang Bo didn't expect that the person in front of him would insult him so suddenly and mercilessly. This was totally beyond his expectations. Yang Bo originally wanted to change the place and deal with Gao Wenxiang properly, but he didn't expect that his plan had been completely seen through by the other party in advance, and he himself was also verbally insulted by the other party. After a brief moment of shock, Yang Bo's face darkened, and he said, "It seems like you really don't know how to be ashamed. I was going to let you go, but since you were so ungrateful, I have no choice but to take real action." Gao Wenxiang said disdainfully, "Besides using your mouth, do you have any other attacks, you idiots? What else do you have besides your fat bodies? You will all eventually die from your own greed and stupidity." Yang Bo was completely furious. He felt like an angry demon in his heart had broken free from its shackles and was roaring incessantly in his heart. He yelled, "Kill him! Shoot him!" Gao Wenxiang has long been immune to this kind of firework-like thing. He said to the women behind him, "I'll leave them to you." Gao Wenxiang actually had no intention of killing, and it didn't make any sense. But when malice befalls him, he can only choose zero tolerance. Otherwise, those malicious intentions will tear him and those he protects apart. This is the helplessness of reality. Gao Wenxiang felt that perhaps only by truly stepping onto the sequence from the real world could he completely break free from the malice from the secular world and become a god. At that time, he will receive worship from all living beings. After all, who dares to disrespect God? A battle suddenly began. Seeing that the bullet attack was ineffective, Yang Bo threw down the automatic rifle in his hand and strode towards Gao Wenxiang. His special powers are super legs and great strength. With every step he took, the aura around him became stronger, and the concrete floor under his feet became full of potholes. Finally, he came in front of Gao Wenxiang and swung his most powerful sword. This blow was his most powerful one, combining the power of his magical legs and the enormous force of his supernatural powers. This knife had helped him kill 3 unruly psychics before, and he was confident that the person in front of him would not be able to escape it. The results seemed to be as expected. The man in front of him seemed to be frightened, and he didn't even move. Just when Yang Bo thought he had succeeded, a jade hand grabbed the blade. The jade hand didn't seem to come quickly, but when she stretched out, she easily grasped the knife that was as fast as lightning. The owner of this jade hand is Zhuang Jing. The martial arts she uses are naturally inherited from Gan Shijiumiai's unique skills evolved from the 5-finger lamp. The 1-finger Vajra, in Gan Shijiumiai. The unique finger skills include Vajra Iron Fist, 5-finger lamp, and 2 Heart Bridge. In the play, only Gan Shijiumiai has mastered her finger skills to the best in the world, evolving the 5-finger lamp into a 1-finger Vajra. With Zhuang Jing's pinch, the fine steel sword in Yang Bo's hand instantly shattered into pieces like paper. Seeing this scene, everyone who gathered to watch the game felt incredible. You know, Yang Bo is also a well-known master in this gathering place. But now, his weapon was broken by his opponent in one move, so what should he do next? Seeing the long sword shattered, Yang Bo was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly pushed the ground with his feet and retreated quickly. But Zhuang Jing learned from Gan Shijiumiai that her martial arts skills were also top-notch, so how could she let Yang Bo escape? Zhuang Jing swung out the 7-step heartbreaking palm, and Yang Bo suddenly felt his whole body numb and sore, as if countless ants were biting his body. He knew that he was poisoned. He wanted to retreat again, but he felt powerless all over. At this moment, a jade finger pointed at his forehead. Yang Bo is dead. There is only a very small hole between his eyebrows, but his brain had been turned into a paste by the 1-finger Vajra's energy. Zhuang Jing withdrew her hand and returned to Gao Wenxiang, and the other women also withdrew their hands. For the women who had taken 2 bottles of primary genetic medicine and possessed special skills, dealing with these people did not require much effort. Looking at the patrol team being wiped out, everyone in the gathering place finally realized that a strong man had come here today. Many people were feeling uneasy, especially the stall owners who had been standing next to Wan Shan and making a fuss. Now they wish they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into so that Gao Wenxiang and others would not notice them. In fact, these people are overthinking. Gao Wenxiang never kills innocent people. They're just instigating a commotion. In Gao Wenxiang's eyes, it is not a big crime. Soon, the real manager of the gathering place arrived. There are 5 of them in total, forming a team called Hand of God. The nicknames of the 5 people are Thumb, Index Finger, Middle Finger, Ring Finger, and Little Finger. At this moment, seeing the dead body on the ground, Index Finger, Zhang Jinshui's face became extremely gloomy. He raised his head and stared at Gao Wenxiang, his eyes looking as if they were about to spit fire. His voice was hoarse and low. "You deserve to die." Chapter 71, Elemental Power. Zhang Jinshui is not just talking. He is ready to take action, because he possesses an extremely rare elemental ability. Although it takes a long time for his body to recover after each use of this ability, now he just wants to kill the person in front of him. Gao Wenxiang naturally felt the undisguised malice in this man's eyes, so he said disdainfully, "Is that stupid pig lying on the ground your father? Are you trying to tell the world that you are a filial son by looking angry? You don't need to be too anxious. You still have the chance to be someone else's son. Maybe there are others who will believe in your innocent heart." "I will kill you." Zhang Jinshui's defense was broken instantly. He swung the long knife in his hand directly at Gao Wenxiang. Gao Wenxiang also took out the 5 Tigers' soul-breaking spear. After all, this man is also the leader of a gathering place, so he must be quite capable. Zhang Jinshui was very fast and arrived in front of Gao Wenxiang in an instant, slashing with his long sword. But this speed is just normal for Gao Wenxiang now. The tip of his gun moved forward a little, easily penetrating the knife's force. But at this moment, the person opposite turned into a ball of black mud floating in the air and shaking constantly. This scene reminded Gao Wenxiang of the evil skills of Xiao Yao Ho in the TV series The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Gao Wenxiang used the 5 Tigers' soul-breaking spear to stab, but even though the mud was pierced, it seemed to be unaffected and rushed towards Gao Wenxiang. Gao Wenxiang was not in a hurry. He did not believe in invincible superpowers. Any superpower had its flaws and shortcomings. His mind calmed down, and with the spiritual perception of cicada awareness, he saw a ball of flesh formed by the folds of a human body, and this ball of flesh was rotating at high speed. When his 5 Tigers' soul-breaking spear pierced the meatball's belly, the meatball just bounced away without suffering any harm. As the outside world watched, his gun pierced the mud, but to no avail. Feeling the difference between spiritual perception and vision, Gao Wenxiang had an epiphany in his heart. Perhaps as long as he could really pierce the ball, the supernatural power of the person in front of him would be broken. Seeing the meatball coming towards him, Gao Wenxiang stabbed the meatball in the eye, and the meatball actually retreated a little and spun faster. Watching the meatball retreat, Gao Wenxiang's mind became clearer. He was sure that as long as he attacked the meatball's eyes, lips, belly button, and other parts, he would be able to make a breakthrough. Therefore, he concentrated more, observed the rotating sphere in the spiritual world, and attacked. Gradually, Gao Wenxiang grasped the rhythm of the ball's rotation. Because, even in the realm of superpowers, the rotation of the sphere must follow the principle of inertia. At a certain moment, his heart, mind, and spirit became one, and the 5 Tigers' soul-breaking spear stabbed out. The tip of the spear flashed scarlet and pierced directly into the lips of the meatball. Back in the real world, the tip of Gao Wenxiang's 5 Tigers' soul-breaking spear pierced through Zhang Jinshui's lips and came out from the back of his head. Gao Wenxiang did not hesitate and twisted Zhang Jinshui's head off his neck with force again. Blood gushed out from Zhang Jinshui's headless body, and this scene completely shocked everyone in the gathering place. This is because Zhang Jinshui's strength is second to none in the gathering place, and even Luo Kun, the thumb of the gathering place's boss, may not be able to suppress him. But Zhang Jinshui, who possessed elemental powers, died so quickly, which made many people who had watched the One Piece anime fall into deep self-doubt. Gao Wenxiang then looked at the 4 people on the opposite side who had not taken action and asked, "Anyone else want to take action?" Luo Kun did not feel any regret for Zhang Jinshui's death, because Zhang Jinshui was such a domineering person. Zhang Jinshui was arrogant and rude to his brothers who were not as strong as him in the team, and he was also unwilling to submit to him as the boss. Luo Kun had studied physiognomy before. Zhang Jinshui had the look of an eagle or a wolf. It was impossible for such a person to be under someone else for long. Even if Zhang Jinshui is not killed by Gao Wenxiang now, Luo Kun will join forces with his brothers to kill him in the future. Therefore, facing Gao Wenxiang at this time, Luo Kun was very calm and said, "Mr. Gao, you are joking. We will not embarrass ourselves with our limited skills in front of you. I heard that you defeated Chen Shihuo in one battle." "Oh, how did you hear about it?" Gao Wenxiang was a little surprised. Did the news spread so quickly? Luo Kun explained. "Hopetown has a dedicated radio station, and I listened to the news on the radio." "Oh, so that's it." Gao Wenxiang found that he still had no common sense. In the end times, although there was no internet, the radio could still be used. He had always listened to music in the RV and had never used the radio. It seemed that he would have to pay attention to current affairs in the future. Gao Wenxiang looked at Luo Kun and said, "The purpose of my trip is to find mutated chimpanzees. Do you have any clues?" The four of them looked at each other and shook their heads. Finally, Luo Kun said carefully, "Mr. Gao, how about this? I will immediately ask my men to find out if anyone in the gathering area has seen a mutant chimpanzee. Besides, we will have exchange meetings soon, and some other teams of superpowers will participate. If you come, you may be able to find out some information." Gao Wenxiang nodded and said, "Thank you very much." Luo Kun quickly said, "What are you talking about? It is my blessing to be able to help you." Gao Wenxiang casually pulled out a bottle of trauma pills from his trouser pocket, threw it to Luo Kun, and said, "I won't let you help me for nothing. This is a quick-acting, life-saving pill. It has a miraculous effect on bone injuries and flesh injuries. It can save lives at critical moments." Luo Kun was delighted when he heard Gao Wenxiang's description. He believed that such a powerful man would either not send gifts or the gifts he sent could not be fakes, otherwise it would be a loss of status. Luo Kun, who received the pill, was even more respectful and said, "Thank you for the medicine, Mr. Gao. I will arrange for my men to look for clues right away." As he said this, he winked at the third brother, who understood, nodded, and left. Then, Luo Kun looked up at Gao Wenxiang and said, "Now, I will take you to the lobby on the second floor. The exchange meeting will be held there in a while." Gao Wenxiang and his group followed Luo Kun to the second-floor lobby of the building. As soon as he entered the hall, Gao Wenxiang felt the luxury inside. Complete sets of mahogany furniture, golden chandeliers, golden candlesticks, white jade cups, various decorations that are obviously worth a fortune at first glance, and famous paintings. Gao Wenxiang and 7 others were arranged to sit at the oversized mahogany round table in the middle of the hall. In addition to the large table in the middle, there are sets of mahogany sofas on both sides. After a while, people came in one after another, and they naturally noticed Gao Wenxiang sitting at the round table. This person was an absolute stranger to them. No one knew where he came from, but he actually sat in the position of the God's Hand team, the previous manager of this gathering place. Among those who arrived first, no one was stupid enough to jump out and provoke, because they saw Lu Xiaofeng, nicknamed Little Finger, pouring tea for the 7 people, and his attitude was extremely respectful. Many people have recognized Jiangmi among the 7 people, but Jiangmi obviously cannot be the leader of this group of people. The leader of this group of people can only be the only man in the team. Who is this man? Many people are already curious. Chapter 72, Slut. As more people arrived, the hall became increasingly lively. The hall suddenly became a little quiet, until a woman in a purple suspender skirt came into the hall. The woman walked to the mahogany table and stopped. She looked at Lu Xiaofeng and said, "Hey, isn't this the famous Lu Xiaofeng from our Jiufeng Mountain? Why is he serving tea and water to people today?" Lu Xiaofeng's face looked a little unhappy. He looked at the woman and said seriously, "And Fengyi, I hope you won't cause trouble here today. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to ask you to leave." And Fengyi smiled sweetly and said, "I was just joking. You're a grown man. You wouldn't be so petty. Are you angry already?" Lu Xiaofeng did not answer. He did not want to say anything to this woman because he knew she was a real vicious woman. This woman became a dissolute woman after she became an adult. Relying on her beauty, she often hung out with some questionable people, stayed out all night, and became notorious in the neighborhood. She finally found an honest man to marry, and thought she would live a peaceful life for 2 years. However, a video of her was exposed online. Where her husband found out, he was so angry that his face turned green. Later, he went for a paternity test and found out that neither of the two sons was his. Her husband was so angry that he took her to court, but she turned the tables and said that she had an affair because her husband was infertile. In the end, the woman was sent back to her parents' home, and her child was left to be raised by her parents, but she continued to be a promiscuous woman. Until the end of the world, she awakened her devouring ability, and the first thing she did was to devour her ex-husband. She was extremely vicious. In addition, she also devoured two psychics who had had sex with her, which brought her strength to the top level in this area. Lu Xiaofeng knew that even the boss Luo Kuan was afraid of Fengyi. Seeing that Lu Xiaofeng did not answer, Fengyi looked at Gao Wenxiang again with a charming smile in her eyes and said, "Brother, I have a special ability called entanglement. We can communicate when we have time." As she spoke, Fengyi threw Gao Wenxiang another coquettish glance and smiled provocatively at the girls. But in Gao Wenxiang's spiritual perception, he only felt a feeling as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. So Gao Wenxiang frowned slightly and then relaxed his brows. "No rush. Wait until the exchange meeting is over and then deal with this hidden danger," Gao Wenxiang said to himself. It didn't take long before Luo Kuan, the organizer of the exchange meeting, announced the official start of the meeting. In fact, the exchange meeting is very simple. The captains of each superpower team go on stage and introduce their goods, and the highest bidder wins. Behind the stage is a special freight elevator that will deliver their goods in a timely manner to facilitate transactions. Gao Wenxiang took a look and found that most of the transactions were of guns and ammunition. There were also transactions of mutant crystal cores, but they were less numerous. Even if there were transactions, they were just exchanges of crystal cores. All this changed when Fengyi appeared. After she appeared, a cage rose up behind the freight elevator. The cage was pushed out of the elevator, and everyone saw a woman lying helplessly inside. When Gao Wenxiang saw the woman in the cage, his eyes narrowed slightly. Zhuang Jing, Jiang Mi, and other women also recognized the woman in the cage. Jiang Mi looked at Gao Wenxiang and said, "It seems that Mr. Gao is really destined to be with her. You don't have to go to H City, you met again in B City." The woman in the cage was Tang Fong, who had said goodbye to Gao Wenxiang and said she was going to H City. At this time, Fengyi was introducing Tang Fong on the stage. She said, "This woman is no ordinary person. She has a super strong sensory ability. If I didn't have the ability to block my senses, it would be really difficult to catch her. In addition to her sensing abilities, she also has a certain ability to distort people's thoughts. These two abilities can help her avoid many dangers. In fact, I really want to devour her abilities, but I'm already facing the advanced genetic sequence that Li Daozhou mentioned. Therefore, I need to use her to exchange for 5 mutation crystal cores, plus the crystal cores I already have, just in time to go to Li Daozhou to exchange for the gene evolution liquid." A team leader of a superpower team shouted, "5 mutant crystal cores? Fengyi, are you crazy? 5 mutant crystal cores can create 5 superpowers." Fengyi simply said, "She is still a virgin. If you buy her, you can conquer her from body to mind. Moreover, her ability can help you avoid danger. It's not a loss at all." When Fengyi said this, there was a commotion in the hall. Gao Wenxiang felt that there was no need to wait any longer. Perhaps Tang Fong's sensing ability could help him find the gorilla. So, in everyone's surprised eyes, he stood up and walked to the cage. Fengyi was a little surprised to see Gao Wenxiang coming, but she still smiled charmingly and said, "Little brother, are you interested in this woman? That's great. That night, she and I will come to see you together. Her skills are very good." Gao Wenxiang sensed the woman's venomous gaze again. He looked at the woman and said sarcastically, "Why do you think I would fall for a vile and dirty rat like you? Is that something you came up with your rat brain the size of a grain of rice?" After hearing Gao Wenxiang's words, Fengyi was stunned for a moment, and then she felt an extreme sense of humiliation. This man actually dared to scold her in front of so many people. She gritted her teeth and said, "What do you mean?" Gao Wenxiang looked at her and continued, "It seems that for a mouse with a brain weighing only 2 grams, you are indeed stupid enough. No matter how much you put on your hideous appearance, it cannot cover up your vile and dirty soul and the smell of the sewer that emanates from your body." Fengyi was furious. "How dare you say such vicious words to a woman in public? Are you still a man?" Everyone in the exchange meeting was watching this farce that started out of nowhere. Gao Wenxiang sneered. A prostitute with AIDS said to a strong man, "You must conquer me tonight, otherwise you are not a man." This is simply the funniest joke in the world. A despicable woman like you has already stuffed her soul into the sewer in exchange for your super rat-like reproductive desire. The stench emanating from your body can be smelled even from a distance. How can you still be worthy of being called a woman? There's no need to pretend to be hysterical. The stench of your virus has already penetrated into your entire body. I guess you must have a lot of bad legends, because your ugliness has been fully revealed. Listening to Gao Wenxiang's merciless insults, and Fengyi seemed to be back in the court before the end of the world. The strange looks from countless people around her and the buzzing in her ears seemed to be tearing her soul apart and trampling on her dignity. She didn't mind being called a whore behind her back because she enjoyed the feeling of dominating a group of men, which made her feel like she was in control of her own body. Every strange man is a brand new blind box to her, bringing brand new experiences to her body and mind, and she becomes a de facto queen in those novel experiences. She thought she was like the peerless Queen Marie Antoinette, with a noble character and innate pride. She could tolerate the world's misunderstanding of her, but she could not stand being looked down upon and judged by all the fools. That would make her feel deeply offended. Yesterday reappeared. This strange man tore open all the scars on her body, making everyone present look down at her. Thus, the devil's door in Fengyi's heart opened again. She no longer suppressed the desire in her heart, and just wanted to devour the flesh and blood of the man in front of her. She said, "I'm going to kill you." Chapter 73, Power. What Fengyi said was exactly what Gao Wenxiang was looking for, because it would prove that he was just a good guy standing up to the mob. Although he had said some rude words just now, he felt that this was what Fengyi deserved. He would never easily let go of someone who showed malice towards him. In any case, he felt that he was on the moral high ground. At this time, Fengyi's heart was filled with anger, and she chose to take action directly. Then, her hands instantly turned into two green tentacles and came towards Gao Wenxiang to strangle him. The tentacles are covered with densely packed spikes and extremely tiny suction cups. The suction force from a suction cup seemed to crush Gao Wenxiang's flesh and blood and then swallow it. The Five Tigers' soul-breaking spear appeared in Gao Wenxiang's hand. He thrust the tip of the spear forward, shining scarlet, green, and red interlaced. In the next moment, thin green snakes grew out of the two tentacles. These green snakes actually swallowed up the scarlet. Gao Wenxiang swung his spear, and the thin snakes that were formed from the green vines seemed extremely agile and tightly wrapped around the tip of the spear. The coldness in Fengyi's eyes deepened. In her opinion, the man in front of her was nothing special. At this time, a green snake in Fengyi's vines lifted her skirt, revealing a spider's nest under her body. This is her first superpower. As she lifted her dress, the insect nest opened its mouth, and countless blood spiders crawled out of the nest and rushed towards Gao Wenxiang to devour him. And Fengyi seemed to have seen the man in front of her being devoured into bones. Although the psychics present near Jiufeng Mountain had long heard that Fengyi was not easy to deal with, they were still shocked when they saw her real power. In their view, the distinguished guest served by Little Finger, Lu Xiaofeng, seemed to be on the verge of defeat. Gao Wenxiang looked at the scene in front of him, but he was not moved at all. The energy brought by taking 3 bottles of primary genetic medicine surged out from his body cells and turned into a layer of energy on his body surface. All the spiders that crawled towards him were crushed into blood by the strong energy. Seeing that his blood spider didn't work, Fengyi began to hear crisp sound from his body. In just a moment, she transformed herself into a monster with a human face, a spider body, and countless tentacles. A hissing sound came from the mouth of this human face monster. Then, everyone saw a ball of silk spit out from the monster's mouth. The silk stretched out in an instant and turned into a huge spider web covering Gao Wenxiang. There were also countless tentacles that tried to strangle Gao Wenxiang. At this moment, Gao Wenxiang seemed to be a fish in a net with no way to escape. But Gao Wenxiang never had any thought of retreating. His mind was calm, and under the spiritual perception of cicada awareness, the spiderweb below seemed to have turned into a chessboard, and the countless tentacles turned into chess pieces. In Gao Wenxiang's heart, this battle has turned into a chess game of life and death. But to outsiders, Gao Wenxiang's eyes at this time were dark, like black light, which seemed to penetrate everything and cover everything. In the Heart Lake, Gao Wenxiang, holding the five tigers' soul-breaking spear, fought bravely in each chest square. The unique bravery of Li Suanxiao, the great wisdom of the devil Cheng Yaojin, and the natural martial arts of the great hero, Du Xinwu from the north and the south, are completely integrated into one under the spiritual perception of cicada awakening. This is the way of chess that combines martial arts, Taoism, and cicada into one. There is Li Suanxiao's preemptive attack and unparalleled dominance, as well as Yin Shuangying's counterattack and cunning strategy. He also possesses Chun Yaojin's decisiveness and Du Xinwu's determination to combine yin and yang. Famous generals in ancient and modern times are no more than this. As a result, the scarlet on the tip of the five tigers' soul-breaking spear became thicker. To everyone in the communication hall, that touch of scarlet seemed like a bloody life that gathered every will. Scarlet as blood, with energy running through yin and yang. As Gao Wenxiang thrust out his spear with his mastery of the art of spear, the scarlet spear, like starlight, melted the spider web the moment it touched it. Scarlet then intersected with the vine tentacles again. This time, the vine tentacles were directly crushed, and Gao Wenxiang's spear went straight forward and pierced in Feng Yi's neck directly. Then he twisted his head left and right with great force and directly cut off in Feng Yi's head. This scene made some members of the superpower team feel their scalps tingling. It was simply too brutal. This battle was full of twists and turns. Looking at the beginning of the battle, they thought Feng Yi had an absolute advantage, but later Gao Wenxiang proved that he had enough ability to fight back. Then, Feng Yi turned into a monster with a human face and a spider body, and his abilities were even more terrifying. But Feng Yi, who had such terrifying abilities, still died, which made everyone present feel in awe of Gao Wenxiang. Putting away his spear, Gao Wenxiang looked at everyone present. I want the woman in the cage. No one has any objections, right? The psychics, sitting below, looked at each other in bewilderment. They had all seen this scene from the movie Black Gold. There was already a dead body lying on the ground in front of them, and no one wanted to be the next dead body. Luo Kuan had no objection to Gao Wenxiang killing Feng Yi. This woman provoked him time and again, but he tolerated it. Luo Kuan had long known about her habit of taking advantage of sex opportunities to devour men's supernatural powers. This time, this woman actually wanted to tease Gao Wenxiang again. She really doesn't know how to live or die. Is it possible for Feng Yi to provoke a person who can wipe out Chun Shiruo and 3 teams of superpowers? Luo Kuan was glad that he was a person who listened to the radio diligently and paid attention to current affairs. Otherwise, if he was like Feng Yi and Chun Jin Shui, who were unable to recognize the value of 2.58 million yuan, he estimated that he would not have a good ending. Seeing that no one objected, Gao Wenxiang simply used both hands to pull open the iron cage. The girls had already come to his side, and Gao Wenxiang asked them to help Tang Feng up. At this time, Luo Kuan also came over and said, "Mr. Gao, is there anything else you want to tell me?" Luo Kuan behaved extremely humbly, like the most obedient servant. Gao Wenxiang thought for a moment and said, "Arrange a room for us and prepare some food for us. This dead woman will be our reward." Luo Kuan smiled and said, "There happens to be an empty suite on the 5th floor. I'll ask Xiao Feng to take you there. I'll arrange for the chef to prepare the meal." As he said this, he looked at Lu Xiaofeng. Lu Xiaofeng nodded immediately and said to Gao Wenxiang and others, "Come with me." After Gao Wenxiang and his group disappeared, Luo Kuan had Feng Yi's body sealed. Afterwards, he would personally extract the essence of the cerebrospinal fluid inside. At this time, the captains of the superpower teams participating in the exchange meeting had surrounded Luo Kuan. One of them asked a question that everyone was wondering. "Boss Luo, who is this big shot? Is he a big shot in Hopetown, or a ruthless person from the other black market?" Luo Kuan looked at everyone and said seriously, "If you all listened to the Hopetown broadcast today, you must have heard of this person. His name is Gao Wenxiang. He alone killed Chun Shiruo and 3 teams of psychics in Hopetown. However, Li Daizan did not ask about this matter. You should all think about the interests involved." Hiss. Everyone present took a deep breath. There was someone present who had seen Chun Shiruo's power. That person shouted, "Damn it. A few days ago, I saw Chun Shiruo killing a superpower user like killing a dog. I didn't expect that even a ruthless person like her could be killed by others." Another person said, "You didn't understand the point, okay? The key point is that Li Daozong didn't say anything, which is very strange. After all, Li Daozong is also my idol, and he is recognized as the best in the entire B city. I didn't expect this man to be so powerful that even Li Daozong was afraid of him. He must be a ruthless man. Don't provoke. This is what everyone thinks. They have already memorized Gao Wenxiang's appearance firmly in their minds, reminding themselves not to offend him in the future. Chapter 74 Women. Inside the suite, Gao Wenxiang fed Tang Fong an invulnerability pill purchased from the system mall. Soon, Tang Fong woke up from her stupor. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Gao Wenxiang's familiar face. This made her feel a little confused, and she murmured in a low voice, "Am I dreaming?" Gao Wenxiang said, "It seems that you are awake now. Are you still feeling uncomfortable?" Tang Fong sat up, and then she saw Gao Wenxiang's group of women, who were either listening to music or reading books. She recalled, "I remember being caught by a woman, and then she injected me with some kind of psychotropic drug. So you saved me, Mr. Gao." Gao Wenxiang said, "That woman is dead." "Thank you, Mr. Gao," Tang Fong said, and then she seemed to recall the words she said when she said goodbye. She asked, "So this is still City B?" "Yes, this is Jiufeng Mountain Scenic Area." Gao Wenxiang replied. Tang Fong smiled and said, "I thought that we would meet again in H City after we separated. I have even planned in my mind that after we meet again, we can stroll along the bank of West Lake. Perhaps the scenery in the end times will have a more special feeling." Gao Wenxiang looked at her and said, "In fact, the place is not important. The most important thing is not to disappoint the right person. You can now make a new wish in your mind." Tang Fong looked at him, smiled, and said, "Then, will the great Mr. Gao help me realize my wish?" Gao Wenxiang shook his head, looked at her seriously, and said, "Perhaps I am the very wish of yours. Stay and be my slave." Tang Fong looked at him. "So, you will be my tyrant from now on, and I will accept your whipping." Gao Wenxiang said, "Yes, what do you think?" Tang Fong squinted her eyes and smiled. "I think it's fine, but that RV is too small." This was the second time the woman said that the Doomsday RV was too small. Gao Wenxiang felt that it was time to ask the system to modify the RV. So he asked, "System, can you increase the interior area of the Doomsday RV?" The system replied, "For the first expansion, 100 slavery points are required. Does the host need expansion?" Gao Wenxiang asked, "How big is the area after the initial expansion?" The system replied, "The host can wake up in a 20 square meter bed every day." "It sounds good." Gao Wenxiang nodded and said, "I will expand it." In the outside world, Tang Fong saw Gao Wenxiang in a daze for a while, so she asked, "What were you thinking about?" Gao Wenxiang smiled and said, "I just made a wish to myself that I can wake up in a 20 square meter bed every day." Tang Fong smiled and said, "Really? I don't believe it." Gao Wenxiang said mysteriously, "You will believe it soon." It didn't take long before the food was served and everyone started eating. Jiangmi winked at Gao Wenxiang and said jokingly, "Mr. Gao, how does it feel to have your beauty back?" Gao Wenxiang looked at her and said, "Ms. Jiang, you are talking too much now." Jiangmi bit her lip and said in a coquettish voice, "When we were looking at the moon before, you called me Big Mimi, but now that the new one is better than the old one, just call me Miss Jiang." "Mr. Gao, you are too heartless, aren't you?" Tang Fong laughed. "Sister Me, if anyone says you have no acting skills in the future, I will be the first to disagree." Zhuang Jing also smiled and said, "Mimi works very hard. Every night, she would perform a piece for us. Of course, she also taught us how to act." "Can I join too?" Tang Fong asked. "Of course." Jiang Mi smiled. "We can rehearse the legend of Zhen Huan tonight." Jiang Mengjie smiled and said, "Who will play the emperor?" "Of course it's me." Jiang Mi said proudly, "Tang Tang is new here, so she will play my Huan Huan." Hu Yali said, "Then I want to play Prince Gua." Zhang Xiufen smiled charmingly and said, "Then I will play Concubine Hua." Jingzhe. At around 1 p.m., Luo Kuan brought news that someone had indeed spotted a mutant chimpanzee in a place in Jiufeng Mountain yesterday. So Gao Wenxiang prepared to head there. But before he set out, he had one more thing to do. He asked Luo Kuan to gather together those ordinary people who had previously sold themselves in the gathering place. Luo Kuan didn't ask any more questions and just did as he was told. Soon, the men and women were gathered together, their faces showing panic. Gao Wenxiang looked at the fear, terror, and anxiety in those eyes, and he understood that these were ordinary human beings in the end times. Any slightest disturbance will scare them. Gao Wenxiang said, In this apocalypse, there are not many opportunities left for ordinary people. The zombies are getting stronger and stronger. So if you want to survive, all humans must become superpowers. If you want to become a mutant, all you need is a crystal core from the brain of a mutant animal. It may be hard, it may be easy. I will give you guns and ammunition and give you a chance to fight for your own destiny. But before that, I need a verbal commitment. That verbal promise is that you agree to be my slaves. So, are you willing? Those who are willing, say yes and step forward, and we will give you weapons. I do. A strong man stepped forward first. He knew this might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and he had to seize it. Gao Wenxiang nodded to the women. The women opened the container under the RV, revealing a container full of guns and ammunition, which are the spoils of war. The sturdy man was given an automatic rifle and some ammunition, which made him feel a little overwhelmed. Seeing that guns and ammunition were really being distributed, more people stood up. Among these people, including the women who had put collars on themselves before, there were determined looks on their faces. If there is hope, who wouldn't want to give it a try? In the end, everyone stood up and no one wanted to be isolated. Gao Wenxiang nodded and said, I wish you good luck. After saying that, he and the girls got into the RV together. The RV started and quickly drove away from the gathering place. Little Finger, Lu Xiaofeng looked at the direction the RV was heading, took a deep puff of a cigarette, and sighed. This guy is really a strange person, and he's also domineering. Also, when he gave these people guns, I was reminded of a movie. Let the bullets fly. Luo Kuan took over the conversation. Yes, Lu Xiaofeng nodded. To be honest, seeing this scene, I was actually a little upset. Boss, do you think there's still hope for mankind? Luo Kuan shook his head and said, I don't know, maybe hope is in Hope Town, in H City, or more big cities. Or maybe it could be someone like Gao Wenxiang. Who knows? I just hope that when I die, I can die quickly, and it would be best if there's a monument to prove that I existed. That would be enough. Chapter 75, Tomb Robbers. In a moving RV, the women have all noticed the changes in the RV. It became much bigger inside. It was like they entered a different dimension. There's a bathtub in the bathroom, a huge bed in the bedroom, and an extra large wardrobe. The layout of the living room has also changed, with an additional sofa and a bookcase. This is simply amazing. Even though she had gained a lot from Gao Wenxiang before, Zhuang Jing still found it incredible. Tang Fong also believed the wish Gao Wenxiang had made to her. Zhuang Jing introduced to her some common sense that belonged to them. This was the task that Gao Wenxiang had assigned to her before, to popularize knowledge to every newcomer. Gao Wenxiang took a look and found that the previous wave of slavery value brought his total slavery value to more than 300, a good number. He was not in a hurry to draw the lottery. After driving for about 10 minutes, Gao Wenxiang stopped the RV. Now, they were going into the mountains. So everyone got off the bus and headed towards the location given in the previous news. It didn't take long for Gao Wenxiang and others to arrive at the area mentioned in the news. As a master of animal science, Tang Fong looked at the footprints left on the ground and said, These footprints are indeed very similar to those of chimpanzees, like a larger version of the footprints of ordinary chimpanzees. Gao Wenxiang said, You are an animal expert. Just use your judgment and take us away. Okay. Tang Fong nodded. After following the footprints for a while, they entered a deeper forest and the footprints disappeared. In this dense forest, there's a thick layer of dead leaves under the trees, and various plants are growing extremely lushly. Tang Fong looked at Gao Wenxiang and said, These plants grew too fast and covered up the traces. Tang Fong sensed it quietly again, shook his head and said, I can't sense it nearby. Something is coming. Gao Wenxiang also sensed it, and soon, many poisonous snakes surrounded them. Zhuang Jing smiled and said, It seems that we can eat snake soup again. Someone is coming. Tang Fong said. Gao Wenxiang also sensed through his spiritual perception that a group of people were approaching here quickly. In less than 10 seconds, the group of people came closer. There were 15 people in the group, led by a middle-aged man with a hooked nose and a fierce look. When he saw the group of women behind Gao Wenxiang, an obscene smile immediately appeared in his eyes. He looked at Gao Wenxiang and said with a smile, My name is Li Guanshan, and I'm an archaeologist. I wonder what your name is? What are you doing in this mountain? When Li Guanshan says he is an archaeologist, he is naturally flattering himself. He was actually a tomb robber. His original name was Li Zhuang, and Li Guanshan was the name he changed to later. He had a great talent for feng shui since he was young. He started robbing tombs at the age of 16 and soon became a master in the industry. Today, he looks like a middle-aged man, but he is actually over 60 years old. The reason why he looks so young is that when the apocalypse broke out, he swallowed a mutated Tai Sui from an ancient tomb. After swallowing Tai Sui and looking at his younger body, Li Guanshan was convinced that he had achieved immortality. Moreover, Tai Sui also gave him the ability to be immune to viruses and the ability to devour, and also gave him extremely abundant energy, which made Li Guanshan extremely happy. So he gathered his disciples and continued to excavate some ancient tombs. In his opinion, compared to swallowing some random mutated crystal cores, the magical species hidden in ancient tombs are what an ambitious psychic should pursue. Having witnessed the miracle of rejuvenation with their own eyes, the disciples naturally became more convinced of Li Guanshan. This was his 5th day in the mountains, and they had already excavated many ancient tombs in Jiufeng Mountain. In the tomb of an ancient official, he dug up a dormant giant toad. After swallowing the toad's crystal core, he found that his attack power was greatly enhanced. When fighting, he can produce many poison sacs all over his body, from which he can spray out highly toxic venom. Moreover, the devouring ability from Tai Sui has evolved, and his whole body can manifest many mouths. These mouths not only have sharp teeth, but also extend out toad-like tongues. These tongues have amazing offensive capabilities. Li Guanshan was very satisfied with obtaining the supernatural powers of Tai Sui and Toad, and he gave the gains from other small tombs to his disciples. Now, he and his 14 disciples are all people with supernatural powers. Because he had stayed in the mountains for several days and had not tasted meat, he had no intention of letting the women around Gao Wenxiang go. After all, everyone on his side is a superpower, while Gao Wenxiang's side is just a group of women. Li Guanshan does not think that a group of women can play a big role. In his opinion, even if women have special powers, they cannot cover up the fact that they are naturally more timid than men. They can only rely on men to survive and cannot accomplish anything. He thought that the only person he really had to deal with was Gao Wenxiang. Maybe this man was very powerful, but 2 fists could not beat 4 hands. As long as Gao Wenxiang is dealt with, these women will be theirs. Looking at these women with outstanding temperament, Li Guanshan felt the vigorous energy in his body, and a sense of conquest rose in his heart. Compared to some vulgar women, this is what he wants. Gao Wenxiang sensed the malice in these people's eyes and laughed. Archaeologists? I think they are just a bunch of rats who can only dig holes. You are so ugly. Are these your offspring? They look just like you. Your ugliness has frightened my woman, and that is not good. Rat? Ugly? Before the end of the world, Li Guanshan was worth over 100 million yuan. He always went in and out of high-end hotels and considered himself an upper-class person in society. He also had a good appearance. After the end of the world, he gained powerful supernatural powers. In his opinion, he was already a superior person. But now he was humiliated just after he started a plan, and he couldn't remain calm. He said in a low voice, "Boy, if you talk like this when you're out in the open, you can easily get beaten to death. How about this? You apologize to us, and I will pretend that you never said that." Gao Wenxiang said disdainfully, "It is because of rat-like bastards like you that your ancestors are shamed in their graves. You scum from the sewers actually want an apology from me, a good person from a civilized society? I advise you to get back to your sewers as soon as possible and stop getting in my way." Li Guanshan calmed down after hearing Gao Wenxiang's insults. He smiled coldly and said, "Boy, you are too naive. I have walked more roads than you have eaten salt. Do you think you can scare me with just 2 words? Let me tell you, I am not Sima Yi, and you are far worse than Zhuge Liang waving a feather fan. You, at best, are only as good as a hair on Zhuge Liang's feather fan." Gao Wenxiang smiled. "So, you guys are not going to leave? It seems like you bastards are really full of malicious intent. Go away." Li Guanshan laughed loudly and said, no longer pretending, "Don't worry, I'll make your head roll like a football in no time. As for your woman, I will accept her with pleasure." Gao Wenxiang sneered. "You mean old thing. I guess all your courage comes from your extraordinary desire to reproduce. Your brain should be connected to your large intestine, which is filled with feces. I guess your powers come from dung beetles, because this way you can be self-sufficient and achieve internal circulation. Very good, kid. You succeeded in irritating me." Li Guanshan's face became extremely gloomy, and he looked at Gao Wenxiang with extremely cold eyes. "I saw that it was not easy for you to grow up, so I was going to let you die quickly, but since you don't know what's good for you, I can only let you die in pain. Chapter 76. Fighting in the Jungle. Gao Wenxiang smiled and said, "You are truly lawless. In this case, I have no choice but to represent the law and judge you bastards. Now I sentence you, a bunch of scumbags with shit in their brains, to death, execution immediately." A battle began. This is what the end of the world is like. All forces are not restrained, so some inexplicable things always happen. This is very similar to the Dark Forest law in the three-body problem, where malice is the norm. Gao Wenxiang did not take action. He gave the opportunity to the women. Jiang Mi seemed very excited, perhaps because she was thinking that in the evening she would play the emperor in the legend of Zhenhuan. Her Ame sword technique became more graceful and skillful. She used the Golden Summit Buddha light, one of the 9 Golden Summit styles, and aimed her sword straight at Li Guanshan's brow. This sword thrust forward carried with it a sense of compassion to save all living beings, and although it seemed to contain no trace of killing intent, it contained the meaning of great destruction of the wheel of heavens. The Buddha's light shines everywhere, saving all sentient beings. The wheel of heaven turns, and one ascends to paradise early. This is the true meaning of this form of Golden Summit Buddha's light. Li Guanshan manifested countless tongues from his body and entangled with the sword. But in just a moment, his tongue was broken, and the long sword continued to stab straight ahead. Li Guanshan was unable to dodge, and the long sword cut half of his left ear. Jiang Mi chuckled and said, "It seems that Mr. Gao is right. Your ears look no different from those of mouse. It's really boring. You're going to die soon. It's a pity that you stain my sword." If you ask what can best inspire a man's dignity, it is undoubtedly the ridicule from a delicate woman. Li Guanshan knew Jiang Mi. As a national-level female star, posters of products endorsed by Jiang Mi were posted all over the streets. Even Li Guanshan, who didn't watch TV much, knew such a female star. At this moment, Li Guanshan felt even more humiliated than before. He became furious, and his belly swelled up like a toad, and poisoned sacs began to appear on his body. He was not going to show any mercy to the actress in front of him. He wanted to turn her into a pool of pus. Countless venoms gushed out from the poison sac and sprayed towards Jiang Mi like rain. These venoms have extremely strong corrosive effects. Li Guanshan seemed to have seen Jiang Mi's face that had been corroded to look like a devil. Li Guanshan was waiting for this scene with great anticipation. But Jiang Mi showed a charming smile on her face, and she did not retreat but advanced. One of the 9 golden top styles, the light silk fan, was used. The style of the light silk fan is taken from Du Mu's poem, "Silver candlelight shines coldly on the painting screen in autumn, and a light silk fan flutters against fireflies." To Jiang Mi, aren't the drops of green venom in front of her eyes just like fireflies? Then, the long sword in Jiang Mi's hand vibrated and emitted a sword light, which was like a light silk fan, easily sweeping away the drops of poison. There was a serene expression on her face, just like a lady waving a small fan on a hot summer day. Every move she made was breathtakingly beautiful. But in Li Guanshan's eyes, this kind of beauty turned into a mockery of him. He became ruthless and did something no one could have expected. He fell to the ground, and his stomach began to swell. "Toad Kung Fu?" Jiang Mi asked with a smile. Soon, Li Guanshan really turned into a giant toad and pounced towards Jiang Mi. Jiang Mi laughed. "Do you really think you are Ouyang Feng?" Li Guanshan naturally did not use Toad Kung Fu. He turned into a toad just to better use his devouring ability. When he pounces on his prey, his tongue and his countless mouths with sharp teeth will tear all the prey apart. This is his ultimate killer move. The giant toad he transformed into jumped up and landed on top of Jiang Mi's head. He believed that this time, all of Jiang Mi's flesh and blood would be torn to pieces by him. Although it was a bit of pity, he couldn't care less. Li Guanshan, who possesses super regenerative abilities, is not afraid of some minor sword wounds. He believes that his attacks are unstoppable. But he made a mistake in one aspect. He overestimated his own defensive capabilities. Although he can regenerate, his defense is not as strong as he imagined. When he is in the air, that is when he is at his weakest because his defense is wide open and full of flaws. Jiang Mi used the 1,000 Peaks competition, one of the 9 golden peak styles of a Mei sword technique. Then, in an instant, Jiang Mi's sword light seemed to turn into mountains. They were majestic and tall, piercing through the toad that was coming down like a mountain. Finally, the toad fell heavily and turned back into its original form. His body was covered with holes pierced by the sword, and blood kept flowing out of the holes. He looked at Jiangmi, who was walking towards him step by step, and begged for mercy. Miss Jiang, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. We didn't know each other until we fought. How about you forgive me? I will be your slave in the future. Li Guanshan didn't want to die. He felt that he should be able to live for many more years after obtaining Tai Sui's supernatural powers. He decided that if he escaped this disaster, he would keep on living, wait for these people to die, dig up their graves, and kill their descendants. He believed that with his special abilities, these people would definitely accept him. But soon, he saw a sword shining with cold light piercing into his neck. Jiangmi showed no mercy. To show mercy to such a wicked person would be to hurt herself. He simply cut off the man's head. The battle between the other women here had already ended, and Jiang Mengjie left one Gao Wenxiang alive. Gao Wenxiang looked at the trembling man in front of him and said, "Don't be nervous. Let me ask you a question. Have you seen any mutant chimpanzees around here?" The man nodded vigorously and said, "I saw it at the East Peak. It was moving very fast. We were digging an ancient tomb at the time, so we didn't chase it. I can take you there, but I beg you to let me go." Gao Wenxiang looked into the man's eyes and saw no sign of lying, so he said, "I don't want to kill you, but you now swear to be my slave. If I find out that you have any rebellious thoughts, I will kill you immediately." The man immediately knelt down, kowtowed vigorously, and said, "Thank you, master, for not killing me. I will definitely be loyal to you in the future and will never have any other thoughts." "Yes." Gao Wenxiang nodded and asked, "My name is Gao Wenxiang. What's your name?" The man replied, "My name is Zhao Shanhe." "Who gave you this name?" Gao Wenxiang was slightly surprised. The man replied, "Yes, Li Guanshan. He is my master, so he named himself Guanshan and gave us disciples names like mountains and rivers." "Yeah." Gao Wenxiang nodded. He thought that this man's parents were so obsessed with watching Young and Dangerous that they gave their son such a weird name. Looking at this man, Gao Wenxiang said, "Get up. Now take us to the place you mentioned." "Yes, master." Zhao Shanhe stood up. Chapter 77, Finding the Mutated Orangutan. Looking at the dead bodies on the ground, Gao Wenxiang didn't have too many thoughts. These people did contribute several materials for primary genetic medicines, which was one of their few contributions. Gao Wenxiang took a look and found that Zhao Shanhe's initial loyalty was 30 points, which was a very high number. It seemed that he was frightened by the killing just now. If his loyalty is negative, then the moment he becomes Gao Wenxiang's slave, his life will be over. Gao Wenxiang would not leave danger to himself. After walking for about half an hour, Zhao Shanhe, Gao Wenxiang, and others arrived at the East Peak he mentioned. Further in, there's a stone forest. Zhao Shanhe said, "Master, the mutant chimpanzee should be in this stone forest." Gao Wenxiang nodded, looked at Tang Fong, and said, "Sense it." Tang Fong nodded and began to sense with her eyes closed. Soon, her face lit up and she said, "Follow me." Gao Wenxiang and his group followed Tang Fong's footsteps and soon arrived at a stone cave. In front of the cave, you can see a pile of human skulls whose brains have been sucked out, and next to them are various human body bones. The smell of blood and decay is overwhelming. Through his spiritual perception, Gao Wenxiang had heard the sound of an animal chewing food. Without hesitation, 5 flying knives appeared in Gao Wenxiang's right hand, and they flew straight into the cave. Roar! A huge roar came from the cave. Gao Wenxiang immediately felt the vibration coming from the ground. Soon, he saw the true face of the monster. It looked to be over 4 meters tall, had huge fangs, and a body that looked incredibly strong. Its 2 eyes, as big as copper bells, instantly locked onto Gao Wenxiang and his group. Gao Wenxiang immediately felt a murderous aura coming towards him. Roar! The gorilla let out another huge roar, which was like thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. Its 2 sturdy claws slapped its strong chest, and the minced meat between its fangs was chilling. This is a truly ferocious beast. It seemed that the gorilla had devoured too much flesh and blood in a short period of time, and its body seemed to be filled with a faint bloody aura. It changed into various shapes like a demon. In this situation, if an ordinary person with a weak mind was caught, he would probably be scared silly, but this obviously did not scare Gao Wenxiang. The gorilla also realized that his threats did not scare the group of people. Then, it stomped its feet on the ground and pounced towards Gao Wenxiang. Its step was like an earthquake, and a deep pit was created on the ground. The gorilla in the air had already stretched out his right fist. This punch was fierce and swift, with the ferocity of smashing everything. Facing this punch, Gao Wenxiang had no intention of retreating. His eyes were bright. The five tigers' soul-breaking spear already appeared in his hand. He pointed the tip of the spear and stabbed towards the gorilla's fist. The gun and the fist collided, and a bloody explosion broke out. After the blow, the gorilla was knocked to the ground, but climbed up nimbly, with blood flowing from its fingers. Gao Wenxiang also felt a slight numbness in his arm. He didn't expect that the gorilla's skin was so tough, and the spear in his hand only made it bleed. However, the stronger the ape is, the better the potion will be for him. The blood flowing from the tip of the gorilla's palm further stimulated its ferocity. It directly pulled up a long boulder beside it and smashed it towards Gao Wenxiang like swinging a stick. The bloody and evil energy in the gorilla seemed to have received some kind of command and condensed on the boulder. The boulder instantly turned into a blood-red stick. The area around the stick was hazy and bloody, and it seemed as if countless evil spirits were wailing. Looking at the layer of blood, Gao Wenxiang guessed that this was probably some kind of special ability of the gorilla. Facing this bloody stick, he had no intention of retreating. He was calm and thrust out his spear. The scarlet aura at the tip of the spear became stronger and turned into a bloody tiger, biting towards the bloody evil on the stick. The tip of the gun collided with the bloody stone stick. After a few hits, the blood on the stone stick became dimmer and dimmer, while the scarlet on the five tigers' soul-breaking spear became brighter and brighter. After several more collisions, the spear was swung and directly broke the stone stick. The gorilla was also hit by the spear and fell out, hitting a stone forest. But it didn't seem to have suffered much damage. It climbed up again flexibly and let out another deafening roar. After roaring, it pulled out a bigger stone stick and smashed it at Gao Wenxiang again. Gao Wenxiang was sure that the gorilla had no other tricks up its sleeve and was ready to end the fight. He practiced the cicada awareness technique again, and under his spiritual perception, a chessboard appeared in the lake of his heart again. Previously, the battle with Enfengyi had made Gao Wenxiang's chess and spear skills perfect. Now, he just needed to calm down and go back to the past. So, at this moment, he was as pious as Wang Yisheng in the Chess King, integrating himself into the way of chess. The heart is like a spider silk floating in the blue sky, and the body is like a cicada shell turning into a dead branch. The spear tip was scarlet as it stabbed out, like a falling star, breaking the stone stick and piercing the gorilla's chest. But the gorilla is not dead yet. With a wound on its chest, it finally got scared, nimbly got up from the ground, and started to run away. It moved nimbly through the stone forest, but Gao Wenxiang was not slow at all. Not long after, the gorilla passed through the stone forest and arrived at the seaside. Obviously, the gorilla was trying to swim away, but due to excessive blood loss and slowing down, it no longer has such an opportunity. Gao Wenxiang, who is sincere in playing chess, stabbed out another fatal shot. How could an unarmed gorilla block this fatal shot? A streak of scarlet pierced into the orangutan's neck, and its head was strangled off. The gorilla's corpse, as big as a hill, fell onto a huge rock. The mutant chimpanzee's soul, cerebrospinal fluid, and blood essence have been detected. Does the host need to extract them? Hearing the system prompt, Gao Wenxiang smiled and said, "Extract." Gusts of sea breeze blew over him, making him feel a particularly fresh scent that diluted the bloody smell that had been stained on him by the battle. At this time, the setting sun dyed the large clouds red. Between the sea and the sky, a riot of color appeared. The rippling water looked beautiful, like an undulating blue ribbon. The girls also ran over, and Zhao Shanha fell behind at the end. He didn't dare to run away suddenly. Huyali looked at the seashore and seemed very happy. She put her hands to her mouth like a trumpet and shouted towards the sea. Suddenly seeing the sea is naturally a thing that makes people feel happy both physically and mentally. Jiang Mingjie looked at the sunset between the sea and the sky and smiled. "I want to find a way through the flowers, go straight into the depths of the white clouds, and spread my noble spirit to the rainbow." Jiangmi said, "It's so beautiful." The other women also looked at this rare beauty with peaceful smiles on their faces. Chapter 78 Instructions. After collecting the second set of materials, there was still a mutated giant octopus left. Gao Wenxiang found that he was now extremely eager to find the third set of materials. This feeling is just like collecting cards when I was a kid. I would feel very uncomfortable if I didn't collect the last card. But soon, Gao Wenxiang calmed down. He knew that things should not be rushed, but it is still necessary to prepare for a rainy day. He needed a fishing boat to go out to sea to catch mutant octopuses. Suddenly, an idea popped up in his mind, and he asked, "System, can you help me transform the Doomsday RV into an amphibious vehicle?" The system replied, "The host's willingness has been detected. The Doomsday RV can be transformed. The first transformation requires 100 slave points." Gao Wenxiang asked, "What will it look like after the transformation?" The system replied, "You can use the submarine's catapult service." Gao Wenxiang nodded and said, "Then let's carry out the transformation." Exiting the system and returning to reality, Gao Wenxiang looked at the girls and said, "We should get out of here." "Yes." The women nodded. So, everyone walked back together. When they went back, everyone felt relaxed. After all, they had achieved the goal of this trip. Only Zhao Shanhe was feeling nervous. He felt like there was a sword of Damocles hanging over his head, which seemed likely to fall at any time, making him very uneasy. For Zhao Shanhe, every minute and every second of the journey back was torture. He felt like a suspect waiting for the judge's final decision. There are only two possible outcomes: acquittal or death penalty. On the way, Zhao Shanhe recalled all the happy memories and unforgettable memories he had over the past 20 years. He said goodbye to every familiar person in his heart so that he could die without regrets. After an unknown amount of time, he saw a motorhome. In front of the RV, Gao Wenxiang looked at him and said, "You appeared in this area, so you should know the gathering place of Jufeng Mountain, right?" Zhao Shanhe nodded and said, "I replenished supplies there when I went into the mountains before. I know their leader is called Luo Kuan." Gao Wenxiang nodded, took out a bottle of primary gene medicine from his pocket, threw it to Zhao Shanhe, and said, "This is a bottle of primary gene potion. I think it will be very useful to you. Help me do something, and this bottle of potion will be your reward." Zhao Shanhe said with great piety, "Please give me your orders, master." Gao Wenxiang said, "In Jufeng Mountain, there's a group of people who I verbally acknowledge as slaves. They're just ordinary people, but I gave them guns and ammunition. I need you to manage them and try your best to help them become superpowers." "Got it." Zhao Shanhe nodded. "Understood, master." Gao Wenxiang smiled and said, "I have a special ability. That is, after I sign a contract with a slave, I can know whether the slave has the intention of betraying me. I hope you can be a wise man. I may not go back to the Jufeng Mountain gathering area in the short term, but when I come back, I hope to see your results." "Yes, master." Zhao Shanhe felt a chill in his heart. Only then did he understand why Gao Wenxiang had taken him in as a slave before. It turned out that Gao Wenxiang had this kind of contract-like supernatural power. This made Zhao Shanhe even more panicked, fearing that he would have a bad thought and then be beaten by Gao Wenxiang. "You can go now," Gao Wenxiang said to him. "Yes, master." Zhao Shanhe bowed. Gao Wenxiang and the girls got into the RV together, and then the RV started and drove towards the beach. Zhao Shanhe looked at the RV going away, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Help ordinary people become superpowers? Zhao Shanhe thought about Gao Wenxiang's words, and he guessed that maybe Gao Wenxiang also had slaves in other gathering places. Then when all his slaves grew up, would they gather into an extremely powerful force? Before, Gao Wenxiang told him that he would not come back to the Jufeng Mountain gathering place in the short term. Does that mean he would go to other gathering places to develop ordinary people to be his slaves? Zhao Shanhe felt that his guess was very reasonable. In his mind, he had already sketched out the image of a warlord in troubled times. He was fond of beautiful women, had great ambitions, and traveled around the world, gathering the sparks of countless gathering places and eventually turning them into a blazing fire. What role did he play in this? The head of the Jufeng Mountain Salvation Army? This position seems to be a good one. At least it has more prospects than the previous tomb robbing. Zhao Shanhe thought in his heart, "I'm sorry, old manly. I can't avenge you. I am going to do great things now, and I will devote my whole life to the glorious cause of human rejuvenation. The most I can do is secretly burn some gold ingot candles for you during festivals as a way of repaying your kindness." Gao Wenxiang's RV was heading to the beach. It didn't take too long for the RV to reach the beach. There are some more buttons and joysticks on the RV's operating console, which are the extra things that came with its conversion into an amphibious vehicle. Because of the skills provided by Yin Shuangying, he understood how to drive just by looking at it. Looking at the time, it was almost 5 p.m., so he decided to rest at the beach today and go out to sea to look for the mutant giant octopus tomorrow morning. Gao Wenxiang looked back at the girls and said, "We'll rest at the beach today." Then can we cook later? I want to take a walk on the beach. Zhuang Jing asked. Gao Wenxiang looked at the others and found that they all looked expectant, so he nodded. Be careful. Maybe there will be mutant sea creatures suddenly appearing on the beach. Tang Fong said. Mr. Gao, I will try my best to sense it. Well, then you guys go down and play. Gao Wenxiang said. So, the women got off the car one after another. At this time, the sun began to really set towards the sea, and the clouds between the sea and the sky appeared particularly bright and colorful. Zhuang Jing looked at Gao Wenxiang in the car and said, Brother Chang, let me dance for you. So, under Gao Wenxiang's gaze, Zhuang Jing danced on the beach like an elf. Her face was coated with an orange glow by the setting sun. At this time, the sky was orange-red, and the sea was also orange-red. Looking at this beautiful scene, Gao Wenxiang smiled. At this time, Jiao Mi produced a bamboo flute from somewhere. Among the martial arts skills passed down to her by Guixiang, there are many musical instrument skills, so Jiao Mi is very proficient in playing the bamboo flute. Then, the sound of a long flute began to sound, perfectly matching the rhythm of Zhuang Jing's dance. The others smiled and quietly appreciated this scene on the beach. As the sun set completely and night fell, the women returned to the car and began to cook. Not long after, the food was served and everyone at the table was enjoying themselves. Mr. Gao, I play the bamboo flute very well, right? Jiao Mi flashed her big eyes and had an expression that said, praise me, praise me. Not bad. Gao Wenxiang gave a positive evaluation, and then he looked at Zhuang Jing. You danced very well, too. What a formulaic answer, Jiao Mi said. Zhuang Jing and others were laughing. Jiao Mi was the best at adjusting the atmosphere in the team. She would pretend to be dissatisfied and make some little jokes. This is what she is good at. She would find the best balance so as not to embarrass everyone and also to provide everyone with warm fun. This is something she does all the time, and everyone has gotten used to her behavior. In response to Jiang Mi's complaint, Gao Wenxiang gave his own answer. Formula sounds good, too. It at least represents an unbreakable balance that always prevents bad things from happening. So, great philosopher, will you tutor me on these in the evening? Tang Fong asked with a smile. Gao Wenxiang looked at her and said, No, I will only teach you how to use your talents correctly in the end times. Chapter 79, Into the Sea. The next day, early in the morning, the sky was clear and the air was bright. Gao Wenxiang took out 2 genetic medicines from the system and gave them to Tang Fong. After his careful teaching, the relationship between Tang Fong and him quickly heated up, and Tang Fong's loyalty in the system has reached 68. Gao Wenxiang held another intermediate lottery for her. The character drawn was the Fire Phoenix from Heavenly Sword. Naturally, he also gave the reward he drew to Tang Fong. Tang Fong felt the martial arts memories of a Miao woman appear in his mind. Not only that, she also received muscle memory and neural memory about martial arts. The main martial arts skills she acquired from those memories included Miaojiang Gushu and Jade Knife. This gives her extraordinary attacking capabilities. Tang Fong looked at Gao Wenxiang, her eyes sparkling, and she smiled. Is this what you are capable of? Making a wish for yourself? Gao Wenxiang nodded. Yes, I am just an ordinary person. I have come this far entirely on my own. Soon, Gao Wenxiang announced today's overseas trip plan. Zhuang Jing looked curious, pointed at the Doomsday RV parked beside her, and said, Can it also sail in the water? So can it become a space fortress one day? Gao Wenxiang said, There will be such a day, but it will require us to work harder. Yeah, all the girls nodded, all with a look of longing. Gao Wenxiang asked the girls to get in the car, and he sat in the driver's seat of the RV. Then he drove the RV gradually into the sea. Gao Wenxiang felt that this was a brand new experience. He could clearly see the fish swimming on the seabed and various coral grasses. The sunlight shines on the seabed, and everything is dyed into colorful colors. All kinds of wonderful fish, shrimps, and shellfish make different sounds in the sea. This was the first time Gao Wenxiang saw the world under the sea. But soon, a bad feeling came over me. He was attacked by many fish. Their teeth were extremely sharp. Although they did not cause any harm to the RV, the unpleasant scraping sound when they hit the RV could easily arouse people's inner irritation. Gao Wenxiang began to operate the electric saw to drive away the fish. Soon, the sea was dyed red with blood, and countless bloodthirsty fish began to swim here. They devoured the carcasses of those fish and had no time to care about the huge Doomsday RV. Next, Gao Wenxiang encountered many strange fish, but fortunately he did not encounter any major problems. Finally, after sailing more than 100 nautical miles, Gao Wenxiang found the big guy he wanted, a mutant giant octopus that looked as big as a hill. Gao Wenxiang couldn't even count how many tentacles it had, and each of its tentacle was covered with countless spikes. The mutant giant octopus also noticed the huge RV. Octopuses are naturally exploratory species, and they have a strong interest in things with small spaces, such as bottles. And now, looking at the humans in the RV, it has determined that this RV will become its temporary residence. Then, its tentacles began to hit the RV. Gao Wenxiang operated the electric saw and collided with its tentacles. The imagined cutting scene did not appear. These tentacles were too flexible, and the saw blade made of special alloy could not cut them at all. Looking at the monster outside the RV, Gao Wenxiang felt that it was really like the evil god in the old legends. There are countless eyes on its skin, its color keeps changing, and its appearance keeps shrinking and changing. Gao Wenxiang knew that even ordinary octopuses had extremely terrifying transformation and mimicry abilities. The octopus in front of us must have evolved more bizarre abilities. Since we can't deal with this octopus in the RV, Gao Wenxiang decided to get out of the RV and destroy it. But before that, he still has to participate in the system lottery. System, give me an intermediate lottery. Gao Wenxiang believed that the system must understand his intentions. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the character Zhang Shun from Water Margin. Obtain the innate skill Water Avoidance skill. Skill rating Black, Iron 5 stars. As the system prompt sounded, Gao Wenxiang immediately obtained the innate skills of Zhang Shun, the white shark in the waves. Gao Wenxiang discovered that this was an innate skill similar to the way babies breathe in amniotic fluid, which allows people to breathe using their navel in water. The white shark is a man with a special talent. His belly button is born different from that of ordinary people. With this ability, he can stay underwater for 7 days and 7 nights. Now, Gao Wenxiang has also discovered the difference in his belly button. He feels that even if he doesn't breathe through his mouth, he can breathe through his belly button. This feeling is quite wonderful. After experiencing this feeling for a while, Gao Wenxiang turned around and said to the girls, "I'm going to go out and kill this octopus. You guys just stay in the car." "Well, be careful, Brother Chong," Zhuang Jing said. There was concern in the girl's eyes. Gao Wenxiang nodded, went to the ejection chamber that was added after the RV was remodeled, lay down, and said, "System, activate the ejection device." As he finished speaking, he was catapulted out like a cannonball, heading exactly towards where the giant octopus's body was. The moment he was ejected, the 5 tigers' soul-breaking spear appeared in Gao Wenxiang's hand. The scarlet light from the spear tip bloomed, instantly dyeing a large area of the surrounding sea red. A domineering, murderous intent was hidden in the seawater. The strange octopus also sensed the unknown danger, so it immediately retracted all its tentacles and turned itself into a pocket shape. The countless suction cups in this pocket gathered together an extremely powerful attraction, instantly forming a huge vortex on the seabed. The fish and shrimps swimming around were instantly crushed in this vortex. Gao Wenxiang was naturally affected by the whirlpool, and his clothes were instantly shredded in the whirlpool. But his heart was calm. He could feel many undercurrents squeezing and tearing at him, and many tentacles were already strangling him. Under his spiritual perception, in the lake of his heart, Gao Wenxiang saw those tentacles turn into smaller tentacles, and then they knotted together and turned into new tentacles. The tentacles of this octopus are changing every second. They split, combine, split again, and combine again. But from an outside perspective, it is difficult to see this change. Gao Wenxiang feels that perhaps the mutated octopus has become the best weaving animal in the world. When Gao Wenxiang stabbed out with his gun, he found that the tentacle he stabbed immediately split and turned into thin threads that wrapped around the gun barrel. And those filaments become knotted with each other during the entanglement process, forming a complete tentacle. Gao Wenxiang's attack seems unlikely to be effective. Chapter 89th Sequence. Countless tentacles of the mutant giant octopus were about to attack, and it seemed that billions of knots of thread were about to hit him and wrap him tightly. In the lake of his heart, Gao Wenxiang felt the sound of the arrows from the 5 tigers' soul-breaking spear and looked at the scarlet glow of the spear tip. At this moment, he suddenly had an epiphany in his heart. The ancients said that the heart is like a double silk net with thousands of knots in it. Aren't there more knots in people's hearts than in this mutant octopus? Looking at the countless tentacles that were strangling him, Gao Wenxiang looked determined. He thrust out the spear in his hand, and the scarlet ball on the tip of the spear turned into roses. Soon, a rose grew on each tentacle of the mutant octopus, and the roots of the roses penetrated into the filaments. These rose flowers are the thousands of knots in Gao Wenxiang's heart. The ancient said that the great way of life is simple, but Gao Wenxiang now turned simplicity into complexity. Then, in an instant, a large field of blood-red roses bloomed, and they were like the delicate and tempting red lips of a beauty. The poet said, "There's a fierce tiger in my heart, but I can still smell the rose." The fierce tiger is the resolute will, and the rose is the soft knot in the human heart. But at this moment, this soft knot was intertwined into the most terrifying sea of flowers, entangled the mutated octopus in front of it. The mutant octopus immediately felt the pain from its tentacles, and an eerie chill shone from the eyes on its head, like the eyes of a devil, which made people feel uncomfortable instinctively. Gao Wenxiang was not frightened by the look. He stabbed out the five tigers' soul-breaking spear in his hand, aiming at the octopus's eyes. He believes that the eyes on its head are the octopus's greatest weakness. Chi! The octopus let out a huge roar, and then in an instant, it turned into a huge sea snake and came towards Gao Wenxiang to strangle him. This huge sea snake stirred up a huge undercurrent on the seabed. Before it arrived, Gao Wenxiang could feel the force of the undercurrent. But this could not cause any harm to Gao Wenxiang, who had already mastered the 13 Guardians' iron shirt and taken 3 bottles of primary genetic medicine. He shook the spear in his hand, and a scarlet light shone brightly, piercing into the undercurrent on the seabed and heading straight toward Snake Eye. The giant sea snake's eyes became even more sinister, and all its tentacles transformed into a long tail that directly strangled Gao Wenxiang. Once Gao Wenxiang was rolled up by its tail, he would be in great danger. But Gao Wenxiang still didn't dodge at all, and thrust out the spear in his hand. There are roses and, of course, tigers. As the spear collided with the sea snake's tail, a blood tiger emerged from the tip of the spear and bit the snake's tail. Streams of blue blood gushed out from the mutant octopus's tail. It was only then that the octopus truly experienced the emotion of fear. The prey was more terrifying than it had imagined, so it prepared to escape. But how could Gao Wenxiang let it escape? What followed was a chase, with the octopus getting more and more wounds and moving slower and slower. The battle between a man and an octopus lasted from the bottom of the sea to the surface. The octopus looked like it was about to die. Just then, Gao Wenxiang saw a cannonball flying from a distance. He was not sure whether he could withstand the impact of the shell, so he chose to dodge. He swam under the octopus so that the octopus could help him withstand some of the impact. Bang, bang, bang. Gao Wenxiang felt that at least 5 shells exploded above him. Fortunately, the giant octopus blocked most of the damage for him, and his body was strong enough. Gao Wenxiang speculated that he might have encountered pirates. After another round of ammunition exploded, Gao Wenxiang heard the system's prompt. Ding! The mutant giant octopus's soul, brain marrow, and blood essence have been detected. Do you want to extract them? Extract, Gao Wenxiang said without thinking. Soon, the system prompt sounded again. Congratulations to the host for completing the 9th sequence slavery mission. Obtain a set of 9th order perfect potion. Obtain the first volume of the great compassionate ode to the conquest of yin and yang between heaven and earth, the great purple sun hand that destroys heaven and earth. Ding! The 8th sequence of slavery missions begins. Mission content: enslave the soul of a guhua bird, enslave the soul of a dream-eating tapir, and enslave the soul of a Rani fish. Mission reward: Volume 2 of the great sad ode of the conquest of yin and yang between heaven and earth, the great soul-searching hand that destroys heaven and earth. 1 set of the 8th sequence perfect potion. Mission failure penalty: if the mission is not completed within 3 months. Gao Wenxiang doesn't want to explore the 8th sequence of tasks now. He just wants to collect the reward first. System, extract the 9th order perfect potion for me. As he finished speaking, a bottle of medicine appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, Gao Wenxiang raised his head and drank it. As the medicine entered his body, Gao Wenxiang felt that every cell in his body was changing. They divide rapidly and then fuse again to become new cells full of vitality. He felt his spirit return to the mouth of the black hole and watched countless energies surge into the light film. It didn't take long before the layer of light film cracked and his spirit entered the black hole. In the black hole, he saw what the system called the Fu-Gu. It was a gray, worm-like creature that was constantly twisting and struggling. Because an imaginary parrot was pecking at it, an orangutan was tearing it apart, and an octopus was whipping it with countless tentacles. Finally, the gray thing stopped moving, and its body quickly disintegrated into a handful of gray powder. Then, Gao Wenxiang watched the parrot, the gorilla, and the octopus merge into his spirit. Immediately afterwards, he felt even greater changes in his body and mind. The information from the spirit made him aware of the abilities he had acquired. 1. Parrot's ability. He can fly like a parrot and has mastered the parrot's superlanguage ability. He can easily imitate anyone's speech. 2. Gorilla's abilities. He can climb like a gorilla, his movements become more agile, and he can also grow in size. 3. The abilities of the big octopus. He can survive in the sea for a long time, and can change into many tentacles like an octopus, and can also change into different people or animals, and can move freely through holes larger than eyeballs. 4. The brain becomes clearer and mental strength is enhanced. Gao Wenxiang was very satisfied with the power provided by the 9th sequence perfect evolution potion. These abilities are an epic enhancement to his combat and survival abilities. Compared to before when he could only survive on land, he can now fly in the air and swim in the sea. The octopus's ability to transform and the parrot's ability to mimic others allow Gao Wenxiang to become anyone. Moreover, the octopus's ability allows him to split into countless tentacles, allowing him to easily launch group attacks, which can be regarded as a god-level ability. After feeling all the abilities, Gao Wenxiang continued to say to the system, "System, extract the heaven-destroying and earth-exterminating purple sun palm for me." Chapter 81. The Secret of the Gu. Soon, Gao Wenxiang felt a feeling of integration of martial arts memories that was different from before. Because the person in this martial arts memory is a figure without facial features, who is practicing the great purple yang hand, which can destroy everything in the world over and over again. Gao Wenxiang already knew from this memory that this was a palm technique that could only be truly mastered when one reached the 9th sequence, and it allowed one to emit a purple flame with the palm. In order to condense the flame, you must have firewood. The firewood that condensed the purple flame was the Fu-Gu that had turned into gray powder before. Gao Wenxiang concentrated his mind and calmed his spirit, allowing it to enter the Fu-Gu acupoint. Then he ignited the pile of powder with his divine consciousness. A ball of purple devil fire burned in the Fu-Gu acupoint. The powder that Fu-Gu turned into was only a thin layer, which made the fire look like a rootless devil fire. But Gao Wenxiang knew that this devilish fire would continue to burn. Because from the memory of this martial art, he already knew that the powder of Fu-Gu, like Tai Sui, had the property of immortality. Even though it has been reduced to powder, it is still absorbing some substance and is constantly trying to return to its former self. After learning about this magical skill, Gao Wenxiang's mind returned to reality. Then he heard the extremely noisy sound of waves and the huge noise of passing ships. At this time, Gao Wenxiang was underwater and had clear vision, which was given to him by the mutant giant octopus. He could clearly see the Doomsday RV still parked on the seabed, and he could also see the ships heading towards him. Soon, the ship approached. Gao Wenxiang even heard excited conversations coming from the boat, but he couldn't understand them. After thinking about it, Gao Wenxiang searched for language proficiency in the system. Soon, the search result came out, and the price was 200 slavery points. Gao Wenxiang asked, "System, it's just a language skill. Why is it so expensive?" The system asked, "The skill of language proficiency allows you to communicate with various intelligent races that have languages. These races include the elves who are about to complete their primary evolution, the ancients, and all alien life forms." Yeah, Gao Wenxiang understood. If calculated in this way, it was indeed not expensive. "System, redeem it for me." Soon after he finished speaking, he felt as if a universal language converter was installed in his mind, and he could completely understand what the people on the ship were saying. He heard a man on the boat say, "It looks like today's harvest is good. This is a big one, and its ability should be good." Another person said, "I just saw through the telescope that it seemed to be fighting with a fishman-like creature. It's a pity that the fishman got away. Otherwise, I would like to try what a fishman tastes like and whether it tastes the same as a woman." As he said this, the man also let out an obscene laugh. There were many people around him laughing with him. Gao Wenxiang soon saw a large iron claw being lowered from the ship. The claw closed and grabbed the mutant giant octopus and lifted it up. Gao Wenxiang moved closer to the ship and listened to a few more sentences, confirming that these people were retired Navy members of the Sulu monkeys. Gao Wenxiang himself had no good feelings towards the Sulu monkeys. In peacetime, this monkey country relied on the support of the bald eagle to jump around and make trouble on the sea, acting like a pure clown. Unexpectedly, at the end of the world, these monkeys became even more rampant and actually sailed the ship from the South China Sea to the East China Sea. Just now they were bombarding him crazily. As for these undisciplined and willful monkeys, Gao Wenxiang decided to smash their brains and send them to the west. Having made up his mind, Gao Wenxiang instantly turned into an octopus and climbed onto the boat. Once on the boat, he was himself again. After experiencing the feeling of the tentacle monster, Gao Wenxiang found it unexpectedly good. He felt that he needed to practice more in the future. Gao Wenxiang took a few steps and came to the deck, exposing himself to the Sulu monkeys. There were a dozen people on the deck, and they looked very excited when they saw the mutant octopus being pulled up. But Gao Wenxiang's footsteps interrupted their excitement. Everyone turned around and looked at him, with a look of vigilance in everyone's eyes. A middle-aged man with a rectangular face asked seriously, "Who are you and how did you get on our ship?" Gao Wenxiang was still willing to answer questions from the dead before they died. So he answered truthfully, "I'm a monkey catcher from Dragon Country, and I am here to kill you Sulu monkeys that are becoming a disaster. The existence of these substances has seriously affected the ecological balance of nature. As a responsible Blue Star person, I naturally have the obligation to eliminate you, a species that has mixed into the human race and is not yet fully civilized." Gao Wenxiang spoke this passage in Sulu dialect in a clear and melodious voice, and every Sulu person on the deck could understand it. The middle-aged man with a serious face heard Gao Wenxiang's impolite words and knew that the matter could not be resolved peacefully. He said to his subordinates, without any nonsense, "Go ahead, don't hold back, just kill him." As he finished speaking, countless bullets poured towards Gao Wenxiang. But for Gao Wenxiang, who possesses the supernatural powers of an octopus, these bullets are simply not worth mentioning. The feeling of it hitting him was no different from the feeling of raindrops falling on him. Facing these people's attacks, more than 10 tentacles quickly extended from his body. These tentacles quickly wrapped around the necks of these people like pythons. Then, Gao Wenxiang's triple superimposed divine power burst out all at once, and the necks of these people were easily strangled by the tentacles. This is Gao Wenxiang's power at this moment. The so-called triple superimposed divine power. The first level is Cheng Yaojin's tremendous strength. The second level is Li Tsuinxiao's natural divine power. And the third level is the brute force of the mutant chimpanzee. The combination of the three innate skills, coupled with the enhancement of the genetic potion, made Gao Wenxiang's power reach a terrifying level at this time. The only person still alive was the serious middle-aged man. The reason why Gao Wenxiang kept him was just to let him appreciate this rare beauty. After all, a dozen headless corpses spurting blood together still looks very festive, just like the fireworks set off together during the New Year, brilliant and dazzling. Although these people also have special abilities, Gao Wenxiang did not give them any chance to display their abilities and killed them with every strike. Seeing Gao Wenxiang's power, the middle-aged man who had been serious just now was now filled with fear. His whole body was shaking, and he said tremblingly, "Sir, is there any misunderstanding between us? We're just ordinary fishermen. We use this ship only to fish at sea. We have never harmed anyone. Please let me go. My daughter is only 3 years old, and my mother is almost 80 years old. If I die, my family will collapse." The middle-aged man looked at Gao Wenxiang with his eyes and spoke sincerely. However, Gao Wenxiang felt a deep malice invading his mind and hypnotizing him. The malicious sound waves emitted a strange frequency, which tugged at Gao Wenxiang's spirit. Gao Wenxiang looked at the middle-aged man with a smile and said disdainfully, "You are such a jerk, and you dare to show off your skills in front of an expert." As he spoke, his countless tentacles merged into one and lashed the middle-aged man's neck fiercely. The middle-aged man stretched out his hands to block it, but his hands were like paper and were directly crushed. His head was also blown away like a golf ball and finally fell into the ocean, attracting a school of fish. Now that the people on the deck had been cleaned up, Gao Wenxiang naturally had to clean up the cabin as well. To cut the grass, you have to uproot it. Since these people have offended him, he naturally has to kill them all without leaving a single one. Otherwise, there will be no survivors who will gather others to seek revenge on him in the future. That would be too funny. Chapter 82. Changes. Inside the cabin, Gao Wenxiang was hit by another series of gunshots. These people have good shooting skills, and it seems that they have been trained hard. But this was of no use. All they saw to greet them were Gao Wenxiang's tentacles. After just a simple experiment on a few people, Gao Wenxiang already had a lot of experience in the use of tentacles. The feeling of the tentacles strangling these people is like breaking corn in the field. It breaks as soon as it is broken, and it makes a crisp sound. This sound makes people feel the joy of a good harvest. Finally, Gao Wenxiang came to the cab. The driver was wearing a military uniform, and it seemed that he missed his military career very much. But his bald head reduces his image. But fortunately, he has a pair of eagle-like eyes, which makes him look very energetic. At this time, this person said, "Sir, how about we make a deal? Let me go and I'll help you drive the boat. I'm the best driver and gunner. I used to be a naval captain." Gao Wenxiang smiled and said, "That sounds good. If you agree to be my slave, I can spare you." The bald man didn't hesitate and said, "I promise to be your slave." As the man agreed, the system immediately sounded a prompt. Gao Wenxiang looked at the man's loyalty in the system, -30. Sure enough, monkeys are monkeys and they only know how to be smart. Gao Wenxiang looked at the bald man and smiled. "Sorry, I changed my mind again. You must die. You are not trustworthy." The bald man shouted hysterically with a look of despair on his face. Gao Wenxiang smiled and said, "No, this has nothing to do with credit. It's for entertainment. I'm a professional monkey catcher, and I also do monkey show on the side. For me, the Sulu monkey is undoubtedly the best playful species." As he said that, he didn't give the bald man any more chances. He stretched out his tentacles and strangled him in one go. After clearing out a boatload of monkeys, Gao Wenxiang, feeling that he had accomplished his mission, jumped into the sea and thoroughly cleaned the tentacles that he had just used to kill people. After waiting for the feeling to be completely cleansed, he let the RV connected to his spirit float up from the bottom of the sea. At this time, a skylight opened at the bottom of the RV, and he entered the RV through the skylight. As soon as he entered the RV, he saw the concerned looks of the girls. Zhuang Jing asked, "Brother Chong, how is the octopus?" Gao Wenxiang met their gazes and said, "It's dead, and I've been perfectly promoted to the 9th sequence." 9th sequence? The girls all looked confused. This was a completely new term to them, but when they heard the news that the mutant octopus had died, they were still happy for Gao Wenxiang. Seeing the puzzled expressions on the girls' faces, Gao Wenxiang asked, "I guess you all feel that gene node in your body. It feels like a black hole that absorbs light." All the women nodded like chicks pecking at rice. Gao Wenxiang said, "The human body has a total of 12 major nodes, which are called the 9 apertures and 3 gates in Longwa Taoism. In the West, it becomes 9 sequences and above the sequences. I have now broken through the first of the 9 orifices, the Fugu orifice, which is located at the back of the head. Breaking this acupoint means advancing to the 9th sequence." This was an original concept for the girls. Although Gao Wenxiang had explained before that the search for the 3 mutant creatures was related to genetic evolution, this was the first time they had heard such a clear explanation. Gao Wenxiang continued, "There's still a lot of materials left for refining the 9th sequence, but more crystal cores and cerebrospinal fluid are needed to mix and prepare. At the moment, there's only 1 extra copy, so give it to Zhuang Jing first." In fact, Gao Wenxiang had enough medicine to supply everyone, but he would not give it all out at once. Because things come too easily, people will not cherish them. Only things that are hard to come by will everyone strive to pursue. Gao Wenxiang didn't want these women to become useless people. He hoped that they could become a group of bloodthirsty piranhas, baring their fangs to all prey in this doomsday. When Gao Wenxiang handed the sequence potion to Zhuang Jing, the other women's eyes revealed undisguised desire. In this doomsday, strength always comes first. During these days of survival in the apocalypse, they have witnessed too much malice. In the end, all these malicious intentions were eliminated by the weapons in their hands, and what supported them to do so was naturally their strength. Therefore, they deeply understand what this bottle of potion represents. It means that they are about to step over a big threshold and enter a whole new world. Zhuang Jing held the sequence potion in her hand, looked at Gao Wenxiang, and said, "Brother Chong, can I drink it now? Of course, it has no side effects." Gao Wenxiang nodded. "Then I'll drink it." As he said that, Zhuang Jing drank the sequence potion. Soon, she closed her eyes. The women waited quietly. After a long while, Zhuang Jing opened her eyes and said with a smile, I seem to have gained some special abilities. As she spoke, she transformed into Jiang Mi's appearance. She looked at Gao Wenxiang and said delicately, Mr. Gao, do you think I look good? When Jiang Mi saw her like this, her eyes widened and she said, Sister Zhuang, not only do you look like me, you also sound the same as me. Zhuang Jing smiled and said, It's not over yet. As she spoke, she turned into Bai Suzhen in The Legend of the New White Snake, Zixia in A Chinese Odyssey, Zhou Zhuo in The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, and Ruan Mei in The Greed of Man. Later, she became Melina in The Beautiful Legend of Sicily, Blanche in My Nights Are More Beautiful Than Your Days, and Juicy in Everlasting Love. All women envy Zhuang Jing, who can transform into any beauty in the world. After all, loving beauty is a woman's nature. Jiang Mi's eyes turned, and she brought up the old matter again, saying, Wouldn't this satisfy Mr. Gao's wish? Dark Blackboard Lang Jia. Maybe Sister Zhuang, you should become Mikami, Asuka, or Tenshimo. Zhang Xiofan narrowed her eyes and smiled. Maybe it will be realized soon, and we can change our appearance every day. Jiang Mingjia also smiled and said, Forever youthful and energetic, perhaps this is exactly what Mr. Gao wants. The women's mood became even more excited. Gao Wenxiang operated the RV and parked it on the seabed. He told the girls to start making breakfast, while his mind was immersed in the system, and he began to study the tasks of the 8th sequence. Guhua bird, dream-eating tapir, Ranny fish. Gao Wenxiang asked, System, can you give me some information about them? The system replied, Yes. Soon, Gao Wenxiang felt a clear memory inserted into his mind. Chapter 83 Radio. Guhua bird, a ghost bird, a 9-headed bird, which lived in Jingzhou in ancient times and can capture people's souls. The dream-eating tapir has an elephant-like trunk and rhinoceros eyes. It looks like a bear, but is yellow and black in color. It feeds on dreams and lived in Sichuan in ancient times. Ranny fish. It has a fish body, a snake head, and 6 legs and eyes like horse ears. Eating it can prevent people from being trapped by nightmares and ward off evil spirits. It was originally found in Ruoshui River at the foot of Chilean Mountain. Looking through these memories, Gao Wenxiang easily determined an order. First it eats the fish, then the tapir, and finally the guhua bird. Because the Ranny fish here can be eaten to ward off evil spirits and avoid nightmares. As long as Gao Wenxiang kills Ranny Yu and eats its meat, he will be able to deal with the dream-eating tapir. The guhua bird can capture souls, which makes it obviously more powerful than the dream-eating tapir. After thinking it through, Gao Wenxiang decided to set off for Chilean Mountains starting today. Although the system did not set a time limit this time, Gao Wenxiang, who understood the essence of the path of evolution, knew that time was running out. The road of evolution is a road of cannibalism. He must make himself walk high enough to ensure that he will not become food in the mouths of others. Soon, breakfast was ready and everyone ate together. Gao Wenxiang announced the next stage of his goal to the women. He said, The next mutant creature I need to find is the Ran-E fish, which lives in the Ruoshui River under the Chilean Mountains. We must cross 4 states to reach the Chilean Mountains, which is bound to be a long journey. Jiang Mingjie was surprised and asked, Ran-E fish? A fish from the classic of mountains and seas? Is there really such a fish in this world? Gao Wenxiang said calmly, Maybe each ancient species has revived, or maybe the fish we have seen have mutated. A snake head, 6 legs, a fish body, and eyes like horse ears, this is what this fish looks like. Jiang Mi said, Perhaps, as we move higher and higher on the road of evolution, we will see more and more mythical beasts from the classic of mountains and seas. Maybe then, I can really become a legendary fairy. Zhuang Jing said, Maybe the myths are true, and there really are many gods and strange beasts, but the so-called gods are actually similar to us. They're all people on the road of evolution, and those mythical beasts are just various mutated animals. Kuyali raised a question. Why did those gods and strange beasts disappear, and humans became ordinary people? Jiang Mingjie gave an explanation. Legend has it that in mythological times, Gong Gong angrily crashed into Mount Buzhou, breaking the pillar of heaven, causing the sky to tilt to the southwest and the earth to sink to the northeast. Then we see the Earth today with the ecliptic and the equator at an angle and the blue planet rotating to one side. I think maybe in the beginning there really was a pillar in the sky that controlled the rotation of the blue planet, and at that time the ecliptic and the equator coincided. Gong Gong knocked down the pillar of heaven, causing the blue planet to spin horribly. The sky collapsed, and the earth sank, and countless people and creatures died. It is very likely that some of those so-called immortals died in the disaster, and some died slowly because their species became extinct and they could not be promoted. This discussion is doomed to have no answer. After finishing his meal, Gao Wenxiang sat back in the driver's seat and started driving back. While passing through an area of sea, he saw schools of great white sharks. Normally, this kind of man-eating shark rarely appears in large numbers in the coastal areas of Dragon Country. Now, their appearance also means that the zombie virus sweeping the world has also had a big enough impact on the ocean. These sharks also sensed the doomsday RV sailing in the sea, and they kept ramming the RV, which made Gao Wenxiang very upset. Gao Wenxiang had always heard that sharks had poor eyesight, but the eyesight of this evolved great white shark seemed to be not bad at all. Its ferocious and bloodthirsty eyes stared at Gao Wenxiang in the car and hit the RV again and again. Gao Wenxiang discovered that the electric saw in front of the car was not so useful and could not cut the shark skin at all. Gao Wenxiang turned around and looked at the girls and said, "Who wants to experience the feeling of being a mermaid?" Zhuang Jing said, "Well, it's a good opportunity for me to test my abilities." "I'll go too," Jiang Mingjia said. I'm going to. All the girls wanted to experience it. Seeing that all the girls wanted to go, Gao Wenxiang did not persuade them. For the current women, these ordinary mutant sharks were no match for them. So Gao Wenxiang ejected them all without hesitation. The greedy and bloodthirsty gazes of these sharks soon shifted away from Gao Wenxiang in the RV, and their attention was attracted by the group of women who suddenly appeared. For them, a hunt has officially begun. These women are not enough to fill their stomachs, but it is still a feast. After being ejected, Zhuang Jing immediately split out many tentacles and stretched one in front of each woman. Under everyone's inquiring gaze, she said, "Think of it as an oxygen tube. It can ensure your underwater breathing." The girls all looked a little strange, but they all nodded. As the shark pounced, a bloody killing began. The suction cups on the tentacles became the best oxygen masks. After the women overcame the strange feelings in their hearts, they did not feel any discomfort at all. They moved around in all directions as if they were dancing the most beautiful dance. Zhuang Jing did not exert her full strength. She still used her previous abilities and coordinated with the other girls. She performed the flowing water and scattering flowers movement on the seabed, dancing with the sword in her hand like a dancing butterfly. The great white sharks opened their bloody mouths, but did not bite anyone. Instead, their eyes suffered penetrating injuries and their mouths were chopped off. Blood began to dye the sea red. However, the threat from the great white shark made many small fish and shrimps dare not approach here. It didn't take long for the battle to be over. Gao Wenxiang brought the RV to the surface and let the women get in. Zhuang Jing also caught some small fish and shrimps. After re-entering the car, the girls looked at Gao Wenxiang with strange eyes. Finally, it was Jiang Mi who spoke up and asked, "Mr. Gao, can you also create many tentacles?" Gao Wenxiang nodded. "Yes, this is one of the abilities granted by the sequence potion." Looking at the serious Gao Wenxiang, Jiang Mi couldn't help but burst out laughing. The girls also laughed, and somehow their faces all looked red. After this shark hunt, the Doomsday RV never suffered a large-scale attack again and successfully reached shore. Gao Wenxiang did not return by the original route he came from, because he needed to go towards Chilean mountains, so he replanned the route. After entering the planned highway, Gao Wenxiang turned on the car radio for the first time. He adjusted the band and soon received a station. Then he drove forward while listening to the radio. "This is H City radio station. Hello to all listeners from Z State. First of all, let me repeat the good news. The much-anticipated virus vaccine has been successfully developed, and every survivor can come to Shihu Town, H City, for vaccination. Various types of genetic drugs have also been successfully researched. If you need to purchase them, please come to the Shihu Town Gene Drug Center for inquiries." The big news today is that the artificial womb technology being researched by the Westlake Town Academy of Medical Sciences has reached full maturity. Authoritative experts say that with special solutions, the gestation period for a baby only takes 1 month. From now on, humans will no longer be restricted to conceiving babies in their bodies. The application of artificial uterus technology will greatly shorten the gestation time of babies, completely liberate women, and ensure that humans will never perish. Dear friends listening to the radio, when you hear this news, please come to the medical school if you have the conditions to travel and donate your source of life. Please believe that these sources of life will surely become the eternal flame of mankind. Chapter 84: Slave Catchers. Next, let's talk about some tips for surviving the apocalypse. 1. Never defecate in some unclear toilets or grass, because the maggots and flies in these toilets may have mutated and they will attack you. Mutated earthworms and flying insects will emerge from the grass and may also attack you. 2. All food must be sterilized at high temperature before eating. Even ordinary fruits and vegetables are best not to be eaten raw, because that will cause you to be parasitized by unknown insects. 3. Don't take a shower with cold water. The water must be boiled because there may be unknown insects in the cold water, which will crawl into your skin while you're taking a shower. 4. In the wild, never trust strangers. They may be more dangerous than zombies. At this moment, Tang Fong, who was sitting behind the driver's seat, spoke. I feel something approaching, said Tang Fong. Gao Wenxiang was calm, and with the help of his spiritual perception, he could sense the approach of many footsteps and even the sound of cars in the distance. Call out. An iron spear flew across the sky and headed straight towards the Doomsday RV. Bang! The iron spear pierced the window of the Doomsday RV and then bounced off without causing any cracks. Gao Wenxiang continued to drive forward without stopping because of the attack. Soon, he saw the guy who attacked him. A burly male zombie. He was wearing a white shirt on the upper body, casual pants on the lower body. His hair was combed back, and he was dressed meticulously. Behind him was a group of zombies armed with guns, and they were also escorting a group of humans. At this time, the zombie stared at Gao Wenxiang in the RV and said, Human, it's time for you to get off the bus. If you become a slave of the saints, you can still survive. Otherwise, you'll die. The language spoken by this zombie was fluent Longwa Mandarin, which surprised Gao Wenxiang. As if seeing the surprise in Gao Wenxiang's eyes, the zombie said with disdain, Humans, I hope you won't put up a pointless resistance. There are many slave hunting teams like ours in this city. It's your luck to meet me. At least I can communicate with you without any obstacles. If you meet other saints, you may die directly because of the communication barrier. Therefore, I advise you to seize this only good opportunity. Becoming my slave may be the greatest luck in your life. Slave catchers? Slaves? Gao Wenxiang smiled. In his eyes, this group of zombies had become dead things. But Gao Wenxiang still has a question for Jingzhe behind him. Jingzhe, do you know where the other zombies are in the city? Jingzhe replied, Master, I know something. Very good. Take me to those places later. My slave hunting team will also start working. Gao Wenxiang said. Jingzhe nodded. Master, they are all idiots whose brains have been burned by violence and war. They should be tamed by you. Jingzhe has completely drawn a line between herself and the so-called saints. She believes that she is a unique being and a benevolent spirit. She is loyal to her master and believes that she will go far on the road of evolution. Gao Wenxiang was very satisfied with Jingzhe's answer. He said, I'm going to get off the car now and give some warmth to these zombies so that they can feel the hospitality from the civilized world. In fact, as Jingzhe said, there is no irreconcilable hatred between humans and zombies. However, there is a circle of fate, and there will always be only one species that dominates the world. As the protagonists of civilization before the virus occurred, how could humans be willing to give up their stage to zombies? As a human being, Gao Wenxiang naturally has his own firm stance. Maybe he won't save people, won't care about the life or death of a certain person or a group of people, and even if human beings really perish one day, he won't be very sad. But he will hate all the zombies he sees enslaving humans and kill them because he is also human. This is simple logic. In his opinion, people can be killed, but they can never become slaves of zombies. In turn, he believes zombies can become slaves of humans. This is his double standard, and only the ruler can set double standards. Now, he will dominate the fate of this group of zombies. When Gao Wenxiang got out of the car, the burly zombie breathed a sigh of relief because the previous spear had made him feel the super strong defense of this RV, and he was not sure if he could break it. Looking at Gao Wenxiang getting off the bus, he smiled in what he thought was a kind smile and said, As for the others, let them get off as well. Gao Wenxiang shook his head and asked, When did you learn to think? The burly zombie was stunned for a moment and said, Probably one day after the virus broke out. Gao Wenxiang nodded and said, Then, soon you won't have to think again. I'll take your brain, which will be a good material for potions. Gao Wenxiang appeared extremely polite, and this time, He rarely showed any sarcasm. But the burly zombie heard the mockery, and his face turned cold. It seems that you still want to resist, which will cost you your life. This is not a choice that a smart human should make. Gao Wenxiang said in a gentle tone. Well, the good times the virus gave you should end now. Having said that, he didn't give the burly zombie any chance to speak. Wings grew out from his back, and he flew towards the burly zombie swiftly. Countless bullets rained down on him, and the burly zombie threw a steel bar at Gao Wenxiang. Gao Wenxiang flew above the zombie group and ignored the countless bullets. Countless tentacles extended from his body. These tentacles were extremely fast and powerful. In just a moment, these tentacles had wrapped around the necks of all the zombies except the burly zombie, and also wrapped around the steel bar thrown by the burly zombie. Then in the next moment, crack and crack sounds were heard, and the heads of the zombies fell to the ground one by one, and green blood gushed out of the headless bodies. This horrifying scene made the burly zombie feel a chill in his heart. He knew that he was in big trouble, and then endless fear began to surge in his heart. And those who had been escorted before felt the hope of regaining their freedom. Gao Wenxiang looked at the burly zombie, trembling in fear in front of him, and said, "Look, I said I would take your brain, and I won't break my promise." As he spoke, he extended his tentacles again. The burly zombie looked at the tentacles and suddenly shouted, "Can you spare my life? I am willing to be your slave." Ding! Congratulations to the host for enslaving the zombie male servant Kueiji and gaining 1 slavery point. Hearing the system's prompt, Gao Wenxiang looked at the zombie's loyalty again, 32. He smiled and shook his head. There are people in this world who can see into the hearts of living beings and foresee how events will develop. I am one of those people. I have seen the hatred hidden in your heart and foreseen your death. Chapter 85, Reverse Hunting. Despair began to erupt in the eyes of the burly zombie. He tried to deliver his strongest attack. He cracked the concrete floor with 1 foot, and a light gun appeared in his hand. He bent his body into a full bow position and threw the light gun fiercely at Gao Wenxiang. This light gun broke the speed of sound and seemed to have the power to tear the sky apart. But Gao Wenxiang separated half of his tentacles and crushed the light gun, and the other half of the tentacles moved forward without stopping and crushed the neck of the burly zombie. Blood gushed out, and the zombie's headless body fell to the ground. Gao Wenxiang started walking back and got directly into the RV. It was not until the RV drove away that a young psychic among the escorted crowd murmured, "Can a person with superpowers be so powerful?" A female superpower said in a tone full of admiration, "I've read Cthulhu mythos. He's like the legendary old god, with unspeakable horror. We have all seen how powerful these zombie superpowers were before, but they were almost destroyed in an instant. Even the strongest zombie couldn't withstand this man's attack. How terrifying is that?" A superpower knocked open the skulls of 2 zombies in succession and said, "The zombie's brain is gone. It must have been taken away by that person. What a magical ability." The female supernatural said, "Perhaps we should feel lucky to witness the rise of such a powerful human being. At least, he gave me hope for human survival." The young psychic asked, "Where should we go now?" The female supernatural said, "According to the report on the radio, it seems that there was some kind of internal conflict in Hope Town, and Li Daozong's image was damaged. If we go to Hope Town at this time, we may be faced with some kind of standing in line, which is not a good choice. I think the best place for us to go now is the Jufeng Mountain Gathering Place. My friend told me that Gao Wenxiang, the strong man who killed Chun Shiruo, has a relationship with the manager of the gathering place. Maybe we should go there." One of the psychics hesitated. "Will that make us offend Li Daozong?" The female superpower said, "With our current abilities, we can't reach H City West Lake Town. Which one would you choose?" Everyone was silent. The answer was obvious. Then they got into the vehicle that the zombie had driven before, started the car, and headed towards the gathering place of Jufeng Mountain. The RV sped along the way. The road was now much smoother than before. Gao Wenxiang guessed that this should be attributed to the zombies because they had learned to drive the vehicle. Following Jingzhe's instructions, Gao Wenxiang's RV arrived at a Yida Plaza. Gao Wenxiang parked the car in the underground parking lot. Then, naturally, he was attacked from all directions. A group of zombies, wearing square security uniforms, looked very energetic and shouted at Gao Wenxiang, who was in the RV. Gao Wenxiang, who had acquired the skill of language proficiency, could naturally understand the words of this zombie. They were cursing and threatening Gao Wenxiang to get out of the car. Then, Gao Wenxiang fulfilled their wish and let everyone get off the bus. Seeing that their intimidation had worked, The zombies began to act arrogantly, with mockery and disdain naturally revealed in their eyes. The leading zombie said to the zombies behind him, "Humans are as cowardly and timid as lambs. They're the easiest animals to tame. I must raise a group of humans. They will be the best meat." The zombies behind him echoed, "Yes, it's best to let them take the regeneration crystal core so that we have a constant source of meat." Gao Wenxiang listened to the zombies' stories as if they were alone, and he felt it necessary to give some psychics a hint in the future that zombie meat can also be eaten. Now, he had to eliminate these despicable species first. So, he asked the women to work together, and he provided guidance like a coach. This was a very easy training session for the girls, and they displayed the qualities of a well-trained team. They easily controlled the rhythm of the battle and cooperated with each other closely. The zombies fell one by one, and finally only the leading zombie was left. Gao Wenxiang stopped the 7 women and said, "Break his limbs first. Don't kill him." The women did so. More zombies poured into the underground parking lot at this time, but Gao Wenxiang didn't care at all. Gao Wenxiang looked at the wailing zombies on the ground and said in the zombies' language, "I heard that you like to eat humans. I just happen to have a similar hobby as you. I thought it might be interesting to put your brain in a special solution and watch it." As he spoke, in front of the zombies' extremely terrified gaze, he crushed the zombie's neck with his foot. A group of zombies surrounded everyone. Among them, there was a young human with his head bowed. He looked like a puppet soldier from the old times. This human seemed to have awakened the ability to communicate with zombies. His lips moved, speaking the zombie language, and he kept nodding and bowing to a guy who was obviously the zombie leader. He did not step away until the zombie leader waved at him. Then he turned toward Gao Wenxiang, straightened his spine, and said with a smile, "Mr. Bai Yuan admires these 7 women very much. If you are willing to offer these 7 women, Mr. Bai Yuan can give you the status of a first-class slave. First-class slaves can own their own houses and marry in the future. This is Mr. Bai Yuan's gift to you. What do you think? Instead of living in fear every day, it is better to join the Saint clan as soon as possible. In this way, you can live a stable life. It's better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. What do you think?" Gao Wenxiang knew that as the zombies fully awakened their wisdom, more and more people in this world would choose to surrender to them. For such people, staying alive is the most important thing, and racial dignity is not important. As for Gao Wenxiang, since these people have given up being human, he naturally regards them as the same kind as zombies. A tentacle easily pierced the man's neck, his head fell to the ground, and his smile froze on his face. As the leader of this group of zombies, Bai Yuan's eyes became extremely angry. He yelled in zombie language, "Kill this human and capture the other women." As he finished speaking, the zombies' attack began. Their abilities varied, and all seemed to be very powerful, so the women faced their attacks. Soon, those seemingly fancy superpowers seemed fragile under the fierce attack of the women. The zombies that looked so fierce just now looked like a group of women who had been brutally abused. The real women showed their brutal and bloodthirsty side to their heart's content, their eyes filled with the joy brought by killing. Chapter 86, Slaughtering the Zombie Stronghold. Bai Yuan found that he had underestimated the attack power of this group of humans, but he was not panicked because he had stepped into a higher level and he believed in his own strength. He no longer intended to let anyone go. He believed that this underground parking lot would become a grave for these people, and soon he would see the wailing of their ghosts. Then, in an instant, his aura rose, and a bloody black mist rose from his body. This made him look like the Grim Reaper from hell. A blood-red crescent moon soon appeared in the black fog, flashing an evil light. This is a unique skill created by Bai Yuan by integrating his own various qi and blood abilities. When he slashes his opponent with this blood-red scimitar, the opponent's blood will flow backwards, and the opponent will soon die from the qi and blood attacking his heart. When this bloody scimitar slashed out, Gao Wenxiang instinctively felt the blood and energy in his body being blocked. His mind was calm, and with the spiritual perception of cicada awareness, he saw a bloody illusory dragon that wanted to rush into his blood and turn the world upside down. Simple tentacle attacks seem unable to stop this illusory blood dragon. In this case, Gao Wenxiang decides to use the first move of the Great Compassionate Ode to the conquest of yin and yang between heaven and earth, rewarded by the system, the great purple yang hand of heaven and earth destruction. The blood dragon roared with overwhelming force and swept towards Gao Wenxiang. Gao Wenxiang was also surrounded by purple aura, like a god or a demon. In an instant, a ball of purple-red devil flame condensed in Gao Wenxiang's hand. This ball of devil flame was like a miniature sun, burning the surrounding space and distorting it. As Gao Wenxiang waved his hand, the devil flame of the great purple sun's hand of heaven and earth destruction collided with the surging blood dragon. In just a moment, the blood dragon was twisted by the burning of the devil flames and soon turned into mist and dissipated. Seeing this scene, Bai Yuan was shocked. This was a result he had never expected. His magical skill that had always been effective was actually ineffective. Gao Wenxiang took back the magic flame, held it in his palm, looked at Bai Yuan, and said in zombie language, "Is this the ability of a wild dog like you who benefited from the virus? It doesn't look that great, but with this ridiculous ability, you want to enslave humans. Is this the courage the virus has given you?" Bai Yuan didn't dare to say anything, because he smelled the scent of death from that ball of demonic flame. Gao Wenxiang continued, "It seems that you are just a coward. Are zombies afraid? Where's the courage you had when you enslaved humans?" After a brief silence, Bai Yuan spoke, as if he had foreseen his own end. He said sarcastically, "You are nothing special. You're just a little stronger than me. When you meet a saint who is stronger than you will also be afraid and die. Soon, you will be forgotten by this era, and thousands of saints will rule this land." Bai Yuan spoke passionately, acting like a fearless revolutionary. Gao Wenxiang looked at him and said, "I will always be better than you." When Gao Wenxiang said this, Bai Yuan saw Gao Wenxiang's extremely calm eyes, and then he laughed. He was sure that he had seen the craziest madman, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He said, "Now, I'm more convinced that you will not live long, and you will die miserably." Gao Wenxiang said the last words to him. "From the bite of a pack of hyenas? I think this will become your fantasy. I will leave your brain soaked in the solution so that you can see all the stories that happen later." As he spoke, he swung the magic fire in his hand. Bai Yuan tried to resist it with his supernatural powers, but their efforts seemed in vain. The black mist became the best fuel, and the flames instantly enveloped Bai Yuan's entire body. Gao Wenxiang extended a tentacle and ripped off his head, causing his body to be engulfed in flames. The women's battle was also over. They didn't look like they had just finished fighting zombies, but rather like they had just come back from shopping and looked very happy. This is what Gao Wenxiang brought to them, the power that comes from hope. But not all humans seem hopeful. Some have given up hope and thrown themselves into the arms of the zombies, enduring the terror that is so close at hand. They try their best to be humble and try their best to please, and then wait for the gift to come. Looking at the human corpse lying at his feet, Gao Wenxiang read the regret and fear on his face. Gao Wenxiang knew that this man was regretting that all his servility was in vain and was afraid of the sudden arrival of death. At this time, Jiangmi came over and said, "Maybe we should replenish some supplies. There should be a lot of good things in here. We'll need at least 2 bottles of champagne to celebrate another victory over the zombies." Li Bai said, "When you're happy in life, you should enjoy it to the fullest, and don't let the golden cup face the moon empty." Gao Wenxiang asked himself, is it time to celebrate? Thinking of the unknown existence hidden in the dark, he always felt a sense of urgency in his heart. But he knew that it was time to store some supplies. Even though they were not short of meat, they still needed some wine, drinks, and daily necessities. Gao Wenxiang was waiting in the car for the girls to finish their shopping. They were very fast and knew that they should not waste too much time here. Jiangmi did as she said and purchased some wine and drinks. When they got back into the car, they saw a large glass jar placed on the side of the living room. The jar was filled with a green solution, and some squirming creatures were soaking in it. Zhuang Jing saw this thing that suddenly appeared and asked, "Brother Chong, what are you soaking in water?" Gao Wenxiang replied, "The zombie's brain." Jiangmi asked curiously, "Why do you want to soak this thing? It looks like it's still alive." Gao Wenxiang said, "The zombie said before that humans are the most docile lambs and the best meat." This sentence inspired me. I think the zombies' brains also have a strong sense of beauty. What do you think? Jiangmi was aroused by Gao Wenxiang's words and said, "Of course, they are as beautiful as green peonies and are the best to behold." The other women agreed. Jingzhe said, "This will inspire us and remind us what kind of environment we are in." Jiang Mingjie summarized and said, "Our RV is like driving in a long, narrow tunnel. Darkness is enveloping us, but there is light ahead. So, everything is going well, and we need some changes such as the fish tank in front of us, which will make us happy." The RV restarted, drove out of the dim parking lot, and saw the sun again. The next day, the bloody slaughter continued until Gao Wenxiang slaughtered another zombie stronghold. Then a man's voice was heard. Gao Wenxiang, we finally meet. Chapter 87, Li Daozong. Following the direction of the voice, Gao Wenxiang saw a middle-aged man. He had an elegant temperament, and it could be seen that he must have been a handsome man when he was young. At this moment, the man was standing in the air. Even Gao Wenxiang was a little surprised by this scene, because everyone he had seen before who had awakened the ability to fly had to grow wings on their backs. Even if Gao Wenxiang wanted to fly now, he had to grow wings. The person in front of him was the first person Gao Wenxiang had seen who could fly without wings. Gao Wenxiang had a guess and asked, "Are you Li Daozong?" The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Yes, I am Li Daozong." Gao Wenxiang did not sense any ill intentions from this man, but he did not let down his guard and said, "So, you came here to seek revenge on me for Qinyuro's matter?" Li Daozong shook his head and said with a smile, "The immortal touched my head and gave me eternal life. I mistakenly pursued worldly pleasures and was confused by reason and emotions. Qinyuro's death is destined and not worth my intervention. I came here to advise you not to kill the new humans anymore. Leave City B, I won't stop you." Hearing Li Daozong's words, Gao Wenxiang sneered. "You call these zombies who want to enslave humans and eat human flesh new humans, and you advise me not to kill them? Do you have a pig brain?" Even though Gao Wenxiang mocked him as a pig, Li Daozong did not get angry. He said, "I have not had a clear vision for 30 years, and even when I have regained my sight, I am still confused. As soon as I saw the peach blossoms, I started to study. You have great talent, but your understanding is too poor. The world's trend is irreversible. Why not go with the flow?" "Oh, tell me how you want to go with the flow? Are you going to join the zombies and become a first-class slave?" Gao Wenxiang said disdainfully. Li Daozong shook his head, but he changed into a male zombie. He said, "I have gathered half of the new humans in City B, as well as some of the survivors. Next, I will let all the survivors retain their memories and successfully evolve into new humans. From now on, there will be no more killing in City B. New humans have better physical fitness and faster speed than ordinary humans. This is the choice of the times. Becoming new humans is the general trend." Gao Wenxiang sneered. "So, you have registered yourself as a zombie. You surrendered so impatiently." Li Daozong shook his head. "Your view of race is too narrow. If an orangutan is given a chance to become a human, do you think it would be willing or unwilling? Let's bring this question to the present moment. Since we can preserve our own memories and evolve into new humans, isn't this a good thing for the continuation of the human race? We are not surrendering. We are simply embracing evolution itself. You are also an evolver. So do you think you are still a pure human being? Since we are both on the inhuman path, why not evolve more thoroughly? Isn't it the best way to resolve a war if everyone becomes a new human being?" Gao Wenxiang looked at the man in front of him and said, "So, your solution to the war is to make the original human race disappear from the earth?" Li Daozong nodded. "A species that has become obsolete will naturally disappear from the stage of history. Instead of lingering on, it is better to embrace the new world. Once all human beings become new humans, they will find that their sky is infinitely broad." Looking at Li Daozong's firm belief in the trend of the times, Gao Wenxiang smiled and said, "If the trend of the times is to turn everyone into bugs, and the hive will become the master of the blue planet, will you also transform yourself into a bug?" Li Daozong said without hesitation, "This body is a small hut in the universe, and the affairs of the world have worn away my hair. After all, how many people really catch a deer, and they don't know that they dream of fish all day long?" Gao Wenxiang understood what Li Daozong meant. To Li Daozong, any appearance was not important. What was important was that he knew who he was. But Gao Wenxiang doesn't think so. He is just an ordinary man. He cares about his image. He will look in the mirror, dress himself meticulously and like beautiful women. He likes the feeling of ever-changing, but what he likes most is his own body. He doesn't want to completely transform into another species. Then he said, "I'm sorry, I'm not very smart and can't understand your way, but I won't interfere with the new human plan you mentioned. There is also a zombie stronghold. I will leave after killing them. Since zombies hunt humans, it is reasonable for humans to hunt zombies. I am a stubborn person. If you want to stop me, we can only fight." Li Daozong looked disappointed and said, In this case, we can only fight once. Gao Wenxiang smiled and said, Okay, let me see what you are capable of to become the manager of Hopetown. As he spoke, countless tentacles stretched out from Gao Wenxiang's body, and these tentacles strangled Li Dao Zong like giant snakes. Astonishing energy emanated from each tentacle, and they surrounded Li Dao Zong from all directions at an extremely fast speed. Soon, these huge tentacles penetrated Li Daozon's body without any hindrance, as if the other party was just a phantom without substance. Is this the spatial ability that the zookeeper mentioned? Gao Wenxiang thought. Li Daozong stood in the void, as if he had never moved. He looked at Gao Wenxiang and said with a smile, It's my turn now. As he spoke, his figure disappeared from the air, and the next moment, he appeared in front of Gao Wenxiang, pointing a finger at Gao Wenxiang's chest. This finger seemed to have a tremendous force, directly knocking Gao Wenxiang flying and causing the blood in his body to surge. Fortunately, his excellent physical flexibility allowed him to quickly stabilize his body. The more this happened, the calmer Gao Wenxiang became. His mind was calm, and with the help of the spiritual perception of cicada awareness, he saw a rapidly moving figure on the chessboard. Another finger pointed at him, and in his hand was the Five Tigers' soul-breaking spear. The tip of his gun faced the finger, and the next moment, the finger touched his shoulder, knocking him away again. This scene made the girls nearby terrified, but because they couldn't lock on to Li Daozong, they didn't dare to act rashly. Only Zhuang Jing and Tang Fong chose to take action. One of them used the 7-step heartbreaking red poison, and the other used the poisonous insect from the Miaojianggu shoe, but it didn't seem to have much effect. Li Daozong was like a ghost that could not be captured. Even Jingzhe could hardly lock onto him using the mental storm. But only Gao Wenxiang knew that Zhuang Jing's poison and Tang Fong's poisonous insects were effective, which slowed down Li Daozong's spatial transfer. After being attacked twice more, Gao Wenxiang had already understood the law of Li Daozong's spatial transfer. He's like a horse on chess, and can only move one square at most at a time. When Gao Wenxiang materializes this attack on the mental chessboard, he can clearly see his next attack. When Li Daozong pointed again, Gao Wenxiang, who was in a corner of the sun-shaped grid, pointed the Five Tigers' soul-breaking spear with a bright red tip and pointed towards that finger. Chapter 88 Fierce Battle. This time, the scarlet tip of the gun collided with the finger. Gao Wenxiang and Li Daozong flew backwards at the same time. Seeing Li Daozong being knocked flying, Zhuang Jing directly transformed into countless tentacles and rushed towards Li Daozong to strangle him. Jingzhe used mental storm, and Tang Fong used mind distortion. Each woman used her own tactics. At this moment, even Li Daozong, who had always appeared elegant and easygoing, looked extremely embarrassed. Especially the mental interference exerted by Jingzhe and Tang Fong together caused him to receive Zhuang Jing's solid tentacle attack. This caused him to suffer serious injuries. Gao Wenxiang got up from the ground, looked at Li Daozong, who was already in the air again, and said, You don't just have this one space skill, do you? Let me see what other benefits you get after becoming a zombie. Even though Li Daozong's clothes were in disarray and he was seriously injured, he did not look depressed at all. He said, Becoming a new human didn't give me any special abilities, but did allow me to comprehend the power of qi and blood. I combined it with the spatial ability and gave it a new name. One qi transformed into 3 pure ones. As he spoke, he transformed into 3 people in an instant, each holding a sword that gleamed with cold light. In Gao Wenxiang's spiritual perception, these 3 people are real people, which is completely different from Chen Xiuruo's shadow clones illusion technique. Gao Wenxiang seemed to have thought of something. His eyes became complicated, and he said, If you had used this qi transformation into 3 purities before, I would have been killed by you in an instant. Now, I am very suspicious. With your means, why was Cheng Lei able to survive from your hands? Li Daozong said calmly, The world has existed for eternity, but this body will never exist again. If they are mediocre people who are of no benefit to the world, I don't care whether they live or die. But whether it is Cheng Lei or you, both are useful people. Why would I kill them? Combining what Li Daozong had said before, Gao Wenxiang had a deeper understanding of this person. He was more like a person with divinity and few human emotions. This makes his actions seem to be beyond the scope of normal people. Gao Wenxiang looked at him and said, Although you have the power to transform the 3 pure ones into 1, it is of no use to me now. Li Daozong smiled and said, You have to try to know. As he spoke, in just a moment, three figures had cut through the space and were heading towards Gao Wenxiang. Inside the chessboard of his mind, Gao Wenxiang felt attacks from three directions. The tentacles around him transformed into three spears and stabbed towards three directions. The moves he used were the 36 Styles Overlord Spear. Soon, the spear and the sword collided with each other. A terrifying energy fluctuation erupted between the spear and the sword. Boom! Where the two men were fighting, there was a rumbling sound like a thunderstorm. Seeing that they could not do anything to Gao Wenxiang in a short time, the three figures of Li Daozong gathered together again into one person and stood in the void. His emotions didn't seem to fluctuate much, and he said, "I also have a sword called Purple Air coming from the east." As he spoke, Li Daozong's entire body seemed to collapse into a hole of light in an instant, with a faint purple light flickering inside. Is this the Fu Gu Qiao? Gao Wenxiang didn't expect that Li Daozong could actually manifest the Fu Gu Qiao in front of people. Is this a special spatial ability? In Gao Wenxiang's eyes, the hilt of the long sword was sucked into the light hole, and then a purple flame extended along the hilt to the tip of the sword. But this purple flame was very small. It was not as big as the purple flame that Gao Wenxiang emitted when he used the heaven-destroying and earth-exterminating Great Purple Sun Hand. This made Gao Wenxiang realize that perhaps his Great Purple Yang Hand, which could destroy everything in the world, was far more powerful than he had imagined. A moment later, the purple flame sword flashed in front of Gao Wenxiang with great speed, but Gao Wenxiang condensed the purple flame magic fire in the Fugu acupoint in an instant and used the Great Purple Yang Hand, which could destroy the sky and the earth. Clang! The demon flame sword and the heaven-destroying and earth-exterminating Great Purple Sun Hand collided. In just a short moment, the sword broke with a crisp clang sound. The purple devil fire emitted by the Great Ziyang Hand of heaven and earth not only devoured the purple fire on the long sword, the horrifying purple devil fire also followed half of the sword body and coiled around the hilt, as if it was going to enter the light hole and burn everything. Oh, that's all. A sigh came out from the light hole. The half of the sword broke away from the light hole in an instant and fell directly to the ground. The light hole also disappeared in an instant, and Li Daozong reappeared. Li Daozong looked at Gao Wenxiang and said, "So, you have also reached the Huiguang realm. Returning to the light realm? Is that what you call it?" Gao Wenxiang looked at him. Li Daozong shook his head and said, "It is said in the Five Lamps collection that when the mind is reflected back, it can illuminate the source, and the cave will open up. When I refined the energy in my body and succeeded in my cultivation, my mind entered the light hole in the cave, and I saw the dust inside the light hole. When this dust comes into contact with my divine consciousness, it ignites. When it leaves my divine consciousness, it extinguishes, and it continues to increase. This reminds me of the words of Northern Zen Master Shinshio. The body is a Bodhi tree. The mind is like a bright mirror. Always wipe it diligently, and do not let it accumulate dust. Isn't this light hole just like a bright mirror? If we don't wipe it from time to time, when dust gathers, won't we fall into depravity again?" Gao Wenxiang listened to Li Daozong's words and asked, "In other words, when the divine consciousness is not used to reflect back to the past, the dust in the light hole will be extinguished?" "Of course." Li Daozong nodded. He thought for a moment and then said, "However, the founder of the Southern Zen school, Huaining, also had a famous verse. You should have heard of it. There is no Bodhi tree, nor is there a mirror stand. There is nothing at all, so where can dust gather? According to the stanza, one's nature is extremely pure and does not attract dust. If there really is such a person, then the dust and fire should always be burning." After listening to Li Daozong's words, Gao Wenxiang finally understood the true effect of the perfect medicine provided by the system. This medicine allowed him to completely open the Fu Gu acupoint and let the dust that Fu Gu turned into burn in the acupoint. It allowed Gao Wenxiang to maintain his own tranquility. The flames it creates can be transformed into the Great Purple Yang Hand, which can destroy everything in the world. Comparing himself with Li Daozong, Gao Wenxiang suddenly felt enlightened. Looking at Li Daozong, who was still standing in the void, Gao Wenxiang said, "Thank you for your advice, but I don't like to give up halfway. There is still a group of zombies that I must kill. If I don't kill them, I will not be happy. This will make me feel uncomfortable. Mr. Li, are you still going to stop me?" Li Daozong shook his head. "In the darkness, you see the bright world. This heart is the bright sky. I will not stop you. nor can I stop you. I just hope you understand that killing alone cannot solve this apocalypse." As he spoke, Li Dao Zong disappeared into the air. Only then did the girls look at Gao Wenxiang anxiously. "Brother Chong, are you okay?" Zhuang Jing spoke first. The other women also looked at him without blinking. Gao Wenxiang said, "It's okay. I just suffered some minor injuries." "Ah, that won't have any impact, right?" The women's eyes all turned red. Gao Wenxiang took out a bottle of Dieta pills from his pocket, raised his head and swallowed it, then said, "Don't worry, I can forge iron now." Jiangmi spat at him. "I'm afraid you are just being stubborn." Chapter 89, The Ancient One. Half an hour later, seeing that Gao Wenxiang was indeed fine, Hu Yali said, "This person is really strange. He came suddenly and left suddenly." Jiangmi said, "There are always some weird people in this world who always think that the world they see is the most real and that they understand everything. But they don't know that the world in everyone's eyes is not the same." Gao Wenxiang was a little surprised and said, "I didn't expect you to say such philosophical words." Jiangmi said dissatisfiedly, "Mr. Gao, do you know? Your biggest shortcoming is that you look down on women." Gao Wenxiang shook his head and said, "If it weren't for your help just now, I might have fallen into a very passive situation. You helped me a lot." Jiang Mengjie looked at him, eyes full of tenderness, and said, "If it weren't for you, how could we exist? We are all little women sheltered under your wings." Gao Wenxiang nodded and said, "Go to the last stronghold, deal with those zombies, and extract their cerebrospinal fluid. I think it will be enough to make you a ninth-order potion." "Yeah." When the girls heard Gao Wenxiang's words, they suddenly became excited and quickly ran into the RV. Gao Wenxiang also got on the RV and set off for the last stronghold that Jingzhe mentioned. It didn't take long for Gao Wenxiang's RV to arrive. A killing spree soon began. Those zombies who had just awakened their superpowers were no match for the women. It was just a massacre. But Gao Wenxiang soon discovered something was wrong, because the blood flowing from the zombies strangely turned into blood mist and gathered toward the room. Gao Wenxiang didn't hesitate. He waved his tentacles and directly smashed the door. Inside the door was a very young zombie. He looked at Gao Wenxiang with cold eyes and shouted in zombie language, "Human, you deserve to die." As he spoke, he had grown from a normal-sized man to as tall as a giant. The muscles all over his body continued to swell, and the blue veins under his skin became as thick and thin as poisonous snakes in the blink of an eye, twisting and winding. In addition, his body was covered with a layer of green, mist-like airflow. Even from a distance, Gao Wenxiang could feel a violent, burning breath. Looking at this huge monster, Gao Wenxiang smiled and said in zombie language, "Hulk, you look so ugly, like a big green monkey." The giant zombie roared, "Damn human, I will tear you apart." Gao Wenxiang looked at him and said, "It seems that after becoming gigantic, your brain has been greatly affected and is dominated by rage. How can an irrational idiot like you beat me?" Hearing Gao Wenxiang's words, the giant zombie became furious and punched hard, knocking down half of the wall, causing the entire building to begin to collapse. Gao Wenxiang smiled, stretched out his tentacles, and swept the women out of the building. From the collapsed building, a giant zombie strode out. As he roared wildly, his eyes shone with a dark green light, which seemed to have stimulated some kind of supernatural power in him, causing part of the green airflow covering his body to turn into a layer of green light film that attached to the surface of his skin, and part of it to turn into a green long sword that he held in his hand. Only then did he look down at Gao Wenxiang in front of him and said with a strange laugh, "Human, you can't escape. I will chop you into paste in no time. I don't know where you stupid humans got the courage to challenge the Great Saint Clan, but now you should pay the price of your lives for your stupidity." Putting aside the girls, Gao Wenxiang looked at the giant and said with a smile, "How can an ugly green monkey like you understand human wisdom? Now, I will let you know what the real art of transformation is." As he finished speaking, his body suddenly swelled up as if it were inflated. In just a blink of an eye, it had become as big as a hill. The concrete floor beneath his feet also shattered in an instant. In his hand, he held the Five Tigers' soul-breaking spear, which was wrapped in a tentacle with only the scarlet tip of the spear showing. From the outside, it seemed as if it had grown larger as well. The tip of the gun was turning scarlet, and a faint roaring sound could be heard, as if there was a vicious tiger hidden in the gun, ready to devour someone. Gao Wenxiang looked at the giant zombie opposite him and sneered. "See, this is a truly perfect transformation. Now it's time for you to die. Boom! Gao Wenxiang cracked the ground with his foot, and in an instant, he ran in front of the giant zombie. His speed was so fast that the giant zombie's eyes suddenly contracted. The spear and the sword collided violently. Boom! The sound of them hitting each other was like the collapse of a mountain caused by an explosion of explosives. This collision lasted only a few seconds, and the spear in Gao Wenxiang's hand broke the green light knife in the giant zombie's hand. Gao Wenxiang didn't hesitate and pierced through the light film on the giant zombie's body with a shot, piercing his shoulder. He twisted the spear again and directly broke one of the giant zombie's arms. Gao Wenxiang looked at the tall zombie and said with a smile, "You are weaker than I thought. It seems that turning into the Hulk has not given you much power except that you have no brains. You're just a monkey jumping up and down." As he spoke, Gao Wenxiang fired another shot, the tip of the gun shining brightly red. The giant zombie had no time to dodge. His eyes flashed with dark green light, and a film of light all over his body was condensed into one place. Ding! With a loud metallic collision sound, the giant zombie was shot away, but he was not seriously injured. But before he could rejoice in his escape from death, Gao Wenxiang swung his gun again. This time, the tip of the gun was not only scarlet, but also had a hint of purple flame. This time, the tall zombie tried the same trick again, but it had no effect. The spear pierced into the tall zombie's flesh with a whoosh sound, cutting him in half. Blood continued to spurt out from the zombie's body, which was cut into two parts. He finally got scared and shouted, "You can't kill me. I have a shocking secret to tell you." "Oh, why don't you tell me about it?" Gao Wenxiang looked at him with interest. The tall zombie knew that he had no room for bargaining, so he said, "Zombies and humans don't have to fight to the death, because older species have returned from the oceans and mountains. Even the gods from other dimensions will return soon. Let me go, and I can promise that I will never massacre humans again." Gao Wenxiang looked at him and asked, "How did you know this?" The tall zombie replied, "Just yesterday morning, a mysterious being told me all this. I was standing in front of him at that time, without even the slightest thought of resisting. I couldn't even see what he looked like clearly, but I was sure that he was also a saint, and he had the characteristics of our saints. He showed me your human secret book, the secret book of 7 chapters of Xianjun, and the Key of Solomon. After his demonstration, the contents of these 2 books flew into my head like mosquitoes. I understood it right away. The last words of these 2 books are that the ancients will return and the gods will awaken." Gao Wenxiang looked at him and asked, "Then why did he show this to you?" The tall zombie said, "He asked me to gather more zombies and believe in the deity, the mother of no life." Mother of no birth? Gao Wenxiang thought. He had heard of the name of the mother of no birth. In some folk tales, she was called the savior. Gao Wenxiang didn't expect that the so-called sectarian members would appear just a few days after the end of the world. And this sectarian member is a zombie? Judging from the zombie's description, the strength of this sect's members is quite terrifying. The first person Gao Wenxiang thought of was Li Daozan, but it was obvious that Li Daozan did not have the strength to prevent this zombie from even thinking of resisting. Could it be that some ancient zombie has resurrected? Were there zombies in ancient times? Gao Wenxiang has no answers to these questions. Chapter 90, Another Lottery. Hearing the news unexpectedly is finally a gain. But Gao Wenxiang had no intention of letting the zombie go. In the zombie's frightened eyes, Gao Wenxiang raised his foot. "You don't keep your word." Before the zombie could finish his words, Gao Wenxiang stomped his head to pieces, and his body was ignited by the purple magic fire and quickly burned to ashes. After the battle, Gao Wenxiang and the girls were preparing to enter the RV. It was already 5 p.m., and it was a cloudy day, making it even darker. Suddenly, Gao Wenxiang felt that the whole world suddenly became bright, as if a sun was rising above his head. Gao Wenxiang realized something, and he flapped his wings and flew into the sky. Even though he was across the entire H city, he could see the huge mushroom cloud. Countless clouds of smoke and flames surged into the sky. Nuclear explosion. This is a nuclear explosion from Q City. What a shocking scene. The smoke and dust brought by the mushroom cloud quickly covered the entire sky. It can be predicted that even if there are still survivors in Q City, they will inevitably face extremely strong radiation, and the mutation process of all living things will be greatly accelerated. Gao Wenxiang fell from the sky, looked at the women, and said, "The nuclear power plant in Q City exploded today. Either way, this is not good news. It is human nature to sympathize with those in trouble. Gao Wenxiang took out 6 bottles of sequence evolution potions from his pocket, which he had just exchanged from the system. He distributed them to the girls and said, "Take them all. Perhaps the impact of the radiation will be greater than we thought. We may even encounter people or mutant animals with radiation abilities soon." The girls drank the sequence potion in their hands in one gulp without hesitation. Dinner time, Gao Wenxiang thought for a moment and said, "I decided to change our route. Instead of taking the H-City route, we will return along our original route. This way, we will go through J-State all the way to G-State. I want to see with my own eyes what the world is like after a nuclear explosion. After all, L-City, as a subsidiary city of Q-City, is also my second hometown." Tang Fong said mischievously, "I thought Mr. Gao wanted to go to Shihu Town to donate his source of life." Gao Wenxiang looked at her and said seriously, "I don't want a stranger to suddenly call me dad. So, do you want to be a father?" Tang Fong asked. All the women looked at him. Gao Wenxiang looked at them and said, "When I become a legend, I may give birth to many children, enough to form a nation." All the girls laughed. After dinner, Gao Wenxiang turned on the radio to listen to today's news. At 5:03 this afternoon, a huge explosion occurred at the nuclear power plant in Q-City. Experts have long predicted the explosion at the nuclear power plant, so there is no need to panic. In the medical school, people with special abilities have already participated in anti-radiation experiments, which allowed us to develop anti-radiation drugs in advance. Please do not worry, survivors. H-City is still a safe city. Shihu Town is still holding on and will continue to hold on. Later, our Academy of Sciences will send an expedition team to City Q to study the mutated species after the nuclear explosion, which will make our gene bank more diverse. At the same time, experts from the Academy of Sciences are now working on the research of artificial crystal nucleus projects and have made breakthrough progress. Once this research is completely successful, it will mean that all human beings can choose the evolutionary path they prefer. Dear people, let us look forward to this day coming soon. Jiangmi listened to the radio and said, "It seems that every gathering place is saving the human race in its own way. Artificial wombs, artificial crystal cores, and the ability to directly turn people into zombies while retaining their memories. It looks like the future of humanity is bright." Jiang Mengjia thought for a moment and said, "No matter what, there is no soil for ordinary people to survive in this land, and everyone must become a superpower. This is destined to be a long dispute, and killing will become the theme of this era." At night, each woman adapted to the changes in her body after promotion. They could change their appearance, size, hair length, and eye color at will. They blindfolded themselves and then untied the blindfolds, enjoying the game of guessing who I was. The next day, Gao Wenxiang decided to set off for Q-City. But before that, he needed to draw a lottery first. During the previous 2 days of slaughtering zombies, he still encountered some spineless zombies, which allowed him to gain a total of more than 1,000 slavery points. Now, he is ready to draw the lottery, and he believes that the system will not let him down. System, give me a high-level lottery first. Ding. Congratulations to the system for drawing the character Luo Xian from Snowflake Divine Sword. Obtain the martial arts Xiantian Gangjing, and the martial arts rating is gold 3 stars. Obtain the martial arts Yin Fu Dao, and the martial arts rating is gold 5 stars. System, collect the reward for me. As Gao Wenxiang finished speaking, he immediately felt the changes in himself from his body to his memory. A layer of energy naturally surged around his body, protecting his flesh. If it was an insect like a mosquito or a fly, even if he didn't use any internal energy, they would be crushed to pieces by the strong wind the moment they approached him. In addition to this layer of innate qi, he also comprehended Luo Xian's Yin Fu Dao. But his Yin Fu Dao was only slightly proficient. He felt that he could only use the first 3 moves of the Yin Fu Dao: Thunder Slash, River Cutting, and Mountain Splitting. It is very difficult to use the 4th move, Brahma K, and if not done properly it may backfire on oneself, not to mention the last 2 moves. But Gao Wenxiang did not feel frustrated, but felt even more surprised. The more he couldn't use it, the more it proved how powerful this technique was. Since he had already drawn his own, he decided to draw for the 7 girls as well. System, give me a 7 consecutive high-level lottery. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing the character Qin Mengyao from the Return of the Condor Heroes. Obtain the martial arts Sihong Sword Cannon, and the martial arts rating is gold 5 stars. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing the character Wan from the legend of the two heroes of the Tang dynasty. Obtained a martial arts, heavenly demonic art. The martial arts rating is gold 4 stars. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing the character Shangguan Shaoxian from September Flying Eagle. Obtained a martial arts 3-in-1 divine art with a martial arts rating of 4 stars gold. Obtained a martial arts big soul searching needle with a martial arts rating of 3 stars gold. Note, the setting of Little Leaf Flying Dagger by Fu Mingxian has been integrated. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing the character Jiang Yuyan from Little Fish and Flower. Obtained the martial arts Wedding Dress Magic, and the martial arts rating is gold 4 stars. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing the character Murong Chiodi from the third Young Master's Sword. Obtained a martial arts 7-star sword, and the martial arts rating is gold 3 stars. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing the character Shi Guanyin from the legend of Chu Liuxiang. Obtained a martial arts Men Can't See, and the martial arts rating is gold 3 stars. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing the character Yin Tianxue from Watermoon Cave. Obtained a martial arts Chiyu magical art. The martial arts rating is gold 4 stars. Chapter 91, Strange Grave. Looking at the female characters extracted by the system, he called the 7 women over. The extracted Qin Mengyao Soul Crystal was given to Zhuang Jing. The extracted Wan Soul Crystal was given to Jiangmi. The extracted Soul Crystal of Jiang Yuyan was given to Huyali. The extracted Soul Crystal of Shi Guanyin was given to Zhang Xiufen. The Soul Crystal extracted from Murong Chiodi was given to Jiang Mengjie, and the Soul Crystal extracted from Yin Tianxue was given to Tang Fong. The Soul Crystal extracted from Shangguan Shaoxian was given to Jingzhe. After the 7 girls obtained these Soul Crystals, their auras changed significantly, and everyone looked radiant and energetic. Outside the RV, everyone was practicing the newly learned martial arts. Boom! A loud noise suddenly came from the sky, causing Gao Wenxiang to raise his head. Then he saw a huge stone tablet streaking across the sky like a meteor, heading towards City B. At the same time, the system prompt sounded. Ding! The arrival of the ancient strange tomb has been detected. Host, please evacuate City B immediately. Gao Wenxiang was slightly startled when he heard the sudden prompt from the system. Gao Wenxiang said to the girls, "Hurry up and get in the car, we should get out of here." Seeing Gao Wenxiang's solemn expression, the girls knew that something big might have happened. They did not choose to ask further questions at this time, but got into the car obediently. Gao Wenxiang started the Doomsday RV and began driving towards S-City. It was not until this time that Gao Wenxiang asked, "System, how strong is the Ancient One? And what is this strange tomb?" The system replied, "Evolvers of sequence 6 and above will all gain a long lifespan. Such creatures are called ancients. Weird Tomb has the ability to create a dark sky. All living beings under his dark sky will be attacked by his weird fire and weird servants at any time." Boom! After the system finished speaking, Gao Wenxiang heard a loud noise, followed by a feeling of an earth-shaking earthquake. Through the car window, he saw the huge stone tablet falling to the ground in the distance, and countless smoke and fire were stirred up. After the huge stone tablet fell to the ground, the already huge body of the tablet rose again, as if to pierce the sky, until the height of the tablet far surpassed all the surrounding high-rise buildings, and then it stopped rising. Then, Gao Wenxiang saw the body of the monument begin to shake, and it shook off countless black mists. These black mists quickly enveloped the entire sky, making the originally bright sky quickly become dark. Is this the dark sky that the system mentioned? Gao Wenxiang thought. Before, he thought that the ancients were still far away from him, and his current enemies were just zombies. But now it seems that his idea was wrong. The ancients have arrived, and their destructive power will be unparalleled. Soon, the sky darkened completely, and the area around the RV was completely dark. If it weren't for the navigation system, Gao Wenxiang would have had a hard time identifying the direction. In this dark land, the only thing Gao Wenxiang could see clearly was a stone tablet several hundred meters high, which was glowing with a faint fluorescent light. Seeing the Ancient One's mighty power instantly covering the entire sky, Gao Wenxiang was not afraid. Instead, he became more resolute in his previous belief, which was to ascend to the highest point. As long as he is strong enough and the light he emits is enough to cover the entire blue planet, he will have the final say in everything. Was the trend of the times. Someone told him before that zombies are the trend of the times, But now the ancients have appeared, and maybe other creatures will appear after that. But no matter who they are, they have all proved one thing. Only strength is eternal. No matter how many ants there are, they cannot shake a mountain. This is an era that combines the power of heaven and earth. Gao Wenxiang was driving fast. He watched as strange green flames began to fall from the sky. They were like dandelion seeds, floating everywhere. Some strange fire fell on Gao Wenxiang's car window and quickly corroded it. The glass of the Doomsday RV made a hissing sound of being corroded. This was the first time Gao Wenxiang saw the Doomsday RV damaged. But he kept driving forward and asked the system, "System, can you repair the Doomsday RV?" The system replied, "It's too late." After hearing the system's reply, he saw more strange fires falling in front of the car. They gathered together and transformed into a woman wearing a green gauze skirt, holding an emerald green oil paper umbrella, with a pretty girl's face and a slender figure. When Gao Wenxiang saw this woman, the first person he thought of was the big lowly Yu Qiluo whom he had seen in Wuxin, the monster killer. However, compared to Yu Qiluo's flat figure, the woman in front of him could be said to have curvaceous figure and unimaginable temptation. "Little brother, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Stay and play with me." The girl's clear voice reached Gao Wenxiang's ears clearly. Then, Gao Wenxiang saw her emerald green oil paper umbrella spinning rapidly, cutting through the glass of the RV in an instant. Gao Wenxiang's heart trembled, and the innate internal energy in his body burst out. The invisible energy instantly swept around him, and the girl was immediately unstable due to the shock of the energy. At this time, countless tentacles emerged from Gao Wenxiang's body and went straight towards the girl. The girl was unable to dodge and was directly knocked away. But she giggled instead and said, "Little brother, you hit me so comfortably. That's it. I haven't been hit in a long time." When she laughed, more strange fire gathered toward her. Gao Wenxiang jumped out of the car, looked at the girl coldly, and said, "What the hell are you?" The girl laughed softly. "My name is Xiao Huan, and I am a maid under the young lady. The young lady has just exhausted herself and is a little tired, so she asked us maids to entertain the guests. But the young man had to leave before he even visited the grave. If the young lady knew later that I had neglected the guest, she would definitely punish me. Little brother, just go back with Xiaowan. Xiaowan can fulfill one of your wishes. Xiaowan can do whatever you want. So you're just a maid." Gao Wenxiang laughed. "How dare a maid like you stop my car? You are so stupid." As he spoke, Gao Wenxiang's body swelled up like a balloon, and countless tentacles were finally merged into one. The tip of the five tigers' soul-breaking spear was revealed at the front end of the tentacle, and a purple-red flame was shining at the tip. Boom! Gao Wenxiang kicked the ground and collapsed it directly. His mountain-like body leaped forward, and the five tigers' soul-breaking spear in his hand burst out with a terrifying momentum and stabbed towards a girl who had just stood up. Swish! The girl who had just stood up only had time to raise the oil paper umbrella in her hand, but she was no match for Gao Wenxiang's powerful attack. The purple-red magic fire instantly ignited the oil paper umbrella. A purple-red spear pierced through the oil paper umbrella and pierced the girl's chest. How was it possible? How could you comprehend the magic fire so quickly? The girl looked at the man in front of her, her eyes full of disbelief. "Nothing is impossible." Gao Wenxiang sneered. "Now you can die. You can't kill." Without waiting for the girl to finish her words, Gao Wenxiang stomped on the girl's head, causing blood and brain matter to spurt out. The purple fire from the tip of the five tigers' soul-breaking spear also spread all over the girl's body, quickly burning her to ashes. Chapter 92, Parasitism. "It hurts so much. You hit me so hard." The girl's figure condensed again from a ball of strange fire not far away. She looked at Gao Wenxiang with hatred, then raised her little face to the sky and said in a tender voice, "Sister Xiaohuai, someone is bullying me. Please come and help me teach him a lesson." Following her gaze, Gao Wenxiang saw fluorescent locust flowers falling from the sky. A fresh fragrance rushed into his nose, and then he felt something was wrong. His blood began to flow uncontrollably. Gao Wenxiang remained calm and focused, and immediately discovered that in his blood vessels, there were tiny seeds absorbing his blood and taking root and sprouting. He knew something was wrong, so he turned around to look at the girls, and sure enough, they all had flushed faces. Gao Wenxiang shouted at them, "Calm your mind. enter the acupoints and draw the magic fire to drive away the flower seeds. As he spoke, he also attracted the magic fire in his own fu gu acupoint, which circulated throughout his body. All the roots were quickly burned, but as long as he breathed, the flower seeds like dust would be inhaled into his body. This kind of flower is extremely special. Even Gao Wenxiang's innate energy cannot completely crush it, and a part of it will always enter his body. However, using the mind to drive the magic fire for a long time would consume a huge amount of his spirit, and he simply could not afford such consumption. At this time, Gao Wenxiang calmed his mind. Under the spiritual vision of the cicada awareness technique, he watched as countless tiny pollen grains rushed to his side as he breathed. Most of them were crushed by Gao Wenxiang's innate energy, and some of them entered his blood and began to take root and sprout. Looking at the small locust trees that absorbed his blood and took root and sprouted, Gao Wenxiang wondered if he had any other way to deal with these evil things. Soon, he thought of a solution. He remembered that he had once borrowed a skill called water avoidance skill from Zhang Shun, the white shark in the waves. Although this martial art is only at the 5-star black iron level, cicada awakening technique is also only at the 5-star black iron level, and he still finds it useful. The true art of avoiding water is a breathing method similar to fetal breathing. Gao Wenxiang practiced the water avoidance skill and found that no pollen seeds entered his body this time. The airflow of water avoidance skill is spiral, like a vortex, which will automatically throw out the particles in the air, and those pollen seeds that are thrown out will re-enter the strong wind and be completely crushed, losing their activity. Seeing that the water avoidance technique really worked, Gao Wenxiang did not delay. He knew that the magic fire that the women could drive was far inferior to his, and the mental consumption must be greater. He stretched out the 7 tentacles on his body and said, "Breathe with it." This was not the first time for the girls, as Zhuang Jing had provided them with oxygen tubes before. At this life-threatening moment, no one was pretentious, and they all put the suction cups on their faces. With Gao Wenxiang providing breathing, the women's expressions began to improve, and they urged the magic fire in their acupoints to burn the locust wood roots in their bodies. Only then did Gao Wenxiang look back at the girl in green. He sneered and said, "Now, I want to see how your sister, Xiaohui, saves you." As he spoke, Gao Wenxiang's innate energy swept through his body again. A thick tentacle wrapped around the 5 tigers' soul-breaking spear stabbed fiercely at the girl in green. This time, the girl in green was fully prepared. She dodged and retreated, and all the strange fires nearby condensed into her clones. Each of her clones held an emerald green oil paper umbrella, and a little purple light came out of the tip of each umbrella. She looked at Gao Wenxiang and said, "Little brother, you really don't know how to be gentle with women. If you want my body, I will give it to you, but why do you always force it? It is the beautiful scenery of Jiangnan, and I meet you again in the season of falling flowers. My dear brother, I am here. This time I want to dig out your heart to see if you have a heart of stone." Gao Wenxiang sneered. "You are a skinny girl, yet you dare to flirt in front of me. The stench of maggots all over your body makes me sick. How dare you, a fool with a brain full of maggots like you, fight with me? Ew. I will dig out your heart and eat it raw." The girl in green was extremely angry. Then, in an instant, more than 10 green figures spinning oil paper umbrellas attacked Gao Wen. Gao Wenxiang said disdainfully, "You are a dead bone in a tomb, and you dare to speak so arrogantly. Now, I will let you return to dust and dirt." At the moment when the oil paper umbrella's attack was about to hit his body, Gao Wenxiang's body suddenly swelled again, and his innate qi shook the surroundings again. He activated the magic fire in his body and pushed forward with one palm. This palm was the great purple sun hand that could destroy the heavens and the earth. This was the second time Gao Wenxiang used the heaven-destroying and earth-exterminating great purple sun hand. But this time, his understanding of this palm technique was much better than before. The blazing flames were like the sun rising across the sky, illuminating all surroundings in an instant. Boom! The purple flame fireball shot out by the heaven-destroying and earth-destroying great purple sun's hand smashed the oil paper umbrellas into pieces like a rotten wood. Gao Wenxiang stretched out more than 10 tentacles and immediately wrapped around the necks of many girls. He sneered and said, "That's what you're capable of. You're such a pathetic, pathetic creature." The girl's eyes were filled with fear, and she murmured, "Who are you? How can your magic fire be so strong? This is impossible. Are you some old monster in human skin? Gao Wenxiang smiled and said, I'm just an ordinary person, a very ordinary human being. Can't you see that? Aren't you going to dig out my heart? If you're only this strong, then you will die. I just don't know how many lives you have left for me to kill you. As he spoke, Gao Wenxiang's dozen tentacles had completely twisted the girls' necks and burned them to death with magic fire. During the whole process, the thing called Sister Xiaohuai by the girl did not specifically target Gao Wenxiang, but the locust flowers in the sky were still floating. Gao Wenxiang has already predicted that locust trees will grow in the bodies of many creatures in the city. This ability is really weird. Gao Wenxiang thought that if there was no magic fire, he might soon become a puppet. And even with the demonic fire, he was only able to truly counteract this ability because of his special breathing technique. Gao Wenxiang didn't think anymore, got back into the car, and said to the girls, You guys clear the dangers from outside the car. I'm going to speed up. Yes. All the girls nodded. The strange fire in the sky was still falling, and the locust flowers were also falling. The city seemed to have turned into a city of death. Balls of strange fire floated down, corroding the roof and glass of the RV, making this doomsday RV that once seemed extremely safe leak everywhere. The women used their respective martial arts to disperse the falling strange fire, but the strange fires seemed endless, and there were always more strange fires falling from the sky. Not far away, there was a noisy sound. It was a group of zombies. To be exact, it was a group of zombies with tree roots emerging from their eyes, noses, ears, and mouths. They had been parasitized by the locust tree. Chapter 93, Spear in Hand. These zombies returned to their original appearance, lost their rationality, and became puppet-like creatures. They came like a tide, trying to stop Gao Wenxiang's doomsday RV from leaving. But the human wave tactics did not have much effect on the people who had already reached the evolutionary sequence. Countless tentacles stretched out from the RV, turning into the sharpest weapons, strangling the zombies, leaving blood and corpses everywhere. Gao Wenxiang soon discovered that there were too many zombies, and their presence had seriously hindered his driving speed. After all, even killing a chicken that won't resist takes time. Gao Wenxiang has already understood that the Xiaohuai, who is secretly controlling everything, must have a backup plan. This initial human wave tactic is just a means for this Xiaohuai to delay time. It was not until this time that Gao Wenxiang discovered that there were so many zombies in this city. It seemed that if it weren't for the sudden appearance of this strange tomb, perhaps they could really rule the city. But now, their sweet dreams have been awakened, their brains have been completely devoured, and they have returned to chaos. This is destined to be a sad story. A group of creatures that eat raw meat and drink blood awakened their wisdom and thought that their time had come. But in the blink of an eye, a stronger existence took away their brains and turned them into a group of mad dogs that only knew how to bite people. It was like a joyous event. The prelude had just begun. The man thought he could conquer the woman in front of him, but suddenly he found that the real owner of the house had come, so his moment ended before it really began. Countless tentacles stretched out of the car windows, crushing zombies one after another. Their bodies were thrown on both sides of the street, and blood gushed everywhere. From a distance, it looked like a bloody road leading to hell. After what seemed like an eternity, Gao Wenxiang's RV finally drove out of the city, and the sky ahead was no longer so gloomy. The strange fires here were not dense, and the petals of the locust flowers did not seem to be that many. It seemed that Gao Wenxiang would be able to escape from this dark city soon. Then, Gao Wenxiang saw three people falling from the sky. Luo Cohen, Chong Feng, Li Daizan. Gao Wenxiang saw locust tree roots sprouting from all over their bodies. Gao Wenxiang did not have a deep impression of Luo Cohen, the manager of the Jiufeng Mountain Gathering Place, but he did not hate him. In fact, he had gained a lot of slavery value in Jiufeng Mountain. But now, in his system interface, the names of those people he enslaved turned gray. Obviously, they had all died in this sudden disaster. Chong Feng, he had met him once, and he seemed like a capable man. As for Li Daizan, Gao Wenxiang had complicated feelings towards this person. In his opinion, this person had the temperament of an ancient philosopher. Although he did not agree with Li Daizan's approach, he was not to blame either. Who can say that he is definitely right? But now it seems that all the efforts made by Li Daizan have become illusory. For some reason, Gao Wenxiang suddenly felt a sense of tearing in his heart. Logically speaking, a person like him who has little morals left would not feel pity pain or other emotions because of the experiences of others. But for some reason, he still felt a deep anger. He remembered that the news he heard on the radio last night was about artificial wounds and artificial crystal cores, and before that, Li Daozong told him that preserving memories and turning into a zombie was also a way. No matter what, he believed that humans still controlled their own destiny, and as a human being, he was still happy. However, he did not really care about the fate of humans. But now, looking at the deaths of these people in front of him, he found that when a stronger will came, a little effort was destined to be in vain, and all previous expectations turned into nothingness. At this moment, thinking back to the system's prompt to evacuate, he suddenly understood the source of his anger. He was angry that he was not strong enough, and angry that he escaped from here like a wild dog. Leaving L City was an escape, and leaving B City was also an escape. This even activated his bad memories from his youth. He remembered that he had also fled from his adoptive parents' home like a frightened wild dog, which made him like a ghost wandering in the world. During his days of wandering, he firmly believed that people can only rely on themselves, and kept in mind the previous hatred and humiliation. He regards those who have hurt him as dying people, and puts their black and white portraits on the head of his bed to remind himself that these people can never be forgiven, and to maintain enough anger to keep moving forward in anger. Now, this feeling of being oppressed by fate came over him again, and he felt the anger in his heart again. Maybe he never wanted to be a savior. He just wanted to live without being bullied, but there are always some bastards who like to bully honest people like him. He felt as if an iron rod was hitting his soul again and again. Gao Wenxiang let out a long sigh, knowing that impotent rage would not solve any problems, and he needed to leave here no matter what. He will keep today's embarrassment and humiliation in mind and return it together in the future. Kill me, kill me. Gao Wenxiang looked and saw that it was Li Daozong who was speaking. He was not dead yet, but it was obvious that he was almost dead. As he spoke, more roots sprouted from his eyes and mouth. But he seemed to have a last burst of energy and smiled at Gao Wenxiang, saying intermittently, "Today, I have a long rope in my hand. When can I tie up the blue dragon?" After saying this, he died completely, and more roots pierced his eyes into holes. Gao Wenxiang looked at the dead man in a daze, feeling some inexplicable emotions in his heart. Li Daozong, who had previously told him that killing could not solve the end of the world, actually told him at the moment of his death when he would bind the azure dragon with his spear. Is this a blessing? Gao Wenxiang suddenly wanted to laugh. He jumped out of the RV, and the girl stood behind him. In his hand, the scarlet glowing five-tiger, soul-severing spear appeared. He looked up at the sky where the locust flowers were falling. "You bastard, do you think you can stop me like this? Now, I will bury these old friends first, and then I will see what you can do." There was no response from the sky, but Li Daozong in front of him moved. He disappeared in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was already beside Gao Wenxiang, and the long sword in his hand was about to pierce Gao Wenxiang's neck. But Gao Wenxiang, who had fought with Li Daozong before, already understood the rules of his teleportation. He swung out with the five tigers' soul-breaking spear in his hand with violent, innate energy. In this spear, Gao Wenxiang used the thunder slash from the wild goose flying dagger. For Gao Wenxiang, no matter whether it is gun or sword skills, the ultimate goal is to kill people. The key is to understand the meaning of the moves. He has fully understood the meaning of the thunder slash in the Yinfu knife. When the spear was blasted out, the scarlet tip of the spear seemed to turn into red lightning, instantly hitting Li Daozong's sword and quickly spreading along the sword to his entire body. Lightning is the natural nemesis of trees. This attack directly caused Li Daozong's body to turn black. Gao Wenxiang sneered, "You are such a loser. You used Li Daozong's abilities and body, but you can't even take one of my moves." Chapter 94, Silkworm God. As he spoke, Gao Wenxiang's body swelled up and his muscles became knotty like a small mountain, while the innate energy around his body was like waves. He raised the five tigers' soul-breaking spear in his hand, and the sword intent of cutting off the river in the second move of the wild goose flying blade lingered in his mind. He watched the surging waves in the world, cut off all the injustice in his heart, and struck out against the current, cutting the river in half with one sword. At this moment, Gao Wenxiang felt a violent and crazy aura surging in his heart. Kill, 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 kill everything in the world that deserves to be killed. Cut off all the unhappiness in life, and cut the rivers and streams with one strike. With boundless hatred and violent madness in Gao Wenxiang's heart, He fired a shot with a bang. This shot cut off the river. It was a real range killing move. No matter how vast the river was, it was cut off by one shot. How could the strange creatures who were not familiar with using Li Daozong's body and supernatural powers block this shocking attack? As a result, Li Daozong's body was quickly submerged by the strong energy brought by this violent attack. When everything was gone, Li Daozong's body had turned into nothingness. At this time, under the siege of the women, the dead Luo Kuan and Chong Feng had been turned into meat powder and could no longer be possessed by the evil spirits. Gao Wenxiang raised the five-tiger, soul-severing spear in his hand and looked up at the sky. "Aren't you coming to fight? You're just a rat hiding in the dark." There was still no response from the sky. After confirming that there was no response, Gao Wenxiang said to the girls, "Let's go." The girls all nodded and got on the RV together. The RV drove away from City B without being stopped. City B, inside a strange tomb. The girl in the green dress, Xiaohuan, looked at the girl in the white dress, Xiaohuai, and said, "Sister Xiaohuai, why did you let those people go? Especially that man. He is so hateful. I wish I could eat him alive." The girl, Xiaohuai, said, "We have just arrived, and our strength is only 1/100th of what it used to be. It is difficult to keep this person. This man is very strange." And his group of women have also opened their Fugu acupoints and reached the Huiguang Fanjiao state. What's the point of us fighting them head-on, and both sides will suffer losses? As long as we regain our former strength, we can kill these people with just a glance. The girl, Xiaohuan, sighed. What a pity. Perhaps he has the best talent in this city and is the best material for common people. Next time I see this person, I will cut him into a human stick and then make him into a puppet doll. The girl Xiaohuai smiled and said, "Okay, don't be angry. The most important thing for us now is to complete the task assigned to us by the young lady. We need to encode the souls of the puppet people in this city and shape different personalities into them so that they can evolve according to our designs. In this way, we can absorb enough star energy in a short period of time to wake the young lady up." In S City, the RV has been completely repaired by the system, and its appearance is obviously different from before. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Gao Wenxiang has turned all the women into zombies. For Gao Wenxiang now, killing so many zombies is meaningless because the ancients have already appeared. A strange tomb whose sequence is unknown can cover a city with its power when it first appears. These strange things are Gao Wenxiang's biggest enemy. His most urgent task now is to improve his sequence. After arriving in City S, the zombies in this city apparently also saw the black fog covering City B. A zombie stopped his car and asked, "You came from that direction. Do you know what happened in that city?" Gao Wenxiang got off the RV and said, "I don't know. I'm on the edge. Now I'm going to stay far away." The zombie said with disdain, "You are such a coward, just like the humans I killed. How could there be a spineless person like you in the Great Saint Clan?" Gao Wenxiang looked at him and smiled. "You have lost your mind." The zombie's expression changed. "How dare you scold?" Before he could finish his words, Gao Wenxiang slapped him in the face, smashing half of his face and leaving blood and brain matter all over the floor. Gao Wenxiang also realized that there was no essential difference between the zombie community and the human community, and that zombies also suffered from oppression from their own kind. "You actually killed Tiegu," a zombie shouted. Gao Wenxiang looked at him with gentle eyes and asked, "Why? Can't I beat him to death?" The zombie looked at Gao Wenxiang in fear and said, "It is said that Tiegu believes in the silkworm god religion, and the silkworm god is very powerful. He is a god from ancient times." Gao Wenxiang pretended to be surprised. "Silkworm god? As a saint, he actually believes in God." The zombie said, "The silkworm god is a deity that has been active from ancient times to the Ming dynasty of mankind. His power is terrifying. I have seen his messenger. He is very powerful. At that time, he spread the belief of the silkworm god to us. I seem to see a silk moth flying into my head. I remembered. I was also a believer of the silkworm god." When the zombie said the last sentence, he actually spat out white silk from his mouth. The look in his eyes went through a brief moment of shock and then turned into fear and uncontrollable fanaticism. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the empty sky. "Thank you, ancient god of Zhuwei, great being of the Tianxi star. Your will will be done on earth as it is in heaven." After bowing, the zombie stood up, looked at Gao Wenxiang, and preached like a priest, saying, "Are you willing to believe in my Lord's silkworm god?" According to Gao Wenxiang's spiritual perception, There seemed to be countless silkworms breaking out of their cocoons inside the zombie body in front of him, and the sound of many insects flapping their wings together could be clearly heard from his body. This made Gao Wenxiang certain that the silkworm god that this zombie believed in was not a good person. So he asked, "What will happen if I don't believe?" The zombie replied calmly, "You killed a follower of the silkworm god. If you don't believe in the silkworm god, then you will die." As he spoke, more silk came out of his eyes, mouth, and nose. Gao Wenxiang also saw silkworms wriggling outside his ears. Gao Wenxiang sighed and said, "Your brain really doesn't work well. In that case, I'll have to beat you to death." As he spoke, Gao Wenxiang punched out, directly hitting the zombie's head. Boom! The zombie's head was smashed directly. But at the moment his head was smashed, Gao Wenxiang clearly saw an illusory moth breaking through the chi layer of his body without any hindrance and entering his body as if it had teleported. What the hell? Gao Wenxiang was calm, and with his spiritual perception, he saw that the illusory moth actually gave birth in his bone marrow and blood. After experiencing the previous locust flower incident, Gao Wenxiang already had a way to deal with this kind of weird thing. He drove his own magic fire and burned all the seeds spread by the moth. Finally, he rolled up the moth with flames and came to the fugu acupoint. The moth's vitality was stronger than he had imagined. Although it was trapped by the magic fire, it could still make an indescribable sound. Although the voice was very faint, it continued to shake Gao Wenxiang's spirit and made him feel various emotions. Realizing that he could not kill the moth in a short time, Gao Wenxiang trapped it in the fugu qiao and let the magic fire continue to burn it. He believed that the moth would die sooner or later. After getting back in the car, Gao Wenxiang drove the RV to a secluded street in S City and asked the girls to cook. It was already noon, and he hadn't had breakfast yet. Sitting in the car, Gao Wenxiang asked the system, "System, what the hell is this moth?" The system replied, "It represents a symbol of the silkworm god. If the silkworm god is compared to the sea, then this moth is a drop of water in the sea. It enters your body and is actually good for you at this stage." Benefits. Gao Wenxiang was a little confused. Chapter 95 Virus. The system says, your next stage is to step into the 8th sequence, which corresponds to the second of the 9 orifices, the Dragon Goo orifice. This acupoint is located at the top of the human spine and looks like the head of a giant dragon in the spine, hence the name Long Goo acupoint. The dragon poison in the dragon poison cavity can confuse people's minds and destroy their muscles and bones. When you break the dragon's secret orifice, you will hear an indescribable sound from the dragon, which will shake your resolve. Therefore, you need the 3 ingredients of Guhua bird, dream-eating tapir, and Rani fish to form a potion to fight against this enchanting magic sound. But now, this moth can let you feel this indescribable sound in advance, which will be helpful for you to perfectly open the Dragon Goo acupoint later. Gao Wenxiang nodded. Only then did he truly understand why the 3 ingredients of the Guhua bird were used to form the perfect potion of the 8th sequence. He suddenly remembered that he had exchanged for a language proficiency before. Maybe he could use his spiritual sense to sense that indescribable sound and learn it as a means of attack. It didn't take long before the first meal of the day was ready and everyone gathered together to eat. At the dinner table, Gao Wenxiang explained the current situation to the girls and then asked, "Now our biggest enemy is no longer zombies, but terrifying ancients or even gods. Are you afraid?" Zhuang Jing smiled and said, "I'm not afraid. Didn't we just survive that encirclement? We will only get stronger." Jiami also said, "They're just a group of old things from the old times, nothing special. If the so-called ancients could take action, we would never have been able to escape before. Obviously, they also have strong limitations, and their strength has not recovered. Sooner or later, I will get rid of these dogs who take advantage of their seniority and bully the weak." Jiang Mingjie said, "It is clear that the ancients will return one after another, and they will divide their own territories and spread their own beliefs just like the warlords of the old times. But I think that this kind of belief with a decadent atmosphere must be distorted and disordered. When our inner beliefs are strong enough and can be transformed into extraordinary power, we will be able to defeat these distorted things." The women did not show any frustration because they knew from the beginning that this was a road that was destined to be difficult, and they knew that there was a man ahead of them, guiding them in the right direction. In the afternoon, Gao Wenxiang integrated into the zombie group for the first time as a zombie. He learned from these zombies that most of the survivors in City S had already moved to City H, and some had gone to the nearby City J. This is a city that has been completely occupied by zombies. The zombies even opened a market where some sold mutant crystal cores, weapons, food, and some preached. Gao Wenxiang witnessed several religions, such as the White Lotus sect, the Silkworm God sect, the Mithriya sect, and other sects. This made Gao Wenxiang feel like he was watching Ivy press the fast-forward button, as if the end of the world had not just begun a dozen days ago, but had already passed a dozen years. However, Gao Wenxiang thought about it carefully and figured out something. The outbreak of the apocalypse was not without reason. Obviously, those so-called gods and ancients can sense things in advance, which explains why they preach so quickly. But suddenly, Gao Wenxiang thought of another question. That is, how could these ancients be sure that these zombies would evolve so quickly? It only took these zombies a few days to gain the same wisdom as adults. This speed is as fast as when God created humans. So Gao Wenxiang asked the system, why do these zombies evolve so quickly? The system replied, in fact, this is not a great ability. After you open the third of the 9 orifices, the white goo orifice, you will also have the ability to modify the souls of others. White goo, the main plague, can cause a person's soul and body to mutate at the same time. When a person opens the Bai Goo cave, he can generate any virus he wants and let the generated viruses control organisms, allowing them to evolve as he expects. But the scope of this expectation must be broad enough, because the level of 3 orifices alone cannot support more sophisticated evolution. If you want all zombies to evolve to the intelligence of adults within a few days, you need a god with all 9 orifices fully open to do it. After hearing the system's answer, Gao Wenxiang suddenly figured out many problems. Perhaps it only took a few days for the gorilla to evolve into a human, but humans at that time would never admit that they evolved from lowly gorillas. Just like today, humans and zombies are at loggerheads. This reminded Gao Wenxiang of the story of God creating humans in mythology. Perhaps God's so-called creation of humans in 7 days and today's zombie evolution are essentially the same, both of which control the evolution of organisms through a special virus. Gao Wenxiang imagined that there was a high and mighty God who wanted humans to turn into the elves he had conceived. He then created a specific virus and released it on a blue star. The virus then infected most people and controlled their souls and bodies to undergo irreversible changes until 7 days later, when they turned into the elves that God wanted. Virus. Imagining this, Gao Wenxiang felt an irresistible chill rising in his heart. It turned out that changing the soul was so easy, and all it required was a virus. Gao Wenxiang discovered that this path of evolution was far more mysterious than he had imagined. By opening the third orifice, he could actually control the evolution of species. In the evening, having experienced the thrills of the morning, everyone decided to relax. Jiang Mi led everyone to perform a play called 7 Captures and 7 Releases of the 7 Fairies. Gao Wenxiang also played a role, but he did not play Dong Yong, but Dong Yong's brother-in-law, the cowherd who liked to steal people's clothes. The next day, early in the morning, Gao Wenxiang prepared to leave S City. Perhaps because they were afraid that the black fog in City B would spread, quite a few zombies actually drove with Gao Wenxiang, preparing to head to the nearby City J. One car after another left the city center and headed towards the Wilderness Road. The car drove for about half an hour. On the side of the road, we saw a dense forest with lush trees, flying birds, and full of vitality. On the other side of the road, there were some wildflowers blooming and growing well. Such a beautiful scenery almost makes people forget that this is the bloody end of the world. But what spoiled the mood was that 3 zombies suddenly walked out of the dense forest. The leader was a male zombie with a feminine look and lipstick on his lips. Looking at the speeding RV, silk suddenly spurted out his mouth, and the silk immediately cut through the car glass. This made Gao Wenxiang want to say fuck. He thought to himself that upgrading the RV was imperative, and it seemed that he had to find a place to get some slavery value. Chapter 96, Honorable Name. Gao Wenxiang jumped out of the RV and looked at the RV that he had just repaired, which was cut into pieces by this naughty creature. He was really angry. He stared at the 3 zombies with cold eyes, and then he heard footsteps behind him again. He looked back and found that the zombies who said they wanted to escape the disaster in City B were actually in the same group as these 3 zombies, because they all got out of the car and surrounded Gao Wenxiang's people in car. Gao Wenxiang laughed. You guys are trying to stop me, so I guess I'll just have to let you die here today. The feminine zombie had a look of disdain on his face and looked at Gao Wenxiang as if he were a clown. But soon, his expression changed because he saw Gao Wenxiang's muscles swelled rapidly like air. In just a blink of an eye, Gao Wenxiang had turned into a giant as big as a hill in front of him. Then, he saw a scene that made him even more horrified. Countless thick tentacles emerged from Gao Wenxiang's mountain-like muscles. Moreover, there's a terrifying airflow surging around each tentacle. You, how is it possible? The feminine zombie's eyes widened. He felt like he had hit a wall, and his heart began to beat wildly. Commandant! Gao Wenxiang roared violently. Boom! The countless tentacles on Gao Wenxiang's body were like rocks piercing through the air. With unrivaled momentum, they directly stabbed into the hearts and necks of the zombies behind the RV and quickly crushed their bodies into pieces. Under the impact of the innate energy, those cars turned into a pile of scrap metal. Only after confirming that all the zombies had turned into flesh did Gao Wenxiang turn around and look at the three trembling zombies, gritting his teeth and saying, "Why do you always like to bully honest people? Do honest people deserve to be bullied by you?" As he spoke, he punched a zombie with his fist with great force. The zombie wanted to escape and moved its body to the side. But Gao Wenxiang was too fast, and he punched the zombie on the head, smashing it directly. Then he used his tentacles to crush his body. There are two more. Who of you wants to die first? Gao Wenxiang looked at them with a smile, as if it was the most caring greeting. The feminine zombie was unsure and said, "Brother, I admit that I was wrong, but it was because you killed one of the missionaries' incarnations. Are you sure you want to be an enemy of our silkworm god sect? Think about it carefully. The great silkworm god is a god who has survived from ancient times to the present day. Otherwise, you can consider joining our silkworm god sect. As long as you recruit more new members, I will pretend that what happened today never happened. I will also plead for you to kill that descendant. How about that?" Gao Wenxiang approached him step by step. His mountain-like body and countless snake-like tentacles made him look like a real demon, with an incredibly oppressive force. He looked at the feminine zombie that was not even as tall as his belly button and said with disdain, "Weren't you very arrogant before? You sent people to block me. You scratched my glass, you hit me on the left cheek and then on the right cheek, and then you just want to let it go. Huh. If you are a gangster, you must admit your mistakes and stand at attention when you are beaten. Since you are wrong, it should not be too much to pay the price of your life." As he spoke, Gao Wenxiang's two tentacles, carrying purple demonic flames, directly lashed towards the two zombies. The zombie next to him had his head pulled off, and the devilish fire instantly burned on his severed body. The feminine zombie lasted about 1 second. This second did not mean that he was very strong, but that the silk he sprayed out was a bit strange, which allowed him to last for an extra second. When the silk was melted by the magic fire, his body was directly torn in half by the tentacles. But he was not dead yet. He roared, "Don't kill me. If you kill me, the missionary will not let you go. How dare you threaten me?" Gao Wenxiang raised his foot and stomped on his head. Looking at the dead bodies on the ground, the system prompted that Gao Wenxiang had recovered more than 50 units of cerebrospinal fluid. However, Gao Wenxiang no longer cared about this harvest because he had collected thousands of units in City B before. However, cerebrospinal fluid is still useful. It can be used to make concentrated genetic solution later and is one of the materials for the women to advance to the next level. Thinking that anyone could damage the RV, Gao Wenxiang asked, "System, what are the conditions for upgrading the RV shell?" The system replied, "Upgrading the RV shell to make it strong enough to resist attacks from the 7th sequence and below requires 2,000 slavery points." Gao Wenxiang looked at the slavery value balance of more than 200 points in the system and knew that he should work hard. Perhaps he should also set up a sect and let everyone believe in him and become his slaves. In this way, as his sect grows stronger, his slavery value will rise like a snowball. But he immediately discovered that he seemed to have no idea how to preach. He didn't understand the composition of God's name, nor did he know how to teach the doctrine. He had never been exposed to this kind of knowledge before. So he asked decisively, "System, how do you do this missionary thing?" The system replied, "This is very simple. You first need to determine an honorific name. Let this honorific name point to you, and then design a holy book of your sect. Of course, these are still too complicated for you. The simplest way is to steal the throne of a dead god." Gao Wenxiang could understand the first half, but he was confused by the second half. He asked how to steal. The system replied, "In this system, there are fragments of the souls of some dead gods. As long as the host extracts and integrates one of these fragments, You essentially possess a part of his godhood. Of course, in order to make the name of God more accurately point to you, you also need to bring qualifiers such as the God of slavery or the Lord of souls. After such a description, the faith of all living beings will converge on you. Gao Wenxiang nodded and said, "Then let me draw it." Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing the Greek mythology character Typhon, Remnant, and obtaining the skill Bewitching Words, with a skill rating of 3 gold stars. System, extract the reward from me. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately felt as if his head was stabbed hard, and then he felt very few and fragmented memories flooding into his brain. In these fragmented memories, there was always a living being speaking. As the memories merged, he learned how to speak these languages and realized that this language was bewitching language. Bewitching Words is a language that affects the minds of living beings, and living beings can directly understand this language. When living beings hear the bewitching words, they will involuntarily develop desire or longing, and will involuntarily believe the living being who uttered the bewitching words. From these memories, he also knew Typhon's identity, that is, the son of Earth, the king of demons. Now Gao Wenxiang needs to come up with a respectful name for himself. Soon he figured it out. The king of demons, the master of all souls, the great god of slavery. Chapter 97 Preaching. Back in the RV, Gao Wenxiang looked at the leaky glass and spent 10 slavery points to have his system repaired. Then he started the RV and got back on the road. The RV sped along the way and the journey was smooth. When he arrived in J City, Gao Wenxiang saw a large group of zombies acting as guards at the highway intersection. It really looked like that. Gao Wenxiang got out of the car and asked a zombie, "Where's the most lively place in J City?" The zombie replied, "Of course, it's the original J City, main city. The market there is very lively and you can buy everything you want." "Thank you. Actually, I'm a missionary. Are you willing to listen to the teachings of my Lord?" Gao Wenxiang used the bewitching words. Of course, every missionary is a respectable person. The zombie seemed extremely respectful, and the surrounding zombies were also attracted by bewitching words. Gao Wenxiang began to preach. "My Lord is the king of demons, the master of all souls, and the great god of slavery. He was once the youngest son of Mother Earth, with the head of 100 dragons and a body taller than the sky. He possessed unrivaled divine power, and all false gods were afraid of him. So many false gods joined forces, and he was defeated by the god's sneak attack and had to fall asleep. Now, after the Ragnarok, all the false gods have fallen, and only the former demon king has returned." Listening to Gao Wenxiang's sermon in bewitching words, the zombies acting as guards began to chant the name of the god of slavery involuntarily in their hearts. After listening to Gao Wenxiang's sermon, a zombie asked, "How do I pray to this great being?" Gao Wenxiang said, "The prayer is, Lord of demons, Lord of all souls, great god of slavery. Your humble servant prays to you and asks for your attention. Then, say what you want to pray for." "Thank you, respected messenger of God," the zombie said gratefully. Gao Wenxiang smiled and said, "If you pray sincerely, all sincere people will feel the light of God. I have prayed for God to shed a ray of light." All the zombies present began to pray, and Gao Wenxiang found that his slavery value had increased by 110 points. He took out 10 points, chose 10 consecutive primary draws, and then randomly gave the prizes to the 10 most pious zombies. "All right," Gao Wenxiang said with a smile. "The glory of God has dissipated, and those who are sincere should have gained something. I acquired a set of sword skills," a zombie said happily. "I have learned the 36 moves of Dongxian." A zombie jumped up with joy. "I learned to play the eru." A zombie was also very happy. "I learned how to cook." A zombie grinned. There's zombies who are happy, and there are zombies who are sad, but they cannot show their sadness yet, because the messenger of God just said that those who are sincere will receive the glory bestowed by God. They are not given the glory, so they are naturally not sincere. No zombie wanted to be accused of dishonesty in such a sacred occasion, so Gao Wenxiang discovered that every zombie seemed to be very happy, as if they had received a gift from God. It was not until the RV disappeared that the zombies surrounded the first few zombies who said they had received rewards. "Dashi, have you really mastered swordsmanship?" asked the zombie who hadn't gained a single cent. The zombie named Dashi said, "Of course, I'll show you right away." As he spoke, he stabbed the steel bar in his hand swiftly in one direction. It was just a simple stab, but the zombies present had already noticed the difference. Dashi then practiced a few more moves and then sought out a zombie that was of similar strength to him to practice against. As a result, the zombie was defeated by his sword in just 2 moves, which made many zombies gasp. A female zombie pestered the male zombie who had obtained the 36 forms of the mysterious cavern and said, "Brother Gang, can you teach me the 36 forms you obtained?" "That's what I wanted." The zombie called Brother Gang was overjoyed when he heard that. The RV drove for a while. Gao and Xiang stopped the car and asked the girls to cook. It didn't take long before the food was ready, and everyone ate together. Zhuang Jing asked, "Brother Chang, why do you want to preach to those zombies? Or do you believe in the Devil King?" Obviously, Zhuang Jing, whose loyalty level was as high as 90, was not affected by the bewitching words at all. Neither were the other girls, whose loyalty levels were all above 85. To some extent, they were all Gao Wenxiang's fanatics, which made his preaching completely ineffective because they already regarded him as a god. Seeing the looks from the girls, Gao Wenxiang said, "This is a name I thought of. For some reason, the owner of this name will eventually point to me." Jiangmi smiled and said, "Mr. Gao founded the sect. Doesn't that make him the leader? Then what are our positions?" Gao Wenxiang looked at her and asked, "What position do you want? A personal maidservant in front of the leader?" Jiangmi was dissatisfied. "Ah, how come I am also a cardinal?" As she spoke, Jiangmi had already transformed into a red gauze dress, showing her infinite power of temptation. Gao Wenxiang smiled and said, "Then what do you, a cardinal, teach?" Jiangmi said, "I don't need to teach them anything. The great Mr. Gao will guide them, right? I just need to cherish the present, put on a red dress, prepare a table of delicious food, open the red wine, and celebrate for Mr. Gao." After breakfast, the RV was back on the road. In J City, there is a small detached courtyard, which is a branch of the Silkworm God cult. Li Kaiseng looked at the flowers blooming in the courtyard and asked in a tender voice, "So, almost all of us in S City were killed?" A man in white behind him said, "Yes, and the murderer should have already arrived in J City." Li Kaiseng sighed. "I never thought that Z State has become so dangerous. The strange tomb was destroyed so early, and our arrangements in B City were destroyed. Now that S City has been in trouble again, it really bothers me. Xiaolei, what do you think I should do with this murderer? Should I eat him raw or cook him before eating?" Xiaolei thought about it and said, "It's better to keep him and cut meat from him every day." Li Kaising took out a small bronze mirror from his body and said, "It's really strange that he killed my incarnation but didn't transform into a follower of the Silkworm God. But no matter what, he must have the scent of the silk moth on him. Use this mirror to find him. Then pray to me, and I will do it myself." Xiaolei said, "Yes, Mr. Missionary." Xiaolei is naturally Cheng Lei. After being defeated by Gao Wenxiang, he decided to develop slowly for a while, then left the zoo and came to J City. He originally wanted to stay in a remote grove first, and after his strength was fully recovered, he would enter a larger forest and become the overlord of the forest. But when a woman passed by the grove, Cheng Lei found that he could not control the evil thoughts in his heart at all and chose to take action. That woman was Li Kaiseng. She had not killed Cheng Lei. She thought Cheng Lei's special abilities were very useful, so she asked him to join the Silkworm God cult. Chapter 98 Life is unpredictable. Cheng Lei never dreamed that one day he would work under a woman. He once thought that he hated women as a species, but now he found that compared to living, he could let go of everything. This made him realize his own cowardice and made him despise himself. He felt that maybe he should have died at the hands of that man at the beginning. In this way, at least he would not become a woman's dog like he is now. Putting away his useless emotions, Cheng Lei smiled at himself. He knew it was time to get to work. Because the road was clear, Gao Wenxiang arrived at the main urban area of J City in the early afternoon. Gao Wenxiang saw the excitement that the zombie guard mentioned. As soon as he walked into a street, Gao Wenxiang saw a zombie with the power of spores. He was performing for other zombies on the spot how to quickly grow mushrooms that were taller than the zombies. He could even control the shape of the mushrooms, giving them beautiful facial features. His business looked good. The currency used in the transaction is a voucher. A level 1 mutant crystal core can be exchanged for a voucher with a face value of 100, and a piece of cerebrospinal fluid from a zombie or a human with special abilities can be exchanged for a voucher with a face value of 200. These coupons were printed by humans at the request of the ruler of the main city, a zombie named Lingqi. There are quite a few ordinary people under Lingqi's rule, helping him do some things that the zombies don't know how to do. These ordinary people are divided by Lingqi to live in specific areas. After what happened in City B, Gao Wenxiang didn't feel much about it. At least these people's souls still belonged to him. Once the ancients came, perhaps their souls would be rewritten. In addition to those selling mushrooms, there were also those selling other mutated vegetables. Gao Wenxiang saw large winter melons as big as boulders and cucumbers and eggplants that looked more than 1 meter long. At the place where the meat of mutant creatures was sold, Gao Wenxiang saw mutant buffaloes weighing thousands of kilograms, mutant mosquitoes the size of normal mice, mutant earthworms that kept wriggling, and all kinds of mutant creatures. There are also many people selling barbecue on the street. The rack they use for barbecue looks like a small Ferris wheel. Some zombies with the ability to breathe fire are barbecuing. Of course, there is no shortage of entertainment here. For example, the sign of the Bath City says that there are beautiful zombies who can turn into 6DS, beautiful zombies who can create mental illusions, and beautiful zombies who can turn into animal-eared girls. It can be said that all kinds of welfare beauties can be found here. In addition, there are hospitals run by zombies who have awakened and transformed themselves into superpowers. Gao Wenxiang walked into a hospital. The director of the hospital received him warmly. We provide various modifications here, such as leg modifications. If you are not satisfied with your jumping ability, we could transplant mutant cat leg bones into your legs to ensure that your jumping ability is increased to more than twice its previous level. For example, if you think eating is too troublesome, we can transform your stomach and digestive system so that you can eat any food except feces raw, and you only need to eat one meal for several days. Also, if you think going to the casino is too troublesome, we can even transform you into a hermaphrodite so that you can achieve your spiritual satisfaction. Of course, this transformation will be very troublesome and it will cost a lot. The dean kept on recommending his hospital services, but when Gao Wenxiang said he had no money, all he said came to an abrupt end. Just when the dean wanted to ask his two obviously reformed men to carry Gao Wenxiang out, Gao Wenxiang said something bewitching. I'm actually a missionary. Are you willing to listen to the teachings of my Lord? When the hospital director heard the bewitching words, his expectations were aroused. He said, "Of course, I'd like to listen." Soon, Gao Wenxiang told the story of the return of the Demon King again, and emphasized that as the former son of the earth, he would bring salvation to all living beings. Gao Wenxiang only needs to tell the story in a plain manner, and the bewitching words will make those who hear it automatically imagine the whole thing. So, in the end, everyone in the hospital believed in the god of slavery, which allowed Gao Wenxiang to gain a wave of slavery points. The hospital director volunteered to donate half of his property to the Church of the God of Slavery, and Gao Wenxiang naturally accepted it with a smile. Because of the sincerity shown by the dean, Gao Wenxiang spent 1 slavery point to give him a primary lottery. The lottery drew a weird surgeon. When the dean felt the memories flooding into his mind, he became even more pious, prostrated himself on the ground, and said, "I only believe in you, the great god of slavery." After leaving the hospital, Gao Wenxiang got into the RV. Zhuang Jing asked, "Brother Chong, how was the harvest?" Gao Wenxiang said, "The believers donated a large sum of money, which is enough for us to build a larger stage." Soon, Gao Wenxiang drove his RV to the management office of the street. After paying a sum of money, he obtained the qualification to set up a stage in the central square of the street. Gao Wenxiang's persuasive words had no effect on the street workers, which made him suspect that these zombies had other beliefs. So he asked, "I wonder who you believe in?" A zombie said, "We believe in Master Ling Qi. He is the best leader." Obviously, these zombies are Ling Qi's fanatical followers, which makes his bewitching words ineffective again. After paying another labor fee, Gao Wenxiang hired 3 zombies with special powers to help him build a large stage. This stage quickly attracted a lot of zombies. This was normal. No matter what kind of creature it was, they all had a strong curiosity. Gao Wenxiang asked the girls to use the remaining money to buy a lot of things and exchanged a copy of Mastering Zombie Language for all the girls except Jingzhe in the system, and asked the girls to distribute a communion to every zombie watching. Of course, the so-called sacrament is nothing more than a small portion of mutated fruit. There is no living being that doesn't like free stuff, and every zombie that passed by received a portion of Holy Communion and was told that after the missionary's sermon, there were more gifts to be given and the light of God to be showered. The zombies had experienced missionaries preaching before, and although they were awed by the power of those missionaries, no missionary had ever prepared gifts for them. This made the zombies identify with today's missionary from the very beginning and became curious about the God he preached. Chung Lei was among these zombies. He did not wear any disguise. He was wearing the priest uniform of the Silkworm God Church, which made all the rational zombies dare not provoke this human easily. Chung Lei saw the display on the bronze mirror. All the living creatures around him showed green spots of light on the bronze mirror, except for the missionary standing on the high platform, whose light spot was red. A missionary? Chung Lei smiled. It seemed like a good idea to let the two missionaries fight each other. Perhaps Li Kaisang will die in this battle. Then he can escape from control and hide in the wilderness. Pray to Li Kaisang now? No, he thought about it and thought maybe he should listen to the zombies preaching first. Because when he looked at the layout of the stage and the way the gifts were distributed, he felt as if he was dreaming of a promotional event at a shopping mall before the end of the world. This is a rare feeling of intimacy. When he went to receive communion, he found that the female zombie looked at him strangely. Maybe she thought she was here to mess things up. Chung Lei thought, but it seemed like she was right. Chapter 99, Redemption. After receiving the so-called Holy Communion, Chung Lei looked at the missionary on the stage again, and then he found that the missionary was also looking at him. The moment their eyes met, Chung Lei felt a strong sense of familiarity, as if he had seen these eyes somewhere before. The missionary also looked at him in a strange way, with a look of pity. He swore he had seen this look in the man's eyes. So, there's no mistake, the familiar eyes, the familiar expression, he has engraved them in his heart and will never forget them. It is him. Chung Lei looked at the zombie beauties again. 7. More than before. The most crucial thing is the RV. Chung Lei looked around and finally saw an RV in a corner. Although the appearance looked a little different, Chung Lei was sure that the zombie in front of him was that person. The zombie beauty looked at him strangely, obviously because she recognized him. They disguised themselves as zombies and actually preached here. It was becoming more and more interesting. Chung Lei was no longer in a hurry to pray to Li Kaisang. He decided to listen to the whole sermon. When the entire square was surrounded by a huge group of zombies, Gao Wenxiang began his sermon. My Lord was the youngest son of Mother Earth, and he was the last-day savior approved by Mother Earth. But when he descended upon the earth, the false gods had already established their kingdom. They united together and attacked our Lord, forcing him to fall into a deep sleep. But they don't know that as the expected God, the power of our Lord is beyond their imagination. Do you know what happened next? Yes, those false gods met their twilight. The false god king was eventually killed by his offspring, and the kingdom of God collapsed. All the false gods who participated in the sneak attack suffered terrible misfortune and met their end. Now, our Lord has returned and become the light in these last days. He has a completely new divine name. He is the King of demons, the Lord of all souls, the great God of slavery. When he returns, he will enslave all living beings in the world. Only those who believe in him can be liberated and enter his kingdom of God. Most of the zombies were fascinated by what they heard, but a zombie who believed in spiritual inspiration raised an objection and said, "A great God should be one who advocates equality and freedom, not one who takes pleasure in enslaving all living beings." So, many zombies cursed this zombie, but this did not scare the zombie, but instead made him firm in his thoughts. Gao Wenxiang pressed his hand down and said, "All living things in the world are born with original sin, and what my Lord enslaves are nothing but a group of sinners. Only by believing in our Lord and obtaining salvation through faith can one become a righteous citizen, and the righteous citizen will enter the kingdom of our Lord." Gao Wenxiang had some understanding of the rhetoric of justification by faith, which mainly used a double standard and was very useful. Next, Gao Wenxiang explained in detail all the doctrines of the Church of the God of Slavery. The first is the commandments, and the first commandment is that the God of slavery is the only true God in the world. The second is original sin and redemption. All living beings are born with sin, and only by believing in the God of slavery can they be redeemed. The third is to believe in the end times, and the God of slavery is the only light in the end times. As Gao Wenxiang finished explaining the doctrine point by point with his bewitching words, most of the zombies at the scene began to kneel down and worship the God of slavery, voluntarily becoming slaves of God. In this wave, Gao Wenxiang's slavery value directly soared to more than 3,000. Of course, in order to demonstrate his miracle, Gao Wenxiang took out 100 points of slavery value to conduct 100 consecutive primary draws. Then he called out the names of the 100 most devout zombies. Every zombie whose name was called felt inexplicably shocked, because before this, they did not even know the missionary in front of them. But the missionaries can call out their names accurately. 100 zombies whose names were called stood on the stage. Gao Wenxiang smiled like a kind father and said, "I have prayed to the great God of enslavement. He will send down a ray of light, and all of you who are sincere will feel the gift from God." As Gao Wenxiang finished speaking, every zombie on the stage felt that there was something more in their memory and their bodies had changed. The zombies in the audience could see this kind of physical change clearly, which made the already fanatical zombies even more fanatical. After all, as a newly emerging race, they know that strength is the most important thing. The zombies who had received the grace of God wept bitterly, knelt on the ground, and began to thank the god of slavery for his gift. The zombies who had not received the grace of God also knelt on the ground, and they were excited to see the miracle. Seeing almost all the zombies kneeling down, Gao Wenxiang continued, "The god of slavery is fair, and he grants the same glory to all the sincere. He also grants the same happiness to all his believers. Some believers will cherish and grasp the gifts given by God, and ultimately gain eternal life in the kingdom of God. Some believers, who have not obtained the light given by God and have turned a blind eye to the happiness bestowed by God, feel unhappy about their situation and become depressed. In fact, they just don't understand that God's love for them has already been integrated into their lives. This must be felt with the most pious heart. When they feel this love, they will be happy and will be saved in the end." The power of the bewitching words is enormous. It subtly affects the psychology of the vast majority of zombies present and builds a statue of God in their hearts. Unconsciously, Chung Lei felt as if he had also been baptized by the god of slavery. He felt a longing from the depths of his soul. He longed to be redeemed, to redeem his cowardly self. He did not know that this was just the feeling he had been given by the bewitching words, and he mistakenly attributed it to the power of happiness bestowed by the god of slavery. So he also knelt down. Even though he was wearing the priest robes of the silkworm god cult, he had never truly believed in the silkworm god. He was only forced to join the cult by Li Kai-sang. At this moment, he really wanted to join the cult of the god of slavery. On the one hand, it was the divine power that made him feel redeemed, and on the other hand, it was the man in front of him. In Chung Lei's heart, the fear of this man that once accumulated in his heart has turned into awe. The image of this man who is transformed into a messenger of God has become even more majestic and unfathomable in his mind. In his heart, Li Kai-sang had the power to defeat him because he became a messenger of God. Gao Wenxiang had defeated him before he became a messenger of God, and now Gao Wenxiang will only be even more terrifying. Of course, these were just the reasons Chung Lei told himself in his heart. The real reason was that living under Li Saiwei's hands made him realize how cowardly he was. If he joined the cult of the god of slavery, he would find a role model and be able to learn from it and turn himself into a fearless man. This is what he has in mind. Compared to becoming a dog, he would rather be redeemed and become a truly fearless man. Chapter 100: The Kabbalah Tree. In the system interface, Gao Wenxiang saw the name of the breeder. Coincidentally, his name was also Chung Lei, which could explain a lot. After finishing the sermon, Gao Wenxiang asked the girls to distribute the remaining gifts, and he called Chung Lei. He grabbed Chung Lei and flew directly to the rooftop of a building. Gao Wenxiang didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "Chung Lei, I didn't expect you were not dead yet." Chung Lei had already expected that Gao Wenxiang would see through him. After all, Gao Wenxiang had already revealed the names of 100 zombies before. He guessed that this might be an ability Gao Wenxiang acquired after becoming a messenger of God. Since he had expected this, he was not too panicked. He asked, "Then will you kill me?" Gao Wenxiang smiled and said, "If it was before, I would have killed you without hesitation. But now that I believe in God, my mentality has become much calmer. Of course, if you provoke me, I will kill you without hesitation." "Okay, let me tell you, how did you end up wearing the dog skin of the silkworm god cult?" Chung Lei said, "I was defeated by Li Kai-sang, the missionary of the silkworm god cult in J City, and had no choice but to join the cult. This incident is not worth mentioning. Compared to me, you are in big trouble now." "Oh, is it the missionary of the silkworm god cult who wants to cause trouble for me?" Gao Wenxiang thought of the zombie's cry before his death. Chung Lei nodded and said, True followers of a silkworm god cult can communicate over long distances through a strange silkworm moth. The silkworm god believers in S City sent a message through silkworm moths, saying that all the people in the branch there had died, and the murderer was most likely in J City. After Li Kaisang knew that the murderer was most likely to come to J City, she gave me a bronze mirror and told me that the murderer must have the scent of silkworm moths on him. This bronze mirror can identify the scent of silkworm moths. She asked me to find the murderer through this bronze mirror. Having said that, Cheng Lei directly handed over the bronze mirror in his hand. Gao Wenxiang saw that the surface of the bronze mirror was like a navigation page, which showed various streets, zombies, and people, and the page could be scaled freely. When Gao Wenxiang zoomed the page to show only the rooftop, a red dot and a green dot appeared on the rooftop. The red dot was naturally him, and the green dot was Cheng Lei. Cheng Lei looked at Gao Wenxiang, who was fiddling with the bronze mirror, and said, Li Kaising told me to find the murderer and pray to her immediately. She will do it herself. Gao Wenxiang smiled and said, It seems that you didn't pray to her. Cheng Lei nodded. Gao Wenxiang asked, How strong is she? Cheng Lei shook his head and said, I don't know, but she once said that even if someone like me stood there and let me chop her into a pile of mincemeat, she would not die and would be able to recover quickly. She told me that this was the ability given to her by the 8th sequence on the sequence road. She said that when you open the door of the 8th sequence node, you will see the Kabbalah tree in the light hole behind the door. She led the branches of the Kabbalah tree out of the light hole and let it cover every nerve in her body. In this way, even if her body was fundamentally damaged, as long as the Kabbalah tree was not destroyed, she would be immortal. Not only that, she can also branch out and transform into countless clones. Kabbalah tree? Cheng Lei's words reminded Gao Wenxiang of Xiaohuan and Xiaohuai, whom he had met in City B before. One can transform into 2 clones and cannot be killed, and the other can also transform into locust flowers. It turns out that this is only the 8th sequence ability. In the system description, the 8th sequence corresponds to the Dragon Goo acupoint, and one needs to break the Dragon Goo acupoint to advance to the 8th sequence. But the system had not mentioned the ability of the 8th sequence before, and Gao Wenxiang had always forgotten to ask, simply thinking that he would gain some spiritual powers. Now it seems that he took it for granted. At this time, Gao Wenxiang remembered the verse by the monk Shinshio of the Northern Zen sect mentioned by Li Daozan. The body is a Bodhi tree, and the mind is like a bright mirror. At this moment, this verse should mean that the mind is like a bright mirror, and the body is a Bodhi tree. The 9th sequence is to illuminate one's original mind, reflect inwardly, and be free from dust. The 8th sequence is to transform into a Bodhi tree. Thinking of this, Gao Wenxiang asked the system, System, can I break this form of the Bodhi tree? The system replied, The Bodhi tree is essentially a spiritual energy light tree. As long as the host's single hit energy damage is high enough, this energy light tree can be destroyed. Gao Wenxiang nodded. Is the energy high enough? He thought of the yin fu dao he had obtained before. In his mind, this golden 5-star sword technique was undoubtedly his strongest skill at the moment, because he felt that he could only fully utilize the first 3 moves, and the 4th move was very difficult. This is a truly god-level swordsmanship. Before this, he only used the 2nd move, cutting the rivers and rivers, to defeat Xiao Huai, who possessed Li Daozan's body, in 1 move. This shows the power of this swordsmanship. Just as Gao Wenxiang was thinking about this, a soft female voice rang out. Xiao Lei, you really disappoint me. I trusted you so much and entrusted you with such an important matter. Is this how you repay my kindness to you? Cheng Lei looked back and saw a graceful girl standing on the edge of the rooftop. She was holding a bronze mirror in her hand. She shook the mirror and sighed. I forgot to tell you, Xiao Lei, these 2 mirrors are actually a set, and their name is the mother and child yin-yang mirror. In this mirror of mine, I can see exactly what you see. What do you think I should do with you? Eat you alive or boil you alive? Then, she turned to Gao Wenxiang with a mocking look on her face and said with a smile, Such a bright red light proves that the silkworm moth is not dead at all. You are weaker than I thought. You haven't even reached the 8th sequence, right? A weakling like you could actually become a missionary of a sect. This really opened my eyes. It seems that your so-called gods are not doing very well. Gao Wenxiang smiled and said, I guess you must be some old dog left over from the last era. The rotten stench on your body cannot be concealed even with a lot of makeup, but you still like to act like an innocent girl. Do you think you are a real girl just because you pretend to be as quiet as a virgin? Don't you look at your age? Could it be that the end of the world has come, and you, a loser from the last era, have regained your confidence, knowing that only barking can show your presence in front of civilized people like me? Li Caisong's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he said, I hope your body is as tough as your mouth. Gao Wenxiang said disdainfully, how can an 800-year-old car like you, whose cylinders are about to fail, understand the physiological structure of a young man like me? You are just an old witch abandoned by the old times. Do you still want to fight me in close combat?